Dreamscape Lore presents 21 Days Till Anarchy, written by Austin Chambers. Read for you by Gary Bennett. Prologue. Republic, Washington. "I'm going home," Kevin Richardson yelled. "You guys suck." He was covered in dirty water, the recipient of the special water balloons that he'd been told were meant for his oldest brother, Kenny. The 7-year-old stomped back out of the pine forest on the hill to the west of his family homestead. He moved with rapid speed under the taunting of the two people he spent more time on Earth with than anyone else. His older brother, Keith, was about to turn 12, and he was the little pack's unofficial leader. The third member was Dallas Baker, in the same class as Kevin. The 8-year-old was a big kid, which ran in the Baker tribe's genes, and had already flunked a grade once. Like many poor families living on remote country lanes, the Bakers and the Richardsons both placed a value on kids being outside playing for many long hours. Wasting their lives in front of a screen wasn't an option for the lads. "Oh, come on, Kev," Keith yelled after. "Watch," he said to Dallas. "He won't look back the entire way. Wants us to beg." "These balloons are starting to smell like crap," Dallas said, only he used the word little boys weren't supposed to use. It was practically frowned upon for kids his age not to cuss at his own house. The balloons had been filled by the duo from the pond on his family's property, while Kevin had been raking the goat pens. The stinkiest of muds and amoeba-infested scum had been carefully funneled into the latex bombs. Kevin had been drawn to the fort up in the woods, where the boys had old, weathered copies of Playboy and Hustler. Dallas's half-brother, Billy Ray, had handed them off once he'd gotten a license and a car, intent on going after the real thing. Other than the girly mags, some chewing gum and soda pop, and a few cans with remnants of Copenhagen, there wasn't much else out in the plywood and pallet shack. Keith and Dallas had enticed Kevin to the fort in lieu of finishing chores, with the promise of ambushing Kenny at some point later. The boy, who'd always been trusting and eager to please, had naively believed his brother and best friend, and the price for his daring and bravado at skipping the rest of his chores had been to receive the muddy amoeba water bombardment himself. "Do you think he'll tell?" Dallas asked. Mrs. Richardson had called his own mother more than once to rat him out, and when Marguerite got nagged by Kevin's mom, Dallas's father, Brian, known as Big Dog to everyone in Ferry County and beyond, got nagged by her in return. And once BD was nagged, the fun and games began. Dallas really hated when that happened. The last time he'd been caught misbehaving, spying on his older sister and her friends while they changed out of their swimsuits, his father had hit him so hard that he wound up with a headache that lasted 3 days. "Nah," Keith said, the hubba-bubba chewing gum smacking loudly. "He may be a crybaby, but he knows better than to snitch, especially when he would have to admit he snuck out of his chores." He picked up the last nasty balloon and blasted the side of the leaky, tiny hut, then started strolling down the hill. The pudgy, tall blonde with a mullet followed suit. Like Kevin, they'd gone through a couple of gates on the small goat and sheep farm, access points for keeping the animals eating in the correct fields. "Give me your gum." "What? Why?" Dallas asked. Even as he did, he was already pulling the white glob from between his crooked teeth and handing it over to the older boy. Keith mashed it together with his own. "Kevin has a hard time reaching the latch on this gate." He giggled as he worked, pleased with his mastermind level of cunning and genius when it came to pranking his little bother. He stuffed the wad deep into the channel and worked to form a wall that kept the bar from falling into the slot. He just lets it fall when the gate slams shut. "So?" Dallas said. He was always down with a prank, but only when they made sense. "Tonight some of the sheep will wind up pushing their way through this and get into the new alfalfa pasture my dad's been trying to grow. Kevin will get his little whiny butt whipped." He laughed again. Dallas laughed too. But in his mind, he wasn't particularly impressed simply because he'd be home, probably receiving his own daily whipping, instead of there to see it. "Cool," he said, as flat as an Iowa cornfield. "That'll show him," Keith announced, content with his work. He started moving down the fence line, the fact that he'd just cost himself 3 more minutes of needless walking lost on him. "That'll teach him not to be such a baby. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen?" Chapter 1. Camlin Medieval Village. "We can't sit here forever," Jamar said. "Come on, Kev." The AWOL correction officer tugged on his likewise state guard friend, still kneeling in the wet grass by Keith's grave. The villagers had beautifully arranged the spot in one of the flower gardens, the dirt neatly crafted like a roof and sprinkled with flower seed. Rocks from the nearby creek bed had already been placed around the tomb's perimeter. With fall start in full effect, the majority of the odd tribe's winter grow efforts would be happening indoors. For the time being, the garden and its new occupant would stay put. The rain had been hit and miss for the day and early afternoon, the sky the same gray as a battleship. The damp lawn had soaked Kevin's filthy pants, already in bad need of a washing from wearing them most of the 2 weeks since he'd left home. He'd fallen to his knees by Keith's grave, learning that his brother, who'd drowned a hero saving Jalen, had confessed something to Jamar earlier in the day. The drug addict had been fueled by his own guilt and demons, attempting to deal with the memory of a practical joke that had resulted in the death of their sister. Shame had kept Keith from ever telling anyone but their father. Kendall Richardson knew he'd guide the entire family through the painful process of learning the truth when the time was right. Everyone knew Elizabeth already had a hair-trigger temper, but when one of her twin daughters had been killed by a cougar, she defined unapproachable on an entirely new level. As soon as he was done with high school, Keith had fled Republic in the painful truth waiting to be told. And then, 4 years later, the family patriarch died, leaving him to carry the burden all alone. Only drugs had been able to ease the pain. Kevin stood slowly, taking his friend's hand for the assisted pull. His rain-soaked ball cap dripped off the bill as he looked down at the grave, wondering for what felt like the 1,000th time if there was something else he could have done. They're going to need a lot more rocks, he thought, as his focus shifted to the garden area around him. He doubted that, even after the big firefight with the white trash hooligans nearby, if they fully understood that this would be but the first of many burials. He noticed another of the many firewood piles under the small period-looking lean-to structures that matched the medieval decor of the facility. Maybe they're planning on pyres. "You need to grab a bite and get some sleep, brother," Jamar said. His concern for his friend would have already been 10 out of 10 on any other day, but they had a long way to travel still. He turned and passively led Kevin toward the large common dining room that had served as a weekend restaurant in the times before the hack. Kevin said nothing. He followed Jamar inside, where a few dozen of the small community were seated at the 2 long tables, dining on wild rabbit stew. The offer had already been made for the horsemen and horsewomen to stay an additional night, eat and rest, and worry about their departure the next day. Candles dotted each table center, and a few candelabras were on stands and cases in the corners. Jamar and Kevin took seats near the end of a large bench, and Kevin's tired mind focused on the flame reflections on the nearby suit of armor. A fire crackled in the large stone hearth. He missed hearing the woman standing at their back. "Kev," Jamar said, nudging him. Kevin looked and saw Jamar turning his head and eyes to direct his gaze. "I said I'm so very sorry to hear about your brother," the woman said. She was 40, give or take, and had the fret of an overly empathetic person etched on her face. She wore the garb of an inn wench, contradicted by her Green Day zip-up hoodie, septum piercing, and a variety of tattoos. "Can I get you some stew?" Kevin shook his head, not to say no, but to ward off the exhaustion. "We'll both have some," Jamar answered for his worn-out mate. He poured them a couple of wooden mugs of water from a clay pitcher. He threw out a half-joke. "And some Ambien for him." It went over her head. "Oh, I'm sorry. I could ask people." She looked around, wondering if there was someone who might have brought some to give. One of the other village women seated nearby spoke up. "I've got just the trick." She laughed in thought at some long-ago memory. "Or there's weed. Surely someone around here has the right bud for sleeping." "What's your remedy?" Jamar asked to keep her focused. The helpful woman standing behind left to go fetch some wooden bowls of the stew. "Dandelion tea with some valerian root powder mixed in. I mean, there's always melatonin. Someone around here can probably find some in their car or whatever, but I can whip you guys up some tea in a few minutes, and your buddy looks like he could use the immune boost it'll give him." "That'd be cool," Jamar said. "Neither of us slept last night after the thing." "I can only imagine," the woman said, though she didn't feel right bringing up her own participation. She'd been there, one of the ones who voted against some of the leaders in favor of joining the prolonged fight. Like many others, she'd muddied her medieval dress, helping Jamar and the massive American-Belgian horses, Duncan and Jazz, pull the tanker out of the pond. She stood and stepped over the dining bench. "I'll be back in a few." Kevin had his elbows up on the long table, face buried in his hands. He took in a breath like he was going to say something, held it, then blew it back out. The wench showed back up with the bowls. She handed one to Jamar and set the other down in front of Kevin. She wiped a tear away as she left the two in peace, the quiet murmur of several conversations in the long hall bouncing off the walls. "They're a little tight for sleeping space," Jamar said, taking a sip. "Eat your soup." Kevin picked his head up and rubbed his palm heels on his eyes, trying to get the imaginary sand out of them. He managed to get the wood spoon into the bowl and stir the stew a bit before setting the handle down on the edge. "How's Jalen?" he asked, forgetting he'd already asked Jamar the same question in the 2 hours since the funeral. "He'll be hobbling for a bit, but I bet his concussion will be a distant bad memory by tomorrow, knowing that twerp." He faked a slight grin, trying and failing to trigger one out of Kevin. "You want me to set up your hammock for you?" He shook his head. "I'll find a spot to hang it near the horses. What about a security watch?" "Lydia's on it, and a couple of new guys from here. Nelson went to bed in the back of the ambulance after the funeral so he could pull the night duty with Chip." Jamar became a bit emphatic. "We're all in agreement. You need your sleep." Kevin nodded, too tired to argue. "Eat," Jamar ordered once more. Kevin picked up the soup spoon and blew on the hot liquid enough to take a sip under the hard stare of the prison guard next to him. His mind went back to zipping in a dozen directions, like the balls of a pachinko machine under the irresistible pull of gravity. What did Keith mean it was his fault? What is the next unplanned threat? How will I ever keep Missy safe? Who was the next one to die? Chapter 2. Camlin Medieval Village. Jamar pulled the hood down on his raincoat and went back into the long dining hall to find it thinning of diners. He had just helped Kevin string the tarp over his hammock, nestled in the fir madronas between the parking area and the large, unique compound's animal barn. The horses were in one of the nearby pens for the night. Once Kevin doffed his boots and slid his tall frame into the hanging sack, Jamar left him. He moved past the eating villagers at the near ends of the two long tables, headed for the far end. Lydia was there with a couple he recognized as the owners. There were a few others, including Cale, who had helped Kevin rescue Jalen. He didn't see Corny, which told him she was probably with the kids, keeping warm in the horse trailer. Ramona had provided them with all 3 of her family's sleeping bags, plus a couple she'd procured from her deceased in-law's home. He noticed the small cluster's other side conversations quieted down. "What's up?" he whispered to Lydia. "They were waiting on you to come back." "Can you two speak for the whole group?" a middle-aged man named Lem Robeson said. Jamar and Lydia had arrived at the facility a day earlier, as the hunt for the missing kids and ensuing firefight unfolded. They'd not had the chance to meet the village elders like the others. Lem and his wife Angela were the facility owners. "I think we could speak in their interest to some extent," Jamar said. He looked at Lydia for a nod or some concurrence. "Any major decisions we would need to take to the others tomorrow morning." "Are you all planning on leaving tomorrow?" a woman amongst the elders asked. Her voice and expression were clear about which answer she expected. "We are, assuming my brother's concussion seems to be getting better." He resisted the urge to ask why and force her or any of the rest to reveal their mood on the topic. Lydia spoke up. "We don't have any desire to stay any longer than necessary, if that's what you're worried about." Lem cleared his throat. No. That is to say, there would have to be a larger discussion on that. It is our desire to see the boy heal before you have to leave. I'll have no doubt he'll spring back quickly," Jamar said, wanting to pacify the worried people. Cale spoke up. The tall, pudgy software engineer had earned a bit of respect from both groups of people, simply by jumping into the sinking tanker with Kevin. "We want to go back to the McGinty compound tomorrow. We need to undo their sabotage of the creek system, and we want to see what else we might be able to use." "Spoils of war," Lydia said, not afraid to call it like she saw it. "Well, that's not a—" The other owner of the village, Angela, was beside herself with the accusation of being an opportunist over a defeated enemy. She guffawed openly as she coughed her words. Hey, I didn't mean it as an insult, Lydia defended. It's just how stuff works now. We got that horse trailer off the dead jackasses who burned down my barn. So, how do I put this? Jamar said, rubbing the back of his head. We should probably work on that together, all things considered. Lem immediately took a more serious tone. Those people have been our bane, and 2 of our men were there fighting them with you, including Cale here. Sure, Jamar said. With risk comes reward, and our people took a lot of risk ridding you of the area's biggest threat. All I'm saying is we work on it together, nothing more. Cale wanted to get the conversation back on track before it derailed. I'm sure Chip and I, he looked directly at Lem as he pushed his glasses back up his nose, as the 2 who took the biggest risk for the village, have no problem working this out with you guys on site tomorrow. I think we would like a good choice of the weapons you all took off the McGinty's. That's something we need badly. But there's something else you should think about for a bigger conversation tomorrow. What's that? Think about what you would want in return to trade for one of those draft horses. Chapter 3. Spokane. 8-month-old Dylan Richardson spat the applesauce back out and squealed with a giggle and a smile. Kenny huffed in exasperation. Stop! Kenny used the spoon to catch the precious calories and scoop them for another try. He leaned against the bare drywall, sitting on the unfinished floor. Baby Dylan was in his lap, while his daughter ate from a small foil bowl of mac and cheese, and his wife kept watch up on the second floor. Dylan, the young father pled, just eat. He and Taylor knew what the children could just not comprehend until they reached his mother's home in Republic. Meals, safe spots to eat them, even going potty, were all going to need to be carefully planned. Kenny, Taylor called as she ran halfway down the stairs of the 2-story house. I don't think we're the only ones hiding in this neighborhood. They were in the not-yet-completed new neighborhood of roughly 1,400 houses in the north end of Spokane. He'd been assigned to the large project as a dedicated city planner to keep it on schedule. Just north of an abandoned Kaiser aluminum plant, the suburb was in various states of construction. Most of the old farm field was either still being graded or barely finished house foundations in states of being poured or framed. The northernmost reaches were in their finishing states. The interiors were being inspected and trimmed. The exteriors were being painted, planted, and paved. Kenny jostled so that he could stand. Taylor finished descending the stairs and moved over to him as quickly and quietly as she could. She took the baby. I'm sure I saw people in the house next to the one across the street. Kenny strode to a spot to take a covered look from the living room window. Let's not panic. Maybe it's just people hiding, just like us. His wife knew that going down a rabbit hole of bad possibilities could paralyze them both with fear, but her husband had been unusually slow in accepting the truth about those running the neighborhood they'd just fled. No longer would she let him dawdle in a realm of hoping things would be okay. It's screwing with my mind. I thought I saw someone in the house just to our left about 20 minutes ago, but I wrote it off. That doesn't make sense. It's been daylight. How could... Kenny's heart skipped a beat when he saw someone run from the back of the suspect house to the back of the one directly across. The space between the houses wasn't huge, but the visual gap had been plenty wide enough to see the man in the early dusk light. He felt the kimber in its holster on his hip for subconscious reassurance. Get the kids in the car. He tried to keep his voice calm, but it wobbled a bit. They'd been sleeping and resting in the future home the entire day. I knew we were pushing our luck, he thought. We'll need to leave before it gets fully dark. Let's go, Sierra. Taylor rushed their toddler. But I'm not done, the girl protested. Bring it with you, Kenny said, a bit more gruffly than he wanted. He quick-stepped back over to their backpacks of food and water next to the 3-year-old. Time to go, Sierra Bear. He slammed water bottles, diapers, rash ointment, and other goods back into his backpack and the diaper bag, while Taylor took Dylan toward the car in the garage. Don't start the engine yet, he called after her. Don't want them to know we know. Sierra was starting to cry, thinking she'd caused the sudden stress in her parents. Kenny donned his bag and picked up his daughter in the diaper bag. He passed his wife near the door to the garage. She was running back in to grab her go-bag. Lesson learned, she growled. Always repack the bag the moment you're done using stuff. Kenny made a small attempt to quiet and console his bewildered children as he buckled Sierra into her toddler car seat. Soon, both he and Taylor were dropping their bags into the open cargo area of the Nissan Rogue. I'll drive, he announced decisively. The hell you will, Taylor said. "It's my car." Kenny sucked in the air for his counter-argument, but she cut him off. "You need to be ready to shoot since you never taught me to." Her words had the crisp edge of a reminder. Kenny felt defensive, as it were mostly her lack of interest, not his lack of invites, that kept her off the gun range. "Really? You want to bring that up now?" He slammed the hatchback and went around to the passenger seat. She got in the driver's side and gave him a look. "The garage door?" He shook his head. "We need to be fast. Start the engine, slam the door shut, hit the gas. I don't want to give them any warning we're leaving." She turned her head to look. "Can I?" "It's hinged. It's hollow. This car weighs 2 tons. Taylor looked back at him with wide eyes. "Don't stop for anything, Tay. These people wouldn't be sneaking if they didn't mean harm." She nodded. The pair slammed their car doors shut, which stifled the sound of their scared, sniffling children. She started the engine, dropped it into drive, and stomped on the gas pedal. The Nissan only had 3 feet to pick up speed. The door cracked loudly, the sounds of hardware pulling from wood and metal rollers bending their metal tracks, permeating the air. "Stomp on it!" Kenny yelled when the tires spun on the smoothed concrete. His wife whipped her head and shot him with laser beam eyes. "I got this!" She quickly looked behind him and put the rig into reverse. She zipped the SUV backward and hit the brakes. They made mild contact with the garage's back wall, jostling the car. A crack of thunder outside aligned with a shotgun pattern of holes in the garage door. She hit the push-button all-wheel drive and moved the shifter back to D. "Hold on!" Kenny grabbed the built-in off-roader's handle near the top of the doorframe, just as the Nissan shot forward and slammed through the cracked garage door with authority. The splintered door pieces scraped along the side and roof rack. Taylor yelled an "Arg!"-type war cry out of surprise when she realized a man's body and loose shotgun were wrapped around the front of their grill. She hit the brakes instinctively, despite the discussion about not doing just that. "Wooder!" Before Kenny could finish his angry warning, she hit the gas again. They both felt the bump of the man dragging under the car as she turned left out of the driveway and sped up. A thud accompanied a gunshot roar, the bullet hitting the piece of frame between the windshield and Taylor's door window. Another round, this time from Kenny's side of the car, hit his door low, just above the running board. He rolled his window down and pulled the pistol from his holster. Taylor had picked up a lot of speed in a short distance and was quickly coming to a turn. The last of the finished homes were on the next road. From there, they would need to drive through a locked chain-link gate to escape the ambush. She power-slid the SUV as she turned right once more, fishtailing it. "Kenny!" she yelled as she brought their car under control. He looked ahead, unable to line up any shots on the at least 3 different people he'd seen taking cover on his side of the future homes. Straight ahead, a figure in a dark hooded poncho was standing still in the road, the large sack-like covering spread out to make them look large and looming. He or she suddenly sprinted to the side of the lane, leaving in place a child's playpen with 2 children standing in it, facing the oncoming vehicle. Taylor tried to zig left, but it happened too quickly. The right side grille and quarter panel connected, sending the pen and children flying. Taylor screamed bloody murder and hit the brakes. Kenny was desperately watching, something unnatural about it. The bodies seemed fake. Mannequins. "Drive, Taylor! They're just dolls!" He whipped his head toward his wife, who was screaming and crying at the thought of having just slaughtered toddlers. Their car was nearly at a full stop. "Drive!" he yelled, the most aggressively he ever had. "They're just mannequins!" Another shotgun blast broke out the rear window, snapping Taylor out of her panicked daze. She stomped on the pedal, sending the Nissan toward the locked fence gate 200 feet ahead. They busted through the fence and sped northwest toward the intersection of 2 highways. Chapter 4. Bellevue. The stolen boat cruised along the black water silently. Less than half an hour after blowing up the helicopter with the billionaire in it, Doughboy's man was cutting the engine to the craft back on the east side of Lake Washington. He let it slide up to an F-shaped pier on the very end of Evergreen Point, the first of 3 small points north of the Highway 520 bridge. It was jammed full of waterfront mansions, manicured lawns, and boat sheds. Wade Curry stepped onto the pier and positioned himself. The gangster said nothing as he tossed Wade the gear bag, just wanting to get on with his job for the long, wet night. He was due back south near his gang's attack on the abandoned mansion of the dead billionaire, a home nearly as famous as its eccentric former owner. The boat let out a throaty growl, then backed away from the pier to leave. Wade was in virgin territory. Doughboy's gang had served their purpose, help him execute not just the billionaire, but one of the two other targets he'd been assigned. They'd managed to trick a federal judge to flee his secure home and ride into a pre-positioned kill box they'd set up. That explosion triggered the billionaire's evacuation to his own private floating heliport, which happened to be in a small dry dock at Lake Union. 2 birds, 1 stone. Wade had been assigned the 3 targets by the unified cartel that had rescued him a mere 8 days back. He'd relied too heavily on a prison buddy's motorcycle club to help him on a mission of revenge, a bloodlust he couldn't shake. Above all others, the only people that mattered to him were Ramona Maria Perez O'Hanrahan and her daughter. If fate or chance placed those 2 champions of hers in his path, they would pay as well. Despite clear orders to fulfill his 3-death contract before pursuing his retribution on the cop that put him in prison, Wade had no intention of passing on this opportunity. He was too close. He thought of that night, his right shoulder still in the early stages of healing from the bullet that poked a hole in his clavicle. The cartel's doctor had patched him up so he could fulfill his role as an independent contract killer. He was the buffer that kept their hands clean in the killings of the high-profile targets, a concept that nearly made him laugh. The AI hackers had set the criminals loose on the world, which was only the start. They'd hacked militaries, crashed ships, sent economies into death spirals by erasing all the money. Why would they give a damn who knows what about their tactics and methods? He wondered. With his left hand, he grabbed the big bag for the carry handles, a tinge of pain on the opposite side reminding him once more he had to be smart in lieu of full capability. He moved up the wet pier over the dark lake, cresting the shoreline near a manicured tree, imported from some other part of the world, leaves in the process of changing to their beautiful death colors. A crafted gravel path and immaculate custom concrete steps led up to a much larger concrete patio. He reached it and looked back across the black water. He heard the wind and rain and could see a variety of whitecaps on its surface. Some were from the weather, others the wakes of the many boats and craft on the water. Many boat owners were still trying to ride out the new world in the relative but ultimately temporary safety of the lake. It was too dark to see or hear much else. He set the bag down on a wrought iron bench on the patio and scanned the multi-level concrete home ahead. There were 3 floors visible, a modern architecture, boxy, some floors offset from the one below. Ugly. All the money in the world, and you idiots want a home that looks like a Swiss bank. There were 2 pools, more expensive trees, even an outdoor kitchen set under one of the covered parapets. The home was mostly dark. A small glow told Wade there may be a candle or 2 lit somewhere inside. He listened. An assortment of generator noises were running from some of the nearby homes, but not this one. Some of those homes were still running their security lights at night, an old-school tactic still effective, but only because the criminals still needed to fully figure out the new rules. He preferred the dark because of the shadows, but he could have just as easily walked right up to a lit home. The concept of lighting to deter criminals required said criminals to fear capture and prosecution, especially in a place like the Seattle area, where the richest targets happened to be people who detested owning their own firearms for defense with every fiber in their being. There was always the off chance a millionaire, or more likely their private security guard, would shoot the irrefutable, soon-to-arrive invaders. Aside from that small percentage, the lit homes would serve little to deter thieves, rapists, murderers, or just starving poor people who knew one truth. There are no more cops to arrest these people. Nobody will prosecute them. Nobody is coming to save you. Wade unzipped his large duffel, full of things he had pilfered from the blown safe house. At the bottom were a clean set of black tactical clothes. He wanted to clean up with whatever was available in his coming conquest and change into them. The pants had slots for additional pocket knives, flashlights, and tourniquets, and the belt had a custom slot in the back, which he wanted to put a handcuff key into. The shirt was button model, which would be less painful to get on and off with his shoulder. All were quick-drying material. The bag also had a few snacks, a little water, and a small cache of equipment, a foldable rifle with suppressor and nightscope, a pair of pistols, ammo and magazines, knives, one of these sets of dual-purpose night vision he'd found so handy. even a small DJI drone kit. On the top of it all was his most prized possession, the bat. He hadn't named it yet. Perhaps I'll name it after its mother, Ramona, he thought. In the handle were the remnants of his old toothed necklace, a prized trophy from the old days. In a way, the bat was truly a child of both of them. In a way, Ramona Perez was the closest thing the psycho would ever come to having a soulmate. He picked up the customized wood bat. He'd removed the deadbolts that she'd used for attaching a carrying sling. Other than the custom-wrapped handle, its main feature was the large saw blade set into a notch in the end of the barrel. It was still covered in dried blood, that of a few bikers, and that of Ramona. He'd used her personalized bludgeoning tool on her left knee to great effect. She had to be laid up somewhere. It was the grotesque kind of injury one just didn't recover from. Flesh had been ripped open. Bone was shattered. Arteries and nerves crushed. If anything, I need to reach her before the infection kills her, he thought, not for the first time. You're licking your wounds, my friend, and my guess is that you're at your home, right here in Bellevue. He set the bat back down for a moment, picking up a pistol and a knife to situate into his black pockets. Leaving the bag right where it was, he zipped it shut and grabbed the bat. Despite the pain, he placed 2 hands on the handle and gave it a couple of small shakes. He shifted his eyes to the dark house with the flickering candles. Let's go put some new blood on you. Chapter 5. Camlin Medieval Village. Kevin could smell the pleasant waft of a campfire drifting under his tarp. The rain had been an on-and-off sprinkle that had been gone a couple of hours. He cracked his eyes, the lids having a difficult time peeling from each other. They were nearly as dry as his throat. The soft light of dawn over the overcast sky revealed the dark bellies of raindrops slowly traversing down the rainfly under gravity's irresistible pull. He barely needed to pee. We'll need to make an effort to get hydrated today, he knew. The next sense to wake up was his hearing. The crunch of shoes on gravel joined the complaints of hungry kids being forced to go help with chores. It was at least 2 sets of feet stomping, and the first words comprehensible were coming from Lydia's 13-year-old son, Jackson. "'Cause we just have to." He sounded like he was put out, having to explain himself again. Like Jamar and the others, Kevin had noticed that the kid was extremely smart and capable around the horses, but he liked to say off-the-wall stuff, like he was testing the adult's tolerance for odd insanity. Being normal was almost a punishment for the lad. The best way to get to not be nervous around them is to help me feed them. "I hate doing work," Felicity said. Kevin listened as the kids marched past his tarp within a few feet. They were headed to the pen where the horses had been for the night, oblivious to the fact that someone might be trying to sleep nearby. "I can't wait for this stupid thing to be over. I miss watching Twitch." Jamar's sister let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. "Did someone say Twitch?" Jackson screamed with a goofy grin. He started shaking his booty, which made Missy break out into laughter. Missy, Kevin thought. I need to spend some time with her this morning. Make sure she knows I'm still here for her. He hadn't taken his promise to Ramona lightly. He truly would protect Missy or die trying. He sat up simultaneously as he pivoted and swung his legs down to the ground where his boots were. The 2 quilts for his hammock had done quite well keeping him warm. The bottom quilt hung just below the hammock, attached with small hooks, instead of him lying on it directly. This fashion kept the body's weight from compressing the down-filled cells, which helped keep the backside warmer. The top quilt was simply worn like a blanket. It started to fall when he sat up, so he made a quick snatching motion. Just then, a heavier set of steps with a long stride went running by. It was Lewis, the autistic 17-year-old son of Corny. "Jackson!" he scolded, with the tone of someone maybe 6 or 7 emotionally. "Mom says to stop yelling." The message literally delivered, the boy ran back toward the truck and trailer on the edge of the parking area near the small belt of firs and ferns Kevin was set up in. "Message delivered," Kevin heard the boy repeating as he vacated the area. Kevin got his boots on and spent the next few minutes dismantling his camp and restowing his gear. It was still earlier into dawn than the light permeating through his tarp had led him to believe. He could still hear the young teens and 8-year-old Missy chit-chatting while they fed and watered the horses. "Is Jalen doing better?" Missy asked Felicity. I guess. Were you scared for him? The young girl wanted to know next. Felicity gave off an arrogant chuckle. What? That fool shouldn't have got herself into that mess in the first place. You don't think you'll have to help take care of him? Missy pressed. I ain't gonna do his chores if that's what you're asking. Do I love my brother? Sure. Am I responsible for the fool? Hell to the nope. Felicity was starting to remind Kevin of his own sister Kendra. Like Felicity, she was at the center of the universe. He finished cinching his ruck, zipped his raincoat, and carried the gear to the back of the horse trailer 100 feet away. As he neared the rear end, he gave a small head nod to his partner soldier from the State Guard, Nelson Butterton. He and villager Chip were over at the main entrance to the facility's parking area near the road, a pair of rifles leaning against a couple of camping chairs. The men were both standing, moving and sipping tea to stay warm as their all-night shift entered its final hour. "What's up?" Kevin said. He looked into the trailer, where Corny was doing her best to work with Lewis on the task of rolling up the sleeping blankets. She looked up and sent him a small flash of a compassionate smile. "Just trying to straighten up before we load horses. I pray you were able to get some sleep." "I was. That dandelion tea wasn't particularly good, but I think it helped." Kevin looked around the parking area. "Where's Lydia and Jamar?" "Sleeping in the back of the Humvee." She looked at her son, who was undoing the 5 sleeping bags to re-roll them again. "No, Lewis." She gave out a sigh and left the special needs teen in the trailer to join Kevin out on the gravel. "That'll be the 4th time he's rolled them all up." "Poor Nelson," Kevin said. "Up all night, and then we're all cramming into the ambulance to continue?" "He'll probably go nap in the woods where you were," Corny said. "I don't think we'll be getting on the road for a few hours." That was a disappointment to Kevin's ears and furrowing brows. "Why?" "Divvy up the loot, I guess," she mused. "Huh?" Corny laughed it off. "Sorry, the village people and we are going to that racist family's compound to divide the resources. Obviously, they'll get the lion's share, but our group earned a chance to grab food and stuff, no?" Kevin nodded. "I suppose so. I'm just itching to get on the road. This place is starting to feel like one of those dreams where a bear is chasing you and you can't move your legs." "And another thing," Corny said. "They want to barter for one of Lydia and mine's draft horses." Her face showed creases of worry about that. Kevin bellowed a slight noise of disbelief. "They'd better offer you some good stuff." They both went silent for a bit. "Still, that would take you down to 4 horses and give you a little more room in this trailer, assuming we still plan on having 2 people out riding. Any idea what you think you'd want for a big horse?" Corny closed her eyes to recall what Lydia had told her late into the previous night. "They offered up a bunch of food, some spare horseshoes, which we need since we lost most of the stuff in the barn fire, some hay, some grass and heirloom seeds, and there was a rumor they might be willing to collect up some jewelry, gold and silver." Kevin absorbed all that, watching across the lot as a medium gray sky lightened in color. He could see a buzzing of activity in the village. They were obviously chomping at the bit to get over to the McGinty place to pilfer. "The metals might come in handy for you all to barter as you head to Montana." He turned and looked down the length of the trailer. Then he looked back at the large assortment of parked vehicles in the lot. An idea about vehicles, captured plunder, and a stolen ambulance began to form in his mind. Chapter 6. South of Republic. The nondescript older stolen Toyota drove slowly along State Highway 21, the dark of night being cut only by the amber and red of the parking and brake lights. Dallas Baker was driving at around 15 miles per hour, knowing that where he was headed was well armed and prepared to fill the old SUV with 100 bullet holes if needed, where the horde of immoral followers his father had assembled to take over the decent-sized town in Ferry County represented the worst of humanity. His destination was as close to an opposite on the righteous spectrum as he could think of, and he needed their help. He slowed and turned just onto the wide gravel main drive of the El Circle El Dude Ranch. Under the car's amber lights, he hoped the 2 men and 1 woman he could see shouldering rifles just from the other side of the closed cattle gate could see his hands practically glued to the steering wheel. He expected there were others he could not detect, also pointing guns at him. "Shut it off," the burlier of the 2 men said. Where the rancher's fence and gate intersected the drive about 80 feet ahead were 3 timbers, 2 nearly 20 feet tall, holding up one that crossed over. Suspended off it by chains was a wood sign bearing the brand and name of the cattle facility. The big man was standing mostly behind the left side timber. The other man and woman were on the right. One of them shined a powerful spotlight into the cab. To Dallas's right, his younger brother moaned and squinted. Even in severe fever and pain, it had sent his pupils contracting. Dallas moved his left hand in front of his face instinctively to block the light, even as his right turned off the ignition. He left the keys dangling. "Hands out the window," came the next gruff command. The well-experienced petty thief from the county's most notorious crime family had had plenty of brushes with local law enforcement. Still just shy of turning 22, his first of many times wearing handcuffs had happened more than half his life ago. He had rolled the window down, expecting this. As he placed his hands on the door, he heard Seth cough. What are we doing?" Seth asked. He was fighting fever, body aches and chills, and massive swelling in his feet. His father had removed both big toes as payment for daring to disrupt his power play in public a few days earlier. Dallas had been forced to set a car on fire. His younger siblings, Chloe and Seth, along with Kendra Richardson, had yanked open the car door and pulled the town's mayor out before he could burn alive in front of hundreds of people. Seth's crime of compassion merely slowed the mayor's death by but a few minutes, and that crime had been rewarded with a public offing of digits via machete to show the town that absolutely nobody, including Big Dog Baker's own kids, was immune to his wrath. His followers also carried out a plan to capture and kill most of the people he'd felt ever wronged him. Most of them, but not all. "Getting you some meds, maybe," Dallas said. "Now shush." "Passenger," came the next order. "Do the same." "He can't," Dallas yelled out. "He's hurt." There was a lengthy silence. "You move your hands, we'll fill that windshield with holes," the man yelled next. The spotlight adjusted a bit. Dallas couldn't see or hear anything pertinent, but he figured they were opening the gate. Within moments, 2 weapons-mounted flashlights turned on each side of the Toyota. The one on his side was about 10 feet away. "I know you. You're that Baker kid." Dallas's long, dirty blonde mullet and pudgy 6'1" frame were impossible to be mistaken as anyone else in a county with only a few thousand residents. The small-time crook and would-be assassin decided against arguing facts at the moment. "I got information to trade. Info you're all gonna want." "What kind of information?" the voice behind the rifle asked sternly. "Nuh-uh. Not till you all agree to help my brother." The spotlight started to move from the gate area. It turned off on the way to the Toyota. Dallas blinked heavily, trying to get the bright spots in his eyes to clear. A new voice near the first one spoke. It was matronly, feminine, and clearly in charge. "Get in behind and ride up with him," she ordered. "When you get there, have Ethan and Corey come down. I'll be up after that." Dallas watched 2 older teenage boys holding up Seth as they helped him waddle to the large leather couch in the main space of the large log home. Cabin wasn't sufficient enough a word. The building had 2 two-story residential wings off the large vaulted main space, a covered entry and back porch, and custom patio. He had been ordered to park under the drive-through awning where more men and women, mostly armed, were waiting to respond to his arrival. They'd wasted nobody. Must be a dozen of them so far, he thought. He knew the high-end guest ranch 8 miles south of town catered themselves as a workcation resort year-round. In summer, they taught city slickers how to ride horses and work with cattle. In winter, it became all about snowmobiling on their 2,200 acres, as well as the nearby state land. Folks not capable of those activities could still help with these smaller animals or just enjoy the pristine settings. Still firmly under the control of the founding family, the business had grown to house year-round employees like any large cattle ranch would. And that was exactly what had worried B.D. Baker. They had been taken just inside, where multiple couches, recliners, and tables were spread out in front of a gigantic river-stone fireplace. It wasn't just a showpiece. He could see dried fir firewood aflame over a bed of coal, appreciative of the warmth in the late September mountain chill. Any other time, Dallas might have appreciated the rustic, rich ambiance. The stuffed deer, elk, and goat mounts on the walls, the huge painting of cattle over the fireplace, the polished wood floors. But here he was, basically a captive in the center of the enemy camp. There were whispers and small conversations, but the more seasoned adults in the room occasionally glared at or directly told the offenders to be quiet. The man who had climbed into the rig behind Dallas was standing right in front of him. It was hard to miss the man's glare as Dallas scanned his surroundings. Again, in a normal time, Dallas would be the opposite of intimidated. He might be prompted to throw the first strike for a look like that, no matter how big the man. His crooked nose hardly even bled when punched anymore. But the man was hard to dismiss. 34-year-old Will Statler was the ranch's number 2 hand, the second senior non-family member behind his own older brother Jesse, who was spending a few days on an extended patrol with 3 other men. Dallas sized his guard up to be an inch or more taller than himself, with tanned leather hands the size of Montana. Above his jeans and cowboy boots was a wool vest under a Filson rawhide coat, tanned and treated with wax. The man's trimmed beard and off-white cowboy hat completed the picture. The only thing out of place in the would-be LL Bean scene before him was a slung AK-47 rifle cradled low in the man's beefy grasp. "Look," Dallas said, "I came to you guys. You can drop the tough guy act." "And what's happening out on the ranch while we're all paying attention to you?" Will growled. "Don't think for a second that we're fooled by this little ploy." Dallas gave the man a grimace and an F-bomb. He wasn't sure what ploy meant, but he assumed it was an insult. "You gonna help my brother or what? Why'd you bring him here?" The female voice from earlier suddenly chimed from directly behind him. The woman, similar to Will, was adorned in tough but stylistic ranch attire. She took off her hat and sat on the low oak table directly across from Dallas. "You're one of the owners, huh?" Dallas said. He'd seen the woman and some of the others from time to time, usually at events like the local summer commemorative mining festival. "One of them," Dawn Laughlin Statler answered. Married to Will's brother Jesse, the mid-40s woman was the oldest child of the ranch founders, Larry and Rhonda Laughlin. Her father passed of a heart attack 2 years earlier, but not before spending a life training all his children to replace him. While her mother was the primary owner and chief executive of the business, Dawn was the ultimate authority in operations. "We're not doctors, you know, but you guys either have a veteran or as good as one," Dallas objected. "You mean veterinarian?" Will laughed. "Holy hell, Dawn. Why'd we bring this kid into our home?" Dawn ignored her impassioned brother-in-law, used to tempering his loud but well-meaning outbursts. "Why not take him to the doctor?" Dawn asked Dallas. Like everyone else for 40 miles, she knew exactly what Big Dog Baker had done to the town of Republic and to Seth's feet. "Can't. My dad'll do even worse if he finds out I'm helping Seth." For the first time since entering the lodge, his tone was one of concern, not conceit. He pointed toward his brother. "Look, I weren't kidding. I know something you want to know. But you guys got to give me your word you'll give that little twerp some help." Dawn sighed and looked up at Will, mostly avoiding the gawks from the rest of the family and staff that had awoken when the Toyota rolled up. Will's mouth was a tight, straight line. He was shaking his head, not knowing what to recommend. Just then, another woman strode up. "Should we wake your mom?" April Statler asked. She was married to Dawn's younger brother, Neil, who was out on the extended backcountry hunt as part of Jesse's patrol. The ranch's livestock had been viciously stalked and attacked by the growing wolf packs that the state government reintroduced. Now that the threat of prison for proactively hunting the predators was effectively over, the cowboys needed to go locate and count the wolves so that they could make a long-term plan. The cattle, goats, and sheep were always part of the business. Now they were a vital food source in need of protection. "No need," Dawn said. She turned her attention back to Dallas. "We'll do what's right. You tell us something that will obviously help us." She waggled her eyes in thought. "Then we have a couple of people who can help get your brother past this infection. But he's not staying once he's healed," she emphasized. Dallas let out a heavy breath of his own. "Trust them, dummy," the little angel in his head said. "You know they'll help. They're the good ones." It's my old man. He's spoke of nothing but taking over this ranch since he killed the mayor." "Since you killed him, you mean?" Will interjected. You know nothing of my life, Dallas scowled. My old man plans on grabbing a few more dozen people from Kettle Falls and coming down here to take over. A few of the bystanders let out noises of shock, small whispers of worry. When? Dawn said. She was calm but demanding. By the end of the coming week, Dallas said. He wants the beef, the horses, everything. Why are you telling us? Dawn said. She had a motherly tone, disappointed, lecturing, but not uncaring. Dallas looked toward Seth. I told you, no. Dawn cut off his words. You could have driven to Tonasket to find a doctor. Why us? Dallas looked down at his own lap. He felt his face get hot and flush. He was angry, embarrassed, stressed. He wouldn't dare cry, but he figured this must be what it feels like before that happens. I... He went silent, hoping to escape the question. The room stayed silent for a long time. You want our help? Dawn asked. Then honesty is the price. Dallas nodded, still staring down, unable to face the leader before him. I want you to kill him. Excuse me, Dawn said, voice raising a bit in disbelief. My dad, our cousins, they're... The first hiccup came as he tried to suppress the relief that had been hiding under intense emotional fear his entire life. I don't want to turn out like my dad. I want you to kill him. I want you to kill them all. Chapter 7. Bellevue. Does this house got septic or local sewer? James Franklin asked Ramona. It was early Saturday morning, and he'd just finished up another all-night watch from the relative safety of Ramona's attached garage. We're on the city system, Ramona said. The entirety of the household group was in her living room, and charcoal was licking the kitchen floor. She was overdue for another vacuum treatment on the healing amputation stump. The hacking collective Axiom had knocked the power out for good the night before. Though society was entering its 15th day since the day that every jail and prison door had opened at once, the true test was about to begin. All the things that people took for granted relied on power, and those that had not prepared, whether a generator and some spare fuel or a large-scale solar and battery system, would be the first to feel it. Though the group hadn't discussed the topic of flushing toilets yet, James sensed the morning constitutional arriving. Clean water flowing in needed electricity to arrive. Brown water flowing out would go only as long as the pipes had room. People would keep flushing. Soon it would start backing up. James was a general contractor who normally handled small remodels. A jack of all trades, he knew enough about plumbing to know that the third world issues with fresh and dirty water were about to become their chief concern. I'm going to go find tree stump or something to lean against, James said. He picked his coat off the back of a dining chair and headed toward the garage. But I'll wait on Walt to get here and take the shift. The neighbor from across the street had decided to hold up on the invite to move into the house with Ramona's small group. Finding the scarecrow in his neighbor's yard, followed up by new arrival Brian Sherman's report that there were several more around the neighborhood, had caused him to reconsider moving out and losing a lifetime collection of welding and shop tools. I'll round up everyone so we can figure out a plan on all this, Ramona said. Ramona stood on her one foot and leaned on the crutches. Her stub above where her left knee should have been felt warm, like it was swollen and inflamed. It throbbed as major veins and arteries were healing and reconnecting from the emergency surgery. Still, it felt good to get off the couch and stretch out her torso and hips a bit. The rest of the brood, James, Diana, fellow Seattle cop Brian Sherman, and neighbor Walt were scattered amongst the recliners and sofas in the large living room. Brian's rookie trainee, Tanya Lockett, had departed in their patrol car after dropping him off the afternoon before so that she could head off to check on her family. Ramona looked around the room a person at a time. James pointed out the pending water and sewage crisis because of the power outage. I guess I'm glad we got some use out of the vacuum pump for wound care before we lost the juice. I'm just happy we filled the bathtubs with water a few days back, Diana said. And if y'all don't know this, James said, we'll probably be able to flush a couple more days with the tub water. The sewer system will start backing up. When that happens, there should be a isolation valve out near the street. Good thinking, Walt said. I'll go fill the tubs at my house. His face shifted in sudden concern as a thought hit him. The big tank. The what? Brian asked. He pointed a finger toward the front of the house. The entire subdivision gets well from one of the water company's storage tanks there on the south edge of the state park, right where the power line access road comes out. It's like 1,000,000 gallons. People drain it every day with the aid of gravity, and the pumps fill it every night. He left the thought hanging there. People are going to start filling every container in their house, Diana said in alarm. She stood and stormed off to the kitchen to start filling pots and pans. You got a big canning pot? She called out. Never mind, got it. What do we do, Sarge? Brian asked Ramona. She shook her head. Don't call me that anymore. She looked at James and Walt, who were the most experienced of the group in anything regarding trade skills or infrastructure. What are your guys' thoughts? Martha Franklin, James said, as he shook his head in sudden realization. The would-be epithet was his go-to saying for exclamation without cussing. A slight grin crept onto his face. He looked up at Ramona, then the rest. When we came back from taking the horse trailer to the park for the others, I seen this large group cross the road. Couldn't see no sign of them as we drove by a bit later. Probably like 40 folks. I bet they's the one who put up the scarecrows. Want to keep the rest of us out of the park. And the water, Walt said. Could they cut off the water from the whole neighborhood? Ramona asked. She shook her head, warding off what she'd already decided was a dumb question. Of course they could. There has to be valves or something for when they do maintenance. That doesn't automatically make them a threat, Sarge, Brian said. Ramona shot him a glare. He knew his old shift sergeant quite well, which levers to pull, which looks meant stop it. You see, when you look at me like that, it just reinforces you're still my sergeant. Brian Sherman, like most of the cops on her old shift, was like having an additional sibling, and that included all the annoying things someone who knew a person that well could do to yank their chain. Ramona ignored the bait. Maybe they aren't, but things are reversed now. Innocent until proven guilty no longer exists. They're a threat until they prove they aren't. To Walt, she asked, Are you still deciding whether to move over or not? I have a lot of tooling, parts, and material over there. Once we get power figured out, it'll prove to be worth its weight in gold. Or water, Brian quipped. The simple solution is just to start using Walt's garage as the outpost, Ramona said to all, so you guys can keep an eye on both sides of that house and the front of this one. What about the back over here? James wondered. We're backed up against another home's backyard, Ramona said. Walt's got that big green belt of trees between him and the next road over. Plus, there will always be 4 of us in this house. We can use our old patrol radios on one of the backup channels, Brian said, at least until the batteries are all dead. None of this tells us what we need to be doing about the Scarecrow Club, James said. His exhaustion and desire for a nibble and a nap was starting to come through. Brian and I will do some recon, Ramona said. You need to get some shut-eye, and I need to get out of this living room for a while. Chapter 8. McGinty Compound. Kevin and Lewis filled the new, older, heavy-duty Silverado with diesel, standing at a hand-crank rotary barrel pump and turning the handle in circles over and over was definitely something the autistic spectrum youth was down with. Kevin held the end of the hose in the acquired truck's fuel port to ensure it didn't slip out. The McGinty compound had an assortment of old and unique fuel storages for both gas and diesel. There were barrels, old farm tanks, jerry cans, and plain old plastic jugs. It hadn't taken Kevin but a minute to convince Nelson they needed to ditch the ambulance. The village people truly didn't care that the departing visitors wanted the best 2 of the junkyard's operating vehicles. They needed the rusty, faded green Silverado for towing the horse trailer. But nobody was comfortable in the ambulance, and at some point it would cause them issues. Either a checkpoint would know it was on the stolen equipment checklist, or it would simply attract an attack by folks angry at the government. The second rig Kevin picked looked like it could withstand a bit of overlanding should their roads become the off-road kind. A baby blue FJ40 Land Cruiser that was older than all of the kids combined. It was rough and worn-looking, but with a weathered, beefy attitude. When it fired up, it purred like a kitten, and it was diesel too, which meant simplicity. He hadn't bartered his next move with the villagers yet, but after topping off the rigs, he knew what he had to find out next. With a little luck, we won't need those bikes at all, he thought with a bit of optimism. He watched a raggedy orange cat carrying her kittens one at a time from some hidden spot behind a wrecked Civic to a dark hole under the manufactured home's skirting where a panel was missing. "Okay, Lewis." Kevin let the lever on the fuel nozzle close, and the teen found it very difficult to crank, but try he did. "Lewis, we're all finished." The boy panted from the work. He stopped, though he did not attempt to make eye contact with Kevin. "Can you lead me to your mom?" With no nod or concurrence, the young man led the slightly older one away from the fuel barrels. They were in the front portion of the scrapyard, a spot Kevin didn't recall at all during the tense encounter 2 evenings earlier. A minute of skirting around wrecked cars and piles of scrap steel took them back to the main drive, which was alive with several vehicles and close to 24 people. Near the big shop, where he'd inadvertently caused the water tanker to start rolling down the hill, the horse trailer formed a sort of hub for the leaders from the two groups to agree on the takings. Kevin let Lewis get through his needed process of announcing their presence to his mother. The look on Corny's face told him she knew he was probably looking to talk to her. She was carrying an old plastic tote marked leather tools to the trailer. The horses and Nelson were still back at the village. They'd brought the trailer over to verify the Chevy and its hitch would work for their needs, and someone from the village had already taken the ambulance back. "Seen Jamar and Lydia?" "In the house," Corny called over her shoulder as she went into the horse trailer. "Stay with your mom," he instructed Lewis. The last thing they needed was to conduct another rescue of a trapped kid somewhere. He went into the unmaintained modular home, which smelled heavily of wet dog and a burned plastic scent that Kevin had to assume was some sort of drugs. He gave a polite nod to a couple of the villagers, sidestepping to let them pass on their way out with trash bags of clothing. He heard conversations throughout the filthy home. "I'm surprised you're daring to touch the clothes," he quipped to both Lydia and Jamar in one of the bedrooms. "Don't judge, brother," Jamar said. "The stuff in the closet was still clean, and I lost everything but what's on my back in a house fire. I'm trying to pick through the women's clothes to see if there is anything that'll fit the kids," Lydia said. Jamar turned to the stained, uncovered mattress behind him and grabbed a small pile he'd been building for Kevin and Nelson. "Here, I figured you guys might be getting tired of your uniforms." Kevin nodded and started pulling through the pile in his hands, one piece at a time. "I think Nelson deserves this retro sweatshirt. Just what exactly is a new kid on the block? But the real reason I'm here—" He paused to get them both to stop and look at him. "Have the village people claimed all the remaining fuel yet?" "Yeah," Jamar said with a certain tone. "Lem, or whatever his name is, and his wife sure didn't waste time trying to call dibs on everything. Which gives me half a mind to lob an arrow at him as we're heading out later," Lydia said, only half joking. "Ooh, speaking of which, I scored a couple of sweet bows and a whole slew of other archery stuff." "I see where you're going with this, Kev," Jamar said. "We should have been thinking about trying to get enough diesel for the whole trip." "And then some," Lydia added. "Maybe that's part of what you ladies can ask for if you give up a horse," Kevin said. Lydia looked at him. "Good thinking, my young friend. Corny and I were already thinking of just giving it to them. The draft horses aren't even ours, technically. One less animal to feed." "Don't just give it to them," Kevin said. Jamar agreed. "He's right. Those are your horses, possession being 9/10 and all that. We have to adjust our mindset. Everything that has value is tradable now." "I saw Corny was taking leather working tools," Kevin said. "That's 'cause the Renaissance folks already have a ton of that kind of thing," Lydia said, smirking, "and we use it to repair or build tack." "What else did we get while I was checking out the new rigs?" Kevin asked. "Kale and Chip agreed to just sort the high-value stuff until we've gone through the clothing," Jamar said. "We know they're going to wind up with almost all of it, but this way we can claim a few more guns, some ammo, maybe some folding solar panels, and they agreed to set out a couple weeks' worth of food for us. And don't forget, we can ask for a bunch more than this with the horse trade." Kevin shoved the clothes Jamar had picked out for him and Nelson into one of the bags. "Let's wrap this up. We have miles to make up, and there's still a few hours of work to do. I'm going out to get the Silverado hooked up to the trailer." "What was the second truck again?" Jamar called, getting Kevin to stop in the hall and turn back. "A sky blue Land Cruiser with a white top. We're going to stick out like a sore thumb, especially on the back roads." "Find some spray paint then," Lydia suggested. You want to spray paint an entire car? Jamar asked. You've met my kid, Lydia laughed. In 10 minutes, Jackson will have enough weird stuff painted on that cruiser that insane people will be too scared to talk to us. Kevin wagged his eyebrows, wanting to seem in on the joke, but not really caring. In the back of his mind, all he could really think about was his curse for killing his siblings. He went back outside and headed north into the more isolated wrecking yard area where they'd found that particular stash of diesel drums. The cat gave him a wary eye, stepping up onto a small stack of tires as he passed to where the Silverado was still parked. She was, apparently, done carrying her litter. After passing it, he turned and watched her disappear one last time under the house. Curiosity piqued, he wandered around the old Civic not too far past the barrels. Though he felt he shouldn't have been, he'd been surprised to find the birthing spot, and one dead kitten. His heart flip-flopped for one beat. More of a dog person, he still liked pets in general. Maybe I should bury it, he wondered. What? You don't have time for that. Stop being such a wimp. He stood from bending down behind the old car and walked back to the acquired pickup. Maybe the cat has it right, he thought. Maybe you just have to choose to leave the baggage behind. Chapter 9. Bellevue. Wade watched the couple, in their early 40s in his estimation, as they peeked out the front window. Of all the mansions, he thought with cynicism. He had slipped in the dark of night and disabled the live-in attendant, an overweight woman, a Latina just trying to survive, not unlike his own mother when he was a boy. She, along with the elderly homeowners, were all granted quick deaths with a fixed-blade knife to the heart. He'd kept the bat out of the action, disappointed he'd found no younger tech millionaires to bloody to a pulp with it. A night of relative quiet had turned to late morning, then midday, when noise awoke him. He crept from the guest room to a vantage at a corner near one of the home's elaborate staircases. The man and woman near the entry were so preoccupied with whatever was outside, they'd not clued into the house's conspicuous silence. "I'm telling you, someone is casing the house," the man said. Tall and fit with dark-peppered hair, he wore designer clothes, which seemed to align with the arrogant way in which he spoke to the woman. He was exactly the kind of person Wade wanted to beat with a bat. The woman suddenly spun from peering out the window. "Timothy, something's wrong." She barked at the man Wade assumed was her husband. "Sarita?" the woman called out. "Mom? Dad?" She'd gotten Bill's attention. He locked the deadbolt on the door they'd just come through, then turned to walk past his wife. "Stay here," he said. The man pulled a small frame pistol out of his high-end pea-coat pocket. Wade smirked when he saw it shaking, amplifying the man's nerves. "Hello?" he said with volume just below a straight yell. "Wanda, Roderick, it's Timothy." Tim started up the stairs. Wade Curry moved like a phantom back to the guest bedroom he'd commandeered. Only in his underwear, he stripped them off simply to keep them clean in the battle to follow. The shock factor of a muscular brown man being naked would only help when he sprung the surprise. He felt the tinge of pain in the shoulder when he picked up the bat. The pain of using his right arm would simply remind him that he was alive to enjoy the moment. He moved to a position next to the open bedroom door, bat pointing straight up near his left shoulder, coiled to strike. The pistol in the hand broke the plane of the frame, the untrained man trying to scan the room, his brain already telling him nothing was in there. Like millions of others, the simple grieving step of denial would be the man's demise. Wade brought the bat down in a short, powerful stroke, careful not to hit the top of the doorframe. The saw blade smashed into the peacoat, then the forearm, ripping through both. The pistol hit the floor at the same moment the man screamed in sheer terror and sudden, intense pain. He went to both knees, pulling the wounded hand back, mind not knowing how to process the naked man now in the hall, rapidly swinging a bat at his face. Downstairs, the woman quietly disobeyed orders and wandered to the kitchen. She found the bloody maid in her pantry-sized bedroom. Her own screams kept her from fully comprehending her husband's torture at the same moment. "Tim!" she shrieked as she ran back out to the living area. It was then that she heard him gurgling, gasping, the sounds of one man bludgeoning another. She screeched in terror and ran to the front door. She fumbled with a deadbolt, her motor skills overwhelmed with adrenaline. The flight response was as powerful of a fear as she'd ever felt. The woman heard the heavy thuds of Wade Curry running down the stairs 3 at a time. Finally, she managed to get the lock unlocked, the door pulled open. She made it 5 steps out onto the stone and concrete-covered porch area when Wade caught up and pulverized her left ankle with a blow of the bat. The woman's screams shifted from terror to agonized suffering. She hit the grass ahead, trying to move on all 4 limbs. The naked assailant grabbed her by the undamaged ankle and started to drag her into the house. Wade heard a car start. He shot his gaze up, just in time to see an average gray sedan with 2 human shapes perform a quick U-turn on the ritzy Point's dead-end road and speed off. "Your mind is playing tricks," he told himself. It was still suspicious to him, but people just don't jump in their cars and drive to the store now, do they? The only ones that knew where he was at was Doughboy's gang, and they were busy claiming their prize. But he was a survivor, and the first rule of survival was to listen to one's gut. Instead of releasing some much-needed sexual energy on the terrified woman below him, he needed to clean up and go find a new place to hide until it was dark enough to travel. "It's your lucky day," Wade said over the woman who was begging for her life. He looked down, realizing he'd already started to erect himself for the unimaginable assault. What a waste. Chapter 10. L Circle L Ranch. "Now don't give any of them a hard time," Dallas warned his little brother, who looked quite uneasy on the queen-size bed. Dawn had her teenage son and nephew move him to one of the smaller guest rooms. Like the main lodge, it bore a homely country theme, cozy despite the ductless heater mounted in a wall no longer working. 2 of Dawn's staff, a veteran Army medic and their hired veterinary tech, had laid out a layer of plastic sheeting under his feet. They undressed the blood-soaked bandages, revealing mangled wounds, a deep crimson in color and pus filled with infection. One still had a piece of bone sticking out of it. Once he'd seen the wounds with his own eyes, Will Statler had eased off his defensive posture a bit. Short of wearing some sort of terrorist suicide vest, Seth posed literally no threat once they could get rid of Dallas. That didn't stop the ranch hand from patting the Baker kid down thoroughly, even as the staff was trying to scrub his wounds. Dawn and several of the others, most of them openly wearing pistols, had escorted Dallas down to the main lodge dining area. They didn't want him freaking out when his brother started screaming from the painful cleaning. The plan was to give him some of the veterinary antibiotics. It had become common knowledge that some of them, particularly those meant for aviary and aquatic treatments, were made of the exact same ingredients as human meds. In the past, it had been quite common for doomsday preppers to stockpile them. But corporations and governments put a stop to that, passing laws so that the manufacturers could only sell to legitimate enterprises, of which the ranch was one. After a couple of coffees and some time, Don took Dallas back to see his brother. They'd given him some pain medication, which was slowly taking effect. "What about Kendra? And Chloe and Mom?" Seth asked through droopy eyelids. "I'll figure something out," Dallas said. He looked at Dawn. She'd made it clear in the dining room chat that this wasn't a welcome mat. Seth's treatment was contingent on gathered intel, but the ranch was not a bug-out location for the Baker escapees. "I'll be back by tomorrow," he promised his ailing sibling. Dawn and Will escorted Dallas out the back door and past the large covered porch area with its own rock fireplace. They moved south along one of the many dirt lanes toward the vehicle maintenance shop. "Why are we headed this way?" Dallas asked. The sun had risen fully over the eastern slopes of the mountains. "I had someone move the car you stole from in front of the lodge," Will said. His voice did nothing to hide his feelings. He thought working with the young Baker was a huge, unnecessary risk. "There isn't much traffic, but what there is could very well be people spying for your father." The trio continued the short walk toward the Toyota. "What are you going to tell BD about Seth's disappearance?" Dawn asked. The gravel crunched under their boots. "He's going to be pissed for sure. I'm going to tell him I don't know nothing about it. That I went out, got wasted, stole a car." He pointed. They reached the vehicle. "Who are Kendra and Chloe?" Dawn asked next. "His girlfriend and her sister. Dad didn't cut their toes off." His face turned sour. "But they're still getting punished for trying to help the mayor." Dawn nodded, her face showing grave concern over the kind of picture she was forming about Brian David Baker. "And Kendra's family?" "He'd never admit it, but the old man has a soft spot for her mom. He looked around and thought at the lifelong history he himself had with the Richardson family. Regret about how he'd tried to frame Kevin, the only friend he'd ever had, for one of his teenage crimes came to haunt him. Her dad's dead. The grandparents will probably wish they were before too long. You need to uphold your end, Dawn advised. Lie, cheat, do whatever you gotta do to survive, but get back here and tell us anything valuable that you learn. I need some assurances, Dallas said. Listen here, you little turd, Will yelled. Will, Dawn said, giving him a stern look. The hand quieted down, spun, and paced a few steps before exhaling loudly and planting his back against a corral fence. Dawn looked back to Dallas. You have no room to negotiate. My sister, my mom, I need a place to hide them. That wasn't what we agreed to. Dallas pressed forward. I'll try to get the girl back to her mom, but my mom and sister, I need to get them out. Once my old man figures out what I'm up to, me and Chloe are both dead meat. Dawn stared into his eyes hard enough to make him break his gaze and look down. If we hide them, it's only until your dad and his gang are dealt with. After that, you bakers are on your own. Dallas stuck his sweaty palm out for a shake. I can live with that. Chapter 11. Northwest Spokane County. The evening before had gone from frying pan to fire for Kenny and his family, until Taylor unexpectedly turned off the asphalt country lane and zoomed a mere 50 yards up a dirt driveway. The tires locked, and the little Nissan Rogue slid perfectly parallel to, but behind, the motorhome in the open parking area. A double-wide manufactured home, old and in need of maintenance but with a tiny property around it, came alive. A lamp turned on to the barking of 2 corgis. Soon a porch light followed, illuminating 2 flags in holders attached to the house. One was the American flag, the other simply had a cross on it. Taylor shut off the car and its headlights. At the same time, an older man, accompanied by an air rifle and both corgis, moved out of the house to investigate. The first of 2 more cars flew past their driveway out on Rail Canyon Road. What in the name of St. Pete is going on here? Fortunately for the small Richardson clan, the man had moved close enough to be out of sight of the road behind the long recreational vehicle. The noise of a second car cruising a bit slower moved along, a spotlight shining up the gravel mountain lane past the small dwelling for a quick second before speeding off. We have small children, Kenny said. Please don't shoot. The dogs were yapping with enough noise and energy to power a small town. The old man walked toward the end of the car and RV when he heard tires and saw a spotlight shining up the hill into the forest. He noticed the shot-out rear window. Then he spotted Taylor's small sticker family on the hatchback body. It had a bullet hole in it. Sierra was screaming from sheer terror. Dylan was screaming because his sister was. Are your kids okay? The old man's voice had moved from irritation to cautious concern. May we get out? Taylor stammered from behind the wheel, voice full of emotion, fear, anger, and adrenaline. Are you armed? The old man asked. The single-pellet air rifle, meant to defend his garden from rabbits, was pointing at the ground. I have a pistol, Kenny said. I'll holster it before I open the door. All right, the man agreed. Kenny had a sneaking suspicion the children were the only reason they'd gained free passage. The Richardsons quickly got out of the small SUV and retrieved their children. Even as the man started to speak, the sound of tires on pavement grew louder. Their pursuers had turned around when they realized they'd been duped. Elaine! The old man yelled. He turned and saw his wife in her bathrobe, staring at the unfolding scene from the front porch, great worry painted on her face. He turned back and addressed Taylor. Get your kids into the house. Then to Kenny. You, see that carport? There's a car cover on that shelf. The noise of the approaching tires was ominous. It was apparent to the older couple and the now quiet dogs that danger was close. Taylor held Dylan in one arm and Sierra in the other as she sprinted toward the house. Kenny ran as fast as he could both ways. The few dozen yards of trees between the property and the road were starting to cast shadows and split beams of light as the cars approached. The old man and Kenny got the cover spread in record time. The first of the cars turned up the lane at the bottom of the forest. The second stopped on the road right there. There's no time. Get in there, the old man said, pointing at the motorhome. Kenny did as he was told. The 2 cars turned up the lane at the bottom of the forest. The second stopped on the road right there. There's no time. Get in there, the old man said, pointing at the motorhome. Kenny did as he was told. The corgis began to bark rapidly and loudly again. Kenny closed the door just as the car came to a stop, engine idling. He couldn't make out the conversation outside, but he knew exactly who these people were. "Help ya?" the old man said, his old green bathrobe revealing a gut over tighty-whitey's underwear. The black air rifle was once again cradled in his arms. "What are you doing out here this hour, Pops?" an angry male voice said from the open driver's window. "Just plinking pests that are trying to get into my garden." His reply was calm, casual. "And what are you folks doing out and about?" An even angrier woman's voice spoke to him from deeper inside the darkened car. "You ain't seen a little SUV with a family cruising through here, have you? They ran over one of us." "Bunch of cars went flying up the road about 3-4 minutes ago, but I got a feeling you already know that." The car's occupants went silent for several seconds. "What's up there?" the male driver inquired. "Just a logging operation, but nobody's up there. Haven't been since the government shut down the sale of fuel." He furrowed his brows and made ever so slight of a position change, hoping that the air rifle looked like one of his hunting rifles locked up in his gun safe. Another long silence. Without another word, the car backed down. Both rigs turned around and very slowly drove west. After a couple of minutes, the old man moved toward the RV and opened the cabin door. "Those punks may be trying to sneak back over here on foot. I'm going to go check on your family and my wife, grab a couple of guns, and be back out here in a few minutes. Just stay put." Kenny had spent a good portion of the night telling his story. In explaining their dangerous escape, he told the man, whose name was Bob, that they'd been forced off Highway 395 not by their pursuers, but by some obvious sign of a roadblock ahead. Having lived in the Spokane area for nearly 9 years, he'd built up a knowledge of some of the alternate paths toward his family's home over time. They'd picked up their chaser's headlights a mile or two back shortly after getting out of Spokane. Taylor did her best, but they'd made up enough ground to keep an eye on the Richardsons' taillights, even on the winding country roads. He and Bob sat at a small motorhome table, armed with deer rifles and keeping watch over the property. They'd swapped histories. After a couple of hours of getting to know each other, they took turns catching a small nap until dawn. Once the sky turned its vibrant colors in the morning, Bob announced he was going to go get dressed properly and take the corgis, Zapper and Lavender, for a walk. An hour later, Bob announced the all clear and had Kenny move inside. Elaine had already rustled up pancakes and fresh eggs for everyone. Kenny sat down with his family at the small circular table, while Bob brought a folding chair and rolling desk chair into the dining nook for him and Elaine. "What prompted you to turn into our driveway?" Bob asked Taylor. "I don't know," she admitted with an appreciative smile. "But I'm glad I did. It just happened so fast. Coming off that curve, I caught a quick glimpse of your mailbox, saw the motorhome a bit away, and I don't know. Maybe it was just luck or fate, but a sense of peace and hiding there told me to do it." "Maybe it was God," Bob suggested. "Maybe," Taylor admitted. It made Kenny prick his ears a bit. They'd not talked much about religion or faith, but his wife surprised him with a statement. "Thank the Lord we have propane," Elaine said. She picked up the carafe of coffee and topped off Kenny's cup while he continued to wolf down pancakes. "What's your plan?" I'm not sure," Taylor said, looking at her husband. "Remember that emu farm we went to when we were dating?" "Yeah." "The Big Beak Emu Farm?" Bob chimed in. "It's just a bit away over on 231. "That's the one," Kenny said. "That road will eventually get us back to 395. "What about that ferry we took once?" Taylor asked. Despite being the majority of the border between Washington and Oregon, the Columbia River also bisected the state, twisting and turning itself all the way into Canada. A small car ferry operated by one of the Native American tribes was part of the highway system. It ran between the small communities of Gifford and Inchelium. It was completely funded by the state, costing nothing for the 6 or 8 cars it could haul to make the 10-minute trip. Kenny choked on a bite of pancake. "I seriously doubt the ferry is still running. Even if it is, it's probably been commandeered by locals. Who knows what they'll demand. I'm sure it isn't free anymore." "Naw!" Elaine exclaimed, finding such an idea laughable. That caught Kenny and Taylor off guard. They looked at each other, trying to remain polite with their hosts. Elaine looked at Bob. "Tell him that's ridiculous, honey." Bob wasn't nearly as skeptical as his wife. He cleared his throat. I don't know, dear. After seeing their car shot up, after hearing Kenny explain what Spokane is like. Really? Elaine said. It was sad for Kenny to watch, the cognitive dissonance on their faces, the conflicting ideas that things would return to normal and that a new lawless world was emerging. I'd suggest leaving your rifles out when we leave, Kenny said. At some point, those people or others like them will be along looking to steal. Or worse, he didn't say. Maybe God put us together so we'd hear that, not just to shelter you, Bob said. He was coming to terms with the night's events, but Kenny could see on his face that he hadn't fully grieved the death of civilization just yet. Babe, Taylor said, maybe we should start traveling by daylight. Kenny nodded. You may be right. Let me mull that over for a bit. You could stay put a bit if you want, Elaine said, not checking with her husband before blurting it out. Bob shot her a look. They have Family Republic to get to. To Kenny. No offense, but our garden and deer meat just won't support all of us for too long. It's all good, Kenny said, but maybe you could give us a few hours? I don't think any of us got much sleep last night. Okay, Bob agreed. I'll stay up, though. Unless they just did in the last hour, your attackers never drove back by last night. I have a sneaking suspicion they're out there somewhere. Chapter 12. Southern Snohomish County. You can get this one, Kevin told Lydia's son, Jackson. The young teenager used his toe to push down the kickstand on the older e-bike, dismounting. He spun toward Kevin on the gravel forest service road with a goofy grin. He flipped up an imaginary collar, then snapped fingers on both hands before pointing them at Kevin with a wink. You got it, babe, the youngster panned in a horrible Elvis impression. He spun once more and passed his bike, walking down through the small culvert of grass and dead fir branches to a relatively open spot around a tree. You don't sound like Elvis. You sound like you're imitating someone imitating Elvis, Kevin called after the lad. He's almost trying too hard, he thought about the boy. He remembered the kind of kid well from his own days in middle school, kids who were the class clown, even when nobody was in the mood for it. He looked up and down the dirt and gravel road in the middle of the woods, scanning for surprises, listening. While Jackson pulled a backpack off and stapled a paper plate to a tree, Kevin eyeballed the small electronic computer mounted to the newer e-bike. Despite upgrading to 2 rigs, the bikes and horses were still going to be needed to scout ahead or, at times, carry someone along after. Lydia, Corny, and their kids made 4. Jamar, his siblings, and Missy made 8. With Kevin and Nelson, the group of 10 could fit in the truck in the Land Rover, but it wouldn't be comfortable. Packs and supplies that were somewhat weather-resistant went into the truck's bed, as did the e-bikes. Plus, there were 2 drums of diesel secured up against the front of the bed. There was no spare room in the horse trailer when all 4 animals, feed, and tack were in there too. That left cramming it into the back of the off-road vehicle. It was mid-afternoon. Lydia had bartered away Jazz, the younger and smaller of the 2 giant draft horses. It was a shame to break him up and his older half-brother Duncan, but it was just too tempting. They could get additional critical food and supplies, lessen their strain on their limited feed supply for the other horses, acquire some hay and alfalfa, and no longer have 5 horses using a 4-horse trailer. Chip and Cale from the medieval village had informed the travelers that they could connect with State Highway 2 by continuing up the country lane. It had a few other private roads, but eventually ended at a heavy steel gate that secured a Forest Service road. Kevin had encountered them many times in his time as a wildland search and rescue volunteer through his high school days. He and Nelson both argued the need to bring torches and bottles of oxygen and acetylene procured from the McGinty compound shop for just such a reason. Kevin, having studied the maps he printed from Ramona's house more than anyone, knew they had only a few options. Whether committed fully to hiking or using rigs such as they were, Highway 2 was a necessary piece of the trip. It would take them through one of the state's most picturesque mountain passes, and they needed to get through it before the snow came. It was late September. That should still be weeks away, but one just never knew. The 2 farm kids were riding the bikes ahead, stapling a small paper plate to a tree every mile or so, as a visual marker to the group. When they left, horses and newly traded food were still being loaded. It gave Kevin the time to set a slow pace for his eager teen partner. Jackson had zipped up to full speed on the bike a couple of times, whooping and hollering out of glee. Once he got it out of his system, he'd calmed down a bit. Kevin could tell from those moments when the boy wasn't trying to impress him with his weirdness that he was generally a smart and down-to-earth kid. Jackson had two much younger half-siblings on his father's side. They all lived in Oklahoma, his father having been in the pro-rodeo circuit like his mother. Having two moms wasn't weird to him. Lots of kids in his school had two moms or two dads. As Kevin listened, he knew in his own life how much losing his father had had a big impact on him. He thought the boy was probably trying to cover up his fear over not knowing anything about his other family's fate. And regardless of the topic of how mothers and fathers were mixed in modern times, the boy had learned how to handle horses. He knew what it meant to go feed them or let them out before school, what it meant to be tired from soccer or baseball practice, but still must do chores when he got home. There's something special about this kid, he decided. Jackson arrived back at his bike. Kevin had gotten off his for a moment to study the layout. They'd been coming downhill quite a bit and traveled a dozen miles since they left. They were thick in the forest, so if any vehicles were traveling the highway, he couldn't hear them. But he knew that the hackers and the government proclamations had made fuel increasingly valuable and rare. People were only using it now when they had a real need and the ability to defend it. The fact that they'd be driving on a mountain highway festered as a worry in his mind. Only Nelson and Jamar had any real firearms training, as capable as he and the other adults, and even the kids, had proven themselves. But I'm still the only one with a confirmed RPG kill, he reminded himself. You know, I've never seen a picture of Elvis, Jackson admitted. The boy, like his mother, was proficient with the use of his youth-sized compound bow. He made a slight adjustment to the bungee cords holding his bow to the front of the handlebars, then got on his bike. Yeah? Kevin got on his own bike, figuring this might be the last marker they set up before they reached the waiting point near the highway. You even know what he's famous for? Well, duh, the teen said. He sang, then switched into horrible, pubescent singing. What does the fox say? Chapter 13. Bellevue. It was late afternoon. Ramona was laying on the big couch, keeping the remnant of her left leg propped on pillows. Charcoal was curled on the floor below her. 6, she thought. If I reach 7, it'll be time for a pain pill. She was trying desperately to tough it out, but now that she had both James and Brian in the group, the battle to stay stone sober was becoming tougher to wage. She still remembered the surgeon lecturing her to take them. Supposedly, people healed faster the more their pain was controlled. I always figured that was just a mind trick Big Pharma pushed to keep people hooked, she thought. Her years as a cop had created a largely cynical person in the face of Seattle's well-documented opioid crisis. Her eyes were winning the fight against gravity, aided by the darkness of the room. Blinds and curtains were being kept mostly closed even in daylight. Keeping heat in and prying eyes out was becoming more paramount every day as fall progressed. The old, tattered Clive Cussler paperback from her husband's study was nearly weightless on her chest, where it rested as the slumber of boredom and pain of strained eyes settled in. She was on the 3rd book since starting her post-surgical recovery several days earlier. The sound of the den door opening made her shake awake. The book slid off her and hit the edge of the couch on the way to the floor. Sorry, James said, sounding a bit groggy from what was becoming his normal sleep routine. He was holding a Gatorade bottle by the lid. The words, "Do not drink," were written with bold marker on its body. Where'd we land on the old toilet thing? I gotta go dump out this here jug. Walt dug a hole at the far end of the backyard for you guys to go pee during daytime, Ramona said. She was rolling up on one shoulder to retrieve the escaped novel. We're only using the downstairs restroom. Don't flush until someone's tainted it with... A deuce? James laughed. Ramona smirked. Something like that. Speaking of which, about this morning, she wore a sly expression. How'd I take the Browns to the Super Bowl? James chuckled. You said you were going to find a tree to lean against. James shuddered. I always been a bit scared about trying to squat, especially with my knees. He headed around the living room to go out the sliding glass door. Got this fear I'll make soft-serve chocolate right into my pants. He went outside, Ramona's riotous laughter following him out onto the covered patio. A minute later, he walked back in with an empty jug. She was still snickering. "You still thinking about that?" he grinned. "It helps with the pain," she grimaced. "Get you anything?" She reached over for a water bottle on the coffee table and pointed at the pill container a bit farther away. "I think I need to take one of those." James read the label. "The antibiotic?" "Not time yet," Ramona said. "Diana's got me on a schedule. The pain pills." James fetched the correct one and dosed a pill into her hand. "What'd you all learn today?" "I learned just how bad this stump can throb if I stay upright too long. Brian drove me around in the big truck. It was hard to get into, but it's tall enough that people couldn't see my injury. Everyone was adjusting their mindset to protect any information they could. And we ran across a pack of neighbors a couple of streets over who were raiding a house." James mulled. "Nothing violent, I bet," Ramona said. "Opportunists. I've met a few of these moms at my daughter's school functions. Their courage doesn't move past their entitled mouth muscles. Real Karens, if you know what I mean." James made a knowing expression. "But one that is halfway cool stopped and chatted with us. She said that family had disappeared days earlier, so once one neighbor decided it was okay to go raid their house, everyone else jumped in." "Uh-huh. All it takes is one," James agreed. "Once one cat thinks he got the right to someone else's stuff, all the rest of them show their true colors." "To be fair," Ramona said. She went silent, knowing that cops were held to a higher standard. "I feel you," James said with a nod. "It ain't so black and white now, huh? The line between right and wrong." "Not when the abandoned stuff might keep your tribe alive." "Or keep bad folks' tribes alive," James agreed. His stomach made a big growl. "Dinah made some kind of stew out of a bunch of mixed canned goods," Ramona said. James moved into the kitchen. "Where's everyone?" "She and Brian are scouting the woods between Walt's house and the next street closer to the park, looking for signs that the Scarecrow Club has been hiding in there during their little treks into the hood. Walt is doing a survey of the neighbors on this street, trying to get a feel for who is home, who might turn desperate, who will be raiding empty houses, that kind of thing." "And I'm going to start watch over there tonight?" Ramona nodded. "You'll have my police radio. And Brian brought that night vision with him yesterday. I guess that'll be safe enough. And we're going to do a second person awake over here at night. It'll be Walt until about 1. Then Brian will be your backup for the rest of the night. If you call for help, someone will be seconds away." James laughed and looked away in an old, lost thought. "What?" "Nothing." He shook his head. "What?" Ramona pressed. "Just an old joke in South Seattle. When you're gonna get mugged in a few seconds, the cops are just minutes away." Chapter 14. Highway 2. Jamar watched Nelson teaching Jackson and Felicity about the principles of lighting up a torch. He'd taken on the project of bringing the torching supplies and gear as his own little baby, but was more than happy to pass on the knowledge. Felicity had already gotten to observe him make quick work of the 4-inch steel tube at the first gate. Now the group and the 2 vehicles were a mere 50 meters from the dead quiet mountain highway, getting through the barrier that kept them from traveling. Nelson secured the 2 bottles in the required upright position to the trailer tongue. He welded a piece of 1/4-inch plate on the frame next to the bulkhead, while Chip from the village installed some eye bolts. Once they muscled the bottles onto the makeshift shelf, they used a cargo strap to hold them into place, wrapping the bottles with a complete round turn before cinching to ensure they stayed put. He brought several pair of the darkened goggles, 2 torches, 2 strikers, and 4 50-foot sections of hose. Each section was actually 2 hoses paired up, one red and one green. The torch itself was where the 2 gases were mixed to get the desired flame. Everyone wanted to study the map once more, so taking some time for Nelson to export knowledge was okay. He pivoted back to the pile on the hood of the Land Cruiser. Corny was on her tippy-toes trying to see the full map, while Kevin had Missy on his shoulders. Lydia was piecing together 2 of the computer pages he'd printed, since those were scaled down to show trails and contours more clearly. "See, if we were on foot, This longer path north would still dump us back down onto 2. We might as well take our chances on the highway. I'm definitely good with making some miles today, Kevin said. He looked up at the overcast sky. On days like that, shadows were less pronounced. The sun could be here, or it could be there. A scan of his watch reminded him of the truth. We have maybe 3 hours before dusk. We should at least try to guess where we may camp tonight, so we can be out of sight and mind before it gets dark. Jamar jumped into the conversation. And what kind of towns are we passing through? Big? Small? You've never gone up Highway 2? Lydia asked. To ski or visit Leavenworth? Jamar cracked a small smile and imitated his father. Girl, them's white folk activities. For a split second, he thought about how much he missed both of his parents. Lydia showed the sharp wit of a rodeo barrel rider instantly. Hey, I can't assume your skiing and Bavarian shopping identities now, can I? Past the mountain pass was a tourist town full of alpine hotels and shopping villas. Come on, you two, Corny scolded. Her calves were tired of propping her short frame up to see under the hood. First thing first, Kevin said. I don't think we should go all the way down to Leavenworth. We're going to have to slow to watch for checkpoints or bad guys or whatever. We're going up Stevens Pass, then down the other side. He flipped through his stack of papers until he found the hiking route page he wanted. Cole's Corner. That's the town where the back route deviates from the main vehicle route. But it's still back roads, passable by cars. You assume, Jamar said. Kevin was a bit put off. They'll be fine, he defended. But taking those roads was chosen as a hiking route because there's less traffic. It does seem that we could bypass Kashmir and Wenatchee, Lydia agreed as she reviewed the new pages Kevin showed. What does that mean? Jamar asked. A lot less people, Lydia said. But less opportunity to find more fuel, Corny said. We have 2 drums of that, her wife reminded her in the way only an annoyed spouse was comfortable doing. I was just say, don't jump down my throat, babe, Corny scolded back. Listen, Jamar said, trying to redirect the conversation before the married couple started bickering. Let's try to find a side road somewhere before Cole's Corner. He pulled the map closer. Kevin was frustrated. A few weeks back, the trip from where they were standing to his home would have been 4 to 5 hours. I think we should try to get to Chelan tonight, he protested. Jamar wasn't going to take the bait and argue. The tension in the group was palpable. He'd make his case again when it was an hour until dark. Maybe Kevin was right. Maybe he wasn't. Whatever we decide for camping, we should at least be slow and safe any time we know there's a town coming up, no matter how small. Main intersections are where we're most likely to find locals trying to rob us. And let's keep off the little cheap radios as much as possible, Kevin said. Nelson walked up, having finished cutting the gate and getting his apprentices busy stowing the equipment. He yawned, still tired from only getting small cat naps for several days. You all get a plan together? 5 in each truck, Lydia said. You and Jamar need to be in different rigs and riding shotgun, since you have the most security training. The group all seemed to agree. I'll drive the truck. Corny nodded, knowing her wife was more comfortable towing horses. She looked at Kevin. Mind if I drive the cruiser for a while? No problem. Kevin reached up to Missy on his tall shoulders and jabbed her in the ribs playfully. I've been wanting to spend some time with my new little sister anyway. She squealed and giggled. I'll take Jamar, his siblings, and Lewis then, Corny said. We'll be in the lead vehicle, Jamar said. I suggest we keep a couple of 100 yards apart, in case we need to stop suddenly. With the plan set, the small, strained team of new friends mounted their rigs, turning east and uphill on the desolate forest highway, each anxious to be done with the long and precarious venture ahead. Chapter 15. Republic. Approaching town, Highway 21 started to be called Clark Avenue. Dallas stopped the stolen Toyota 4Runner, dreading the left turn. But he'd already stalled longer than he should have, having left the Yale Circle L and parking for a quick nap that turned into nearly 6 hours of stress-induced sleep. The sun now over the western slopes, he made the turn toward town, which technically kept him on Clark, but also transitioned into the area's only other major road, Highway 20. Through a couple of curves, the due north trek into Republic was nearly complete. He knew BD would be somewhere down there. All he needed to do was seek out the stench of burning drugs and the sight of the entourage. The brewery, he saw, pulling over and parking nearby in front of the drugstore, which had been stripped clean of almost every other item than shelves. Figures. The town's local craft beer distillery was no longer in possession by the owners, having been claimed in tribute by his dad's cousin, Dwight. It was the last place in town with any alcohol, and that would be changing in short order. Dallas parked and got out, feeling a bit more with dread with each step. A generator hummed behind the block of old storefronts. He passed through the glass door, the smell of weed and meth filling the air, the sound of 70s classic rock roaring behind the laughter of drunks. He scanned around the dark room. The owners had built the small restaurant into a nice venue with urban charm. The scum of Beatty's clique had darkened the windows with additional blankets. The light over the one pool table ever so subtly wavered with the hertz of the generator power, which was overtaxed, keeping the kegs cool. Candles flickered. In one corner, a woman in her 20s was performing an oral favor on his older cousin, while his younger cousin Cody fondled her bare chest. Dallas shook his head and walked up to his father, seated at the bar, surrounded by some of the biggest butt-kissers. "Where's Chloe?" he asked as casually as he could. Big Dog turned his head toward his son. He had puke on his shirt, and his eyes were bloodshot and watery. "Well, well, where the hell you been?" He tried to stand, but was drunk enough to send the bar stool shooting backward. It tipped over with a clatter, and the man wobbled on his feet. It must have been a common sight, as hardly a soul stopped their partying to pay attention. He grabbed Dallas by the button hem of his denim jacket and pulled him close. "Did you help that POS brother of yours escape?" Dallas was a professional liar, trained by the best. "What?" He sneered with a sly grin. "What are you talking about, old man? I know better than to cross you." He laughed off the idea, his dirty mullet bouncing behind him. Beatty let go of the jacket and pointed toward his stool. "Pick that up, boy." Dallas did as he was told. After the drunk overlord sat back down, he asked, "Where the hell you been then, boy?" It wasn't really a question. "Stole a ride, hooked up with a gal from high school, got blitzed and passed out." "Why? Where's Seth?" He tried his best to sell his act of looking confused. His concern for Chloe was growing with each second his father didn't answer. "Billy Ray'll find him. He's taking old Ray Berger's hounds out to find a scent, after he gives that Richardson gal and your sister a little motivation to stay put." He belched and turned, grabbing for his lighter and a baggie of home-rolled cigarettes he'd procured off a generous donor. Dallas knew that his father had not given the Richardson family much of a chance to correct Kendra's error after she participated in the so-called coup. After warning Liz Richardson to punish her daughter, Billy Ray went back the next morning and claimed her as his property. The opportunity for his very own teenage sex slave was too good to pass. Liz had required a couple of good punches to knock out, which surprised him. BD had made it clear not to kill her. The oldest son took no pride in killing the elderly grandparents, but the less folks out looking for his blood, the better. A shotgun in the hands of an 80-year-old woman was just as deadly. But to keep Liz from seeking her own revenge, BD had moved in a half-dozen members of his building fan club. Everything the Richardson family had owned was now his. Liz had turned into a chained slave in her own home. Dallas had no need to ponder the punishment Kendall would receive from Billy Ray, all because he'd dared to help his brother escape. "But my sister?" he worried. "Billy Ray's our half-brother. Surely he wouldn't do something like that to her." His father turned back toward him. It was then that he noticed the long gold necklace hanging around his neck. The pendant caused him to double-take. He fought the urge to retch right there. "Dad? Whose ear is that?" There was a bloody ear hanging from it through a hole that had been punched right in the center, an earring still in the lobe piercing. "Why, boy? You afraid you're next?" Beatty laughed as he sucked on the smoke. "Quit worrying, son. She's got another one." Is that Chloe's?" Dallas was having a hard time seeing how his father had become the kind of man to do this to his own daughter. "What? What kind of psychopath do you think I am? I'd never hurt my own daughter. Your dumbass brother had what he got coming. But I'd never lay a hand on your sister." He started laughing, which triggered Dallas to fake a laugh with a smidgen of relief, until his father spoke again. "It's your mother's ear, of course." Chapter 16. Bellevue. Wade Curry pulled the small ski boat up to the sandy shore between two long, slender piers. After seeing a car with two men mysteriously disappear that morning, he finished the job of silencing the two new arrivals to the posh mansion on Evergreen Point. He laundered his black clothing in a deep sink, finding it both comfortable and extremely stealthy at night. After a shower, he poked through the home's food supply and scouted the various piers of the neighboring mansions with his binoculars. Many were lacking a boat. No doubt many of the people seeking to ride out the AI disaster out on the lake until the government gave the all-clear. Not wanting anything too complicated, like a sailboat, he finally saw a simple powerboat. After hauling his heavy black bag of weapons, gear, and supplies back down to the pier he'd arrived on the night before, he simply walked along the water's edge, scaling privacy walls and hedgerows as he went. The shoulder wound still required antibiotics and pain meds. It hurt. It hindered him. But with every painful use, his confidence in it went up a bit. He had a suppressed pistol with him. Once he reached the correct mansion, he simply strode up the terraced-crafted property in country club-like settings and into the home. He didn't need to kill anyone, not even raise the pistol. The soft-looking rich owner simply found and handed over the boat keys when Wade demanded them, but need didn't play into it. Wade wasn't going to risk his mission for Ramona's blood on the off chance the man wasn't simply terrified, but smart enough to just hand over the keys so he could snipe Wade from the safety of his cantilever deck. You just never know, he thought. He knew the rich were rich for a reason, and sometimes that reason was because they kept their cool under pressure. He fired up the boat, and after it warmed up, he retrieved his big duffel and steered the craft northeast. He wasn't too picky, though he had made use of his prep time to study Ramona's profile and a map. There was a large park north of her neighborhood. It would work perfectly to hide his approach, so he wanted to land in the spot with the simplest path to that park. To reach it would require crossing a highway that was still randomly used by the government contractors trying, and failing, to keep martial law in effect during the night hours. He discovered a pedestrian overpass along 60th Street, which aligned with the park's northern edge. A smaller community park several blocks west was the perfect dropping point. He simply ran the boat up onto the sand at speed and walked off its bow, following the bag onto the beach with a hop. It would take a while to get to the state park, and he still wanted to do that at night. He traveled east, and within 3 houses he knew he'd found the spot. A home with one older car, well-tended lawn, and a walker out on the carport. It screamed little old lady to Wade. Some kills were all business and no fun, but risk aversion wasn't just a corporate strategy. He'd made it to his 50s in a violent life by reducing his exposure everywhere he could. He took no pride in those murders, sometimes thought he felt a little bad about them, though he was never too sure what that truly felt like. Who knows, he thought, as the weight of the bag started to irk him. I might get lucky. Maybe she has a garden cart. Chapter 17. Highway 2. "Nelson," Lydia said from behind the steering wheel, not with alarm, but with enough volume to rouse the man from his snoring slumber in the truck's passenger seat. Kevin had been half asleep himself, committing to moving as little as possible. He, Missy, and Jackson were on the rear bench of the older quad-cab truck. The boy was leaning against the right side door, staring out when he wasn't flipping through an old, coffee-stained Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition that he'd found under Nelson's seat. Missy was asleep on the boring drive, feet on Jackson and head on her guardian. Kevin rousted himself from the deep, tired thoughts of Keith and how he would break the news to his family. He saw Nelson groggily shake his own head. "They're turning off," Lydia announced. "Sign said we just passed through Nason Creek. Not much more than a rest stop. I gather we're nearly to Cole's Corner." The trip had been uneventful but eye-opening. The small town of Skykomish was no more. Everything burned to the ground, some of it still smoldering. The parking area at the Stevens Pass ski resort was mostly barren. Nobody wanted to be trapped up there if the snow arrived early. A few cars, trucks, and RVs had managed to hobble there, broken or running on fuel vapors. There were a small number of tents. Each time they encountered a town or congregation of people, Corny had sped up from a mere 30 miles per hour to nearly 60. Kevin knew Jamar knew what he was doing as a navigator and lead scout, always scanning for the first signs of an ambush, a shape or a silhouette out of place, a billboard or building that could be hidden behind, a sharp curve. In between the small settlements, the objective had been slower speed, providing time to stop. Possibly turn off if they were lucky. Turning around would have been a last-ditch option. This smaller state highway only had 2 lanes total, with 2 medium shoulders. Often there was a deep culvert and hill on one side, a cavernous valley on the other. A few minutes earlier, a pair of dump trucks with their snowplows attached blocked the entrance to one of the area's several chalets and inns. Kevin had vaguely snapped out of his train of thought at the odd sight, figuring the plows had been stolen from the state transportation maintenance depot a few miles back up the mountain. They'd also passed a rest area and a slew of signs promoting the various lodges for rent that dotted the eastern slope. Nason Creek wasn't much more than a collection of routes to the cabins, the rest stop, and a small volunteer fire station. It wasn't a town, but it did possess a couple of exits off of Highway 2. Corny and Jamar had chosen the second one, a maintained country lane barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass each other unscathed. "Merritt Winston Road," Nelson said aloud when Lydia followed the lead vehicle up onto it. They drove in a few hundred yards when she came to a stop just behind their teammates. The small lane paralleled a set of railroad tracks on the south side. Both had drifted away from the highway a bit, though segments of it could be seen not too far away through the trees. Kevin slipped out, waking Missy as he did. "What's going on?" she groaned, her eyes squinting. "Nothing," Kevin said. "You can stay here if you want." The little girl was more than happy to take over the entire bench after Jackson left the right side. They joined Corny and Nelson for the walk to the back of the Land Cruiser. The bright color leaped out at Kevin once more, recalling that whether or not Lydia had been joking, having Jackson paint on the rig might not be a bad idea. Corny pointed at an opening to the north of the road and addressed her wife. "You think the truck and trailer will be okay with a little off-roading?" The area was clear of tree stumps, branches, and such. There were a few fallen trees that could be dodged easily enough, but it was open enough to work as a decent campsite. It was between the small road and the highway, offering a bit of concealment from either. "I think so," Lydia said. "But if this is our campsite, we should go ahead and unload the horses first." "Is this our campsite?" Kevin asked. They hadn't gone nearly as far as he'd hoped. He noticed Jamar make a face that told him he didn't want to have an argument over it. "I think we should," Jamar said. "It'll be dark soon. The map says Cole's Corner is literally just past the next bend. It's the first town on this side of the pass." Nelson backed him up. "Sure, we need to be smart about this." The former cop looked at Kevin. "We're all anxious, Kev, but now that we're getting into a more populated region, we should think hard about how we're going to deal with the various possibilities." "Like role-play what we're doing during X, Y, or Z?" Corny asked. "Pretty much," Nelson said. "Some places may just ask for a toll, for lack of a better word. Some may not even care. But what if we come up on a town that demands we turn around?" "I'm not turning around," Kevin announced. "Well, that's easy to say," Jamar said, a bit annoyed with his friend's attitude. "But we have kids to think about." Kevin took the chastising quietly, letting the others talk while he chewed on his feelings. This was, after all, his trip, one that they all invited themselves on. "Before everyone starts bunching their panties," Nelson said, "I have an idea. Let's set up camp in there. We can eat and talk while it gets dark. Then Kevin and I can take the bikes down to the town to scout how the locals are acting." That received a general mumbled consensus. Lydia and Corny started for the horse trailer. "Any questions?" Nelson asked. 13-year-old Jackson raised his hand. "What should I do if I discover my panties are indeed bunched?" "Jackson Shoemaker," both of his moms yelled together. "Get over here and stop being weird," Lydia added to the unified scolding. The 3 men all looked at each other, smirking as Jackson kicked rocks on his way to help with the horses. Kid's got a valid point, Jamar laughed. Chapter 18. South Stevens County. The mid-afternoon sun was high, and though the western half of Washington was creeping toward the wet part of the year, in the east the evenings were quite pleasant, as Kenny shook hands with Bob, and Elaine gave her newly adopted grandchildren a sucker and Taylor a hug. The ambiance was hesitantly hopeful. Maybe it's just the weather, Kenny thought, but perhaps the coming beautiful sunset is a good omen. He and Bob had spent the last hour looking at a variety of old printed maps the old man scrounged. He'd given a couple to Kenny. It had taken a bit longer to get on the road than they'd hoped. A slow leak in one of the rear tires had been discovered. Removal and inspection had revealed not a bullet hole, but the head of a small nail, with the option being to use the skinny temporary tire that so many cars provided anymore. Bob talked Kenny into using a can of the Fix-A-Flat latex foam that could be sprayed in through the valve. He gave the young couple the remaining portion of the can, plus an old unused air compressor that ran off the car's 12-volt port. While Kenny handled that, Bob used duct tape and a couple of layers of lawn and leaf bag to seal up the broken windows. With goodbyes said, Kenny offered to drive, but Taylor declined. More than ever, she was convinced that the logic to keep him ready to return gunfire was the right line of thinking. She moved off their property and the several yards down the dirt lane to the curvy country road. "Whoa," Kenny said when he saw the lone mailbox on its leg by the road. It was painted a bright white. Behind the metallic stickers with the address, Elaine had painted a majestic-looking ichthys, commonly called the Jesus fish. "What?" Taylor shrieked. She'd been looking left and assumed he'd just seen the gang present themselves. "Nothing, Tay. We're all clear." Taylor took a deep, cleansing breath and blew it out, then turned right. They'd barely driven a mile when Kenny roared a loud warning that startled his wife and kids. "Hit it, Tay! That's them! That's them!" As they passed a wide opening on the right, he noticed not one but two Forest Service roads that end at that spot. And though he wasn't sure those were the pursuers' cars, the odds of two random cars hiding a short way up those two roads were more none than slim. The black plastic on the rear made the interior mirror obsolete. Kenny rolled down his own window and adjusted the right side view mirror to his own liking. Taylor gunned the rig as fast as she dared with the curve coming up. "Are you sure?" she screamed at her husband. Sierra began to cry. "Yes." Kenny caught sight of at least one of the cars entering the road a couple of 100 yards back when the view dropped away with the angle of the road. "As fast as you can, babe." He unholstered the pistol, craning his neck to see anything he could in the mirror. Most of the road's bends were gentle. They did pass through a couple of sharper turns with a short straightaway between them. After the second one, he noticed Taylor trying to see them in their own mirror. "You just drive. I'll watch for them. What about when I come to the end of the road?" Both of them were yelling, not out of anger, but of true fear-driven fight-or-flight panic. "Turn right. We'll be on the road all the way to Springdale." They drove through another pair of sharper turns with one last long straight section before they needed to stop, or at least slow as much as possible to get on a slightly wider, faster two-lane highway. Kenny saw one, then another vehicle maneuver in the side view mirror. Taylor had gotten the Rogue up to 70, and the rigs were gaining. "That's definitely them." "I have to slow down for the next road." She started to brake. "Not too much," he warned. He unbuckled his seat and pulled his right knee up onto a seat. It was much too tall to try what he was doing, but he held the pistol up in front. His body turned and his left foot planted hard on the floorboard. He was going to pop off a couple of rounds if the enemy had made up enough ground. Taylor gave the hard, last-minute braking, and his left shoulder wedged up to the top of the windshield. She made the turn, tires barking in protest. Kenny leaned out when he felt the Rogue straighten up on the newer, smoother asphalt of Highway 231. They were too far back for an accurate shot from a wobbling, speeding car, about 80 yards when they reached the intersection, but he knew pistols weren't far off the mark at that range. Maybe he'd get lucky. He loosed 2 shots from the Kimber. He'd never know if it only served to fuel them, as it did nothing to slow them down. The lead vehicle appeared to be something low and sporty. He figured it to be a Subaru WRX. The rear one was a larger SUV, capable of holding several adults, which worried him about the size of the mob chasing after them. "Kenny!" Taylor yelled in terror. He'd already been pulling himself in, but she hit the brakes hard, slamming him forward. He dropped the pistol on the floorboard. Once more, tires screeched and smoked. The little WRX had gained ground rapidly on the newer, straighter road. Its driver had but one choice, and that was to go around. Taylor had barely stopped in short of the large flock of now very frightened emus crossing the road. The Subaru's driver hit his own brakes too late, with the sway of his evasive maneuver to the left taking his left tires into the soft gravel on the shoulder. The little blue car got pulled into the culvert and commenced a newsworthy roll-and-flip crash at a high rate of speed. Many emus froze in place and were caught up in the horrific scene. Most started running and flapping wildly, some making the short hop over a fence on the right side of the road. There were humans present, too, trying to herd the creatures before the high-speed pursuit showed up. The second rig had braked hard to a stop and was now about 50 yards behind the Richardson family. Kenny and Taylor had both been mesmerized by the terrible crash and sight. The movement of a door opening on the large SUV caught his attention in the mirror. He opened his door and frantically searched for his pistol on the floorboard. "What do I do?" Taylor called. "Go forward." Kenny moved to the far side of his open door and pushed his hands back through the open window, resting his forearms on the door. He couldn't see the enemy rig's driver's side, but right in front of him was a man armed with a rifle running up to him. He shot at Kenny, but the muzzle bounce of his stride prevented him from acquiring a good target. The panic of his first kills over a week back wasn't there this time. He put the front sight on the man's face and smoothly squeezed the trigger, dropping him instantly when a bullet hit the lower brainstem. There was one thing about fights to the death he'd figured out. It wasn't about who shot first, but who shot accurately first. The doorframe nudged him along as Taylor crept the rig forward toward the chaotic pile of wreckage, birds, and pissed-off ranchers ahead. Another rifle shot rang out from off to Kenny's left. Someone had made it over to the trees and culvert while he was piling out of his car and searching for the pistol. The bullet passed through the car door and lowered window, making a loud thud as it passed through between him and their car's quarter panel, hitting something in the engine compartment. Though the sound had an accompanying flash, he wasted no time looking and trying to engage. He knew he wouldn't get lucky again. He pulled in his arms, squatted, and ran backward to get around to the rogue's front. Out of nowhere, a small 6x6 ranch utility vehicle with 4 people came to a squealing halt to Kenny's left. 3 men and a woman poured off the rig, each armed with AR-style rifles. All 4 of them began to engage, 2 making quick work of whoever had fired from the tree line. The other 2 had ran right around Kenny and began to engage the attackers over on Taylor's side. 2 more emu farmers pulled up on a quad in their field on the far side of the fence line on that side. The fight became lopsided. Once there was no more fire coming from the shot-up SUV behind them, the man closest to Kenny used a small radio to order the rest to advance and clear. Then he spun around, dropping the rifle in its sling and pulling a pistol to aim at Kenny. He took a step back to space it out to about 2 yards. "Drop your pistol," the rugged man of probably 70 years old ordered calmly. Chapter 19. Cole's Corner. "We'll definitely need to charge this older bike," Nelson told Kevin. The pair were on a 2-track dirt path that served telephone and cable line crews. Their adopted camp area touched the path just a few dozen yards from the highway they left. It left an open line through the woods between Highway 2 and Merritt-Winton Road. That street and the dirt path both roughly paralleled the highway and its curves. Riding the path was akin to a mild, fun mountain biking outing, particularly because no pedaling was involved. It was still just the start of dusk, with the goal being to simply gather data and get back before they needed to use flashlights. "That's what all those car batteries we took from that compound are for," Kevin agreed from his position in the lead. "This bike is showing almost 85% left, even after the 15 miles this morning." "Those were all downhill," Nelson said. The pair were going slow, knowing they were but a couple of miles from the gas stop called Cole's Corner. It wasn't even a town, in truth, but an intersection on the way to a few other towns, including the tourist city of Leavenworth. The map showed there was a diner, a gas station, an RV resort, and a few businesses spread out within a 1 or 2 minute drive. To Kevin's group, it represented the next change in route. In their effort to keep out of sight as much as possible, they were going to take country lanes and forest service roads for roughly the next 60 miles. Doing so would not only allow them to avoid Leavenworth, but other small cities and a major interchange of highways farther down the mountain. The path over the slopes on the back roads would be more desolate, which brought with it less people, which could be good or bad, but it also shaved almost 50 miles and brought them out of a town they would have eventually had to head toward on a different highway. Turning left at Cole's Corner was, in Kevin's mind, non-negotiable. "Check it out," Kevin said as he let off the power and hit the brakes. Kevin skidded to a stop in the dirt to his left. They were looking south through some gaps in the trees. The smaller Merritt Winton Road was right where it should be. Beyond it were train cars parked. One idea had been to approach the town from the train tracks that, at that time, had only been seen on a map. "I wonder what it was hauling when it was parked," Nelson said. They could only see 4 cars in the gap through the trees, and every one of them had wide-open doors on their sides. "I wonder if it just happened to be idling there when all this went down," Kevin said. "Or if it was hijacked," Nelson completed the thought. "Want to go look?" The ex-cop shook his head. "Let's look at the town first. What is it you kids call this in video games? A side quest?" Kevin laughed. "I guess. I didn't get video games for my birthday. I'm a farm kid." He started riding the dirt path once more. "What'd you get then?" Nelson asked as he started riding to catch up. "More chores." They rounded a wide curve and caught the first glimpse of a building perhaps 200 yards ahead. Kevin slowed the pace. They were barely going fast enough to keep upright. Both men had a rifle slung to his back, both practical and less threatening than trying to ride with it on their chest. The days of worrying about what people thought when they saw an open-carry firearm had disappeared when the rule of law did. They passed an open area on the left, what used to be a highway department sand shed for loaders to fill dump trucks for the mountain pass traffic during winter. It was filled with what was essentially a homeless encampment. Tents, tarps, open-top barrels of trash on fire. More than one person turned their head as the 2 men on bikes appeared out of the woods. "Ew," Kevin said, the delightful aroma of human sewage hitting his nostrils. He had to choke back the urge to vomit. "I think we're riding right through their toilet," he yelled back as he sped up. Nelson wasn't nearly as PC with his wording. A man from the encampment yelled at him, something about Nelson destroying his best art yet with his bike tires. He cussed back as he sped up to catch Kevin. "That was downright disgusting." Kevin said nothing, still fighting back the urge to vomit. He headed for a small puddle, hoping it was only water, with the intent of rinsing his tires off. Both men circled at once before deciding to ride through. After they found themselves at the backside of a vacant diner, long past being ransacked for food or other things of value. "Stop for a sec, Kevin," Nelson called ahead. Kevin did. "Looks like a Jersey barrier or something up there." Kevin quit worrying about his stomach and looked 100 yards further. "Sure enough. Want to cut through the diner parking area to look down too? I think we're nearly to the spot we need to turn." "Yep, but let's just walk the bikes over so we can try to stay hidden a bit." The men knew without needing to discuss it that they didn't dare stray more than a couple of feet from the bikes. One of the nomads in the area could pop up from anywhere and steal one. They dismounted and hand-walked the electric horses as far as they'd dare. Once they were nearly past all the trees between the diner and the main road intersection to their right, they stopped. The men remained silent, taking it in. There were several vehicles abandoned along both sides of the road, some of them on their side, others charred from burning down to the rims. More concrete barricades formed a line at the intersection. The gap was blocked with a bulldozer from the sand shed. They counted 4 armed men, backlit in the waning daylight by burn barrels in various locations. Beyond them was the gas station and the intersection of Highway 2, and the road they wanted to turn left onto. They could also see forklifts parked for the night, and hundreds of pallets of goods, presumably from the train. The most disturbing thing was a pair of dump trucks to the left of the scene. Along the side of one hung 3 corpses by the neck. On the side of the other was spray-painted the words, "Tried to sneak by." Chapter 20. Bellevue. "They look even creepier when you're standing right in front of them," Ramona said. She and fellow Seattle cop Brian Sherman were taking their time on a stroll, re-examining the scarecrows. She was still getting used to the wear and tear on her armpits caused by the crutches. Despite needing a lot of time keeping her wound elevated to help with swelling, A combination of factors kept her getting up off the couch. Mainly it was boredom, followed by the aches in her back that accompanied laying around day and night for too many days in a row. Then there was the fact that she would be in pain for months, which gave her a foul mood. There was a constant grief over a deceased husband and second-guessing about sending Missy away with Kevin. Finally, it was simply the frustration she had with herself for being so reliant on everyone else to do everything. Some of the chilling fixtures had been knocked down by other neighbors. Each scarecrow was unique. Some were hanging from large, scrap lumber stands or easel-like frames. Others had been leaned against autos or built over a freestanding mailbox. Most used old clothes or overalls and were stuffed with small branches and other shrub matter. Some had no face. Others had Halloween masks or ski hoods. There were 3 just on Ramona Street. They stopped in front of one, an old department store mannequin with vibrant makeup, Frankenstein neck bolts, and an arrow sticking out of its neck. Ramona shook her head in disgust. I've seen a lot of sick stuff in my career. It still amazes me what kind of crap these creepy dingleberries come up with. Brian nodded. Uh-huh. All the ones I've taken a good look at have some little warped element that just gives you the chills. I mean, neck bolts? Really? Do you think it's these people in the park that James seems to think it is? Maybe. Whoever it is has collected all this junk and had the space to do things like pierce them with arrows and dress them. A lot. And I mean a lot of the people we dealt with on third shift were on mental meds, and most of them have run out of those, or are about to. Could be the crazies, Ramona said. Could also just be a mind game by criminals making their move. But James may be onto something, Brian countered. That water tank is exactly the kind of thing people would want to keep for themselves. He waved around at all the visible scarecrows, and go to all this trouble as a psyop. Grab that thing, Ramona ordered. She began crunching towards home. Throw it in my garage. Sure, but why? I want to see if they replace it. Chapter 21. Bellevue. Freelance contract killer Wade Curry walked east on 60th under the cover of darkness. He had the hood pulled out of its zippered pouch on the black coat, shielding him from the on-and-off drizzle. There were a few houses in the neighborhood with people brave enough to have candles or lanterns operating, at least not without a slew of boards and blankets to help the curtains and blinds keep all the light in the house. Like London under the Luftwaffe siege in the 1940s, blacking out was a matter of life and death. Those that did brave the dark brazenly did so only because they had sufficient quantity of people and weapons present to act as a deterrent. At night, those houses were usually filled with screams, partygoers and some, people enduring the worst violations of their lives and others. One benefit to the curfew and high value of fuel was that it was now much easier to detect vehicle traffic. At night, it was only one of 2 types driving around, the curfew enforcers and those who weren't afraid of them. So when the sound of an idling engine first slipped under the hoodie and reached Wade's ears, he took notice. When it maintained its same level of volume even after he'd walked another 100 feet, he knew he had a problem. There's a footbridge over the highway, he thought. He'd let his eyes take a good half-hour to adjust from the concealment of his last victim's carport, and though he did have the high-tech night vision in his hefty bag, he was trying to save that for when he reached the large state park, where there was little ambient light. He discovered the ramp up to the deck level of the pedestrian overpass was a structured walk that did an entire circle as it gained elevation. Perfect. He walked the circle, stopping about midway to set the bag down. He needed the rest, not daring to carry it on the healing right shoulder, so it was a good chance for a long westward glance back toward the noise of the car engine. The pitch-black standoff for info began. He squatted at his black duffel and unzipped it. He felt for the nods, opting for standard night vision when he turned them on and held them to his face. The world became a bright green. Houses and cars were plain as day, but there was nothing moving along the road he'd just traveled. He decided to try the heat imaging function. The super-warm engine stood out in a dark setting, appearing as a bright yellow spot in an orange-colored front end on a large SUV. If there were bodies inside, their heat signature was being deflected by the windshield. The only other hot signs were in different segments of the neighborhood, most likely the glow of cooking or trash fires. Wade decided to war-game the worst-case scenario. There are men in there who want me dead. Who? It could be the cartel, but how would they know where I am? It could just be thugs who have no idea who I am. It could be some of Doughboy's crew. Nah, they're busy securing their new mansion. Next, options. Go back and discover nothing important, or go back and walk into a fight, or go forward and see if they follow. That's it. He put the device back into the bag and zipped it. With a groan, he hefted it back up and continued his venture east. After finishing the on-ramp loop, he crossed the bridge, pausing for a bit. It would be no use trying to see west in the dark from there. He looked up and down the still interstate, seeing no lights in either direction. When he reached the east end, the ramp was a long straight one, not a circle. A flashlight turned on for a moment at the far end, illuminating two shapes. Wade had pulled the suppressor of his pistol so that it could fit more comfortably in the small of his back. Waxing these two with open gunshots was the least of his concerns. He had it set to draw with his left hand. The pain to reach backward with his right was just too great. But the bag was on that side. He was halfway down the ramp when he decided to set the bag down again. The two men had been having a subdued conversation when they finally noticed him and clammed up. Wade pulled the pistol out and held it tight to his left thigh. He just stood there, waiting patiently. They certainly weren't acting like they had intended to jump him, having been caught off guard in a conversation. "What's up?" the shorter of the two said as they passed him. "What's in the bag, bro?" "Which of you wants to pay admission and find out?" Wade said with a cool, unseen smile. The pair had already made it 5 feet past. "Pay admission," the taller one said. He wasn't challenging. It was more of a recognition. He spun and pulled his own hood down. Wade was looking at him. The short one was just about to turn on the flashlight when his buddy put a hand on it and pushed it back down. "Chill," he ordered his partner. "Which block was you on, man?" "The only one that mattered," Wade said, chuckling a bit. Is this guy starstruck? He was one of the most notorious criminals in the intensive management unit during his time at Monroe Correctional Complex. "I thought that was you." Under the gray drizzle and the flickers of a nearby trash fire, Wade could see the man smiling. "Let's go, Tony. Sorry to bother you, Wade." He turned, and his buddy followed suit. "Take it easy," Wade said. He watched them almost get to the footbridge. "Hey, hold up." After parking the pistol back in its spot in his waistband, he hefted his bag and walked back over to them. "You guys want to earn a little?" "Sure. Anything you need, man," the tall one said. "Can never go wrong with a friend like you." Wade dropped his bag once more. "Appreciate that." He stooped and unzipped it. "But I don't like owing favors. Consider this my payment." He reached under Ramona's war club and 2 folded M4 rifles, feeling around for a pistol. He retrieved 2 and pulled them out. He looked them both over, figuring out he'd grabbed 2 Glock 17s. He pulled the magazine out of one and dumped the pistol into the bag. He handed over the remaining gun and spare mag to the tall one. "Whoa," the shorter one said. "If you find a car about 3 blocks down with a couple of players in it, put 'em down for me. Just leave 'em there. I'll be back along later to see who it was." "If they gone?" the leader asked. "Then I guess you got a free glizzy." Wade parted ways with the men and continued east. In 100 feet, he'd be at the state park's northwest corner. He continued down 60th a quarter mile until he was ready to turn south and move down a wide-open road with horse-related businesses on the left and power lines overhead. Just as he turned, multiple shots rang out from the west. Wade Curry smiled. Sometimes it's just too easy. The goal for the night had been to not go backward, but I need to know who was following me. Wade was contemplating his plan, inspired by the desire to just park the bag under a bush in the park's fir and cedar forest. The goal had always been to do what works best, find a home somewhere near Ramona's and stake out her place for a day or two. But the fact that he'd twice spotted a tail kept clawing at his mind. His caution had served him quite well his entire life. Dismissing it had nearly cost him his life more than once. It's only a mile down to the far end. You can be down there, do some surveillance, and be back in a couple of hours. He passed a small neighborhood on his right, which, like the horse stables on the left, had carved out a small nook for itself on the property. Weird, he thought as he passed a scarecrow. Wade wound up across a small training area which he navigated around. On the other side, he pushed into the woods about 30 feet and set the bag down with a sigh of relief. He took a couple of minutes to drink some water and eat a protein bar. Lacking a left-hander's holster, he opted to keep the pistol tucked in where it was, but he also pulled out one of the suppressed M4 automatic rifles and the Nod with its stretchy head harness and small counterweight. He unfolded and slung the rifle, secured the bag under a holly bush, and moved back out past the arena. Once back on the power line road, which he knew from his map went straight south and into Ramona's neighborhood, he donned and turned on the night vision. He'd moved less than 200 yards when he thought he heard something, causing him to stop, kneel, and crane his head. Nothing coming up from behind. The rain was starting back up. He pulled the hoodie down despite that so that his ears could do their job properly. Nothing but a mild wind. His ears were finely attuned when he stood and took his next steps, his mind playing tricks. Without the green hue of the screens in front of his eyes, all he would have been able to see was black woods and a dark gray sky above the power line suspended overhead. There's one of the trails crossing both east and west, he noted. He understood the park to have several miles of them, which were popular with horse lovers. He was nearly to a large steel erector-style tower for the cables when the sound of forest undergrowth being shoved by a body was unmistakable. He dropped to a knee again, this time pulling the rifle up. The red dot sight slammed into the device on his face, knocking it askew. Moron. He'd forgotten to pull the stock out to its biggest setting, which would lengthen the rifle and effectively push the sight farther away from him. The sound of bushes moving was unmistakable now. He let the rifle fall into its sling, desperate to straighten the device on his face. He spun his body to face east and the coming noise. Wade still couldn't see an immediate threat, but now it sounded like the bushes were moving in at least 2 spots. Whoever you are, you move like a drunk gorilla. He smiled with an evil smugness as he clicked over to the IR device's heat signature setting. What the? Expecting to see the shape of 2 or 3 humans, the bright yellow and orange glows of 7 canines, all large ones, were unmistakable. They were just to the tree line on the eastern side of the access road, spread out in a wide pack. Wade's heart thumped one particularly loud beat that pulsated in his ears. Then the growling started. How can... He stopped himself. In an instant, thousands of times faster than rational thought, he just knew it. It was almost natural to slip back to the knowledge buried in her mitochondrial DNA. Dogs were a pack animal. They worked together when they were starving. Nerves frazzled, a feeling he hadn't experienced for a couple of decades, he switched back to the infrared. The cartel had sprung for lasers for some of their rifles, having lost many of their soldiers to narcotics cops and special operations soldiers who used them. The beam would be invisible to the human eye, but stick out like a pointer in his nods. The dogs intensified their growling as he left the black woods for the dark gray power line road. They could smell Wade's fear. The snarling was unmistakable. In the thick of adrenaline and under the electronic vision, he wasn't sure what he was looking at. They could be mutts or pure. It didn't matter. Retrievers, shepherds, wolfhounds. Any one dog would suck. 2 would be a fight for his life. But 7... He raised his rifle and lased the closest dog. Even with a suppressor, the 5.56 NATO round made a decent hiss. He shot the closest, snarling dog right through the center of his hackled head, dropping it immediately. The others kept coming. The suppressor! The dogs spread out, the closest walking a bit sideways around their now-dead alpha. The 2 farthest back knew their job. They ran in a wide arch in opposite directions, trying to flank Wade. The killer turned prey rapidly unclipped the noise reduction device from his muzzle. He acquired the next dog, less than 10 yards away, and cooked off another shot. The boom rattled the still of the woods, even with a light drizzle serving to dampen noise a bit. It wasn't as clean, catching the dog in the jaw and nape. It began to whelp loudly. If anyone else was in the forest, they were wide awake now. The noise did not stop the circling dogs. Those closest to the wounded one spun, ran back a bit, confused. He shut the wounded dog up with a second shot. The dogs began to retreat, though their anger grew in intensity. They were regrouping. Now's my chance. Wade stood and sprinted for the trail he'd just passed over, taking the piece that led into the western woods, opposite the side with the pack. He held the rifle tightly to his chest with one hand, trying to keep the nods in place with the other. The green tubes were bouncing around, shaking his vision. All of it served to slow him. All 5 dogs were barking and chasing after him. He came to the first bend in the horse trail and got behind a tree on his right. Spinning out, he raised his rifle, heart pounding and lungs shaking them as they tried to rapidly do their job. A dog just appeared at the trail's quasi-head at the service road. He lased it and cooked off a shot that missed. It was hard enough to shoot well with nods in the best of times. But under physical strain and duress, with lungs heaving, he hadn't trained for this nearly enough, and the training he'd had was more than a decade earlier thanks to Ramona, her partner, and the ensuing prison sentence. The brush, ferns, and bushes under the tall trees began to shake, both to the north and south of the little trail he was on. Where the forest floor tangled up humans, it was marginally less difficult for canines, and practically not a problem for animals like deer. They can't be moving that fast. On the verge of panic, he spun and ran the trail on its low northwesterly path. He could hear them to both left and right. Wade crossed another trail, too desperate to escape to care. He continued to blaze up to the next curve. He turned to face the barking that was now back on the path directly behind him. He flipped the M4's fire selector to the coveted auto position and let off a 6-round burst that killed one dog and wounded the other. Suddenly, another dog leaped out from behind a salmonberry bush immediately to his left. It got hold of his arm, but the slick surface of his loose raincoat allowed him to pull out of it, barely. Wade felt his skin tear. He tripped on a root in the horse trail and went to his back. The dog, hackles raised and dripping saliva as it snarled, let out a scream and a whimper when an arrow out of nowhere passed through one shoulder, through a corner of the heart and lungs, and out the rib cage on the other side. The broadhead tip had sliced through an artery. The dog died 2 seconds later, spraying its blood on Wade, who was scrambling back to his feet. He started his sprint again, hearing 2 more whelps as he broke through the forest at the parking area of the state park's western public entrance, too stressed to notice the 4 scarecrows set up around the wooded perimeter. Chapter 22. Republic. Psst! Mama! Dallas Baker whispered. Wake up! Leaning over her, he used the tips of his dirty mullet to tickle her nose, still a bit bloody at the bottom of one nostril from whatever rough sex his father had done to her a couple of hours earlier. Her shiner from the girl fight a few nights previous was finally transitioning from purple to yellow. Nearly full 4 years into legal adulthood, Dallas was finally old enough to truly question why his mother loved BD so much. He slept around, or at least demanded certain services from young woman half Marguerite's 41 years. He tried as little as humanly possible to conceal it, and then he got off on watching his wife beat the snot out of them at the next kegger. Both parents were in bed at their end of the large mobile home. BD passed out from an entire day of drinking and smoking. Marguerite didn't partake so much, but she'd made it clear over the years that she knew her job, and that was to keep her man happy. Her sleep was usually from exhaustion and stress, not chemicals. Dallas knew his old man would be passed out to a certain level, but he wasn't taking chances. Big Dog had surprised him more than once with his uncanny ability to party all night, nap a bit, then repeat the process. "Mama!" he hissed once more. She crinkled her eyelids, which he could see with the early dawn light coming through the stained, wrinkled blinds on the windows. Marguerite next moved a hand up and wiped her nose from the tickling sensation. He knew she'd be angry, but this was their chance. Dallas Baker, on the surface, pretended he didn't care if the ranch cowboys restored law and order. All he really wanted was his father and half-brother dead. At least, that's the only feeling he could admit to himself thus far. "What?" his mother moaned loudly. "Shh! Get out of here, Dallas. I'm not wearing any panties. It wasn't as horrifying to the young man as it should have been. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd had to help pull her out of her own puke pile with no underwear on. I'm not trying to look at your 1970s bush, he retorted. Get up, let's go. That made her move her head and bat her eyes a bit more. What? Go where? Dallas, go back to sleep, or playing with your wiener or whatever it is you like to do. She rolled over the other way and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and exhaling. Dallas moved his mouth directly over her exposed ear, speaking at barely above a hushed tone. We need to escape. You, Chloe, and me. I got us a place to go and a car to get there. She scrunched up her shoulder to push him off her ear. Go away, Dallas, and pray I don't tell your father what you just said. Dallas had just learned a powerful lesson about loved ones and enablement. They would need to find their own rock bottom before they would take help and fix themselves. Where's your sister, boy? Big Dog asked Dallas. And quit wasting gas on that BS. It was late morning, and his father had finally crawled out of bed. Dallas had fired up one of the stolen generators outside. An extension cord ran inside, powering the also-stolen video game console and 80-inch television that was way too large for the small living room. He'd been playing one of the older Call of Duty games, subconsciously hoping to pick up any tactic that might be useful in the coming days. She's in there with them, Dallas said. He looked up from the couch, staring at BD from the tops of his eyes. The last he saw either Chloe or Kendra was after midnight, when Billy Ray had taken them both to his bedroom. The thought that BD's oldest son, a hardened convict, was in there abusing a girl he was related to. If I thought I could get away with it, I'd kill you both in your sleep, he tried to tell his father with his scowl. But he'd long dismissed those as impossible ideas. BD had too strong of a cult-like following. He was being forced to seek treatment for Seth that had replanted a seed of hope in Dallas's mind. Son, I swear, BD said as he stumbled toward the kitchen counter in search of cigarettes and a lighter. If you don't figure out how to lose that attitude, you're going to wish all I did was cut off your big toes. So what's the plan, Dad? Why are you going to Kettle Falls tonight? BD lit a smoke, then reached inside his stained skivvies and scratched several times. How'd you know about that? You were ranting about it all last night down at the brewery. Hell, you've been bragging about it for 2 days. I was? BD rubbed his chin. He walked over to the front door and finished opening it, allowing the early autumn air to come in and scrub the smell. What all I'd say? You seem to have a plan for dealing with those Dude Ranch snobs, Dallas said. Shoot, BD said, staring at a circle of buzzards in the sky down the road a bit. He wondered if they were finished feasting on the Richardson House grandparents. I forgot how much I blab when I get too drunk. So? Dallas asked, but BD ignored him, lost in thought. What are we going to do? I sure could go for some fresh steak. BD looked at his son, still splayed out lazily on the couch. I told you to shut the stupid game off and save our gas. And why you want to know so much about my plans? Nothing, Dad. I just want to know what you expect me to do. We'll see, BD said. He continued to stare at his son. I'm still thinking about that. He just wasn't sure about Dallas. He nearly froze up when he ordered to light the car with the mayor in it on fire. Then there was this flimsy excuse that flunked the sniff test. Who is she? Dallas had just turned off the video game. Huh? This piece of tail you supposedly got the night before last. You know, same night Seth just up and vanished. Anyone I know? It caught Dallas off guard. The last thing he thought about was needing to solidify his alibi. It was a rookie mistake, and he knew it. His old man could weed out fake stories like a polygraph machine, and one of his strengths was saying nothing about it until it suited him. She was homeschooled. Dallas was quickly thinking up some backup details to offer when pressed. That first defensive lie wasn't unbelievable. A lot of families in the eastern half of Washington believed in homeschooling. BD caught a whiff and turned to look at Dallas with a sly grin. Really? Who's the parents? Where they live? Maybe we worked on their car. They just moved here last year, Dallas said. He always got agitated when his father caught him in a lie. It was a tell he hadn't figured out how to break. Calm down, he told himself. Everyone's life is on the line. He stood and set down the game controller and walked over to his dad. Last name is Smith. He pushed past the human lie detector and headed down the small landing and steps toward the shop. The best way to escape one of Beatty's interrogations was to go find somewhere else to be. You should bring her by sometime, Beatty yelled at his son's back. Both men knew it wasn't a suggestion, and now Dallas had to figure out how to conjure up a real fake girlfriend. Chapter 23. Cole's Corner. After the children had been nestled to sleep on blankets and a few hiker-style sleeping pads in the horse trailer, Kevin and Nelson painted a grim picture of what they scouted to Lydia, Corny, and Jamar. They discussed what to offer for a toll and how to react if things went bad. The plan for the next morning was set into motion. Nelson and Jamar carried with them an air that, while not intimidating, did command a level of respect. They had the size, conditioning, and training of people who worked in law enforcement, which was nothing to sneeze at. It was now dawn. Horses were loaded, bikes and gear stowed. The three men held on to their places and rifles steadily as the two autos and one horse trailer slowly drove back to the highway from which they left the evening before. Corny drove the Land Cruiser with Lewis and Missy. On top, Kevin sat on his knees, holding on and keeping an eye out. With one hand, he cradled the very RPG launcher he'd used to save everyone's hide in their escape from the showdown at the Tacoma Dome. Ramona had insisted he'd take it and the two remaining rockets with them. She wanted Kevin to have any tool he needed to protect her daughter. Kevin and his rockets were Plan B. Barely 2 car lengths behind were Lydia, Jackson, Jalen, and Felicity in the truck, hauling the horses. Jamar and Nelson were riding on the trailer's back bumper, hanging on like 20th century firefighters. They decided that when they stopped, Nelson would head up to handle negotiations. Jamar would stay back and cover the rear but be visible to the roadblock. The sight of all 3 men, ready to fight with rifles and rockets, would hopefully motivate whoever was ahead to accept their toll offer and let them pass without an issue. As a final note, Jamar would continue to ride inside the trailer next to Coral and Coda's rumps to watch out the back for signs they were being followed. This is insane, Jamar thought. He felt himself giving the locking bar on the trailer doors a death grip every time they hit a little bump or jostle. Once back onto Highway 2, the ride smoothed out. With rifle slung to his chest, he was able to hold on with both hands. Though less than 2 miles, the trip seemed to take forever. Corny was keeping the pace at a max of 5 to 6 miles per hour for fear of causing any of the 3 men to fall and get hurt. Jamar was on the right side back corner, Nelson on the left. Both men were keeping watch all over but spent over half the time looking forward. "Looks like they see us," he called over to his partner. Nelson said nothing back. Both were tense as they saw others arrive on the far side of the concrete barricades in reaction to the trucks approaching. The big bulldozer blocked off any view of the gap in the center of their blockade. Corny slowed the pace to a bare crawl, the various men simply glaring. They were all bearded and attired in a logger or military-style clothing, carrying AR and AK platforms. She finally stopped about 100 feet from the dozer, triggering Lydia to do the same. "Here we go," Nelson said. He hopped off the trailer bumper and walked up the left side toward the blockade. The offer was in his cargo pockets, 2 sandwich bags. One had 30 rounds of 5.56 ammo and 50 rounds of .22 long rifle. The other had $5 in junk silver coins, which was probably good for 10 or 20 times that in barter value. It was a 2-part offer. First, the coins, then the ammo if that wasn't enough. Jamar hopped off the bumper and moved out to be seen. He scanned all around, particularly after catching sight of the bodies hanging on the dump truck. Keeping an eye on Nelson was Kevin's job from atop the cruiser, but it was like a moth to flames. He watched Nelson discussing terms with one of the men. First, he handed off the junk silver. Then more conversation, including showing their intent to go up the hill road, not down the highway. Next, Nelson offered the bag of ammunition. The barricade boss ordered another to drive the dozer out of the way. Nelson waved for Corny to proceed. Jamar jumped back on the bumper when the truck and trailer started to roll. As they passed through the gap, Nelson jumped back into his corner. Jamar heard the big dozer's engine idling, sending black smoke out of its stack. After riding through and starting to turn up the mountain road, he saw the full operation. The first thing that worried him was the depressed state of the at least dozen men glaring at them as they started up the hill. They were filthy, angry, like they were now soldiers in some unseen warlord's private army. None of them were women. There were forklifts hauling pallets of good off the train on the opposite side of the intersection. Laundry was being washed in tubs of water and hung on ropes strung between the islands at the gas station. He squeezed his one-handed grip when the rig sped up closer to 20 and started to go up a slope. About 2 minutes later, and around a curve in the road, they stopped. The two men moved forward. The ladies left the trucks running but set the parking brakes and got out, while Kevin climbed down. Soon they were all huddled in a gap between the trucks. "I guess that went about as smoothly as possible," Corny said. "Hate to be rude, but we should be putting miles between us and them," Nelson said. "You want me to ride back there with you?" Kevin offered to Jamar. "No, you just navigate and be ready to blast something with that thing." The small cluster broke apart, with Nelson closing Jamar into the horse trailer. He took the shotgun spot in the truck, while Kevin took it in the Land Cruiser. Soon they were rolling again. Jamar put a hand on Coda's rump to remind the stallion he was a friend. Soon the horses all settled. In the trade with the villagers, they'd let go of the draft horse, Jazz, but kept the bigger, older one, Duncan. Jamar felt bonded to the big black giant after their struggle to pull the sinking water tanker out of the pond on that fateful night 3 days back. He heard the big beast up front snort, wondering if it was Duncan calming his herd down, as if to say, "It's cool, he's one of us." Coda settled down, and Jamar recentered on watching the remote forest road behind them as they started ticking some miles off the trip. Chapter 24. South Stevens County. Kenny, Taylor, and the children were sitting around a small table in the middle of the barn. There were stalls for emus with medical needs, but for the most part, it served the meat bird farm as a storage facility. Feed, forage, hay, shavings, even spare parts and supplies that didn't have a spot in the shop, home, or small storage buildings. Also at the table were the older owners of the 45-acre property and a few of their oldest offspring and their spouses. With reserved observation, Kenny had identified 6 adult women and 8 men. There was a large contingent of kids of all ages, too, with plenty of capable teenagers to help with everything from labor to security. There was one in particular who had shaggy hair and wore bright blue Adidas slide-type sandals everywhere, including as part of the armed reaction out on the road. After rescuing the Richardsons from the following gang, the patriarch of the family had disarmed them but offered them a temporary refuge. They had found sleeping accommodations in a hay-filled stall to be quite warm and comfortable. The surviving 3 members of the aggressors had been detained in the shop. The full evening and night had passed, and now the farmers had decided how to process the situation. Taylor quietly fed Dylan some puree baby food the hosts had provided. Kenny and Sierra were working their way through a homemade stew. He was pretty sure he'd just eaten emu for the first time, though he told his daughter the meat was chicken. A man and woman with them at the table, both in their 20s, were quiet, not rude, more like very polite guards. They stood when 3 others arrived at the barn. The morning sun could be seen creeping through the closed door when they entered. He could see Taylor's Rogue and the 2 chasing vehicles outside for a quick moment. Her car and the Subaru both looked like they were on their deathbeds. It had already been a full day since his pancake breakfast at the last rescuer's home. "We've gone, 5 miles? 6? How long will this trip take? How long until our luck runs out?" The large barn doors were closed, the main source of light once more being the plastic skylights on the roof. The distinguished gentleman, Kenny thought. It was what he'd taken to calling the man who had politely disarmed him after the gunfight the afternoon before. He was no longer clad in his green ballistic plate carrier. He wore a blue dungaree shirt and jeans, and a Tilly hat with a wide, flat brim common to hikers who wanted a rugged outdoor style. To Kenny, he looked just like most of the men in his hometown, someone his father might have drank a beer with after a day of bucking firewood. He was about 70, but strong and athletic-looking, with average height and a Papa Smurf white beard. The woman must have been his wife, and the taller man with them was probably one of their older sons. He was taller than the older man, but carried the same ranch charm, albeit with a more concerned expression on his face. The two 20-somethings stood when the new arrivals walked in the 40 or so feet, which provided chairs for the patriarch and matriarch. "I hope you all were comfortable last night," the old man said as he took his hat off and handed it back to the standing sun, revealing a thinly covered dome. His voice was weathered, with the raspy warmth of most anyone's grandfather. "And I trust you understood why we had to keep you under lock." "I do," Kenny said. "My name is Mike Keller. This is my wife, whose name you don't need to know." He wasn't rude, just blunt, as he looked Kenny in the eyes with a firm gaze. "Nor anyone else's." "I'm Kenny Richardson." He motioned toward his family. "My wife, Taylor. This is Sierra, and that's baby Dylan." Sierra looked up from the strange chili, which, when hungry as she was, wasn't that strange at all, even for breakfast. Mike took the reins of the conversation back. "Gonna tell you what I think, and then see what you have to say." "Sounds fair." "I think that those two cars were the aggressors. Now, I know that seems obvious, but you just never know. So I started with them. Lady in there says you killed her boyfriend by running him over." It was too much for Taylor, who dropped the baby spoon. "Did she say they tried to attack us first?" She was about twice as loud as was required. "Tay!" Kenny nearly laughed, not that anything was funny. The fiery woman swung her head toward her husband, her strawberry blonde ponytail swinging despite the hay stuck in it. She knew he was right. She clammed up and went back to feeding Dylan. "They moved in on us the evening before last in Spokane. We were hiding in a new development, part of a project I was on." Wait, Mike said. "Where are you all headed to?" Kenny decided to save time. He answered that question, then went on to spend several minutes painting the picture of what they'd been through. These nice folks probably need to hear all this, he reasoned to himself. They really weren't very far out of Spokane and the problems that came with being around a lot of people. He went over how he basically had to rescue his family from being forced to stay at the hospital for days on end. He reviewed the decline of his neighborhood at the hands of those who took control. He mentioned he had to kill to defend his family, though he left out the gory details. He explained hiding in the new construction and running over a man while another man was trying to get into the moving car. Finally, he explained the car chase and how they'd received shelter just a few miles away. "Stay here for a minute," Mike said. He left his oldest grandkids to stay with the Richardsons. He and the others left for a few minutes. Kenny assumed just about everyone else was guarding the property elsewhere. They were back in 90 seconds. "All right, we're pretty sure it went down like you're saying. Truth is, that little chase of yours cost us 4 dead birds and 6 we still haven't tracked down." "Mind if I ask why they were in the road?" Kenny said. "Chances are, without them, this little chase would have blown right past your farm." The old man narrowed his gray eyes and tanned face, trying to gauge Kenny's attitude. "The problems you described earlier might be more abundant in the city, but folks are desperate everywhere. We've been fending ourselves off from the start. Somebody cut several of our fences the night before, and we spent hours rounding up the birds. It opened our eyes to the need to have round-the-clock guards." "You all looked like a SWAT team, the way you responded," Kenny said. The tall adult son chirped out for the first time. "And that's how it'll be from now on. We are all armed everywhere we go." "Lessons learned and all that. Anyway, we need to talk about your exit strategy," Mike said. His wife spoke next, directly to Taylor. "I hope you understand, dear. We have little ones to feed ourselves. I do feel bad, so I'll try to send you a little something for your trip." "Thank you, ma'am," Taylor said quietly. "You," Mike said, pointing at Kenny, "have 3 survivors to tend to." Kenny felt the words like a smack to the sack. He hadn't even considered something like what that implied. He sat quietly, letting his stunned look speak for him. "I'll give you 2 choices. Tend to it yourself, and you can take that big armada out there. Your car has 2 flats and more holes than a 10-pound block of Swiss cheese. And in case that's too ambiguous, we'll dig the hole for you with our tractor out on the back lot." "And the other choice?" Mike took a small breath. "If you can't solve the rest of your problem yourself, it becomes our problem, and that comes with a price." Kenny just waited, not wanting to hear the rest. "We keep the working truck and send you all packing on foot." He looked at an old Casio watch. "We'll put you up. You can have till tomorrow at this time to decide." Chapter 25. Bellevue. The white golf cart did little to keep the sideways rain out. Brian and Ramona both had their police winter coats on with hoods up. They offered 4 small cans of soup and 2 large cans of ravioli to simply borrow it, being reminded by the owner, who lived 2 doors down on Walt's side of the street, that they'd have words if it didn't come back in one piece. "I don't know how much juice this thing had when we started," Brian said from behind the wheel. They were cruising up the neighborhood and would be at the right-of-way into the park's south side. Earlier in the morning, he'd taken a quick jog over to see if the mannequin scarecrow had been replaced. It had not. He pushed a bit farther on a hunch after seeing the golf cart on its trailer in the person's driveway. The surface road that ran under the large voltage lines overhead was protected only by a chain-link fence, which had been ripped out of the way at some point. "We'll be fine," Ramona said. Her crutches were strapped in where the bags normally sat on the back of the cart. So was Brian's semi-auto rifle. She had hers up front, stocked down next to her one foot. "That guy just regrets prioritizing golf over having a few months of supplies on hand. Slow down." Brian lightened his foot pressure on the electric device's throttle pedal. He turned right onto the gravel drive. There was a large plywood sign with a blood-red A and a circle painted on it. "Anarchists," he said, reaffirming the opinion they'd started forming. "Whatever," Ramona said, rolling her eyes. "I bet whoever is in there still has rules and a hierarchy. No group can function without some sort of behavior code." They drove in between the home and property on each side of the easement about 50 yards, crossing the park's most southern trail as they emerged in the utility department's small parcel, and straight into a cluster of 4 people guarding the community water tank on the right. They immediately spread out, taking cover behind different Connex boxes and aerial work apparatus. Brian hit the brakes and hopped out in a crouch to get on the back. Ramona pulled her rifle up and spent a second or two trying to turn it around before shouldering it. "Weapons?" Brian called up. They'd both seen weapon-like objects, but the entire scene was unlike anything they were expecting. Though different from person to person, all 4 looked like they'd walked off the pages of a post-apocalyptic novel. Their clothing was crafted in a mix of steampunk and cowboy. They had helmets, hoods, or wide-brimmed hats. 2 covered their faces with simple rags or handkerchiefs. The one had a full costume mask of the character Ant-Man under a World War II German soldier helmet. The 4th had a replica doctor's pandemic mask from 4 centuries earlier. "Not rifles," Ramona answered. She'd glimpsed a compound bow and something homemade, like an air-powered bolt launcher. She hadn't gotten a look at the other 2 before they had gotten their cover. "Contact up top," Brian called. "Come down slowly," he ordered with a pointed rifle. Ramona stole a quick glance to catch 2 more Mad Max-type characters descending the vertical ladder cage from the top of the water tank. "This is public land," a muffled voice called out from behind a pile of plastic culvert pipes. "Your authority is not recognized. Deadly force will be met in kind." Met in kind? Ramona thought. Who the hell talks like that? "Everyone just needs to calm down," she said back. The 2 people hopped to the ground for the last 6 feet of ladder. Once they were out from under the fall protection cage, they sprinted north, and both cops lost sight of them beyond the various pieces of equipment. They saw flashes of movement and heard noises, figuring the others had escaped too. "I'll go after them," Brian said. He'd already started to speed walk past Ramona. "No." He turned and looked at his one-legged sergeant. Her face was a mix of anger and helplessness. He lowered his weapon and walked over to her. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. It killed Ramona to be so helpless. I should drive the cart, she suggested. I don't need a left foot for that. She slid over the cup holder between the two seats. We'll take this road up a bit. You ride on the back. That way you can cover us over the top in both directions. Good idea. He restrapped her crutches to the vacant passenger seat and hopped onto the golf back rack on the back, tapping the roof twice. Ready. Ramona stepped on the throttle, which automatically popped the parking feature of the brake pedal. The cart rolled forward with a little jostle, settling into a slow roll barely faster than a comfortable walking speed. I'll keep an eye on the left, Ramona called out. Roger that. Try as he did, Brian could see nothing out of the ordinary in the forest to the east. After a few hundred yards, he said, We got horses and riders ahead. Ramona stopped the cart and moved around in her seat to look past a tall electrical tower. Getting out. She set the rifle down in the seat and took the crutches. She'd already figured to just use her pistol while on crutches if her life depended on it. Brian hopped off, but instead of joining her, he walked east a bit, giving the forest a deep scan. They were out there, but were they the only ones? He eventually moved to catch up to her, shifting his feet and turning to look all around nearly continuously. When he finally reached Ramona, she was using her crutch to scoot a few rifle cartridge casings around on the path. These are still shiny. Brian squatted and picked it up, moving it to his nose. Powder. The rain hasn't had time to wash it away fully. Both ex-cops kept an eye on the 3 horses and riders, who were a mere 100 yards away, slowly walking toward them. Closer scrutiny revealed them to be a woman and a man in their 30s and an older woman. Morning, Ramona said. Police? The younger woman said. Her stare at Ramona's coat, crutches, and misplaced limb was obvious. It's just a coat, Ramona said. It's just 2 coats, the older woman said to join the greeting. We're simply concerned citizens checking out the park, just like you, Brian said. The 3 riders looked at each other. Then you might want to see this, the male rider said. He pulled a black metal cylinder from an inner coat pocket. He gave it a light lob, which Brian caught. He looked at the suppressor, then at Ramona. We heard some shooting last night. It seemed like an obvious thing to say. I mean, here, in the park. The park's been pretty quiet since all this started. Where'd you find it? Ramona asked. Right where you're standing, the man said. The 2 small groups talked a bit more, learning that each was dealing with the scarecrow issue. The riders mentioned that there was a pair of dead dogs in the grass just a few yards toward the tree line. After 5 minutes, they parted. Brian stopped suddenly and raised his rifle, scanning east. What? Ramona asked. Look at the golf cart. He continued to look for threats. Ramona had been concentrating on her crutch placement on the rough road. Then she saw it, an arrow sticking out of the side of the passenger seat. Chapter 26. The Cascade Mountains. The Forest Service roads were in decent shape, but with the horses and Jamar riding in the back, the pace was slow. Corny and Lydia knew better than the men the effect of bounces, stops, and starts on the animals was always magnified. Jamar was learning it in real time. The other reason for keeping the pace under 10 miles per hour was simply noise, not making it, but also detecting noise that might be a threat. In the nearly 3 hours since they'd pushed past the checkpoint, Jamar had not once signaled any trouble on the little family-style radios. The group knew better than to use them for anything other than a life-or-death reason. Giving away any sign, an electronic burst, the rumbling of an engine, a cloud of dust, could attract danger. Uh-oh, Lewis said. The ride had been mostly quiet and somber. Kevin and Corny were both lost in their worries. Missy was missing her mother, grieving her father. Her homesickness was starting to manifest as withdrawn silence. What, Lewis? Corny asked. She let off the pedal. Uh-oh, the autistic teen repeated. The Land Cruiser came to a stop. They were on the side of a slope for the bulk of the journey, only occasionally cresting a small foothill or crossing a bridge over a stream. They were only about 20 yards past a point on the right in which the trees stopped and a clear cut started. It revealed the windings of a different Forest Service road. Kevin figured it to be part of the road on the map that they'd passed through the intersection a minute or two earlier. To their left was a small face where the hill had been removed on the inside of a curve. The cutout and cliff ensured the road remained wide enough to be used during snowfall. Corny looked at Kevin. "I think he just had an accident." She sighed in loving frustration and got out. Kevin turned to Missy, seated directly behind him. "We should all go potty. Come on, sis." He'd taken to calling her that since leaving home, hoping it would reinforce her to a familial bond. He knew her fear of never seeing her mother or grandparents again, as he'd had the exact same worry. Soon, all were stretching from getting out of the two trucks. Nelson let Jamar out of the trailer, who in turn assisted his brother move around. The healing concussion was a non-factor for the teenager, but the ankle sprain was still sore. The adults guided the kids down the road a bit past the cutout where the slope into the forest was manageable. They moved up the hill to do their business. After the potty breaks, Lydia and Jackson went through the effort of giving the horses water without pulling them from the trailer. The process would be slow, but still faster than letting them out. And once out, they may resist getting back in for a long while. Near the lead truck, Jalen, Felicity, and Missy had taken to have a seat just off the road's right side, with a commanding view of the clear-cut area, the other road, and the valley below. The road disappeared into the clearing's line about a mile away, and a good 700 feet below in elevation, in Kevin's estimation. Corny was digging out some clean clothes for Lewis. The three men all moved several paces past the horse trailer. "About 31 miles since we left that checkpoint," Kevin said. "Corny's been reading it off every 10 miles. "How's the back?" Nelson asked Jamar. "I think I might be ready to ride up front," he quipped. "Standing still that long is bad enough, but getting bounced between two horse rumps—" "I'll take a turn," Kevin said. "Having you back there made scanning the front less worrisome." "I agree," Nelson said. He was twice as old as the two young men, who both knew he had knee issues. "I'll go after that." "If you—" Kevin's words were interrupted by the eerie but instantly recognizable buzz of a six-bladed drone. It came screaming over the tops of the trees downhill. After it shot past the men, it stopped its climb up the slope and circled around the trucks and people below. After the turning loop, it zoomed back downhill to the east of the kids seated below. Everyone had frozen to stare at it. Nelson was the first to react by sprinting toward the kids and the clear-cut they were looking out over. Jamar and Kevin were hot on his heels. "Look!" Jalen yelled, struggling with his sister's help to stand back up. The three men passed the tree line and started scanning down the slope. Breaking through the trees in a cloud of dirt down on the lower road were three trucks running west at a high rate of speed. "They're going to pop out of that intersection a short way back in a couple of minutes," Kevin said. Corny and Lewis came back from around the other side of the Land Cruiser. "What do you guys think about getting out some MREs for—" "What's wrong?" the mother said. Jamar had already started sprinting to the personnel door on the side of the trailer. "We have company!" "Round everyone up!" Nelson yelled at Kevin. To the kids, "Hurry up, you guys. Get into the trucks." Lydia hopped out of the trailer. "Wait, we can't throw the horses around on these curvy roads. We have to get moving, now," Nelson commanded. "She's right," Jamar said. "You know it's true," he said to Kevin, looking for support. There was a 3 or 4 second standoff, everyone staring back and forth, nobody speaking. Kevin moved the few feet to the back of the cruiser. The RPG was still loaded. All it needed was to have the safety clip pulled out of the fuse on the rocket's tip, and then flip the manual safety on the launcher, aim, and fire. He took the old tube and sprinted for the edge of the clear-cut. "Save it," Nelson said. "You'll never time a side shot with that much distance." "You're right," Kevin agreed. The trucks hundreds of yards downhill had crossed left to right fast and already disappeared into the trees. They'd be up the hill and changing from that road to the one the group was on in a matter of moments. "This is our stand," Jamar said. Everyone had wide-eyed looks. Missy was holding on to Felicity and crying. "Maybe they're friendly," Corny said. "They flew a drone directly over us," Nelson yelled back at her. "Get the kids up there." He pointed at the hill where everyone had left their number 1s and 2s a bit earlier. "You too," he told Kevin, looking at the RPG, then pointed at the small cliff to their left. It took Kevin a second or two. "Let me grab something first." He ran back over to the back of the cruiser and pulled out a shotgun and a second rocket. By then, Corny and Jackson were starting to shepherd the rest of the kids past the cruiser to make their way back up the hill. Kevin slung the rifle to his front and the launcher on his back. He grabbed Jalen by one arm and pulled it up over his shoulders. "We need to pick it up, Jay." With his help, the lad was able to hop along a bit faster. The small pack hurried up the dirt slope, loose with fir and cedar needles that had started shedding for fall. "Corny!" he yelled ahead. "Get him as far up and behind the trees as you can." He handed Jalen's arm back over to Jackson. "Keep going." Kevin parted from them, pushing back along the small cliff line of the road cutout. As he reached the spot near the trucks, he found himself about 20 feet higher, where he slithered in behind a thick fir. Nelson was behind the double tires on the trailer's left, almost immediately below him. He had a rifle, and a shotgun was laying on the ground next to him. Jamar and Lydia were armed, him with a rifle, her with a bow, taking cover behind trees on the other side of the road, where the shoulder started to slope downhill. All Kevin could hear was his heart pounding as he tried to slow his breathing. "Damn, I should have brought binoculars," he cursed himself. He couldn't see much more than the others due to the very curve of topography that required the hill he was on to be cut. "I'm going to move ahead and scout," he called down to Nelson. Kevin looked along the edge of the small cliff, but it looked too loose. His only choice was horizontally along through the woods he was in. Fortunately, on this side of the mountains, they weren't nearly as choked with underbrush as the woods in the state's west side were. He was able to trot through, hopping a couple of downed logs. After close to a minute, he'd put himself 60 yards west of the group. He stopped when he had a clearer view down the road. A dust cloud was growing. The whir over the small drone was somewhere nearby, circling them at a much higher altitude. "Tactics," he commanded his thought. "What's the scenario? 3 trucks means 3 to 30 people. Blasting the first truck could be bad if they get close. Blasting the last truck means they can't go backward. That can be good or bad. And as much as he didn't want to use the rockets, to save them for a real fight at some future point was a worse idea. He knew this was the real fight. When he was training for his volunteer woodland search and rescue team back in high school, they'd always emphasized the importance of drinking water and finding more, not saving it for the future. "The rockets are the water," he called out to nobody. An older two-toned Ford led the pack. The rest was hard to see simply because of the mess it kicked up, but they'd see them minutes earlier. The lead truck slowed and stopped, still out of sight of his friends on the road due to the curve. The lead vehicle was about 70 to 80 yards away. He hadn't grabbed a radio, and he certainly didn't trust them now. Any horde worth its salt had the skills to program radios to scan frequencies, which would happen with lightning speed. They had to assume any tactics they spewed on the air were being relayed to the oncoming attackers' scanners. He'd wished he'd paid more attention to the mesh system for texting that his state guard ham geek, Rob Saxon, had tried to educate him about 2 weeks earlier. The whirring grew in intensity, coming from the direction of his own group. He stuck his head up and craned his neck until he could see it. They were keeping it at least 200 feet above the road. He heard a blast from a shotgun. With his position change, he could only barely see the top of the horse trailer, but a cloud of smoke near it confirmed his thought that Nelson had taken a shot at it. The flying robot shot up while arcing south and out of sight of the trees. Looking back to the west, the 3 trucks were all fully stopped with roughly 100-foot gaps. The dust was settling. More people than he could count jumped out of cabs and beds, all armed, most in battle gear. The thought this was somehow tied to the checkpoint they'd gone through cemented itself in his gut. A team of 4 people immediately began to climb up the slope on his side. They were placing themselves on a path to ascend the tapered cliff caused by the cutout on the north side of the road. They would eventually run right up on Kevin. He glanced quickly and saw others heading downhill on the other side of the road, but only a few feet, not trying to lose high ground, but simply guard their southern flank. One got out of the lead truck and moved to a spot in front of its grill, wearing a virtual reality headset and holding a controller. He must be flying that sport drone, Kevin thought. The rest, 5 more by his count, assembled against his side of the road, squatting in the grass off the shoulder. Most were watching their team members progress along the higher elevation forest. Kevin did a double-take when he realized one member of the ground unit was wearing something bulky, Is that a flamethrower? He couldn't believe it. The olive-drab tanks were plain as day, but when the man used a small handheld torch to light the pilot flame on the tip of the wand, he knew things were about to be bad. He wouldn't even have to light their rigs on fire. All that man needed to do was shock and awe their advance with a wall of fire, or simply burn Jamar and Lydia alive at the trees they were in. He had a few seconds to think and make decisions that would save them all, or lead to their deaths. He set the spare rocket down in the wild grass and unslugged the RPG. His shotgun had only 8 rounds of double-aught buck in it, lethal with the right hit, but not great for forced combat. He left the pump action hanging on his chest and gave the rocket launcher a quick once-over. Just like old times, he thought. He pulled the safety clip out of the warhead and shouldered the device loosely, trying to bide time. Scanning through the trees, he was picking up the sway of larger boughs and the breaking of smaller sticks and branches. They must be waiting for these guys to get into position over Nelson. Kevin would blast the tree closest to the advancing squad if it came to it. He really didn't want to use a shell just for that, especially after seeing what the anti-armor rounds were capable of doing the night they escaped the bikers. If he let them get too close, and he might need to simply because of trees, then he could wind up maiming or killing himself, too. Motion down below caught his eye. Yes! Kevin pivoted and raised the tube to his shoulder, pulling it in tight. The squad below had moved back over to confer with someone at the back of the second rig. He filled the launcher's pop-up sight with the tanks on the man's back, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 27. The Cascade Mountains. Jamar didn't have time to process the quick plume of smoke up on the hill, or the whoosh of the rocket motor, before a massive explosion sent a fireball and black smoke skyward with a deafening explosion. He must have hit a gas tank, was all he could think. Even with the curve of the road, the wave of pressure and noise rocked his ears, the heat reaching his hands and forearms when he wrapped his hands around the tree trunk to hold on. Kevin was at least 50 yards ahead on the other side and up on the hill. The enemies, if they weren't before, they are now, Jamar thought, were beyond the slope to some degree, which he couldn't see because of said hill. A flaming tire suddenly landed in the trees below him, giving him a start. More flaming metal hit the road. "Everyone take cover!" Nelson screamed from the other side of the trailer. Soon the hot steel rain was only smaller pieces, then cinder and ash. "Are you okay?" Jamar called over to Lydia, who was a bit farther back toward their truck and trailer than he was. "I ate it," she said, dusting herself off from dirt and fern needles after picking herself up. "It's a damn good thing I just went to the bathroom a bit ago." The sound of a shotgun blast suddenly reminded him that there was still an unknown situation. "Hold us down, you two." He took off at a cold sprint, running back past the trailer and 2 vehicles. He came to and headed up the slope, ignoring the scared stares of the kids and Corny. He heard what seemed to be 2 rifles and a shotgun. He maneuvered through the trees as fast as he could. "Remember," he warned himself, "Kevin won't know you're behind him." Jamar tripped once, cursing himself. He glanced down onto the road once he made it past Nelson. The second truck was merely a charred, black crater, the twisted, bent frame barely recognizable as an auto part. The third truck was fully engulfed. There was burning debris everywhere in a circular pattern, even up in the forest he was in. Equipment and supplies, men, and pieces of what used to be men had been blown up and out everywhere. The only movement on the road was one man, still barely crawling. He had been largely protected by the first vehicle. The tail end of that was on fire. "Hey!" Jamar yelled down and back to Nelson. "Move up!" He motioned for him and Lydia to get up around the curve. Jamar looked through the woods and saw Kevin running from tree to tree, coming toward him slowly. Each trunk he would squat behind it as low as he could. He was still 30 yards away, carrying the loaded RPG in one hand and a shotgun in the other. Instead of announcing himself, Jamar ran straight up the hill, finding a place behind a small boulder outcropping. A minute later, Kevin ran past, the occasional bullets splintering a tree on the opposite side. He could only see 2 giving chase. "Kevin is trying to lead them to within sight of us down below. He doesn't know I sent Nelson and Lydia to capture the one survivor." Jamar kept a close eye on the woods. One of the chasers was close to the edge of the cliff, with too many trees for him to take a shot. He heard the branches and twigs snapping on the other side of the boulder. With no notice, gravel fell on him when a set of boots leaped onto the rock from the other side, ran, and went to jump off right over Jamar. They saw each other at the same moment. The hairy man was in old woodland camel pants and a torn, dirty duck cotton coat. He spun back after landing and tried to get his SKS rifle pulled up, but Jamar used his AR to parry the swing. Barrels collided, the man grimacing behind his beard. He roared a wordless, angry war cry, letting go of his weapon at the exact same moment Jamar released his own. It was a race to their own pistol holsters. If the man had been left-handed, he might have had a chance, but his pistol and holster were on the wrong side of the two rifles between them. With one fast motion, Jamar pulled his trusty SIG up and shot the man 3 times in the chest with one hand. The crack of a bullet preceded a snapping of air just a couple of inches from his face. The man downhill right at the cliff edge was about to pull the trigger once more when an arrow hit him at the intersection of spine and skull from the road below. With the pressure to take down an elk, Lydia's arrow flew true, passing through the man's brainstem and dropping him like a bad habit. The titanium bolt buried itself into a tree just before the man fell forward, then slid backward off the cliff. "When'd you get up here?" Kevin hollered, the shock and elation that his friend had saved him causing his voice to warble a little. "Are the others?" Jamar asked, ignoring the reunion in favor of not having another round zip by his head. "There are 4 up here. A chunk of truck took out one. Another fell off with a concussion and caught on fire." He looked at the bloody arrow in the tree 30 feet down the hill. "You must have just gotten up here," he deduced. Jamar nodded. He looked back and used his pistol to cover the man he'd just shot. He was unconscious, bleeding profusely from the chest and making a sucking noise. "You just ran by when this dude came over the rock. We surprised each other." Kevin walked over and took the man's AK and 1911 off him. "Should we put him out of his misery?" "Save the round," Jamar said. Both men had taken lives in the last 2 weeks, not even fully processing how they felt before forced to once more. When will it get better? Jamar wondered. "Let's go along the hill," he suggested. "I'd suggest going back," Kevin said. "The fires over there will be hard to get through. They may even connect and go wild since it's still September." "What about the horde?" Kevin's eyes grew wide. "I had eyes on them. There were a few in the woods, but I'm pretty sure I vaporized them all." Jamar gave him a quizzical look. "Just what kind of round did you shoot?" "It wasn't the rocket. It was the guy with the flamethrower standing next to the gas tank." "I'm gonna have to start calling you Captain Crunch, brother." Now it was Kevin's turn for an odd expression. "'Cause you a serial killer with that bazooka?" The tall blonde from Republic groaned at the pun and led his friend east through the trees where they collected Corny and the kids. Missy's face was red and wet. She wrapped her arms around Kevin's waist. He gave Jamar a look, who took the loaded RPG off his hands. Kevin slung the shotgun to his back and picked his surrogate sister up to carry her down the hill. "You make it okay?" Jamar asked Jalen. "I need to get down there and check on the others." "Whatever, cuz," the teenager chided his older brother. Jamar shook his head in annoyance. "Go on. Felicity will help me get down there." Jamar moved down the hillside to the road. He left the RPG near the back of the cruiser, then jogged down and around the curve. The acrid odor of smoke, fuel, and burning products choked the air. A column of black smoke streamed skyward from the road just around the curve, a lighter gray smoke coming off the forest on both sides. He finally reached Lydia and Nelson. She was keeping watch, and he was stooping near the wounded man in front of Truck 1. The flaming hulks of Trucks 2 and 3 were too hot to move past, the smell of burning flesh too foul. "Is everyone safe?" Lydia asked, a worried look. Jamar assured her they were. "You saved my life," he added. "Huh?" He pointed toward the dead man at the foot of the hill back near the curve in the road. "That dude was a split second away from putting one through my head." Lydia put a hand on her friend's upper arm and gave him a warm look. "That's what teammates are for." The two grew quiet, so she said, "I should go check on the horses." "We can't be positive there aren't survivors trying to flank us," Nelson said. "We should get going anyway." "Pretty sure they all got turned into red spray," Jamar quipped morbidly. "What are you going to do with them?" he asked. Nelson had just pulled the VR goggles and controller out from the gravely wounded attacker and stood. "Nothing. You know how to use this thing?" Jamar's face lit up. "No, but give it to my brother and sister. They'll know." He moved over to the front end of the first truck, its tail end smoldering and damaged. He opened the front passenger door, then the one behind it, searching. "Aha!" He joined the confused Nelson back up front, holding a hard case. "It's got the batteries and chargers for that thing." While most of the group went about preparing to make tracks fast, Jamar's brother used the gear to recover the drone. 5 minutes later, the hodgepodge team was on their way again, each wondering in her or his own way what lay ahead. Chapter 28. Bellevue. Wade woke from his nap with a start. When he arrived back at the little old lady's house that he'd taken as his own, he'd spent most of the night up and awake. Dealing with the fear-based emotions was not his strong suit. The walk back had been draining as High descended from the survival mode his brain chemicals had put him through. He'd found 2 bodies on the nervous walk back, those of the 2 men he'd chatted with, not those of the unknown trackers he'd hoped to find. He spent the coming back down hours cleaning his wound on his arm. The bite had torn raincoat, shirt, and skin, but he was confident that the saliva had remained out of the gash. After waking, he was less worried and more angry. At first, he thought maybe the dogs had been trained to attack. But somebody had saved him from the dogs. Probably some vagrants living in the park, he deduced. The more logical choice was that pet owners had run out of food, thereby releasing their 4-legged fur babies before the temptation to eat them arrived. The thing that most upset him was the loss of his bag. The more he thought about it, the more he needed to get back over in daylight and try to find it. "We'll have to fold the M4 and nods up and stow them. We'll find a bag anywhere around here to use. I don't even give a damn if it's her 40-year-old handbag." After slamming a can of Ensure and some crackers, he decided to peel off the shirt and check out the dressing. He'd been stressed when he put it on. The house had a basic boo-boo kit. He'd used some antibiotic cream, but the dressings were small, so he'd cut up some old white T-shirts, presumably from her late husband. He pulled it all off, along with the dressings on his shoulder wound. He recleaned the left arm with water he'd warmed up in a tea kettle on her gas stove, and was just about to redress it. The blinds, which were covering the back patio sliding door, rattled a bit, first from breeze, then from somebody pushing through them. "What's this?" Wade thought. He just made it from being seated at the dining table and into the small home's kitchen when he heard footsteps. Wearing only his black socks and the cargo pants, he stealthily moved over to the old knife block on the counter and pulled on the largest handle he could see. The old woman hadn't cooked in years. "Perfect," he thought after giving the edge a slight test with his thumb pan. "Dude," a male teenager's voice said. He was just around the corner. Wade took 3 silent steps back over to his side of the wall, right in front of the pantry door. "Someone must be here," a girl's voice said. "Back up," the male said, at barely a whisper. Wade Curry moved around the corner with a rapid, fluid motion, chopping knife out in front in his right hand. "Please don't go," he yelled, which made the girl scream. "We were just going," the young man said. Wade threw a hard left cross, just like he'd done 10,000 times at the heavy bag in the prison yard. The boy was about 16. He never had a chance. The girl was crying, trying to back up rapidly. She tripped over her now unconscious boyfriend. "So soon," Wade smiled. "You guys just got here." The teenage boy slowly regained his faculties. "Whoa." He tried to shake off the webs, and his head hurt on the back and on his jaw. Wade mocked him. "Whoa, whoa. You sound like a baby when you say that. These 2 are going to be fun. Some much-needed release." "What happened?" The boy was on the bathroom floor on his belly, hands bound behind his back with duct tape. His ankles were also taped together, and the 2 sets were then taped to each other, effectively hog-tying the boy. He saw the girl he'd arrived with and panicked. "Please don't hurt her." Her hands were taped together too, though she was also hanging by them from the shower head in the bathtub. She was tall enough to stand. Wade had simply secured them up there to keep her in check. Wade had grown tired of her screams and had taped some of the bandaged t-shirt into her mouth as a gag. "What happened is this," Wade explained. "Just as I needed a recharging of the batteries, so to speak, the universe sent me you two. You ever heard of degloving, kid?" He was sitting on the closed toilet lid, waving the knife as he spoke, though he'd switched to a smaller paring knife. "No." "It's usually like, a power tool injury," Wade said. He was calm, like a shop teacher. "Drill bit will get caught around some idiot's ring on his finger, and the torque just rips all the skin off the finger, all the way around, just a skeleton bone and a few ligaments left over." He was smiling. It's kind of gnarly, even for a con like me." Even gagged, the girl amplified her shrieks of terror. He went to the boy's hands, secured behind his rump. Even dizzied, the boy started to flail. Wade got down to both knees and bent over, putting his face next to the lad's. "The less you fight, the easier I'll go on the girl. Got it?" It was the oldest manipulator's trick in the book. He would use each as leverage over the other, then kill them both. The boy shook his head. "Yeah, got it." He was panting heavily due to the nightmarish stress. "Good." Wade shoved some shirt down the boy's mouth. He grabbed the pinky on one hand and cut deep into the skin down to the bone, all around where the finger met the palm. The boy screamed bloody murder into the rag, trying for the sake of his girlfriend not to fight it. Wade took several passes, trying to ensure he didn't mess it up. He'd always wanted to try this. Finally, he grabbed the boy's finger with all his grip power and pulled the skin sleeve off like a circumcision. The sounds of the muffled screams were like a symphony to his ears. "Look at it," he ordered the girl. Her eyes were flooded with tears, puffy and red as she squinted them. "Look at him, girl," he yelled. She did as she was told, nostrils flaring as she tried to keep air flowing around the gag. "If you don't cooperate, I'll do them all that way. Then his toes. Got it?" She nodded wildly, not able to take her eyes off the sight of her boyfriend's bones. "Good. I'm gonna cut you down, okay?" He pulled the rag out of her mouth and then stared off at the wall, caught in thought. "You know, when I got started, it was all about the contracts." He looked back at her. "But this new life that started with the cell door opening," he was nearly gleeful, "it taught me to truly enjoy the moment." He flashed her the handsome smile that he was famous in the criminal world for. "What are you going to do with us?" she stammered. "Let's just say," Wade looked off a bit as he chose his words, "I'm not really into the whole rape power thing. You're going to participate. Willingly. And in exchange, he's going to keep the rest of his skin intact." Which wasn't a complete lie, considering he planned on smothering them with a pillow when he finished. "Understand?" The girl, eyes wide open, nodded nervously. "Good." He pushed her top lip up her gums, then pulled her lower lip out, checking out her teeth and tongue. "Let's start with your mouth." Chapter 29. South Stevens County. "Holy wiffle balls," Kenny said with a loud sigh. He'd just gotten his first look at Taylor's Rogue. In the early afternoon, Mike Keller's wife had convinced her husband that they could let the Richardsons out for the day. A pair of the older teens were sitting on the tractor, swapping stories and jokes. Kenny knew their real job was to tail him or Taylor if they tried to wander off. There were only a couple of new holes in the hatchback, but he still wondered what miracle had kept his kids alive. Most of the damage was to the rear tires and rims, and the door he'd left open when he moved toward the car's front end for cover. The host family's grandmother, who introduced herself as Murdy, much to her husband's chagrin, had taken the two children with her into their house to have playtime and a nap. The tall son, who Kenny decided was nearly 50, left a travel trailer with the slamming of a door. He stared at Kenny and Taylor while he beelined it for the joking teens. The kids straightened up their act after he chastised them and walked off. What are we going to do? Taylor asked, hugging her husband from behind, while he pulled the stroller and the bug-out bags his wife had made out of the rear compartment. Seems like a no-brainer. Tomorrow morning, I murder 3 people, and we steal their car. Babe, she said. That's a bit out of context. She squeezed him around the waist just a little harder, then let go to face him. They were going to kill us and steal everything. Kenny was quiet as he continued to pull any usable gear from home they'd brought with them. Maybe you can start getting everything out of the front? He asked. That's it? You're just going to ignore the conversation? No, he thought, but I'm not having it with you. The truth was starting to nick at him a piece at a time. By fate or the grace of God, he'd managed to stop 4 intruders and prevent Taylor's likely rape and abduction or murder. Not to mention his own murder and whatever would have happened to his kids. That had been hard enough to bury in his subconscious. But now he was forced to look them in the eyes and shoot them while their hands and knees were bound. He continued to ignore her. Just then, Mike Keller was walking by to head to one of the fences that needed fixing. Hey, Mr. Keller, mind if I tag along for a bit? The old man stopped and scanned between them for a few seconds. As one of the planet's few remaining men with over 50 years of husband training under his belt, he knew a frosty wall when he felt one. Sure thing. Kenny jogged to catch up, leaving Taylor with a stunned look. Mike was carrying a bucket full of fence tools and parts in one hand and half a roll of barbed wire in the other. Want me to carry that? The old man stopped and stared at his young guest. Kenny knew he was biting his tongue. Finally, he set down the barbed wire roll and kept walking. Kenny groaned when he picked it up with both hands by the thick rope that had been crafted as a handle. I grew up farming, but I think I forgot this part. I suppose you got a lot on your mind, son, Mike said, so I'm going to cut you a little slack. But if you start annoying the hell out of me, I'll make that a 4-man hole we gotta dig. I like this guy, Kenny thought, not realizing that he was smiling just a tiny bit. Do you believe in God, Mr. Keller? Yup. Kenny waited for more feedback and didn't get it. Then how do I square it with God? The old-timer trudged on for the last 20 yards and set his bucket down. He took off a glove and reached into his left breast pocket. After putting in a plug of chew, he put the pouch back into the pocket. He was chewing on the wad, getting it moist and shaped to go between his molars and his cheek. What's the definition of murder, son? Kenny stared at him, wondering if it was rhetorical. Finally, taking someone's life intentionally. The old man squinted. You're only half there. Try again. Taking their life intentionally, but for an unjust reason. That's more or less it. Mike spat a brown pile onto an emu patty nearby. Then what's the definition of killing? He bent down and pulled a fencing tool out of the bucket to start cutting away some loose sections of barbed wire. Well, same thing, I guess. So, when you defended your family, did you murder or kill? Because what the actual Hebrew 10 Commandments uses is the word for murder, not the word for kill. Everyone always gets that wrong, and God did empower society's leaders to issue punishment, even the corporal kind. I get all that, Kenny said. But in the heart of battle, in a kill-or-be-killed moment, the moral code is very clear. Mike stood up straight from his chore. Ah, now I get it. You can't look him in the eye tomorrow. Kenny shook his head. I think doing the deed will be doable. I guess I'm worried about the morals of the thing, Mike finished. You don't want to face this question on your judgment day. Something like that. Mike spat again and tossed his tool back into the bucket. We all have to face those questions on that day, young man. This earth. He put his palms out, level to the ground. This flesh. He reached up and gave Kenny's upper arm a squeeze. That car. He pointed back down the field to the big armada. None of that matters. What you described out there, it's here. It's everywhere. It's not just the cities. It'll be anywhere humans are, including your hometown. Man's a sinful creature. Have been since the day we disobeyed the first time. Won't ever stop. Cops are fighting other cops to control the gas stations. Gangs are controlling the streets. People are starving bad enough to eat each other. Violation of your fellow human will become the rule, not the exception. Governments and armies have started enslaving the citizens they serve. Good men have become bad men, and bad men have become bolder men. The weak will get thinned out, like the sickest deer in the herd. The strong and righteous will have one choice: take the fight to the evil, or live until the day the evil will never be beaten. Chapter 30. L Circle L Ranch. You took a risk coming here before dark, Will Statler scolded Dallas. He and his sister-in-law Dawn were in the main building's office, grilling the double-agent baker. You got something for us already? Dawn asked with a more level reaction. How's my brother? Dallas asked, used to being defensive with anyone he viewed as authority. The irony that he'd come to them to begin with was lost. Resting, Dawn said. Can I see him? Neil blurted in. Depends on what you had to say, kid. Dawn shook her head, face slightly irked. Sure, but you're not staying here, if that's your plan. It was Dallas's turn to shake her words off. No, I have another problem to fix. He trailed his speech under an embarrassed look. They were all interrupted by a radio blaring a younger female's voice. Rustler, we need you at location 9-1. Bring Superfly with you. Neil stood up from the old leather and oak office chair and keyed the mic. On my way. He and Dawn looked at each other, swapping concerned glances, knowing what the issue most likely was. Take the black trailer, she said. The ranchers had worked out a simple code. Everyone had a nickname, every location had a number. Both secrets changed every 5 days. It was a mild pain to improve radio security. He'd just been asked to bring the veteran Army medic ranch hand to their westernmost OP, or observation post. The ranch had also prepped a black enclosed cargo trailer to be a makeshift ambulance. It was left attached to one of the heavier work trucks around the clock. Within seconds of him leaving, one of his teenage sons had replaced him to watch Dawn's back. What's going on? Dawn asked Dallas, trying to sound motherly. I know my old man is going to Kettle Falls soon. He was pretty trashed the last couple of days, which is when he brags the most. But? Dallas didn't know the best way to broach the subject. But he hasn't seen Seth, so now he doesn't trust me. He knows I helped him, he just can't prove it. Plus... Once more a sheepish pause. Just spit it out, son, Dawn said. He wanted to know where I was, so I told him I was with a girl all night and into the day. He looked at Dawn's teenaged nephew, who turned his face in anger, looking off. So? Dawn asked. Now he needs a girl to verify that. 16-year-old Joshua guessed. Dawn looked at Joshua, then back at Dallas. This is true. Absolutely not. Then I don't know what you expect me to do, Dallas blurted. He's not going to trust me if I don't. He might even... He shut up and looked at a filing cabinet over her shoulder. He was squinting his mouth, huffing a bit, trying to avoid showing his embedded fear of BD. The room's awkward silence was broken 3 seconds later, with the light rapping of knuckles on the door. Come in, Dawn said, angry but keeping her composure. The most beautiful girl Dallas had ever seen walked in. Though taller than Dawn, she's damn near 6 foot, he thought excitedly. She could have been the 20-year-old version of the brunette stunner. Her long hair was tied in a loose braid between 2 bands, leaving the top of the ponytail smooth for her tan cowgirl hat. She looked at Dallas with indifference before addressing her mother. I just thought you'd want to know that Nutmeg's wound looks a lot better. Thank you, darling. I'll come find you when I'm done here. Dallas felt his heart flip-flop. He looked at Dawn and nudged his head toward the tall beauty who was turning and leaving. She'll do. No! Dawn yelled mildly, for the first time losing patience. A soft yell from the ranch leader was akin to Will going dead silent instead of yelling. It meant something was truly wrong. The young lady turned and looked around at all three. Her cousin Joshua was just shaking his head, trying to communicate to her she didn't want to know. Forget about it, Dawn said to Dallas, voice still loud. Forget about what? Darlene Statler wanted to know. Like the vast number of women her age, she was learning to set boundaries regarding her mother making decisions for her. "Nothing, darling. You should leave." "Oh, boy," Joshua mumbled louder than he should have. Dallas smartly remained quiet, watching the three family members like he was watching a high-stakes ping-pong match. Seems even the perfect families have their little beefs, he thought. "When are you going to remember I'm 20? She looked down at Dallas in the chair in front of the desk. "And what's it got to do with him?" Dallas wasn't happy to hear the tone she used, but on a deeper level he understood it. Good girls like her didn't belong around his crowd, and they definitely didn't like thieves with mullets. If he wasn't so desperate to sell the lie to his dad, he might have agreed with Dawn openly just to shoo the girl away. But then I wouldn't get to look at her. "Darling Clementine Statler," Dawn said loudly, flexing her mom powers. Dallas snickered at the name. Joshua tried to blend into the wall paint. "This doesn't concern you." 20 minutes later, having been given a few of those to visit Seth, Dallas was once more in his stolen Toyota. It was nearing supper time, and the sun was poking through the trees atop the western slopes in a golden postcard setting. He turned left and was just getting up to cruising speed as he passed the several acres of mostly level grass and pasture in front of the ranch's buildings. Shortly after the road led him between forest on both sides, a horse and rider moved off a gated road and stopped directly in front of him. The tall woman was just as striking in appearance on her horse as she had been in the office. Even more so. Dallas braked to a stop well in time, not wanting to startle the horse. Though Darling certainly seemed to know what she was doing, the metal shoes made a distinctive sound as the chestnut mare clopped toward the vehicle. Dallas rolled the window down, but left the engine on. Traffic was unlikely with fuel being as precious as it was, but one just never knew. "What do you need from me?" Darling said from atop her horse. It was more of an order than a question. "Man, you really don't like your mom talking down to you, huh?" Dallas laughed. He was playing it cool, but she was way out of his league. He was nervous. "Don't make me repeat myself," Darling said. Dallas cleared his throat. "Sorry, it's a long story, but I'm supposed to—" Yeah, we heal your brother, you spy. Got all that," she said. "Skip to the part where you need me." "Damn, you are a straight arrow, ain't you?" He checked his mirrors and shut down the Toyota, getting out. "I need a chick to pretend I was sleeping with her Friday night and Saturday morning. My pa knows I helped my brother escape. If he confirms it, he'll probably do something worse to me than cutting off my toes." He'd quit trying to be funny, just opening up to the girl. She simply stared at him for a moment, processing a bunch of thoughts. Rather than saying what she wanted to, ew, she decided to just be direct. "And you think your father will believe you and I slept together? He already knows everyone in town." Dallas pled his case. "I need a girl he can't confirm with. I told him she was a homeschooler who just moved to Republic." "Shoot, lady, I ain't never seen you. I was just letting your mom know what was up." Darling relaxed a bit, looking down the silent road in stoic contemplation. "I was a homeschool kid. What kind of info are you supposed to be gathering?" "My family has taken over Republic. My dad won't stop until he has the whole county, and your ranch is the only thing that has him worried." He paused for a moment to think. "Or, rather, you ranchers worry him. He obviously wants your animals, but what he really needs is to keep you all from rallying people to fight him." She thought for a good 30 seconds before responding. "I can help you." "Listen," Dallas said, "your mom is right. This will be dangerous, way more than you think." "I can handle myself," Darling said, remaining calm and finally looking back at the big, dirty, blonde crook. "I got no doubts about that out here," Dallas said. "But you're way too hot. They'll never believe I could land a gal like you, my old man or my older brother. They won't let you leave once they see you." "I said," the tall brunette said with a bit more force, "I can handle myself." Chapter 31. L Circle L Ranch. "Who is it?" Dawn said, voice strained and trying her best not to freak out. Will had parked the truck in its trailer, the pair acting as a working ambulance, under the back road overhang roof. Carrie, their ranch hand with Army medic training, and Carlito hopped out of the trailer's rear double doors once Will opened them. They turned to help a wounded man get down. "It's Fred," Will said. Cougar attack. A wave of relief passed over several of the ranch's women, as horribly as they felt about their employees' wounds. Her nephew Joshua was holding a rolling craft table steady with his stance. The two hands helped their wounded patient lie down on it, and the three of them commenced to move the heavily bandaged man across the patio and into the large log domicile. "Thank God," April Laughlin said. She was married to Don's younger brother, Neil. "Where's the rest of the men?" She practically begged Will. "They're fine," he said, hopping into the trailer to pick up the trash left over from the various medical supplies used. "They're bringing the horses back." The matriarch of the family, Rhonda Laughlin, came riding up in one of the ranch utility quads, driven by Will's wife, Janet. The pair had been out supervising some of the younger children in their chores at the small animal barn. "Hi, Mama," Dawn said when the two women finally got off the small vehicle and walked up to the group. "Is this from our wolf patrol?" Rhonda asked. Will exited with a bag of trash, then went to a nearby farm hydrant and turned on a hose to wash blood out of the trailer. The huddle of women moved along the back road a bit. "Yes," Dawn answered. She knew it would still be several minutes before the horse-mounted team arrived back to the lodge. "I'm sure glad Carrie had us all start donating blood to ourselves. At first it sounded hokey, but now I'm relieved I let everyone talk me into making room in the fridges." Years earlier, the ranch had started adding a solar field and battery system near the main barn. Originally, it was for keeping the veterinary refrigerators working during snowstorms without relying on generators. Though less efficient in winter, the system had slowly grown to be large and reliable enough to be worth the effort, eventually capable of powering the well and other buildings to an extent, too. They had to keep a large supply of vaccines and medications on hand for a variety of animals. 2 days into the unprecedented crisis, Carrie had started the conversation on saving human blood, too. "Fred'll need a lot more than this one unit, I think," Rhonda said. "I'm O-negative," Janet said. "The universal donor. He can have my pint." "That's so kind of you, dear," Rhonda said. "Be sure to tell Carrie." That gave Dawn an idea. "And talk to her about plasma. I don't recall who, but one type can also donate plasma, and at about every 3 or 4 days, if I recall right." "That's the ABs who can do that, I think," April said. She had worked as a phlebotomist in the summers between semesters in her college days. "But how would we do that?" Janet asked. "The vet tech has a centrifuge in her lab," Dawn answered. "Homemade plasmapheresis would burn through a massive amount of supplies," April said. "A ton of tubes for the centrifuge to get decent volume produced, plus tubing and IVs to get the red and white cells put back into the donor." "But it could be done," Rhonda confirmed. "Everyone here is family, even the newer hands." The conversation about possibilities and practical application was only made more pertinent by the sight of Will and one of the older teens in rinsing Fred's blood out of the trailer. "They're back," Dawn said, to great relief. Past the maintenance garage, 3 riders and 4 horses came out of the forest, walking downhill at a tired, steady pace. Leading was the tall, rugged Jesse Statler. He was Will's older brother and the lead wrangler. His most important role to Dawn, though, was being her husband and father to their children. Behind him was the oldest hand and widow, Carlos Pagoda, who had come to be a valued part of the team and family when he moved there from Mexico 8 years earlier. He was towing Fred's horse behind his. Picking up the rear was Neil Laughlin, brother to Dawn and son to Rhonda. He was April's husband. The foursome had set out to go on a long-range search for the area's biggest and most aggressive wolf pack. Many ranches and farms in the several northern counties had been dealing with the growing threat to their livestock over the past several years. One time, a researcher out trying to tag them had even been treed by a pack. It took a helicopter to rescue her. Before the small team had made it to the back of the lodge, Dawn's radio crackled. "Blueberry, this is Marmalade." It was Dawn's sister, Sherry, a divorcee and Joshua's mom. "Your new handle is Blueberry?" April poked with a smile. Dawn took the radio off her belt. "What can I say? I was thinking about blueberry pancakes." She hit the transmit button. "Go for Blueberry." "We're going to want to scoot over to location 25. Not, I repeat, not an emergency, but you'll need to bring someone to ride a horseback." "Will," Dawn called over to their makeshift ambulance. He already knew what she wanted. "That's the North OP by the backup driveway." "Thanks." What now, she wondered. She hopped into the quad that her mom and Janet had showed up in earlier, with Janet taking the passenger seat. After backing it up to turn north, she saw her husband and his horse was only 100 feet away. "Guess I can wait a few more minutes for some sugar." She shot her sexy beast of a man a wink and a smile. The pair transited the back road, past the small and large barns, and transitioned to another road, which led past additional cabins and a standalone conference room that was part of their corporate retreat package. Within 4 minutes, they made it to the OP being staffed by Sherry and ranch hand Ethan. Sherry was holding the reins to Nutmeg, Darlene's horse. Dawn stomped on the brakes and ground to a halt. She hopped out, confused, and put a hand on the horse's shoulder. "You're never going to believe this," Sherry said. Chapter 32. Bellevue. Needless to say, the dude we borrowed the golf cart from never needs to know there was an arrow buried into the shoulder of the seat, Brian said. He was holding the older aluminum bolt in his hands, showing it off to everyone in Ramona's living room. She needed to get home and get some elevation. Her amputation stump was warm and swollen, and she was getting a fever. Diana had made it perfectly clear she would be pinning Officer Perez to the couch if it came to that. "Can I see that?" Walt asked. Brian walked around the coffee table and gave it to him. Charcoal jumped up, assuming it meant food. After getting a rub on the head, he laid back down. The room was lit by the vanilla-scented candle, which was nearing the end of its life. They were trying to make the supply they had last as long as possible, and though it was still pre-dusk, the interior of the house was made darker by Diana having gotten ahead of the nightly window-shutting ritual. Walt took the arrow but leaned forward over his beer gut to get a better look in the candlelight. "An arrow this short has to be from a crossbow," he said. "Or something homemade," Brian said. That made Walt's eyes light up. "I bet I could rig up some homemade tools," he said with enthusiasm. Ramona felt a gnawing in the back of her mind. Her last venture with homemade weapons cost her a knee and everything below it. "That may just be a good idea," James said. "Easiest way to lose guns is to show folks we got 'em." Ramona sighed. "Show of force is always a double-edged sword." She picked her head up off the pillow and looked around the room. No pun intended. "Why say that, Sarge?" Brian asked. "Sherman, I swear, if I have to tell you one more time to stop calling me that." She saw him grinning widely. "I'll tell everyone about the present the precinct got you for your birthday 2 years ago." His face morphed. "No, okay, just kidding. It's tough to stop calling you that." "Mm-hmm," Diana said. James stuck his hand up. "So, now's I feel like we gotta know what it is." "Seconded," Walt yelled, showing a chipped-toothed smile in the process. "Don't you dare," Brian said to Ramona. Ramona put 2 fingers to her eyes, then pointed them at Brian. "Watching you, Proby." She put her head back down on the pillow once more. "Back to business. James, I see your point about not showing off our weapons, that letting others see what we have may attract thieves." "Exactly." Ramona offered the other side of the coin. "But it's also a deterrence to those with less capable weapons, like that Scarecrow group." "You're assuming they don't have guns," Diana said. That made everyone take a moment to think. "Good point," Walt said first. "Either way, since we've moved the watch position to my garage, I can probably tinker around with some alternate weapons. It would beat having to improvise them at the moment we need them." "About the Scarecrow group," Brian said. "They had bows, a spear, and what looked like some sort of scuba tank air gun. That might have been what they shot that with." He pointed to the arrow, which had made its way to James. "But what about the getup?" "Meaning?" Walt asked. "They were dressed weird," Ramona said. She had the back of a hand draped over her forehead, eyes closed, like they'd just shown up with Comic-Con tickets or something. "Go on," James said, suddenly interested. "Cool your jets," Diana said. "They don't mean the ones that look like sexy Japanese unicorn kitties." Everyone laughed at James for a moment. "They were wearing costume pieces meant to shock people," Brian said. "Not very practical in a real fight." "And why'd they shoot the golf cart?" Walt asked. "To let us know they could," Ramona said. "It was a way of trying to keep us out, not escalate to a war with people carrying rifles." "And wearing police coats," James added. "I've always been an honest working man, but there's been more than a time or two I was worried about that." He was trying not to insult the 2 cops in the room, but he had to keep it real at the same time. Ramona moved her hand and looked at Brian. "He's got a point." Maybe we go back tomorrow, Brian suggested. Try to present ourselves in a different way. Chapter 33. Chelan. You know, Corny told Kevin, I haven't stopped at Lake Chelan since my freshman year of college. They were leading the small procession down the foothills to a major valley and lake, which hosted a tourist town of the same name on its south end. They'd caught the first glimpse of it several minutes earlier, passing small farms, apple orchards full of fruit, and armed people picking the apples with a borderline death gaze at the passing trucks, and eventually dead-end dirt lanes with several homes each. They were nearly off the almost 60 miles of forest roads. So, like 10 years ago? Kevin said with a smile and a wink. He went back to scanning ahead as they descended, trusting Jamar and Lydia were keeping as close an eye on the rear view as the giant mirrors and dust would allow. There was less than that to deal with as the street had become pavement a few miles back. Nelson was riding in the bed with the fuel drums, e-bikes, and backpacks, trying to catch a nap so that someone would be alert enough to keep watch at night. Flattery will get you everywhere, the middle-aged woman said. Just remember I'm married, and I bat on the other side of the plate. Kevin glanced at his map. I think some of these small roads have taken their name signs down. Makes me have to guess more, but probably smart on their part. Problem? Nope, I just think that this curve to the left will be a sharp one. It'll double back, and then we'll be on the final approach to get on the shoreline highway that will take us to Chelan. You'll be turning right. But remember to stop a couple of 100 yards up from the bottom. I'll walk up and check it out. Why so far? She asked. Even at low speed idle and going downhill, these trucks make a lot of rattle and noise, and there's a state park right there, which may mean people and trouble. 4 minutes later, the two-truck procession had come to a stop, with a fir forest on the right and the fields of a private farm on the left. Corny set the brake while Kevin and his shotgun got out. He slung and went backward where Jamar was getting out of the truck. They nodded and heard Nelson call from the bed inside the pile of equipment. Anything wrong? Go back to sleep, old man, Jamar joked. We're about to get onto a real road, Kevin said, the one into Chelan. I was going to check out the intersection, but maybe Jamar should get back into the trailer. I'm up, the tired, middle-aged man said. Nelson Butterton wore many hats, ex-cop, co-owner of a sports bar, AWOL state guardsman, but Slacker wasn't one of them. The equipment jostled as he fought his way out from under the pieces that had settled over his legs. I wasn't catching many Z's back there anyway. While the two others briefed Lydia and Corny, Kevin walked down and checked out the intersection, keeping behind branches and bushes the best he could. He came back up and reported a heavy camping presence at the park, but no apparent checkpoint on the road to Chelan. They're bound to have one closer to town then, Nelson said. Same as before, with the pre-planned toll offerings? I'd say yes to that, Jamar agreed, but let's not have the RPG on top this time. That could be the reason they came after us this morning. That and the horses, Kevin said. I'll go along with that, Nelson said, but you two should still be out with your long guns. I should point out it's still like 10 miles to town, Kevin said. We should just pull over so you guys can get on the back of the trailer for the last mile. Nelson objected. No, we have no idea what each bend in the road brings. Better to be ready to hop off and fight from the back. Yeah, I agree, Jamar said. Tell her just to go about 20 or so. It won't kill us to hold on for a half hour. It's a wide bumper. With their plan in motion, the oddly paired team mounted up and commenced the commute, driving slowly due east on what the locals called Wooden Avenue. The signs of civilization brought mixed feelings for Kevin. With each mile, they grew. Small residential developments with expensive lakeview homes, a county maintenance shop, vineyards and cellars. As they passed a marina on the left, a small water park appeared on the right. It had a commune living in the parking lot, and the downhill tube rides had been drained. People in ragged clothing were riding down sidewalks and areas of the rides on long skateboards. Over at the marina, it wasn't much better. Many slips were vacant, while others showed signs of being turned into a large party. I hate to say speed up, Kevin said to Corny, but this place is starting to make the hairs on my neck stand up. I think we're almost to town, Navigator, she said. How do I get through it? Her nerves were on edge even more than Kevin's. Oh, he'd been so busy looking out for trouble, he forgot to study the map. Sis, he called back to Missy behind him. Help me keep an eye out for bad people. You too, Lois, Corny said to her son. No, the boy said, something most people would let slide due to his autism, not his mother. Do it, Louie. I'm not Louie, he said with an agitated tone. Then help watch outside, she ordered. Kevin had made use of the seconds, scanning their route. There are 2 bridges across the river that runs out of the lake. Staying on this road leads us across the second, bigger one. Corny slowed down to 10 miles per hour. They passed through a Y intersection, the name of the road they were on converting to Webster. When she let down the branch that wouldn't continued on, she saw something that made her slow even more. What? Kevin asked. A big sign that says, bridge out. She picked the speed back up to about twice a fast walk. It's just the one bridge, I guess. I bet they did that on purpose, Kevin thought. Keep control over people, whoever they are. We'll be at it in about a quarter mile. You see the smoke? Corny asked next. Huh? Kevin had been so busy looking at the map and the landmarks that he'd forgotten to keep a downrange scan going. He bent forward. The smoke wasn't tall columns, but a wide, dark gray haze all around the eastern part of the small community. Just keep going. The road turned a couple of dozen yards shy of crossing the bridge. There were no guards, but Corny still hit the brakes. What the? Wait here, Kevin said. He left the shotgun and moved to the back window and gate on the cruiser, reaching in for one of their captured AR rifles. By the time he closed the door, Nelson was standing there. He'd left Jamar to cover the rear. What's up? See for yourself, Kevin said. They walked past the front of the cruiser. Nelson gave Kevin a hand signal. Spread out. He moved across the left side lanes while Kevin walked up the right. In the center of the bridge were 3 walls. None fully crossed the bridge, and the first and third had gaps on the right, while the second's gap was on the left. It was a vehicle slowdown. Technically not a trap. It would still force larger trucks, especially one towing something, to be meticulous with the tight turns. But the most disturbing part was the content of the walls themselves. Each was made up of dead humans, laying side by side and stacked 3 to 4 people high. The smell was overpowering. Both men involuntarily lost the entree of an MRE they'd had on the drive. For Nelson, it was chili mac. For Kevin, pork adobo. Flies buzzed with a loud hum. The smell of rotting flesh was overpowering. Kevin gagged again when he saw that some previous driver had cut the corner too close. The head and shoulder of the lowest person in the wall had been crushed, the tires leaving a meat track as they drove off. Cover me, Kevin yelled through the vomit taste in his mouth, which he chose to breathe through rather than his nose. He didn't want to waste time on finding a bandana or balaclava to cover his face with. God help me if I swallow a fly. He ran at a fast jog through the first gap, hopping over other pieces of flesh and small bone that had been spread around by ravens and freshwater seagulls. He went left around the second wall, then back to the right, stopping at the third wall's gap. Past the end of the bridge, he could see that an entire block in the city had been reduced to smoldering ash. There were other, farther fires in 3 directions. There were more dead, though not piled. Some were in army uniforms. It looked like a big battle had happened. He sprinted his way back to Nelson. Should we send up our new drone to check it out? Nelson asked. With a look of fear, Kevin waved it off. We need to get through this as fast as humanly possible. Chapter 34. Bellevue. Wade Curry was still coming off his surge of adrenaline and dopamine from the afternoon's activities. No matter what, he wouldn't be returning to the old woman's house west of the highway. He'd found an old plastic sports bag in the carport. In it were some more wound supplies, another sleeve of saltines and some water, his night vision device, and the folding M4 rifle. He was refreshed, having taken care of his animalistic needs, and now he had one immediate mission: retrieve his bag, and one larger goal: kill Ramona Perez, slowly. 3 wild dogs startled him in the vicinity of the dead thugs he'd tried to hire overnight. Their corpses were keeping any humans in the vicinity of the footbridge away. The dogs were knee-high and smaller, not part of the pack that had attacked him. Their barking and growls still sent his blood pressure spiking for a moment. When he passed the dead men, the scavengers moved back in for their meat. The sun was hit and miss, a blanket of light gray to white clouds, bringing both sun and light sprinkling. Mother Nature is a schizophrenic, fickle old whore, he thought. Though still in the black pants and boots outfitted by the cartel, he was now wearing some new men's clothing he'd found packed away in the house. A purple sweatshirt proclaiming membership as part of the University of Washington men's crew team was covered by a dark green Helly Hansen raincoat. On his head, he had a gray beanie. Several minutes later, he was back in the state park, navigating around the small horse training arena. He went to the spot he knew he'd hidden the pack. Where'd I leave you? He thought with panic, searching all around. Then he saw the new item. It sent him into a state of confusion, which in turn ticked him off. Stapled to the tree was a crude map made of the waxy cardboard that heavy produce cases were constructed out of, a basic map that had been etched into it with a knife or point of some kind. This is here, he said to himself, figuring the oval to be the nearby arena. This must be where I ran out of the park last night. This star, this must be an invite to meet. He looked around, trying to see if he was being watched. Of course they're watching, he chided himself. They've got my bag. They have no idea who they've messed with. He flipped the cardboard over, seeing the carefully carved scarecrow in the wax. He chuckled a bit, more out of ironic disbelief than humor. "LOL, dead man," Wade yelled. "I know you're out there." His first instinct was to grab the rifle out of his bag and just run to the spot, which looked to be to the woods south of where they'd saved him from the dogs. He calmed himself after that initial anger. Maybe this is who saved my butt from those last 3 dogs. Wade walked back out to the road that bisected the park and chose the long way. It would give him time to think. He trekked north to the main avenue, west, then south at the end of the block. About a half-mile down, he arrived at the small church near the park's main entrance. It was mostly cloudy, but would still be a couple of hours until dark. The remnants of what used to be a charitable feed for the homeless and others during the last 2 weeks still lingered. A metal pop-up canopy with a bent frame and legs was near the building wall, looking like a white metal spider. Its blue plastic canopy was ripped, yet filling with rain puddles between some of the structural pieces. There was trash drifting out of knocked-over cans, mostly filthy disposable plates, bowls, and utensils. Dogs or raccoons had torn through everything. The absence of people gave him an idea. He walked around the building and found the front windows broken out. What used to be flower beds had become an open sewer. God's house had apparently been ransacked. He opened the door to the dark building, which reeked of unbathed people, candles, and pot. He moved the bag to his right hand, ready to retrieve the pistol tucked in back with his left. He walked into the auditorium, dark and musty, the smells intensifying. There were people on most of the pews. The glowing cherries of cigarettes and joints grew brighter or dimmer as people sucked on them. Even in his new old man clothes, Wade's eyes, his very demeanor, carried with them an air that any sane person would avoid, but many in the abandoned church just simply weren't sane. A ragged, foul woman wearing only rubber boots, stained panties, and a blanket tried to approach him. Her face was grimy and covered in scabs, her hair a mess of knots and dried vomit. She smiled, revealing a yellow rack of teeth with 2 holes in it. "What you got?" "Man, you're a good-looking one. I might just take care of your meat cannon for free." Wade ignored her, pulling his free arm out of her grasp with power that told her to back off. All right. You ain't got a cop attitude." His first thought had been to hide in there until dark and simply use the nods to have an advantage in finding whoever left the scarecrow calling card, but the horrific odor in the old church made him want to not sit. This was a horrible idea, he realized. Can't hide in here for a couple of hours. The homeless woman was joined by a female friend in their propositions as he left. They started to yell and throw old rags that had been used as toilet paper at his back. A few seconds after he went back out to the parking lot, a large gray SUV pulled in and ground to a halt. Wade pulled a Glock from behind his pants, but 4 cartel members were already out. with 3 pointing compact submachine guns at him. The oldest was the man who he only knew as his handler, the man who had given him the hit portfolio almost 11 days earlier. Wade lowered his gun. "How?" The man smiled and spoke in Spanish. "Come on, we need to figure a way out of this where you get to live." Wade walked over and paused at the man. They made close eye contact, smiling and sizing each other up. He dropped his bag and handed the pistol to the large henchman near the back door, who wore a sour expression. "I guess they know I killed their amigos on the boat." Right when he had resigned himself to getting into the rig and negotiating a settlement, that man's face vaporized in the red spray of a bullet rushing through it. Near instantaneously, the boom of a loud rifle rang out nearby. "What?" Wade was just as in shock as the cartel men. "How?" He fell to the ground. The handler dove into the SUV almost instantly, as had the driver and other gangster. They hadn't survived this long by standing around and trying to outgun a stealthy rival. The Escalade peeled the tires and shot around the church. Wade laid there behind the bloody pulp of a head attached to a man who'd eaten too many carbs. He waited. It came from the park. He waited a bit more. Grab the SMG, he reminded himself. Run to the corner of the church. He was nearly pumped and ready when the scuffling of several shoes on parking lot gravel met his ears. He tried to creep his head up over the body. Before him, 6 people dressed in odd-looking masks and outfits were walking up to him. "Nice guns," Wade said, recognizing his own weapons. 35. Republic. Dallas knew something, and it took quite a while to convince Darlene Statler to believe him. After she'd handed off her horse to her aunt at the OP, she hopped in a Toyota. Dallas was absolute in his belief that it was the exact wrong time for her to meet Big Dog and Billy Ray, that they were at their most alert, their highest likelihood of committing an atrocious act from which Dallas couldn't protect her. They needed to do it when they were winding down for bed, just around dawn, and they needed a place to hide and wait. Just going through Republic was risky. He had her ducked down, and then he took the long way back to the west, using other isolated, long dirt farm roads to approach the Richardson farm from the opposite direction. Even then, they parked 200 yards away in a small alcove where a fenced gate was offset from the road a bit, tucked on a hill and behind a pair of cedars. He had to wait until dark for the distant friends of his father who had been assigned to the home to go check in with BD for the night's assignment, whether that be partying or going out to raid new houses for goods and women. The drive and waiting period had given the young man ample time to tell the truly disturbing stories and convince his beautiful volunteer that waiting until morning to introduce her would be in both of their interests and safety. "Whose farm are we going to hide in for the night?" Darlene asked. "The Richardsons. Most of them are gone or dead. Only the mom is left." "And the sister, you said, is a slave to your brother now," she clarified. "And her. Despite growing up a juvenile delinquent, the things unfolding weren't sitting well with Dallas. And what is keeping the mom from fleeing when they go out for the night?" "Probably chains," Dallas said, kind of surprised that after 2 hours of stories, he was still needing to paint the terrible picture. "I knew some Richardson kids from church when I was a girl," she said next, staring past the cedars and pasture, trying to glimpse the house. "I wonder why they quit going." "Don't know nothing about church," Dallas said. "We have to help her. We can't just go hide in there for the night and leave her chained up." Darlene was a tough lady, yet her voice was betraying her. The level of the anarchy in her isolated mountain town was unbelievable. The thought of a place like Spokane or Seattle made her stomach drop. Dallas simply grunted in acknowledgement. He was more worried about how to handle his dad's friends if they came back before the wee hours of morning. He hadn't yet killed anyone, and thinking about it made him want to puke. "I think someone's leaving," Darlene announced. Dallas turned on the accessories and rolled her window down so they could listen better. A lifelong malefactor like him knew to disable the interior dome light the moment he stole a car. He had gone one step further and smashed the brake lights. But now he was debating with himself to just leave the stolen truck parked in the small hideaway and walk to the farm. He opened his door and slid out, walking toward the road. The sky was mostly clear, giving the stars and sliver of moon plenty of room. The vehicle started up and departed the farm. "Let's go," he said with a wave. The unlikely duo walked down the road quickly. Dallas moved behind the farm's tractor and stooped a bit, triggering Darling to do the same. There was a smell of decay wafting from one of the nearby fields. "Ugh!" Darling choked. The seasoned ranch girl knew the scent of death when she smelled it. "The family dogs," Dallas said, not faking his shame. "And the grandparents." "Your family is going to burn in hell," the tall girl said with controlled anger. Dallas nodded. "I don't disagree. Wait here, just in case." He sprinted his big, flabby frame and mullet around the rectangular home straight to the back door, passing an open pit of flies, animal guts, and bones. They were feasting on the farm animals as if there wasn't a care in the world. There were no candles or lanterns on, no noises or signs of life. They wouldn't have killed her, he thought, not against Dad's strict orders. Dallas tried the knob, and the door eased open. He stepped in, waiting a moment to ensure there wasn't a dog he didn't know about, when the Richardsons' family cats rushed past him to escape the house, sending a jolt through his heart and system. He shook it off, closed the door, and pulled a small gas station flashlight out of his pocket. He moved from the kitchen to the main living area. It was more like his own house, with trash and clutter everywhere. When he played over as a boy almost daily, he never remembered it looking so filthy. Convinced the coast was clear, he went out the front door and retrieved his ally. "Where is she?" Darling insisted once she was inside, still whispering. Dallas shone his beam of light on a candle on the living room table, ignoring her. He moved the beam to the window, seeing it was simply a thin set of blinds. "Help me hang this blanket over the window. Then we can probably light that candle." "Why?" she demanded. He whipped his head. "Not everyone lives on 10,000 acres with an armed team of cowboys to protect him at night." She took his point and went to retrieve the opposite end of the blanket on the couch. "It isn't 10,000, she murmured below her breath. Soon they had the window darkened and the candle lit. "What'll we do if they come back?" she asked. "Do you have a gun?" Dallas shook his head. "Big Dog is pretty tight with who gets to carry guns, and ever since Seth disappeared, I've been off the list. They'll be gone hours. Let's help find Miss Liz first, then we'll figure that out." He walked down the double-wide home's one hallway. All 4 doors were closed. He came to the first one, Darling right on his heels, holding the candle. He knocked on the door twice. "Miss Liz?" The distressed, muted moans of a tortured woman emitted through the door. He turned the knob, which made the noises intensify. He barely cracked it open when it was clearly screaming through a rag. "Wait!" Darling hissed in his ear. "Stop!" "Geez, Darling," he said in shocked reaction. "Don't move a muscle," she ordered. Darling moved the lantern all around the doorframe and then moved her body around Dallas's, trying to peek into the room. "What?" he insisted impatiently. The gagged squeals in the room were clearly trying to say something. Darling reached over his shoulder and slid her long fingers along the interior wall inside the top of the frame. "Gotcha," she said quietly. She set down the candle and pulled a folding buck knife from her pocket. On the second take, she tippy-toed over the big baker to get both arms over his shoulder. Then she reached in with both hands and cautiously cut the string. Both of them saw it fall below the top of the door. Liz Richardson's screams turned to sobs. Darling picked up the candle. Dallas pushed the door. The 2 wide-eyed rescuers saw Liz taped to a chair, covered in her own waste and filth. The room smelled like a sewer. A shotgun was pointed at her from a bench rest on a dresser that had been turned. A string ran from the trigger through a series of eye bolts installed on the walls. A second set of bolts and string would trigger if the chair was moved. It was the simplest of booby traps. A closer look revealed the door string ran down to the handle and had just enough slack to be unlooped if the captors wanted to enter. The wails of relief coming through Liz Richardson's gag were a sound neither Dallas nor Darling would ever forget. The pair of heroes walked the frail, middle-aged woman to the living room couch. She was still choking and coughing from the removal of the gag. Her voice had the scratch of a sick frog, barely audible. She was in a nightgown and covered in caked waste, the skin on her wrists and ankles splotchy and covered in duct-tape glue. "See if they have some bottled water," Darling told Dallas. "Here, Miss Liz, let me help you lie down." "Thank you," Liz Richardson kept repeating. She was sobbing emotionally, though too dehydrated for tears to come out. She developed a case of the hiccups from the heavy breathing and hacking. 2 wrinkly hands held onto Darlene's one hand while the other supported the woman to a lying position. Dallas had found a couple of cases of the cheap store-bought water and handed a 16-ounce bottle to Darlene. "Just a few sips, Miss Liz," Darlene said softly as she tipped it. She looked at Dallas. "She needs an IV." "Doubt you'll be able to find one of them," he said with a disbelieving chuckle. "Back at the ranch," she said, taking the bottle from Liz. "Go see if you can find some chapstick or Vaseline for her lips." While Dallas did that, Darlene went to the kitchen and poured a few of the bottles of water into a mixing bowl. She found a washcloth in a kitchen drawer and went about the task of cleaning the woman up. After putting the petroleum jelly on the woman's lips, she ordered Dallas to go find a clean change of clothing. During the worst and most embarrassing parts of the cleanup, the young baker looked remorseful, sullen, angry. "They have to die," he thought several times over. "They're more vicious than wolves." He went about dismantling the shotgun trap and found it had but one shell in it, a slug. It would have punched a huge hole in her chest. He took the gun out and set it on the small dining table between the kitchen and living areas. After some more searching, he found a box of buckshot. He loaded the firearms magazine nearly full of those, saving room for the first round jacked into the chamber to be the slug. He sat down while Darlene finished off the ugly job and felt himself start to cry. A few silent moments later, Darlene covered Liz with a nearby quilt and walked over to her partner. She put a hand on his shoulder. "We have to get her out of here." She looked at her watch. "It's only midnight. We can take her to the ranch and be back well before dawn." "You take her," Dallas said. "I need to stay here and wait to put my dad's pals out of commission. If they come back and check the bedroom. But if I go back alone, my family won't let me leave again." "They probably won't let you leave again even if I'm with you," Dallas snorted. Darlene went silent for half a minute. "What about her daughter and your sister? I ain't even got that far in my planning," Dallas complained under the stress. "Not to add to your worries," Darlene said. "But I thought we'd be here and back in just a few hours. There's no telling how my mom will react." "Hey," Liz tried to call from the far side of the living room, sending herself into a coughing fit. Darlene and Dallas went over to her. "Need some more water, Miss Liz?" Darlene asked. Elizabeth Richardson shook her head and waved the girl down with one hand. Darlene knelt, and Dallas stooped over hands on knees just behind her. "We need to stay," she whispered. "He has Kendra." "No," Dallas insisted. "No, they're too dangerous. There's too many of them." Liz looked at the young man, still scratching out words. "Dallas Baker, you're always a much finer boy than your parents allowed you to believe. I know you'll do the right thing." Dallas shook his head. "You don't know the half of it, Miss Liz," he objected. "Does she?" He found himself wondering. Does she know the secret? All the bad secrets? Liz once more cried without tears, her fragile emotions going through the cycle. "He'll kill my little girl if you two take me away." "No, he won't," Darlene said suddenly. Confident, absolute. "Not if he knows where you and Seth are. He'll need to keep her alive to bargain with." "He's already gunning for your ranch," Dallas said, "and he won't bargain." "Neither will my mom," Darlene said. "But it'll force him to pretend to bargain. It'll force him to try his plans before he brought in reinforcements from Kettle Falls." Chapter 36. South Stevens County. It was early Sunday morning. Kenny figured it to be pre-dawn. They had spent a second, surprisingly comfortable night in one of the hay-lined emu stalls. After 4 hours of sleep driven by pure exhaustion, he spent the next few hours restless, stressed. It was one thing to kill in the moment one was defending the innocent, but he was going to have to kill preemptively so that scenario would cease to be a possibility. And the stark contrast was something he was grappling with. He went out to the open center of the barn and did some push-ups, which led to a few other exercises. In short order, he'd worked up a sweat. And woken his wife. "Couldn't sleep?" Taylor asked, sitting at the chairs and table still set up so she could tie her hiking boots. "Sorry if I woke you up," Kenny said. She reached out to pull him over to her by the hand. He was still panting and sweating, with dirt and who knew what else stuck to his shirt. He leaned in for a hug, and she put a hand up. You? I didn't realize how grody you were when I grabbed you." Kenny laughed, despite Taylor being dead serious. "I saw them digging the hole last night," he said. In the woods to the west of the property boundary was an open area they would bury emus and llamas that had died. Usually they recycled that meat for the dogs, unless it was an infectious disease or undetermined natural cause that warranted burial. "These folks are pretty hardcore," Taylor said. "I bet they'll march them right into it and have you pop them in place." Kenny gave his wife a pained look. "Hey, I'm not trying to be funny or make you feel bad. May as well be direct, though." "Just be glad it isn't you." Taylor had a look on her face, one he knew well. "What?" "I'm glad, honey. But—" "What?" Kenny repeated. "You shouldn't have to carry this burden alone." "What? Are you kidding? You want me to let you do it? No way. Stop and listen. I don't mean all of them, but—" Kenny sat next to her and took her hands. Not happening." "I want to. I mean—" "What? What do you mean you want to?" He was moving from offended to incredulous. "Not like, gee, I can't wait until I kill someone, want to," Taylor tried to explain. It was the odd situation, she being calm and compassionate and him being defensive. "I want to be part of this with you, as a partnership, and a mother, and a near victim." Then it hit Kenny like a horny buck rabbit hits a doe in heat. She needs this. He dropped his head. "You may be onto something." "I just want to help, baby." She leaned in further despite the sweat. "Why are you so opposed to it?" "Because it's my job to protect you from the horrible things and the dire moments, even the dirty jobs." "Why are you wanting to do it so badly?" he countered. Taylor gave her husband a kiss. "For our kids, because I need to be able to do the dirty job in the dire moment if you're not there." Chapter 37. L Circle L Ranch. Things weren't quite so cheerful at the LOL in the wee hours, closer to the opposite. "What in the hell were you thinking?" the normally composed Dawn Statler yelled at Dallas and Darling. Her nephew and her youngest son had just finished helping the obviously distressed Liz Richardson upstairs to a guest room. In another spot of the main lodge reception area, lead hand and husband extraordinaire Jesse Statler was directing his fast reaction posse to go hit the sack. He and a team of 5 other men, 3 women, and 3 trucks were nearly to Republic when they happened across Dallas's Toyota. With virtually no traffic at night, the ranch trucks had performed a near-perfect rolling ambush. Jesse's truck had screeched to a halt and blocked both directions after they passed the Toyota, which his brother Will had described to him in great, angry detail. The other 2 rigs had formed a V. The only way the quarry had to run was through a rig or drive into the thin, mountainous forest to the west, or a river valley to the east. They'd just finished bringing the group back to the ranch. "I knew I needed to see what became of the town for myself," Darling yelled back. The young adult was tired of being treated like a protected child. Jesse walked over. His personality was a blend of his wife's and his brother's, about evenly split between reserved and hair-trigger. But whenever Dawn needed to vent, he dialed it down. He couldn't stand it when his parents used to gang up on him as a young lad. "Your mother's been very worried," he said, serious but calm. Darling was standing in front of a couch, while Dallas was sitting humbly in a comfortable easy chair. "You shouldn't have just up and left like that, and you know it." The young woman knew better than to argue with her dad. She'd learned he was open to counterpoints, as long as they were presented maturely. The tall lady looked her very tall father in the eye. "I felt that Mama hadn't given the situation Dallas was in a fair chance to be heard." She looked at her mother. "She certainly didn't allow me any input." Dawn's mouth turned into a straight line, her eyes nearly aflame. But she was swallowing it. Horse people typically developed the ability to shut up and think. They had to. Working with horses was like working with a truth-telling mirror. Angry people wound up getting hurt by nervous horses in their business, which forced coping skills that translated well to working with humans. "What's our number 1 rule, darling?" Dawn asked. The young woman huffed and looked down a bit. "Give it a half hour and then explain your case." "Did you do that?" Dawn asked. Darlene looked up. No longer a little girl, she knew she'd been beat, but she wasn't going to let her mother's passive-aggressive snark badger her into agreeing. "Is that rhetorical?" All right, Jesse said. "Sit down, you two." He plopped into a recliner on the opposite end of the lacquered mahogany coffee table of the church mouse-like Dallas. Darlene sat down in a couch behind her, and Dawn sat in a love seat. "I've been told about this little spy mission thing he's up to." He pointed a large leathery finger at Dallas. "But your mom's right. His dad," he stabbed the air at the young man once more, "is by far the biggest outlaw for 3 counties. You could have been hurt going up there." After a few seconds of awkward silence, Dallas cleared his throat to talk, but Jesse cut him off to continue. "I suppose this is my fault." He looked at Dawn. "We should have invested in better radios and a Hilltop repeater or 2 when you brought it up a few weeks back. Would have been no problem to call and get us back from patrol when you heard Baker took over Republic." "Well, we have something to do now," Dawn agreed. Dallas raised his hand, which irked her a bit. "You don't have to raise your hand. Darlene thought of something I think you should hear her out on." "Oh, you do ya?" the tired and weary Jesse said. After most of a week tracking wolves in the mountains and the serious injury to his man, he was ready for bed. Talking to a baker in his own home was testing his limits. "Daddy," Darlene said. She knew how to use just the right tone. "What is it, Darlene?" Dawn said. "I should have heard you out yesterday. So, what is your thought?" Jesse tilted his head down, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Miss Liz needed our help, and her daughter and Dallas's sister are both in danger. I think we should get word to town that we're sheltering them out here." Jesse pulled his head up. "Now why in the name of all that's holy would we do that?" He glared at Dallas. "From what I hear, we're already on their wish list." "It could go either way," Dallas agreed. "He'll want them both back. The thought is that he'd react out of anger before he's gotten all his pals from Kettle Falls over here to back him." Jesse stood and addressed his wife. "Look, I'm bushed. I'll be able to listen to this with a more open mind after breakfast. I suggest we discuss this after sleep, eggs, and coffee." "I agree," Dawn said. She stood and sighed, staring at Dallas. "Finally, you can find a spare rack in the bunkhouse near the barn." Chapter 38. Bellevue. It was a Monday morning, not that the names of days mattered much anymore. Every day was now survival day. Ramona's team was tired. She was the only one not involved in the overnight watch rotation. James and Walt were taking the first half of the night, Diana and Brian the second. They were watching from Walt's garage, the only clue to the world being the movement of the 2 pairs of people across the street around 2 a.m. She decided the only fair thing to do was stay awake for one of those shifts, easier said than done from the confines of the couch, but the other 4 were unified in their opinion on one thing at least. Her primary job was to keep that leg elevated for healing, other than periods of movement aimed at physical therapy. She'd won one argument on that topic. An hour past dawn, Brian and James wanted to attempt contact with the ever-so-mysterious Scarecrow gang. Diana decided to stay back with Walt, who had a few scrap metal projects he was keen to keep working on. Ramona drove her deceased father-in-law's truck, an automatic transmission requiring only her right foot. She backed it in for a fast escape, should it come to that, and parked right where the water tank property ended and the park began. Before Brian and James commenced their little maneuver, they did a little scouting and set Ramona up to be able to watch. James helped her up to the lowered tailgate, where she propped herself on a few pillows. She set her favorite rifle next to her and had her patrol binoculars ready to keep an eye on them. Brian went over to scout the area around the tank. There had been enough rain on and off that the muddy prints and pools of water at the base of the ladder weren't proof positive that the tank was being siphoned. Brian found a good-sized branch about 6 feet long in the nearby woods and shaved it clean of sub-branches with his knife. He climbed the ladder with it and found that one of the access hatches, though covered with its plate steel, had been unbolted. He slid the loose metal aside and stuck the branch in. Even with sticking his arm in for added length, he was barely able to get the end of it wet. He went back and reported his finding to Ramona and James. "About 8 feet, then?" Ramona guessed. James was eyeing the tank. "That thing's probably about 25 feet high." "A third empty," Brian conceded. "That could be the gravity-fed usage of just the neighborhood." James nodded. "Don't seem to be much loss, considering power been out several days. If these scarecrow cats is stealing, it ain't that much." "My gut is," Ramona said slowly, eyeing each man, "that these people just want to be left alone, trying to get by. They could have planted that arrow in one of us yesterday." "Maybe," Brian said. "Call it my training, but I just don't like going out there without a rifle." "You guys have your pistols," Ramona said. "Maybe I should turn the truck around. Be ready to drive in real fast." James shook his head. "Still way better if we run out, not you come in." "That's right," Brian said. "Even if you see us go down, then you back in and stay positioned for the evac. If they take shots at you in that event, they're only hitting the bed and dually tires, not the engine block." The trio confirmed their last-minute thoughts. Both men headed north. James in his old work coat and a ball cap, Brian in one of Noel O'Hanrahan's old coats. Ramona watched them. The subtle ups and downs of the small utility road occasionally covered them, but they always popped back up. Each was waving a white towel. They stopped at the large electrical line tower and waited a half hour. Eventually they returned. Whoever the scarecrows were, they had no interest in talking that day. Chapter 39. Chelan. Kevin and Nelson returned from their pre-dawn patrol. They had used the e-bikes and night vision to scout the only true egress path from their hiding area east of the small city's core. The sun had gone too low during their hasty push through the town that smacked of death and destruction. The group sheltered in a small storage unit near the hospital, every unit ripped open for valuables in the preceding days. Still, the aluminum structure provided a place to stay mostly out of sight. There was the field and lawn of an accompanying house, which had been vacated. The horses were tied to a fence for feeding, then left to roam the interior of a boat-sized unit for the night, kept in check inside by a temporary stack of furniture from other units. Perhaps the most appreciated aspect of the respite locale was that they'd found enough mattresses to find decent rest on, something they were all lacking. And rest was all the adults could achieve. Sleep was impossible. Everything they heard, smelled, or saw was nerve-shattering close to their nightmares. Across the small state highway, a Walmart was almost done burning to the ground, charring the rural grass field and hill to the north. Like the city, the parking lot showed the unfathomable signs of a war between two clans. Bodies, mostly dead and wounded, were scattered in and amongst the hulks of cars riddled with bullet holes. Birds and coyotes barely gave the two riding men a second glance while enjoying their feasts. The pair remained quiet as they rode, never farther apart than 10 yards, and never closer than 5, lest one fast attack make quick work of them both. The hospital on the south side of the street, a true stone's throw from the place they'd rested, had broken windows and the same signs of distress, but had not been set on fire. It echoed of noises to indicate people were in there, hiding, fighting, violating. "Sun will be up in a bit," Nelson said. They were riding around the small storage facility, seconds away from the far side where the team was. "Let's not waste time storytelling what we found. The sooner the horses and kids are loaded, the better." "I'll help Lydia with the trailer and animals," Kevin said. "You get the bikes?" Nelson agreed. 15 minutes later, the rigs and horses were ready, and the kids were loaded, though not without complaint beyond the bounds of teenage entitlement. Hungry, tired of close quarters and each other, missing their social media and video games, mad that their first decent sleep was cut short. All of it helped lend new meaning to the words teen angst. The 4 grown-ups met at the front end of the cruiser, ready to review the route under Kevin's lead. "This little road," he pointed, "is Highway 97A, a small arterial that leads us to Highway 97 in about—" He scrutinized the map. 4 miles. "How far to your farm?" Jamar asked. "Ballpark, 100 miles, or a bit more." Corny crossed her fingers and smiled. "Here's to hoping for smooth sailing. No more Third World War zones." Nelson rolled his eyes. Even my critical butt would have never guessed we would have to drive through that zombie death trap. He glanced around but singled out Corny. We need to go slow and be prepared for that around every corner from here on out. The more he spoke, the louder he got. We got lucky last night. Whatever happened, we could find that anywhere at any time. Easy, Lydia said, her own voice raised. We got it, okay? Both of them huffed a bit as Kevin retook control of the briefing from the cranky boomers. We'll be heading up 97 right on the western bank of the Columbia for about 20 miles to the next big town, Brewster. I suggest we make a water stop along there somewhere. Once past Brewster, we have a slightly longer leg up 97 to Okanagan and then Omak. On the first leg, we really have no good exit points. We'll be forced to push through if we get jumped. On the second leg, I have some emergency roads and hiking paths marked out. Hiking paths will work for the horses, I'm sure, Lydia pointed out. Why hiking paths? Corny asked. Kevin looked off in memory for a moment. He started to speak, then paused to gain his composure. Because when I planned this out, I was going to be towing Keith behind a bike in the basket Walt welded for me. He went quiet, sullen. Jamar put a hand on his friend's shoulder. It never hurts to have an exit strategy. He looked at the others. I suggest we all scan these maps real quick and then be driving in 5. Cool? Look, Nelson said to Corny. I'm sorry I kind of jumped you about that. Much quicker to emotion, but also forgiveness than her wife. The short Asian reached around his ribs and gave the ex-cop a hug. We have to trust each other enough to be honest. He nodded. I'm just really tired. With a fast freshwater fill-up on the mighty Columbia River, the group was getting to Omak near the start of midday, averaging just 15 miles per hour in their caution. Jamar had ridden in their trailer for rear security once more. At the water break, he'd allowed Jalen to fly the drone. It had come with spare batteries, and like the bikes, they were making use of a homemade charging center from spare car batteries they'd taken from the McGinty compound. They all agreed to allow the boy to fly it while driving down the highway, since it was more than capable of matching their slow speed. They knew they wouldn't get long out of a battery, maybe 20 to 30 minutes in the best-case scenario. But to have the ability to move and watch the road around them just might be a life-saving skill. After 2 such operations, they shut down the training so that they could make up some time and charge batteries. The only small Murphy moment came in the town of Brewster. An ominous, deadly warning was painted on a railroad trestle to avoid the bridge over the Okanagan River east of town at all costs. Kevin made the snap call to get off 97 and take the old 97, a skinnier and barely maintained road on the west side of the river. Is that a problem? Corny had asked worriedly. It just means we cross the O River in Okanagan instead of here in Omak, he said. Now that they were there, he allowed himself to feel just the tinge of hope, a slight elation. They slowly rolled up to a heavily staffed checkpoint in the middle of the small city. Mostly of a cowboy appearance, it was an even mix of white and Hispanic locals. There was a solid wall of sandbags, with an orange and white barricade blocking the vehicle gap. Kevin rolled his window down. "One man," the leader said. He was a gruff, seasoned-looking man in a straw hat, a nub of a cigar in his mouth, which bounced when he spoke. "And one man only. Approach the gate." Kevin looked in his mirror and saw Nelson getting out of the truck. A few of the men at the checkpoint looked around and talked to each other. "One man from the lead truck," the head honcho yelled, sounding agitated. Nelson kept going until he got to the gate. Kevin could hear the man bickering about a failure to follow instructions. He was scanning the map. "Did I mention we were turning east onto a different road here?" Kevin suddenly blurted in concern to Corny. I don't think so. Why?" Uh-oh. Nelson was giving the man attitude, and to top it off, he was insisting they get to travel north. What they needed was to travel east and cross the river. He opened the door and barely got it closed. "One man only," one of the other men yelled at Kevin. Another issued the command to stop, and in less than 2 seconds, 6 guns were pointed at him and Nelson. The screaming led to confusion. Nerves were as rocky as the mountain peaks. Some were trying to order Kevin to the ground, while the lead was holding a revolver not 2 feet in front of Nelson's face. Tired, and just tired of it all, Nelson was yelling back and refusing to put his hands up. Kevin put his hands up and even got to his knees, hoping to defuse the situation, which couldn't have melted down faster if it had happened at 3 Mile Island. He heard Corny screaming from inside the Land Cruiser, hoping she was calm enough to tell the kids to duck down. Nelson and the man were both cussing, daring, spitting at, and insulting each other, each other's mother, his firstborn and favorite dog. Finally, one of the man's cohorts had made an attempt to de-escalate. He lowered his weapon and had a buddy make sure Kevin didn't move. He found the next most composed-looking man, and together they slowly got their irate leader to step back. It took another 20 seconds to get him to lower his pistol. "Nelson!" Kevin yelled from the ground, himself extremely pissed. "Put your hands up, man!" Nelson Butterton was huffing and puffing, seeing red, and seething under his collar. Slowly he slid his hands into the air, though it did nothing to calm down his face. The ex-cop and bar owner wasn't used to losing an argument. At least he finally stopped cussing, Kevin thought. "Go lean against the cruiser." With the angry leader across the barrier being walked back to calm down, one of the Hispanic farmers walked over, trying to keep everyone calm. He announced to the rest of his team that he was going to have Kevin come up. With that invite, Kevin kept his hands up and slowly approached the sandbags. He towered over the man opposite. Nelson did as Kevin suggested and removed himself to keep an eye on the entire scene. "How do we go from here?" Kevin asked. "Where are you all trying to go?" the guard asked with a slight accent. The short man was brown from the desert summer sun. Many migrant workers, or those that moved to the area full-time, made up the population in the farming and apple orchard areas in that part of Washington. The bulk of people blended in because of the work ethic culture, despite the race and heritage differences. For the most part. He's the true leader. He should be in charge, Kevin knew. "We want to go east. We won't be coming back, I promise." The man conferred with a partner, while also trying to pay attention to the irate cowboy type and the two trying to calm him. "We've been taxing vehicles to help us pay for our security. Standard fee is 50,000 calories of food and 25 gallons of fuel per rig." His buddy came over and whispered in his ear. "And you have 3 rigs. It was Kevin's turn to practice inner peace. He could hear Jamar yelling at the back of the horse trailer, demanding to be let out. It wasn't helping the situation. "We have 2 cars, and your tax is too high." 3 weeks earlier, he would have had a hard time trying to negotiate toe-to-toe with a group of angry, middle-aged men. But times had changed, and so had he. "You can always go back around," the man said. "Yes," Kevin said. "We can. We have enough fuel to make that work," his tone said. He decided to just be quiet. Let the awkward silence play itself out. After 15 seconds of staring, the man's partner whispered in his ear. Kevin was picking up the clues. "There's a rift going on between these men. We need to get this handled. Fast." "What would your counteroffer?" the man asked. "And don't be ridiculous." "We'll pay you 10 gallons of diesel fuel each for the 2 trucks. I really don't want to turn around," he thought, "and I need to get these horses through here before those clowns decide they want one. And 1 used AK with 2 mags. No food." "Does the AK fire?" Kevin chuckled. Its previous owner used it just yesterday. That made the 2 men and 1 other a few feet away all look at each other. "We need food," the man said, "and fuel. There's a lot of mouths to feed here, mister." Kevin could tell that the migrant farmer he was talking to was in a bad spot, as they all were. He assumed the man was just a father trying to provide however he could. He saw a pair of quads, each with a 100-gallon tank strapped to the cargo rack, which he assumed went to go top off trucks or generators when it needed to be emptied. "And that fuel, is there anything else you could add? Propane or something?" the man added. "We have a pedal bike I can give you," Kevin finally conceded. "It works. Look, we're in the same situation you are, just people trying to get home. I can spare 20 gallons, not a drop more. We can't just give up everything to every town we pass through." "This town is full of kids, amigo. We don't need no more bikes. We'll take the 20 gallons, but we need some food." Kevin got his point, looking down to think while he nodded. "Okay." He looked back and forth between them. "The diesel, the AK, and 10 full MREs, and that's really it." He made an outward, stops here motion with both hands. "One other thing. Let us pull through and unload on the other side of the Omak Bridge. For our own assurance, you'll follow through. I'll stay with you on foot, so you know they won't just leave." After a short pause, the man agreed. He and Kevin shook hands, which triggered the now calm, older cowboy type to walk back over. That, in turn, triggered Nelson to walk over too. The two men glared at each other, but the stranger broke his stare when he reached his teammates. "You gave in to this kid?" he yelled. His two buddies were once more trying to passively calm the man. "A deal's been struck," the farm worker said. He nodded for one of his own compatriots to raise a construction barrier. Kevin briefed Nelson on the deal so that he could guide the ladies driving and update Jamar. Once across, he and Jamar would give 20 gallons from their barrels with the hand crank and hand over the items. Once the fuel was back, he would walk down the short road and across the bridge. With any luck, the last 60 miles home will be a breeze. Nelson and the firebrand didn't waste one more chance to glare at each other like rams in mating season. But once the rigs were through, the rest of the trade went off without a hitch. Until Kevin and the short Hispanic man shook once more. He walked down the road, hearing the two sides of the town checkpoint continue to argue with each other. "I'll be glad to be through this," he thought as he crossed the bridge. Ahead, Nelson had just turned toward Kevin after closing the trailer door with Jamar on the inside. A shot rang out. Not a pistol. It was the loud boom of a large hunting rifle that makes a person not expecting it to twitch at the shoulders. Nelson Butterton physically slammed back into the corner of the trailer before crumpling to the ground. Kevin froze for a split second, then spun back to look. The old cowboy tried to get up from behind the prone hunting rifle on the ground. The barrel was slowly oozing the incriminating smoke. Before he could, one of the migrants shot him in the head. Kevin turned back at a dead sprint just as a massive firefight broke out between the two feuding clans. Hard in his throat, he reached Nelson in 10 seconds, though it may as well have been an hour. The gray sweatshirt was covered in blood, as was the ground under him. A round meant to take down a bull elk did fatal damage to him in a grotesque fashion. Heart and lungs were ripped open. He had died within a second. Kevin saw Jamar screaming in rage and tears, stuck on the other side of the open-air window on the trailer doors. Kevin heard nothing, though, not even his own screaming. Soon, Lydia was shaking him, yelling at him in panic. Eventually, her muffled shrieks pierced through his shock. "We gotta get out of here!" She was screaming at him. She helped Kevin pull their dead friend around to the far end of the trailer. Too spent physically and emotionally to pick the big man up, they barely muscled him onto the trailer's tongue. "Go!" Kevin yelled. He jumped onto the tongue himself, holding his last brother from the state guard on while they escaped. Chapter 40. Bellevue. Wade came to slowly, head pounding. What happened?" The predator wasn't a fan of the other shoe dropping. Light made the throbbing worse as it poured through the slits of his eyelids. "A bunch of freaks." He shook his head, as if that might clear a metaphorical cobweb in his memory. He smacked not just his lips, but his entire mouth. It was thick, dry. Trees? He dared to open his eyes a bit wider. Voices, men and women, and a baby? His back ached, his wrist cold. He picked it up, and a chain rattled, the weight making it more difficult. Scanning it, it was clumped not in a handcuff, but a collar. It reminded him of what people were chained with in dungeons in the movies. His head had felt like this once, when he purposefully allowed a lady of the night to roofie him as part of training for the event that had ever happened by an enemy. It was all coming back. He picked his head up. "He's coming around," a male voice called out from a few feet away. The voice was white, early 30s, gritty. "What'd you do to me?" he said as he slowly sat up and looked around. A knob from a tree root was just sticking out of the worn, wet dirt. He felt back, identifying it as the icing on the manure cake that apparently sleeping on the ground was. Finally, he thought, with gallows humor in his confusion. My opinion that camping sucks has been validated. "Water?" the voice said. Wade blinked. It was a face that was reshaping itself in his memory. He'd been escorted under armed guard into the forest camp. Was that last night? I can't tell if it was an hour ago or a year ago. The man, though seated, was obviously tall, with hair color and eyes that complemented the forest. He was built like a skateboarder, lanky, skinny, but more athletic than his punk clothing revealed. Wade took the plastic bottle. "What's this about?" he asked, referring to the heavy lock on one wrist. Another pair were approaching, one man, one woman, also in their 20s or 30s. Waiting on his answer, he took a deeper scan. He was in what was essentially a cell. The area was relatively flat, and a camp had been built. The brush that was cleared from under a wide opening between firs, madronas, and cedars had been put to use. It built the bulk of a very dog-resistant barrier around the camp's perimeter. Scrap plywood, various construction materials, and grocery carts were interspersed amongst the stacked bushes. It wouldn't keep out a primate with opposable thumbs, or a deer or cougar, but the barrier had proven quite effective against the canines that were hunting at night. He couldn't see past the immediate bedroom-sized area he was in, except for the approach, now filled with the two others walking to him. There was a cheap blue tarp about 8 feet up, keeping the bulk of the drizzle running clear of him. He sniffed and smelled a campfire. The squeal of a happy child pierced the air, the giggles of its mother floating to his ears, too. "You brought a big old bat of high-tech weapons and gadgets onto our land," the man said. Wade laughed. "And a few very unique, bloody post-apocalyptic battle weapons. Call the shackle an insurance policy." The two others arrived, staring. "What's your name?" the man said. Shorter than the one who had been guarding him, his head was shaven, and he had a long, burnt-orange beard which was braided. Wade had already started formulating a plan and assigning them all names in his head. He was sizing them up almost immediately. The first man he called Flannel. He might put up a fight for a few seconds, maybe even land a shot or two, but he wasn't a threat. The shorter man, I'll call you Shamrock, was thick, an obvious powerlifter. He might prove to be a tougher enemy, if he's had any fighting training. Shamrock had a hoodie with the anarchist Circle A on it. The sleeves were pulled up a few inches. That ink might be prison art. "Wade," he smiled casually, despite the headache. "You the man who can authorize taking this off?" "It'll be a group decision," Shamrock said. "And depending on how the next few minutes go, you might be given safe passage through our land." "What's with the 'our land' bit?" Wade asked, standing for the first time. He gave his chain a little tug to ensure it was secured to a nearby tree thoroughly. His captors were going to rapidly run out of their chance to let him go with no repercussions. The woman spoke for the first time. "It's a new world, and this park is ours now." She looked goth in clothing and style, other than the trendy raincoat. Wade kept staring at her septum piercing instead of her eyes. On purpose. "We're anarchists. No rules. Just free people raising their families." She got annoyed with his stare. "You got a problem looking me in the eyes?" she yelled. Wade started laughing openly. The two men sighed and rolled their eyes, mesmerized at their friend's small test by the good-looking and mysterious Gen X killer. Now he had a thread to pull. He kept staring at her nose ring, refusing to look her in the eyes. Whether she knew it or not, it was a pure predator's dominance move. "You're such a non-threat, I don't even have to pay attention to you." "I don't know what you're talking about," he lied. "I'm looking directly at your eyes." He held up the chained wrist. "Are you the honcho with the keys around here?" The woman screeched a frustrated noise, just like a teenager not getting her way. She stormed back up the path. He kept laughing as he turned his attention to Shamrock. "Not helping your case, bro," Shamrock said. Flannel stood and spoke next. Wade had guessed correctly. The man was quite tall. "We only want a chance to talk, but you aren't just another lost soul searching for food. If you can convince us you're not a threat to us, you'll be out of here in no time. And if you think I'm a threat no matter what I say?" "Same answer," Shamrock said. "It just won't be alive." Wade pointed at Shamrock. "You may have the stones for that." Then he pointed at Flannel. "But he doesn't." The tall man made an insulted sneer. "And Tart over there definitely doesn't." "There's plenty here who do," Shamrock said calmly. "Where were you headed with all those weapons?" "Tit for tat," Wade said. "You asked me one, I ask you one." Shamrock nodded. "My weapons," Wade said, "and my destination are none of your business." He studied them as they looked at each other. "But in good faith, and since you're anarchists, I'll tell you I'm going to kill a cop." "Who?" Flannel asked. Wade said with a headshake. "My turn. Isn't anarchism a Ouroboros?" "A what?" Flannel shot. "A snake eating its own tail," Shamrock said. "Impressive," Wade said in surprise. "You're clearly higher ranking than Flannel here." "Dude, don't call me Flannel," Flannel yelled. Shamrock had to suppress a laugh. "Everyone here is equal. Our turn. Wade cut him off. "This is too easy." He was shaking his head again. "If everyone here is equal, why are you taking Flannel's turn?" Flannel threw a punch squarely into Wade's jaw, knocking him to his right. He tripped on a root and went down. "Dude!" Flannel yelled, standing over him and pointing down. Hey, Shamrock said. "Calm down. He's trying to mess with you, man." Flannel looked at his friend. Wade was still on the ground, up on one elbow, using the bound hand to rub his jaw. "Nice shot," he said. He held up a hand to be helped up. "Now I definitely know who was in charge," he thought. "Thanks," he said after his tall, angry foe helped him back up. Wade was in far better condition than most men his age. The soldier injury still hurt, but he acted up a bit as he faked stretching out some kinks. "Let me tell you guys, 50 is definitely not the new 30. Another charming smile. Flannel backed off, seething but silent. "Look, man," Shamrock said. "I know a con when I meet one. Let's skip the prison mind games. You got a point to make about anarchism? Then make it. Otherwise, shut that valve under your nose. Just remember who has who trapped here." "You guys think you want a world without rules," Wade said. "Yet you're in charge. He, an air stab at Flannel, does your bidding, and Tart out there thinks she's one of the leaders, yet she'll go do the dishes when she's told." He watched the men glancing at each other and smiled. "Even here in this camp," he pointed at the makeshift dog fence, "the laws of nature outrank what you feel. If you didn't put this crap up, the dogs would eat your babies. The same dogs we saved your butt from," Flannel challenged with a yell. "Even an alpha like me can't run without a pack very long," Wade said. Damn, he thought, that was pretty good. They should have made one of those meme things with me saying that. "Damn it, JD, how much longer do we have to listen to this damn clown?" Flannel practically screamed. "See?" Wade said, just salting the wound for fun at that point. He pointed at Shamrock and whispered, "He is in charge of the Free Society." Flannel stormed off screaming nearly exactly like Tart had done a few minutes earlier. Wade suddenly ran at the lone man, but his chained wrist snapped taut and pulled him to the sloppy mud with a thwack. He was still 3 feet from reaching the sole captor. Shamrock just smiled. "And now you know why I stayed way back here. It's clear we're going to have to just kill you. Which is too bad." He pulled up the hoodie to reveal an inner belt holster up front. The pistol slid out of it, and he held it by his leg. "I mean, the entire reason we saved your butt yesterday was because you seemed like a man who can get things." He's bluffing, Wade knew, and even if he's not, I won't beg. "Then let me propose something. You got one chance." He stuck his other hand in his pocket casually. "I don't recall how many it's been," he said. "In the contract days, I used to keep tally of the bodies. A few years before I got nabbed, I quit trying. Maybe it's been 100 by now. Point is, I don't care if I kill you all. But I also don't care if I don't kill you all. Make sense?" Shamrock was looking intently but said nothing. "Give me the things I want, and I'll walk out of these woods and never come back, not even for those 2 idiots you call friends." "What is it you want?" Shamrock said. He was all ears. "That file, one of my M4s, one of the night vision goggles, my pistol and a full complement of magazines, and that medieval battle club." Shamrock smiled. "I'll take that to my peers, let you know after everyone's had a chance to settle down from you poking them in the gonads. But I am kind of fond of that club." "It's got flair, huh?" Wade said, smirking. "I'm pretty proud of that. A gift from someone." Shamrock shook a head with a smiling disbelief. Really? He guffawed. Like a protege? Wade looked proud. Kind of. She's either got to die or have to become me to avoid it. Chapter 41. South Stevens County. Once Kenny and Taylor had shown the resolve and mettle to finish tidying up their dangerous problems, carrying out death sentences on the 3 living would-be murderers who had opened fire on their family, the Keller household had become much more accommodating. Mrs. Keller had even attempted to convince Taylor they should finish out the day and leave the next. Kenny retained possession of his pistol once they had handed it back, and one of the Keller's adult daughters spent an hour running Taylor through a safety and operation training using rifles and pistols captured from the attackers. The Richardsons were being given the captured Nissan Armada as a replacement for their own Rogue, too far damaged from the initial attack in Spokane and the ensuing chase and fight. Mike Keller insisted that Kenny take one of the rifles, and for herself, Taylor chose the small S&W 380 that the woman attacker had on her when captured. She liked the way it felt. Kenny suggested using something with more ballistic punch, but the Kellers pointed out several things to him. The 380 was misleading. It had the exact same round as a 9mm in diameter. It simply had a slightly shorter casing, which meant a smaller powder load. They convinced him that the important first step for her was getting fully confident on the one she felt comfortable using. They reminded him that, as a general rule, a well-placed shot to the heart or brain was superior to a poorly aimed shot that hit the guts, and they clinched their debate by pointing out the attackers had over 200 hollow-point rounds and 3 magazines for that one pistol. The fuel from both the wrecked vehicles was combined into their new ride. If the gauge ran true, it would prove to be more than enough for the 100 or so miles. Taylor swore she'd never drive it again once they got to Kenny's family home. Not just for the horrible memories, but because it smelled of sex, drugs, and stale Cheetos. Mrs. Keller ordered her grandson to clean and vacuum the car before she would allow the Richardsons' angelic children inside it, and the grandmother used a worn wicker laundry basket to gift them some snacks and supplies: canned apple slices and apple butter, crackers, cloth diapers, ointment and wipes, and emu jerky. For their troubles, the Kellers kept one of the captured weapons and other goods, most likely stolen, one of the family pointed out. Mike Keller, at his wife's prodding, made one final offer for them to stay another night after they'd had an early afternoon meal and loaded the kids to get going. "You have your route picked?" the blunt old-timer asked Kenny while Taylor strapped the children onto the middle bench. "I think I might cut over and see if the Colville tribes are still running the ferry." Mike nodded. Kenny saw thoughts turning behind his eyes. "The GIF?" That was what the people who lived in the area called the Gifford and Chilium Ferry. "Why are you leaning that way?" "The night we initially had to evade those people, I could see a blockade up ahead on 231. Figured that might be a common thing." "Why? You know a reason I shouldn't?" Kenny felt a subtle anxiety form. "Nothing specific," Mike said. "I suppose you can just keep heading up 25 to Kettle Falls if it ain't running." "How will we get there from here?" Kenny asked. "Couple miles up, take a left on Reservation until it ends on Cemetery. The road changes names one more time, I think. Don't rightly recall to what. But it'll dump you out on 25 about 30 or 35 miles down." Kenny gave a small, skeptical laugh. "Once I go off the Reservation Road, I wind up on Cemetery? Maybe I should just build jetpacks and fly home." "You'll be fine, son." The old emu and sheep farmer stuck his bronze hand out, which Kenny shook. Kenny choked up just a bit. Something about the tough codger that reminded him of his own father, who passed away 2 years to the day when the Axum hack hit. That, in turn, reminded him his brother Kevin was deployed to Western Washington, volatile with social strife in the best of times. "I don't know how." Mike Keller, instead of breaking the handshake, squeezed even harder. "You don't have to thank us, son." "You all saved my family from certain death," Kenny said. "I can't just not thank you. We'll never forget you, or others that have helped us survive the last 2 weeks." "Then pay it forward," Mike said. "The trick is to get your soul right and help others when they deserve it. That's what the man upstairs really wants." for those who believe in the golden rule and justice to love him and each other. The evils of the world will become less worrisome once you see the big picture. Chapter 42. East of Republic. The route to take Dallas to the drop-off point hadn't been short, and Dawn's husband Jesse had not been fully convinced, mentioning 3 times in the previous 30-ish hours how much he opposed working with any shady bakers. But what worked about their marriage was that, in the end, he knew it was her ranch to run, not his. It was her family legacy. He'd simply been added to the roster as a key position player. The Working Dude Ranch wasn't huge by the standards people developed from watching drama television, but it was still much larger and more complex than folks realized as they drove by the picturesque scene on the skinny state highway. It wasn't just their acreage. They were abutted to and had access to state and private forestry lands, too, many thousands of acres of it. And though their herds, mostly Angus and Highland beef, weren't anywhere large enough to outright support the facility, they were integral to it. The income was streamed from a dozen sources besides beef, other ruminant animals, teaching classes, and the big one, selling retreats. Before the anarchy started, people had come nearly year-round. In the summer, it was all about driving the herds around the various pastures to provide that true cattle drive experience. The area was bound with heavy snow by the middle of November, though it usually started arriving much earlier. During those months, horseback riding for guests was put on hiatus for the animals' safety. The patrons would come to enjoy the beautiful lodge and festive ambiance, help care for the animals, and rent one of the 22 snowmobiles for exploring over 100 miles of roads and trails once the larger lands were factored in. It was the intimate knowledge of those roads that had served them that day. Turning south out of the main gate led the 3-truck procession farther away from Republic, about 15 miles due north. That was on Highway 21. 2 miles down, they diverted up one of their private roads for a 30-minute route that slowly moved east by north. They would be on Forestry Service roads for the bulk of it, winding up through the lush green fir trees, usually on the sides of the mountains. Toward the end, they settled onto a private lane that had a few small homesteads, winding up on Highway 20, still about 15 miles from Republic, but from the direction of Kettle Falls. A few miles shy of the town was a tow company. The owners were longtime buddies of Big Dog Baker, having been involved in the legitimate side of his auto repair shop for 2 decades. Dallas had assured Dawn that somebody would be there, guarding whatever loot they'd been able to keep for themselves in the nightly raids. And though he hadn't wanted to do it, he suggested a couple of details that would be vital to his survival in this subtle subterfuge. Earlier that day, after the best breakfast he'd had in years, the topic of letting the town know where Seth and Liz Richardson were being kept had been shelved for at least a day. The young, low-end criminal pointed out that in not slipping back into town overnight, he would now surely be assumed, rightfully, to be the mole, the double agent. The people using the Richardson house as their own would have returned by then, would have reported her unlikely escape. His father would never trust him again. Unless... Dallas picked a fight with Will, not even needing to try to lose. The tough cowboy had been hankering to whoop the kid since the first moment he saw him. Some choice words about the pleasurable services his mother provided regularly had been the low-hanging fruit to get the man to start swinging punches and planting elbows. In only a minute, figuring out what Dallas was up to, the even bigger Jesse went about stopping his brother from completely tenderizing the Baker lad's face. Bloodied and swollen, Dallas then insisted, "It's not enough. He'll want more, or he'll give me more." The evidence for that was as close as Seth Baker upstairs in the lodge, missing his 2 big toes. The others were speechless. "You need to do something to me that he would do." Still wanting the use of his hands, he suggested something that even Will couldn't bring himself to do. One of the other ranch hands, who had not dealt with Dallas in any capacity, volunteered. They provided Dallas nothing for the procedure, save for a bite stick. No ice, no pain pills, no compression bandages. "It needs to be real." Ranch hand Corey, not a small man, was one of the best at bucking firewood. He'd swung the 6-pound splitting maul over his head and down into a firewood piece perhaps 10,000 times, probably more. His aim was true. It took but one blow. With the maul reversed and blunt side down, he sent the case-hardened steel flying onto the outside of Dallas Baker's left ankle with all the force he would need to get through a piece of alder. For the first time since she'd met him, Dawn Statler shed a tear, and more than a spoonful of empathy for the young man. Darlene screamed nearly as loudly as Dallas when she watched. The young woman certainly had no romantic interest in him, but the commitment he had to sell the lie to be told, it was too painful for her. She fled back into the lodge, crying, something that Dawn wished she could have done too. Every man and woman watching and listening cringed, felt time slow, or at least pushed down the urge to vomit. The bite stick did nothing for Dallas. It fell out of his wide-open mouth as the hair-raising scream of agony pierced the witnesses into their souls. Ranch-hand Corey dropped the maul where he stood and walked off, face flushed and splotchy, so he could cry and pray for forgiveness in private. Dallas pulled the leg up, holding it at the knee as he writhed. The appalling sight and sound of him burned into everyone the seriousness of the circumstance. This pain was paid for in the hopes that Dallas could slip in and spread a lie. It was now deeply understood that it still paled in comparison to what B.D. Baker could do to someone without loss of sleep. Duct-taped and zip-tied, Dallas rode in the bed of the truck under the armed guard of Will and Hand Ethan, bouncing with every rut and rock, pain in the crushed ankle throbbing at a 12 on most people's 10 scale. "This is the place," Dawn ordered from the right-hand seat in the lead truck. About a quarter mile from the tow company, the trucks all went wide onto the shoulder of the scenic two-lane highway. They blared their horns as they turned around. Once the inquisitive shape of a man, then a second using binoculars, appeared on the lane in front of the business. Will Statler hopped out and dropped the tailgate. He dragged Dallas Baker out, letting the man land with a thud on the dirty asphalt. "Good luck, kid," he said, meaning it when he looked down, himself now sad for his own role. He slammed the gate and hopped back into the bed. All three Riggs' drivers stomped on their pedals, their diesel exhausts coating Dallas and everything around him in black soot as they sped off. Dawn, Dallas, all of them. They'd just crossed the Rubicon, like Caesar on his way to Rome. Chapter 43. Bellevue. James Franklin woke up from his nap in the study, Charcoal picking his head up when he heard the man moving. Though the Johnson family dog, Diana was the only one left, and the mostly black mutt with crooked teeth and near-lethal tail had attached himself to James for one reason. The middle-aged father reminded him of Jamar. "Come on, dog," James said. He was groggy, eyes dry. Good sleep was getting harder and harder to get, not just from sporadic attempts, but because of the conservation of water and food. Nobody was getting the minerals and nutrients they needed in sufficient doses. It was having a total system effect. "Let's go take a leak." Charcoal stood slowly. The humans were starting to get stingy with the food, forcing him to hunt for yard mice and squirrels. He was losing weight, the fur starting to come out from worry and stress. His tail wagged much slower. He followed James out of the small office where he heard the humans make small talk before they continued out to water the plants. Back inside, James scooped water from one of the many pots Diana kept filled all over the house into Charcoal's bowl. He had no qualms about splashing as he lapped up water with a long pink tongue. He smelled peanut butter and sniffed the air, seeing James leaning against the sink counter. He was using his fingers to pull it straight out of the MRE packet and eat it. The dog got it. He didn't like doing dishes either. With a finger on the other hand, the human shared a decent portion of the delicious sugary snack with Charcoal. He even received a few crackers. Soon there was some more incomprehensible babble amongst James, Diana, and the lady in a lot of pain. "Come on," Charcoal heard James say next. He was very happy to follow the man out into the garage and then the wide-open world. His tail did pick up a little speed when he saw those two newer members of the pack across the street. But ever since they moved to this new place after the fire, he had not been tethered with that torturous rope thing. He was allowed to sniff, mark area to keep out enemy dogs, and most importantly, chase fun and mostly defenseless food. As the pair hit the street, Charcoal would have sworn he heard something. He picked his head up, ears perking like Navy radars. Sniff. Deciding it was nothing, he began to sniff the ground. It was much harder to find the rodent trails in the afternoon than it was in the morning. He wasn't hopeful. "Charcoal," he heard James call. He ran and passed the man as they approached the cave on the large doghouse across the street. The loud noise was going on the side of the house, which bothered his ears, but not as much as the noise and sparks from whatever the old round one was grinding on. He'd wait patiently. Both were good for a free snack when they ate, and the skinny one could be coaxed into ear scratches if he wasn't doing anything else. The young one looked like he'd just woken up too. The three humans stood and talked. Charcoal curled himself onto a piece of rug the old one had set out for just that purpose a day earlier. It had felt like 7 days to Charcoal. He settled down and initiated Operation Sad Eyes to speed up the petting and snacking potential. "How much longer are you going to use a Jenny?" James asked. "I'm good for the rest of the night," Walt said. "Can you go shut it off for me?" He flipped off the plastic face shield and took the head harness off from over his backward ball cap. He'd wanted to use the electric grinder to clean up some key pieces for a few projects. Some of it was for welding, since clean metal made welds a lot easier to do well. For others, it was simply a prep process for things like lubricating frozen moving parts or ridding threads of the built-up rust. In addition to a few improvised weapons, he was trying to make a gift for Ramona. After James returned from the yard, pulling the wheeled generator by its pivoting handle, he said, "She gonna look like the damn Terminator with that thing on?" "It's all for nothing if we don't find a prosthetic cup," Walt said, "but it'll be adjustable." "And bulletproof," Brian Sherman said. Like James, he'd just gotten down with a 5-hour nap. "You said you done for the night?" James confirmed. He started coiling up the extension cord. "Uh-huh," Walt said. "I have an older gas welding rig I haven't used in years. Doesn't require electricity." "I have a question," Brian announced after he sat near Charcoal in a camping chair. He felt the dog's muzzle and started petting. He went silent as he thought about phrasing. After several seconds, James and Walt both looked at him for going silent. He was holding some of the pieces for the Ramona project. "Ah," Walt said, getting it. "I've been wondering the same thing." "What?" James asked. "The leg?" "Yeah," Brian asked. "I've been afraid to bring it up to her." James moved over to another camping chair with a big sigh. "I don't know everything, mind you." Walt pulled a stool over from in front of his workbench and sat down between them in a rough triangle. "I guess it was about 11 days back." He was looking off in recollection. "Several days after this whole thing started. The boys had just gone AWOL, you see." The other two were in full attention. James continued. "My house had got broke into. Then some thugs from the hood tried to ambush Jay at his mama's house." "What happened?" Walt asked. "Well, nothing there, at least not for her. Diana's house got burned down in the process of me sending them punks to see God, you see. So we was all staying at the church." Brian pulled some jerky out of his pocket and broke off a piece for Charcoal. "So when we all moved here, Ramon had already been clubbed. 'Twas the first time we'd met her." "But do you know how?" Brian asked. "I know that her husband was one of those prosecutors hung from the great wheel down on the waterfront." James pointed in agreement. "Not only that, but something happened to his family. Sounds like it was something brutal. But that was aside from when Jay and Kev went to go find her and help her." "Noah was a good dude," Walt said. "I helped him work on the Mustang over the years. He was my sounding board when me and Aaron broke up a few years back." "I heard a little rumor about those two," Brian said. "I feel kind of dumb for just figuring out it was them." He gave a quick laugh at his own expense. "What's that?" James wanted to know. "I heard the precinct captain talking about a couple of guys, one in the guard and another was a correction officer, that came by looking for her about Thursday before last." "That'd be it," James said. "They went to the Tacoma Dome. None of them wanted to talk much about it. But I think that both Ramona and the little girl would have been dead if it weren't for them two men. Her leg got smashed by some cat she arrested once." "Remember who?" Brian asked. "Wayne? Curran something? Curry?" Brian popped out of the chair, startling Charcoal. "Curry? Was it Wade Curry?" Both men looked at the Seattle cop with wide eyes from his sudden eruption. That could be it, I suppose, James said with surprise. Brian walked down the concrete driveway a few paces, looking all around, hand on the pistol under his hoodie. After a few seconds, he walked back up. "Did they kill him?" he demanded. I don't think so," James said. "My sons say he may have shot him, but I think he yanked the barrel." "Why, man? What's up?" Brian's eyes went wide. "The ladies. We can't leave them alone. Never." He turned and sprinted toward the house, Charcoal barking and smiling at his heels as they probably ran after squirrels. Chapter 44. The Okanagan Highlands. Jamar was still reeling. He'd physically felt the bouncing between two horses' asses, but he barely registered them, just as he'd not really heard the animals' protests about the wild ride. He felt as if his heart would explode, watching Nelson's body become ripped apart by a round that then penetrated the corner of the door and buried itself into the bags of feed up against the wall. It felt like a horrible, unwakeable nightmare. He hadn't had a sense of the time that had passed, though at some point he snapped out of the funk and started watching the west for followers, who never came. He had no qualms about letting a few tears flow, though they'd dried themselves by the time the trailer stopped a few miles after they started ascending. Human and horses alike were working hard to keep their footing as they all went into the mountains. He had no idea that for the entire escape, his new best friend had been riding on the trailer tongue with her dead friend, himself having to grieve the loss while holding on. Everyone shifted weight toward the trailer's front as they slowed on a relatively flat spot, coming to a stop. A long moment later, he could hear voices. Another pause, and Lydia showed up to open the trailer doors and let him out. Jamar stepped to the pavement, finally hearing the snorts of the horses, who were craning their necks to look at Lydia. "I'm sorry, Coda," she said. "Don't look at me like that." She locked eyes with Jamar, who she'd grown quite fond of on their long horseback ride a few days earlier. After working together in the fight at the McGinty compound, she'd started to think of him as a true friend. They hugged. "I'm so sorry," she said to him. "I didn't know him much longer than you," Jamar said. "But Kevin, though." Lydia was a naturally stoic woman. She shed no tears, though her voice wavered a bit. "I know. First his brother, now this." The two let go of their embrace, and Jamar reached for his rifle on autopilot, hanging it over his back on its sling. They walked around the right side, where the tall, blond Kevin was standing next to the trailer tongue. His arms were crossed. He was staring not at his dead buddy on the tongue, but down between his feet. Jamar didn't know which emotion was most evident on Kevin's face when he finally looked up, but it most closely resembled quiet rage. He put a hand on Kevin's elbow to bring him to attention. He sighed, at a loss for words. Kevin looked at him. "I'm sorry you had to sit there and do nothing. Even in all this, he's still worried about me," Jamar thought. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He paused. Anything he wanted to say just sounded stupid. "We'll miss him, brother." By that time, Corny had gotten out and stopped all of the kids from doing the same. All four grown-ups checked on the shaken kids and spent a few minutes consoling them before converging at the gap between the two trucks. They were on a winding mountain highway, the old asphalt cutting through the lush fir and cedar forest like a light gray snake. There were plenty of spots between trees that revealed healthy, short grass interspersed with rocks. Every now and then, a small rocky ledge or outcropping cut the hill open. "Can I suggest that we get off the road?" Lydia asked. "A place to hide, a place to just camp and let the horses have some time to themselves?" Corny and Jamar shifted their gaze to Kevin, who was still living it over and over in his head. "Kev?" Jamar prodded. He finally looked up at his friends and nodded. "That's Moses Mountain," he said, pointing north. It caught the others off guard. "Are you familiar with it?" Corny asked, putting a small hand on his forearm gingerly. They could all see him fighting the need to just cry and deal with all of it. Between the deaths and the guilt over his childhood incident, I don't know how much more until he snaps, Jamar thought, concerned. The far side of it was one of the places my dad would take us on day hikes when I was a kid. So, we're close to home then? Lydia asked. Kevin nodded. Pretty close. He looked his friends all in the eyes, scanning around. Then he looked into the cruiser, where Misty had quit crying but was staring at him with grave concern. But still a couple of hours on these winding trails. Yeah, I think we should take a good, long break. After figuring out their approximate location, Kevin and Jamar moved Nelson into the truck bed. They backtracked a couple of miles to the Lyman Lake Moses Mountain Road, a gravel but well-maintained mountain pass that held the entrances to various remote homesteads and forestry roads. Heading north after the turn, they'd traveled at nearly 10 miles, the road curving and winding with the terrain and occasional creek crossing. They arrived at a spot in which 3 service roads all connected at a small pasture on the east side. To the west was full-grown forest. Around their small pasture, about half the size of a football field, the trees had been harvested 20 years earlier. Their replacements were roughly 25 feet tall, allowing a magnificent view of Moses Mountain. Corny parked under Kevin's direction, and the truck and trailer behind did the same. The 3 vehicles formed a semicircle, with the inner portion being on the opposite side of the main lane. The north and south edges of their small pasture were formed by 2 of the service roads running in different directions. Lydia had Jackson, Felicity, and Jalen help her run a rope from one short tree to another on the pasture's eastern edge. They could use some tack to tether the horses to it, but still allow them to walk along it, much like a dog run. They provided some water and feed, though the horses were enjoying the natural grass. Corny had Lewis unload some food while she used a little water to wash the blood off the back of the trailer. Jamar and Kevin took the e-bikes up the northern border road for most of a mile, before they parked at a small opening in the trees and took a gander at the mountain. "We could just bury him back at the campsite," Jamar said. "It's pretty enough," Kevin said. "But it's kind of a beaten path. I'd hate for people passing by to mess with him." "What about the digging?" Jamar said. He kicked at some of the hard rocks that protruded from the grass. "We won't go too far down without a tractor," Kevin said. "Follow me." He led his city-dwelling friend a few dozen yards through some thinned-out trees until they found a rocky ledge. "A thulite deposit," he said. "Bless you?" Jamar said. "What the hell did you just say?" Kevin busted up, something he severely needed. He repeated himself with slower, better pronunciation. "Thulite deposit. Frickin' city kids, I swear. You're in my hood now. Come on." He walked to the end of the cropping and led Jamar down the slope and back another rock wall. It was about 9 or 10 feet tall. It wasn't plumb, but eroded at an angle. "This is a medium one. Some are big enough to climb. This one would be a great shelter from the weather if you were lost." Jamar picked up a loose rock and studied it. "Kinda cool." He pointed to the craggy wall, shaped by the fracturing of pieces over the centuries, filled with cracks. "Some of it is pink or white." "Manganese or calcium," Kevin said. "Some of it is crystalline." He pointed around. "We'll use a sled thing that Walt built, and a horse to haul some of those rocks up." Jamar gave him a quizzical look. "We'll bury Nellie down as much as we can, cover him with the dirt, then pile rocks over him to keep the coyotes and wolves from getting him." "Shut your damn mouth, bro!" Jamar exclaimed nervously. "There ain't no damn wolves out here." Kevin had another huge laugh. "Oh, yeah, there is." He was smiling, the sting of Nelson's death being erased for just a moment or two. "And cougars and bears, too." "You're just trying to punk me," Jamar yelled. He dropped the stone and looked around as he started to scramble along the rock face and back up the slope. Kevin was nearly in tears by that point. "Dude, you have a rifle on your back," he yelled between chuckles as he followed his urban buddy back uphill to the bikes. Once they got there, Jamar turned around. "You're serious?" Kevin nodded in glee. "Would I kid a city slicker like you about something like that?" Chapter 45. Bellevue. The little tarp had been doing a better job of holding off the rain than Wade had given it credit for. After several afternoon hours of being left in his lockdown area, he was finally being moved out of it and into the part of the woodland campsite he hadn't been able to see from there. After Shamrock left, an entirely different anarchist had shown up to sit with him. Wade figured the tall kid had to be in his late teenage years, and he'd been completely resistant to any attempts at conversation. He couldn't decide if the boy had been thoroughly warned about Wade's head games with Tard and Flannel, or it was just normal young person aversion to old people. Shamrock himself had shown up and unlocked the chain at the tree end. He nudged Wade up the path, where the drizzle was collecting on the fir boughs above, and finishing their pull to gravity's call in larger, louder drops. Dragging his chain by the left wrist, the beads of water soon landed not on him, but a larger collection of canopies and overlapping tarps. Under some were tents and debris hut shelters. In the center of the camp, the coverings had been held back, forming a perimeter about 10 feet out from all sides of a large fire pit. The smoke and crackling of the fire were almost cozy. "Over there," Shamrock pointed, "under that roof with all the chairs." Wade scanned and saw past the fire, where a portion of the camp's population had assembled. He quit counting after 20 adults. He pushed through the hodgepodge shelters, past small folding tables and damp baby playpens. The area smelled of various smoke and patchouli oil. He ducked under a battery-powered lantern as he stepped under the metal roof. It seemed to him that they'd probably built it out of a kit of some sort, perhaps something that went over small industrial work areas. The rain smacked the tin roof pieces with a different sound than it did on the tarps and canopies. What happened next surprised him. Shamrock took the shackle off his wrist, letting its weight smack the muddy ground with a thwop. "In the center," he said, with the same level of concern he might use pointing a stranger to a store they were looking for. Wade stepped slowly through a few younger men and women in camp chairs, seeing his bag in the middle. He headed for it, cautiously not wanting to step on the 3 different toddlers he'd seen mixed in with the odd audience. He reached the bag, seeing it was much emptier than it was when he hit it. There was no chair, but Shamrock stepped into the middle to join him. "Can we ask your name, stranger?" the one Wade called Shamrock asked. What a weird set of clowns, Wade thought, locking eyes with the man, smirking. In their short interaction in the late morning, he'd decided the man was the camp's leader simply because he'd had the smarts to not fall for the mind games. Now he wasn't so sure. "Tit for tat?" Wade asked. "Sure," Shamrock said. "Just remember, the power to make this go easy lies with you." Wade nodded. "Name's Tercel Perez. Simply the name of a man of a nearby cell decades earlier in Los Angeles. Now, what kind of kinky Jonestown mind orgy you all got going on here?" Once again, Shamrock impressed Wade with his response. "No Kool-Aid here, Tercel." The well-read man knew exactly what Wade had implied, that they were all brainwashed to a dangerous level. Just people who understand that a world with few rules is rapidly falling into place. He looked around at the circular group. "Anyone have a question for Tercel?" "Yo," one man in dreadlocks said. Wade wondered if he'd run out of mushrooms and ganja yet. The man held a squinting 2-year-old, which he passed off to the woman next to him. "What would you do if you caught a heavily armed dude running through your property with evidence he was a killer?" Wade reminded himself that this group had had free run of reading through his cartel hit file for nearly a full day. "Shoot him without a thought," Wade said. "Why haven't you shot me yet?" Seems like a good first question, he thought. Nothing is quite as brutal as the honest truth. "We could have," a man in the opposite direction said. "We should have," a female voice said from behind him. He wasn't sure if it was tart or not, but then that label most likely applied to all the women there, as far as he was concerned. "Another question," Shamrock called out. "Is it true you don't like anarchists?" another younger male voice asked from the crowd. "No," Wade said, turning to face the general direction. "What's true is that I'm more of an anarchist than all of you combined. My turn." He paused and grinned, looking around. "Which one of you has killed the most people?" The question shocked a few of them into low whispers to their neighbor. They all looked around for raised hands. "Interesting. Y'all don't even know the answer to that question. I mean, one of you has, at least, or I wouldn't be standing here." "What does that matter?" a female voice blurted out. Wade answered rapidly, knowing he was taking emotional control of the dialogue. "Because it is the one law that still exists, a primal law, a law of natural order. Every living creature has it. If a space traveler landed in a field, it would have the right." He had them silent, mesmerized. "The right to kill. If you're starving, Another animal's flesh might be the difference between you living or dying, or you killing an attacking animal that will be the thing that keeps you from being its next meal. Even plants develop toxins to defend themselves. So, you justify your philosophy by shifting your mental model to make us all animals? Tarts said with indignation. Recognizing the voice, Wade turned and made eye contact, with her septum piercing. As soon as he started speaking, her face twisted in rage. You think you're a peaceful people? He paused and stared just a second or two longer, only changing to another person when he saw her about to erupt. But you're not. Most of you are simply harmless. He looked at Shamrock. Most of y'all aren't capable of violence. You can't even be truly peaceful until you are. What's to stop me from unzipping this bag and pulling out one of the 2 guns you're giving me back, stopping me from erasing every one of you from history? I am, Flannel said, along with a few choice cuss words from the far side of the circle. He was aiming a crossbow directly at Wade's face. See? Wade yelled, fully excited. He pointed enthusiastically at the man. He gets it. He resisted the urge to call him Flannel because he couldn't afford to die until he dealt with Ramona. The group started to get loud, confused with side conversations and upset comments. I got a question, Flannel yelled, which got most of them to quiet themselves. Why shouldn't we just kill you right now? It went quiet for a lifetime of short seconds. You should. The rants and comments started back up. See, told you we should just kill him, one man said. Wade gathered from listening that the conversation about how to handle him had been long, tedious, and divided. Shamrock spent a minute or so getting everyone quieted back down. Last question, he announced. Tercel, if we let you go, will you be back? Wade laughed and shook his head. Nah, no. To be honest, you poser hippies bore the hell out of me. Chapter 46. East Side, Inchelium Gifford Ferry Landing. Let's turn into the parking lot up on the right, Kenny said. They'd taken their time on the trip. Other than disgusting looks from property owners of people on foot, horse, or bike, the afternoon jaunt to the unique little ferry station had been uneventful. The S-curved road to the left was a 100-yard jaunt down to the ferry landing, but it had several cars jamming it. To the immediate right was a dirt road in maintained condition. It went up a slight grade, and the only thing they could see on it aside from trees was a tall storage building with 10 or so units. Big ones. The sign was small, directly next to a personnel door, and unreadable from the road. Probably boat storage, Kenny guessed. Taylor turned right, then immediately left, joining 3 other cars and trucks in the lot. Can you take Dylan while I find somewhere for Sierra to go potty? Sure. Taylor parked near the end of the building. Let me check it out for a few minutes, Kenny said. He got out of their smelly Armada, pulling the newly acquired Bushmaster rifle out with them. The scum who'd donated it to them, probably stole it from whoever they murdered last, Kenny thought, had not installed a sling. The Keller family made him one out of emu hide leather. Not fancy, it was soft, light, and durable nonetheless. Lacking buckles to donate, they instead stitched a few pieces to make 2 long straps, one slightly narrower than the other. The wider had multiple slits cut into it. Kenny was able to choose first a farther slit, then a nearer one, finally changing directions once more and passing it through a third one near the buttstock. The system made it adjustable with no hardware. A sewn loop on each end allowed him to use a friction or girth hitch to cinch each piece to the 2 ends of the rifle. After situating himself, he checked the safety and walked past their tall SUV to peruse in all directions. The sun shone in the late afternoon, hanging out over the native reservation across the river on the western shore of the Columbia. There was some foot traffic down across Highway 25, in and amongst the several cars. Tents, clotheslines, and campfires made it almost look like a weekend getaway. There were a few more cars parked along the highway to the north and south. The other cars in the boat storage building's lot had various people, some with kids, some without. Most looked like they were just waiting, buying time, wanting to be left alone. He saw one Native American family playing and talking near an older Ford pickup with a camper. He pushed the rifle as far back behind him as it would swing. He approached, hands slightly raised. Sorry to bother. A man got out of the passenger side of the truck and wiped his mouth with a napkin. A young lady was playing with 2 children in the dirt lot a little farther away. "Get in the truck," the man ordered. He was in his mid to late 40s by Kenny's estimation. He was still about 30 feet away and stopped approaching. The big brown wooden handle on a revolver stuck out from under the man's denim vest conspicuously. "Sorry," Kenny said. "I was wondering if I could ask you about the ferry." The man approached but stopped about 10 feet shy. Both men sized each other up. They both heard the Armada door open. Kenny looked back and saw Taylor get out and move back one door to get Dylan out of the car seat. Soon Sierra was hopping out on the same side. Kenny turned back, and the man he'd disturbed had a more relaxed posture. "I'll tell you anything I can," the man said. By then, Taylor had approached. "How about where those precious kids of yours are going to the bathroom?" she interjected. The man, who like Kenny was a hair over 6 feet tall but with a lot more cushion, gave an amused chuckle as he pointed north around the far end of the long building. "Pick a tree." "Can you take him for a minute?" Taylor said. It wasn't a question. She handed the baby over to Dad. Father and son locked eyes, which triggered Dylan to make a face and emit some bubbly spit just before babbling a bunch. Taylor took Sierra by the hand, her pistol in the open on her hip in a generic nylon one-size-fits-nothing holster that the Kellers gave her. "Your boy has a lot to say," the older man said. He walked over and evolved from the stone warrior he seemed to be into a typical family man, making a goo-goo noise at the baby. "Yours?" Kenny asked, nudging toward the others. The man's family had gone back to playing in the dirt, the children checking out Sierra for future playmate material as they disappeared around the corner of the storage building. "My youngest daughter and her puppies," the man said. He turned toward them. "Amber," he called. He gave her a quick word in their native language. The girl sighed, annoyed. She turned into the mother she was and had her kids follow her toward the woods. "They'll keep an eye out for your tribe." Kenny nodded, pleasantly surprised. Thank you. I'm not sure how to say thanks in your language." "We say thanks," the man chided him. "Maybe you hadn't heard, but they beat the language out of us about a century back." He was being more teasing than offended. "It's just that you—" Kenny was confused. "We still keep a few secret codes from the white man," the man said, now grinning. Kenny started laughing. "You know, I grew up just over in Republic. I've been around the Colville tribes my whole life. I think this is the most I've ever talked to a Native American before." "That's all right, kid," the man said. "You can say Indian. We all do." He laughed again, which put Kenny at ease. They made small talk for another couple of minutes, in which Kenny had learned his new friend was named Lyle. "So, is the ferry running? I'm thinking about just crossing at KF if it's going to be a while." "Where are you coming from?" Lyle asked. "Kettle Falls isn't the best option." "Spokane," Kenny said. "Why's that?" "Anywhere where the bridge is starting to get stingy," Lyle said. "We came from KF and decided to use this instead. I was just crossed here going this direction yesterday. Tried to return in KF up at the bridge. They wanted me to fill a grocery cart they got with food just across." "Who is they?" Kenny asked. "That does seem to be the big question, doesn't it? Whoever was bold and fast enough to take the bridge, I guess." "What a racket." "That's one word for it," Lyle agreed. "What about here?" Kenny asked, looking around. "There's a lot of cars piled up." "They're not all getting on," Lyle said. "Like I said, I just crossed yesterday to go pick them up." He pointed off toward the 2 sets of women and children who were walking toward them in the lot. "It's not a first-come basis?" Kenny asked. Lyle shook his head. "The fee is going up every day. The tribe is only running the ferry whenever they've packed it full enough to get the most value for the diesel. Mostly it is people on foot or horse because cars are expensive. Yesterday I had to trade 10 boxes of hunting cartridges to get the truck across, and that only worked because they know I'm in the tribe. I'm hoping the other half of my supply will get me back." "Did you go down to work out a deal for today?" Kenny asked. As he did, he saw a pair of men walk into the parking lot from the country road, but they were coming from the uphill direction, not from Highway 25. "I tried, but my cousin's friend told us it was the last run for the day." Kenny was puzzled. Why are all these cars still here? About then, Sierra began to chase the two school-aged children and their mother in a game of tag. Taylor quietly joined the two men. Lyle shook his head. That gets me too. My daughter, I figure it's 'cause they got nowhere to go. Like they're kinda stuck in the I got here first mindset. We saw the second of only 2 cars squeeze onto that boat a couple of hours ago. But probably 200 people on foot, bike, motorcycle, or horses. There were a lot of angry folks down there, yelling 'cause they felt like they were cutting. Lyle nodded to Kenny, who was spun to follow his eyes. The two men had stopped for a quick chat at another group hanging out at their car. It had ended in a few seconds, and they were on their way to Lyle's truck. One was about Kenny's age. The other looked like a much older twin, albeit a bit shorter. Father and son, Kenny guessed. Both wore jeans, hunting vests over long-sleeve t-shirts, and ball caps. Each was openly wearing a pistol. For the older man, a 1911. For the younger, some sort of modern striker-fired Glock knockoff. "We got space to let, fellas," the younger one said when they stopped a few feet off. "Ma'am," he said. Both men tipped their hats to Taylor. Taylor slammed her husband's folded arms with the back of a wrist. "That's how gentlemen act." "How much?" Lyle asked. 1 hour labor per adult," the man said. "We have apples ready to pick. Orchard or kitchen, it's your choice." Kenny and Taylor looked at each other. "Might be nice to be off the road tonight with all these people around," he said. "How do we know we aren't walking into some sort of trap?" Taylor asked. With all they'd been through as a family, nothing was taken for granted anymore. "You don't," the older one said. "But we've been doing this for several days now." He shifted his look amongst the three. "It's been working so far. We get some help, and y'all get a place that's out of sight of all of them down there." The younger nodded down the hill toward the river. "That's kind of a crapshoot down there. Some nights it's peaceful. Others, not so much," his father finished. "We're about 1/3 of a mile up the hill. Name's Zeke, and this here is Junior." "Would bad guys have introduced themselves, ma'am?" Junior asked Taylor. "Some would, yeah," she said with a hard tone. She looked at Kenny. "I don't care if you don't." She then picked up her voice just a hair. "We'll just shoot our way out if they're dirtbags." Zeke laughed. "That won't be necessary, Miss Richardson," Kenny answered. "Kenny and Taylor." "And you, sir?" Junior asked Lyle. "I generally have a rule against trusting white men who call me sir," Lyle said. "They're almost always trying to get my vote or preach God to me." "Safety in numbers," Kenny mumbled toward him while the two strangers laughed at the crack. "I only say it 'cause he'll tend my hide if I don't," Junior said. "Amber," Lyle called out. "Pack up the kids." Chapter 47. Republic. "I'm sorry," the short old man stammered, not wanting Big Dog Baker to pull the trigger of the gun at his head. "All the pain drugs were stolen." Beatty's cousin Dwight knew exactly where one of the 3 doctors who lived in the county resided, having just built a deck on the man's lakeside home 2 years earlier. Dwight and his son had roughed him up a bit, payment for making them pull out of hiding in the home's crawlspace. Once Beatty's tow truck buddies had brought Dallas to him down at his office at the police station, everything had come to a grinding halt. Someone had attacked his son, something that only he was allowed to do without permission. He rushed Dallas the few hundred yards up Klondike Road north of town to the small hospital, which was almost an overstatement. Employing the doctors, 1 physician's assistant, and a handful of nurse practitioners, the facility was about the same size as a moderate urban realtor's office or small restaurant. The attached wing had been the assisted living facility. But ever since the power went out and Beatty had taken over all resources in the town, both buildings had become synonymous with the smell of death. The old frail doctor trembling before him was the only one left, as one of the others had wound up on Beatty's floating former enemies list, face down in Curlew Lake. The last and only female doctor had simply vanished, likely dead or someone's hidden sex captive. "Drink, Dallas," Beatty ordered. He'd given his son a bottle of cheap whiskey for the drive over. It was the closest to sympathy the Baker lad could expect from his father. To the doctor, he said, "Then do your job. Get an x-ray. Operate. Whatever it is you gotta do to make him whole." "It's not quite so simple," the doctor said, scared to death. "The x-ray machine needs one of the trained techs to run it. It probably won't run on generator anyway. Beatty wound up a swing to butt-stroke the man with his pistol. Pop, Billy Ray said, stepping in to keep his dad's arm from swinging down. We're all out of doctors. Beatty looked at him, then at the quivering healer. Get out, he ordered. He lowered his arm, and the man went out to the hall, which had no less than 4 of Beatty's suck-ups waiting around for orders. Tell me the story one more time, son. I went to Katie Valance's place to see if I could trade a can of beans for a BJ, and I got nabbed. It was... Wait, Beatty said, irritated. Why the hell would you go way out there? I thought you had some little church girl on the hook closer to town. He was smelling something fishy, and it wasn't all from the sex. They fled sometime between then and now, the young man grunted through the intense, throbbing pain in his ankle. You gonna let me tell me the story or what? If she ever existed, Billy Ray said under his breath. Go on, kid, Beatty said. I got ambushed as soon as I turned off 20. They claimed they were related to Liz Richardson, cousins or something. He took a long pull on the whiskey bottle. Billy Ray pulled his father into the corner of the small exam room. That would explain why she disappeared. It don't explain why they took him captive and beat the snot out of him, Beatty growled. Pop, Billy Ray said, trying not to embarrass or piss off his dad by pointing out the obvious. Look around town. Everyone has gone turn on us eventually, right? Beatty squinted as he shook his head. I don't know. Maybe the Richardsons had kin in Kettle Falls. Maybe that's where the 2 boys are at. They had 3, Billy Ray said. At least, I thought they did. I don't care if they're related to the whole damn Mormon Tabernacle Choir. We need to speed up the meet with Juneburg. First thing tomorrow. You're gonna lock the town down. Me and Dwight'll take a crew to KF tomorrow. They were gonna come help us once they got their bridge thing handled. Either they're full of crap, he looked at the grimacing son on the bed, or he is. Billy Ray looked cynical. He ain't that ballsy. Help Seth or the old lady escape? Sure. He walked over and flicked Dallas on the ankle. Despite the liquor, he screamed out in sharp pain. But not this. Beatty opened the door and barked at the first man he saw. Make sure that doctor gives him a splint or cast or something, then take him home. He went out through the front door, Billy Ray 2 steps behind. He was surprised to see a tow truck. Mike, he said to the older of the 2 men who got out, thanks for bringing him to me. That's what we're here about, BD, the middle-aged man said. Tell him what you told me, Chris. I had a set of binocs with me when they were honking to get our attention. Chris and my nephew were out front, keeping an eye on things, you see, Beatty's friend explained. Yeah, Chris said. Thing is, it took me a bit to recall it, but I know for sure I'd seen one of them trucks before. They had Beatty's full attention. How so, friend? The sticker on the back window. That or another truck just like it was the first thing I ever towed all by myself. Kinda like Poontang, Mike explained. You always remember popping your cherry. Yes, sir, Chris said to Beatty. It's that LOL sticker, the logo for that dude ranch. Beatty felt a fountain of acid and fire start to boil in his gut. You sure about that, son? They was coming from Kettle Falls, right? They were, but I'm sure, Chris said. As sure as the sun flies east to west. Chapter 48. Bellevue. 29-year-old Brian Sherman, a 6-year veteran of the Seattle Police Department, was still a high schooler when a pair of junior female detectives had cracked the case on a string of gang murders across multiple counties. It would be years later, after college and the months-long process to get hired and go through the academy process, before he truly paid attention to notorious criminals in Western Washington history. And until he wound up on the evening shift under one of those grizzled lady sergeants, recently back on patrol after a stint on the full-time SWAT team, he'd not learned much more than a 3-paragraph wiki page told him. You were such a bonehead, he chastised himself. It was the morning after he'd pieced 2 and 2 together. He spent the evening before grilling Ramona about why she had not shared the full details of her life-and-death battle with Wade in the nearly 4 days since he had arrived. He geared himself up in his duty belt and ballistic carrier, still opting for a non-police raincoat. His plan was to head out and conduct some interviews with the little he'd gathered from his old boss the night before. At the end of the conversation, the entire group had agreed that the Scarecrow gang was a lesser concern and mutually decided to move the watch station back to Ramona's garage. Brian replayed the conversation in his head as he prepped for his mission. You never asked, Ramona yelled back after he chastised her. He guffawed beside himself. I shouldn't have had to, Sarge. You were so closed off. I was trying to respect your grief over Noel. Well, now you know. In the heat of their discourse, she let the Sarge label go. At that moment, the shoe most certainly fit on her one foot. And there's no way to know if he's dead? Brian asked, softening his annoyed tone. No, Ramona said on the decline. Good cops knew that voice followed voice for de-escalating. But let that puta come. I'll shoot his butt right here in the living room if I need to. Brian made a sneer of a look and shook his head. You and I both know it's not that easy. He won't let you see him coming. Diana, James, and Walt had been watching from the other seats, letting the two police verbally duke out their anger. Then what do you propose? Ramona asked, still plenty irked. Brian was ready. First, we check out every neighbor. He pointed at Walt. He can tell us what to expect on each side of his house. You need to tell us about your next-door neighbors, and as much as you can about the homes whose backyards bump up to yours. No prop, Brian cut her off, still taking charge over his old trainer. Then we need to decide where we're going. My place and Tanya's are no good, too close to Seattle. Maybe. It was Ramona's turn to interject. Wait just a damn minute, Proby. He wasn't one, but simply calling him that was a mentally offensive move. This is my home. I'm not leaving it for anyone, including Wade Curry. Maybe you guys should take a little break, Walt said. Brian pointed at Walt, but still addressed Ramona. Them, Sarge. He'll kill everyone in this house. You have to think of them. For the first time, something he'd said penetrated her shields. She went silent, looking at the other three. For the next long while, the group drifted to a more rational discussion on options. Moving to Walt's house seemed like a logical first step, especially when coupled with the other four's unanimous vote that Ramona wasn't allowed to be seen outside anymore. But she had more food, weapons, survival gear, and other household supplies than Walt. Moving would have to wait until daytime. Ramona briefed Brian everything she could recall on who she thought lived at the attached properties. To the north was a couple with one kid. The three were about the same ages as her family. She hadn't seen them since before the hack. Behind the home, on the next street east, she didn't know much. The house with the most direct backyard was occupied by the Berkeleys, a pair of kids living with their divorced father. She'd stopped the oldest, also named Brian, she pointed out, from breaking into her garage early in the crisis. They'd had a dog at some point, but she thought it must have died many months previous. It used to push through a big hole in the fence and leave yard fudge all over the place. Her direct neighbor to the south was a nosy, busybody widow named Mrs. Girardeau. She couldn't hide her disdain for the neighborhood gossip queen. Ramona suddenly realized she hadn't seen or heard from the old lady at all since they witnessed the aftermath of a helicopter crash. Brian snapped himself back to the present. He was in the laundry room, where he stashed his gear on the machines when he wasn't wearing it. He went out to the garage. The light gray rain told him the sun was up somewhere, moving birds and life forward for another spin of the planet. "Sup?" James asked from a chair just inside the open bay door. Diana was under a pile of blankets, sleeping on a cot near the home's workbench. "Going to check out the street and the one behind us," Brian said. He paused next to James to pull his rain hood up and look down. "I'm sure glad you're here, man." He stuck his hand out for a shake, which James took, more out of social politeness than caring much about the young cop. "Your son was a CO, huh? Where at?" "Monroe," James said, looking up. "And me and his mother are glad to be here, too. Sure beats South Seattle." Brian nodded. "Monroe," he repeated. Then he knew what he was getting into going up against Curry. "I'll be back in an hour or two." With that, Brian stepped out into the rain, set on making the small group as safe as he could. Chapter 49. East Okanagan County. Kevin had a tough time sleeping the night before. I sure hope Mom and the others have been surviving, he thought. Being one county away had finally allowed him to hope. I bet Papa's been having a tough time of it. He knew the old man needed to wear an oxygen cannula all the time, dragging the long, thin air hose from the powered machine around wherever he went. He smiled at the memory of their dogs, Thor and Jersey, catching it with their paws or legs while they roughhoused, yanking the hose off his face and sending his grandfather into fits that were funny to all but him. Towing rocks uphill in the basket had been barely a workout for Duncan the horse. Kevin tried to make a small burial prayer for his friend, but they'd never discussed religion or beliefs, and he hadn't gone to church in many years. He wanted to believe, but after everything that had transpired, the concept that life, death, and all that happened between were just random seemed an easier concept to grasp. Still, they had a solemn moment, aiming Nelson's feet down toward the valley between the little roadside clearing and Mount Moses to the southeast. Camping went well, though sleep was rough for all. Even isolated in the north-central part of the state, Nelson's death had reminded everyone, adult and child, that they could not let their guard down. Lydia and Corny Shoemaker decided they would take the first shift, not having much chance to be a good spouse to each other. With the horses hobbled and a fire built in a submerged pit, called a Dakota fire pit, the camp was set. There was plenty of room in the trailer, once the chips had been mucked out. Some makeshift torches were constructed with broken pieces of branch wrapped in rags and dipped in a diesel drum. They were staged near the fire pit in the center of their semicircle, ready to be lit and spread out around the camp's perimeter should a wolf pack or coyotes be detected. That one act reinforced to Jamar his decision that camping was for the insane, and that he'd seen this movie and the black dude always dies. Even Jalen and Felicity told their older brother to stop being such a wuss. When dawn crested, Jackson accompanied Kevin on the e-bikes for a quick jaunt about 5 or 6 miles north along the winding dirt road. It gave the kid a chance to practice more one-liners on his trapped audience of one. They reached a spot with a view of the small valley north, which gave Kevin the confidence that they had found the forest road he thought they had. He figured with the twists and direction changes that the drive out would be twice or more what they had ridden on the bikes. The one thing that concerned him was the depth of the ruts. They were entering a section that hadn't been logged in a long time, and the road was covered in odd-shaped deep gouges caused by years of rain runoff. No logging company had taken a tractor to the surface in probably years. He and the teenage boy went back and finished helping everyone pack. Kevin told the others what to expect. Lydia was concerned. "It's not like the trailer has a suspension," she said. "I mean, horses can handle a little bit. They are used to getting jostled in a fairground parking lot or something. But miles of deep, cross-angle ruts?" "I'll just go really, really slow," Corny promised. "I'd just as soon have you get ahead of us quite a bit," Lydia said. "I'll keep it in low gear." "Should I ride back there?" Jamar asked. Lydia's eyes got wide. "Only if you want to get kicked by a pile of nervous horses." Jamar shook his head and looked at Kevin. "First with the wolves, now with the dangerous roads. Tell me again why you people live out here like this." It had taken only one good jolt of the truck's back tires to shake the hitch and trailer with a loud, dangerous thunk. Lydia stopped the dusty Ram 3500, pissed and streaming more F-bombs than an orgy of drunk porn stars. Jamar hopped out on the other side. A couple of 100 yards ahead, he saw the cruiser stop. The gravel was loose, and a rut was widening under the truck's front tire. He found a rotting piece of log about 3 feet long and dragged it over, kicking it under the tire to act as an emergency chock. Finally, he caught up to Lydia, who was closing the trailer door. "They're okay," she yelled. "But this isn't going to work." She wasn't upset at Kevin or the circumstances that forced them deep into the isolated forest. She was simply venting. About then, Kevin had shown up from his quick jog up the hill to them. He didn't bother asking what he already knew. "They'd be able to walk this road, right?" Lydia took a deep breath and nodded. "Since it's daylight, they'll have no problem dodging the ruts. We just have to let them walk at their own pace." "How far down?" Jamar asked. "I can't be sure," Kevin said. "I'm guessing about 6 miles. Could be 10 or 11. "All right," Lydia said, calming herself. "This could work. We ride down. One of you 2 gun guys needs to guard the kids down there, right?" They nodded. "Who wants to ride?" "Do you think I could ride Duncan?" Jamar asked. Lydia was hesitant. "He knows you now, but he's only been ridden a couple of times. I'm thinking we just let Coral lead him with no rider. She's the oldest, the one they all trust the most. I'll take her. Jackson rides Crystal. Jamar, why don't you take Coda? Kevin, you and Corny will jam all the kids into the cruiser and stay at the bottom while we take bikes back up for the truck. What about our stuff? Kevin thought. We have the fuel, the bikes, even some of our food in the trucks and trailer, not to mention all the food and forage for the horses. Lydia looked around. You expecting company? I just don't like it, Kevin said, wondering if he was ever going to get home. Maybe we should chalk the trailer and just take the ram down instead of the cruiser. That would save us from moving the bikes out of the bed. Plus, we don't lose the better rig on the off chance someone does come along. The three agreed to the plan. Setting it in motion took a bit of work, but in less than an hour, Lydia, Jamar, and Jackson were taking the 4 horses down. Kevin decided to ride the pedal bike down the long hill, leaving Corny and the 4 kids in the truck. The road hugged the side of the mountain on the right, leaving a downhill view of a valley to the northwest on the left. Corny had an intense fear of heights and was doing her best to hug the right side. A little too good. He had no odometer on the mountain bike, but Kevin knew they'd been at it for an hour when he saw the ram's right rear tire spin on soft shoulder dirt at about 8 or 10 miles per hour. It got sucked down a 2-feet-deep rain trough, which then pulled the front end down too. He was about 100 feet back and heard metal crunching against rock and trees. Kevin sped up and had to hop one last deep gouge in the crappy road before sliding to a stop next to the truck. Corny rolled the window down with an embarrassed grin. Kevin heard the kids laughing and joking about their 4-buying adventure. Oops, she said. She'll be able to drive it out, Kevin said. He looked at the angle of it leaning over to the uphill side. Tipping wasn't an issue. Losing a diesel drum was. I tried, but something is wrong. More embarrassment. And no tasteless jokes about Asian drivers, she kidded. Kevin, the country kid, had little exposure to urban or pop culture in his farm life. It went right over his tall head. He flipped down the kickstand with his left heel. I'll check it out. Go ahead and shut it off. He didn't want her trying and succeeding while he was down in the road's wash. He crawled around the truck and felt a tinge of angst mixed with a dash of Murphy's Law. The right front wheel and tire were canted at an unnatural angle over a large stone. She'd managed to break a tie rod on their tow vehicle. Chapter 50. Republic. Big Dog Baker sat on the old wood stump near his trashed burning pit, smoking a small glass marijuana pipe he'd found in one of his tool drawers out in the workshop. He took a night off drinking and heavier drugs, deep in thought, wanting to be left alone. A good, hard 5 hours sleep had ended about the time the night was losing its fight with the sun. What bothered him most was that he just didn't know. Could Dal have done that to himself? He wondered. The punk's always been a little juvenile turd, never been a criminal mastermind. And though Dallas would never be the man Billy Ray had turned into, he was the closest chip off the block any of Marguerite's kids would ever be. Beatty choked on the dry, stale weed he'd found in the baggie with the pipe. The loud rumble of a powerful gas engine slowly grew in the distance. He knew immediately it was his oldest son and his nephew Cody, returning from an overnight run to Kettle Falls. The sound of gravel under tires soon joined the 454's exhaust, as the black battle wagon that father and son had tricked out for the apocalypse pulled into and up the driveway. The Chevelle's throaty growl shut off, and the men crawled out through the glassless window holes. Each pulled down their goggles, which worked better than sunglasses one night driving the beast with no windshield. They'll be here by supper, Billy Ray announced. He sat on a bench and took the offered pipe and lighter with a tug of his own. Wanted a little time to gather up some of the gang. Cody headed into the house in a hurry. What's with him? Beatty asked. Needs to take a groaner. Been yapping about it since we left last night. Beatty nodded. I got a bad feeling that when we run out of coffee, I'm going to have a hard time taking groaners myself. He went back to the conversation he really wanted. Did Murray say how many? Thinks it'll be close to 40. The men grew quiet for a few seconds before the escaped convict broached the sensitive topic. You decide what you think about Dallas yet? Beatty stood. A few days of trash had amassed itself in the stinky, rock-lined pit. He picked up the small can of kerosene he'd brought out from his shop when he retrieved his last resort stash of pot. He walked around the wide pit, pouring fuel on refuse as he did. I just don't know. He tossed the empty metal can onto the garbage hill. Beatty then picked up the small butane torch the body shop used to melt shrink wrap and used its small electric starter, adjusting the blue flame. He bent over and set the fuel on fire. He shut off the torch, and both men watched the fire slowly move up and around the hill. Inch by inch, much like BD's horde, it devoured everything in its path. But crushed ankle be damned. That little brat is going with us on this raid tonight. Chapter 51. Bellevue. Despite the civilian raincoat, Brian's gear gave him away nearly immediately to most folks, as did his line of questioning, his sense of authority. He was nearly complete with a full circle around Ramona's block. Some folks never answered or just weren't home. Or are dead, he thought. He'd had a total of 7 conversations with those who came to the door when he knocked, fully and honestly explaining who he was and where he was staying, but withholding any details about the serial hitman who was presumably lurking. Some of the door answerers were accommodating, others were defensive, angry, or just plain hungry and thirsty. Most told stories about how he should keep an eye on so-and-so. I saw them breaking into that tan house. Or some version of that. One last house, Brian thought, somewhat happy. Like everyone else, he was sleep and nutrient deprived, which made something like walking around a neighborhood block and up and down every wooded driveway somewhat of an exhausting waste of energy. He'd worked clockwise, approaching Ramona's neighbor on the south from that direction. He could barely see the opening of her garage, figuring James and Diana went in for a decent nap. Across the street, the occasional banged piece of metal announced Walt's presence over there, working. Brian's mind drifted to that project. The introverted metalsmith had come up with some neat, simple weapons using what he had on hand. While no match for a firearm, they would only increase in value as ammunition became harder to obtain. The biggest asset had been his supply of hand tools and black pipe and fittings left over from a number of plumbing side gigs over the years. The very first weapons he built were for increasing reach against someone with a knife or sword. With one, he welded a tapered, long marlin spike onto a 7-foot piece of pipe, making a simple, durable spear. With another, he welded the head from a 3-pound maul onto a pipe a little over 3 feet long. The club would crack a skull, but not be overly tiring to the wielder. He'd used old pruning saws, wrenches, and flat bar to make nearly a dozen such items. Better to have it and not need it had become Walt's working motto. How Walt had handled the leg for Ramona was quite genius in Brian's mind. The foot was a circular metal floor flange with a threaded center for some of the black plumbing pipe. He welded some flat bar protruding out a few inches on 2 sides to give it a basic rectangular shape. The leg itself ended in the ankle area with threaded pipe, which meant the foot could be screwed on and off. The shin-to-knee area was a thick galvanized turnbuckle fitted to a custom-built barrel hinge Walt made to replicate the knee. The turnbuckle would allow for small amount of adjustment to the shin's length. Above that, more black pipe attached to a bowl with hardware. It had been a stainless mixing bowl from his mom's long unused KitchenAid mixer. He used heat and hammer to shape it a bit more narrowly. Some memory foam from his guest room bed would be shaved to line it as padding. It also had drain holes for rain or sweat. The front and back of the bowl had pieces of a leather belt bolted to it. Those would run up to a heavy leather tool belt that had the pouches removed. The leather strap system would keep the device in place, though not nearly as snugly as modern fake appendages. Wearing it might not be the most comfortable thing in the world, but it would function until a real prosthetic leg could be found. The last touch was a piece of thick rubber glued to the bottom of the metal foot. He'd walked over to the burned-down stables their new friends abandoned and retrieved a piece of horse stall mat for that. A piece of dropped metal across the street snapped Brian out of his autopilot stroll just as he was walking up the driveway to Ramona's next-door neighbor. The homes were both on smaller properties of about a 1/3 acre, only about 100 feet from each other. Ramona's was a bit closer to the street, so Brian's view became the side of the house and the wood privacy fence. He stepped onto the porch and knocked. No less than 6 decorative gnomes were within ankle-biting distance, which made him look around. Old nosy lady, he remembered Ramona griping. Hadn't seen her in many days. He looked behind him and could see other ceramic yard gnomes poking out from overgrown flower pots and shrubs. The door handle made a noise. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am," he said, turning back before seeing Wade Curry in the doorway, sneering his evil, handsome smile and holding a sound-suppressed rifle 3 feet from his face. "Hands up," Wade said softly. Make a sound, and I'll crater your skull. The cop before him set his face in shock and anger as he raised his hands. Get in here. Wade stepped back into the house, which was foul with the smell of decay, old death. The woman had taken rat poison days earlier. Wade had opened a few windows on the house's backside, but they'd done little to air the place out. Lace them fingers, pig, just like you've told 1,000 black and brown men to do. Brian wove his fingers together on the back of his head, just one more thing that made a sudden spring move take a fraction of a second longer. He walked into the home's entry slowly, keeping his eyes on the muzzle of the rifle ahead. Wade stepped one step down into the sunken living room. He was about 10 feet back. Over there, he said, using a small rapid barrel motion to point. In the corner of the room was a couch set out at an angle on both walls, so that it still faced the table and easy chairs in the center. Take a seat. Brian moved his gaze to Wade's eyes, remaining silent as he slowly strode over and moved into place. He resisted the order to sit. The old green couch with pink floral pattern looked low with deep, soft padding. It would be hard to stand back up from with all the gear on, harder still to draw from his pistol while sitting there. We can talk, or you can die now, Wade said. Brian sat, hands still behind his head. Once he did, Wade lowered his rifle to a low ready position to give his arms a chance to rest. How many other cops are protecting her? Brian said nothing, letting the pissed-off look on his face do the talking. Wade laughed. Seriously, pig, you know who I am, what I can do to you. If you try the quiet game, I'll just kill you and be done. No skin off my back. But who knows? He stepped back and sat in a wood dining room chair where the living room and eating area met. Maybe you'll get your big chance. Catch me in a mistake. Brian growled. What makes you think I'll tell you anything? You may as well shoot. Shoot! Wade laughed. Who said anything about shooting? Where's the joy for me? You get the fast trip out, but I don't get any enjoyment from our experience. You're a sick son of a— Careful what you say about my mother, Wade warned, quickly. His face had moved from amusement to a much more serious stare. She was a good woman. Brian went silent again. After a few seconds, Wade sighed and stood up. But you called my bluff. I can't afford for them to hear you scream. He raised the rifle up to look through the red dot sight. Going. All right, Brian yelled, angry, scared. His face was red, splotchy, as the true fear of never seeing his family again became a reality. There's six cops and several other men. Wade lowered the weapon just a bit to look over it and study the man. After a few seconds, he smiled. You must have been a good cop, one of the ones that really cared about the job, the people. Brian was confused, but any conversation was good when trying to buy time. What makes you say that? 'Cause you're a terrible liar. Wade moved the foldable M4 back up to full aim and pulled the trigger, the suppressed sound sounding more like a hiss and a clack of moving parts as it shot, and cycled for the reload. Chapter 52. Gifford Inchelium Ferry, East Ramp. The dark gray Nissan Armada and the faded sky blue 70s model Ford drove back down the hill a bit before dawn, each with still sleepy, grumpy family members inside. They parked once more in the dirt lot at the boat storage building, which now had 5 cars or trucks and 3 motorcycles in it. Everyone looked at the 2 new arrivals from up the country lane to the east with curiosity, knowing in their minds that only locals would have been up the hill. You okay staying here? Kenny asked his wife, who was taking a reprieve from driving for a change. She gave him the close-eyed, tired grunt of entitlement that reminded him of her well-stated opinion. A world without a quad-shot chai vanilla latte and a dash of cinnamon was barely worth living in. She wasn't feeling great, and Sierra had thrown up earlier, something they were hoping was just exhaustion and not a bug of some kind. Try to wake up. There are new cars here in the lot. He got out and used the Armada's fob to lock the doors as he strode to meet Lyle behind his truck. With no words and a quick glance, the men communicated they would back each other up in the coming minutes. The evening before had been pleasantly uneventful, almost enjoyable. The men and Taylor joined members of the family in apple picking from the ripe orchard for their required hour, but kept on going until the sun was gone. Lyle's daughter Amber was waived from kitchen work since it had shut down for the day. She and her children played with Sierra and Dylan. The Richardsons offered all the food to cook over the cottage stone fire ring near where they were told to park. Lyle had a difficult time conveying his appreciation. The farmers assured them someone would stay awake for the night to alert of trouble. After the fireside chat and meal, sleeping in the cars, though uncomfortable, had been somewhat stress-free simply from knowing their temporary partners felt like high-caliber people. Kenny and Lyle crossed the highway, still of traffic. Most of the people camping in or around their cars were asleep or barely stirring. There were a handful tacking their horses or packing the bags. The ferry could be seen across the river, laden with people and a few autos, just moving out past its 3 sets of pilings in the water. "How long?" Kenny asked. "About 5 minutes." The pack started to form up at the simple wood sign that had been hung on the post at the top of the ramp. "Wait up here." They got into the huddle. People were tense, territorial. It reminded him of trying to board an airplane, except here nobody was guaranteed passage. A few were trying to ease the obvious tension with a joke or casual conversation, but most people just wanted to be left alone. The smart had figured out not to bother strangers in the last few weeks. The naive simply ran their mouths as if the world wanted to know what they thought. The ferry itself was an oddity. It's nothing more than an odd barge, Kenny thought. The deck overlapped the rectangular hull by a few feet on all 4 sides. On each corner sat a small housing, and protruding down from the center of each and into the water was a post. Each of those must hold some sort of big trolling motor. At the center of each long side was a stair structure that went up 8 feet before turning toward the center and repeating the process. Each of those formed the end of a crossover walkway with a small pilot house in the center. It was pale orange and reminded Kenny of a basket handle. Lyle was pretty close to his guess. 5 or so minutes later, the 90-foot ferry pulled up to a ramp, which ran uphill over the river. When the edge of the ferry met the ramp, it tied up and left the thruster motors running. The gap was so negligible, a small bridging platform wasn't even necessary. 4 tribal members, all openly armed, led the way while 2 more kept the crowded ferry traffic from moving. They descended the metal ramp to the shoreline, then back up the concrete one to the top of the gentle slope and rode. "Clear the lane!" an irritated man yelled. His 3 compatriots made similar statements. It was painfully obvious to Kenny that nobody could load if the boat couldn't unload first. He and Lyle moved aside, part of the larger, slow-moving pack that crept like frozen syrup. He learned 2 things about humans in that moment. 1, being part of a pack of people at the mercy of others sucked. And 2, people devolved into instinctive, territorial beings, whether they knew it or not. Some of the people were ignoring the instructions, trying to openly negotiate their ferry tickets. "Look," the leader yelled. "We won't talk about tickets until the ferry gets emptied." "I think your tribe is getting a little tired of dealing with idiots," Kenny said under his breath. "Stick with me," Lyle said. "As long as you have something good to barter, I'll make sure you get on." "I appreciate that, Lyle." Slowly, painfully, the mindless masses moved aside, and the crew let an RV, 2 cars, and a motorcycle depart, followed by several dozen on bike, horse, or foot. It had taken nearly a half-hour. "Motorized first!" the crew started yelling. One of them was waving in front of himself a plastic orange-mounted flag to a stick. They provided clarity that they were only dealing with people who wanted to take a vehicle first, that they would then work with the pedestrians. "Now, you're about to learn why all those cars are still parked on the road," Lyle said. The 2 men joined the much smaller group that had split off the 80 or so people. Some of those left were crying about things being unfair and other general complaints. Kenny was reminded of another lesson on human psychology. People closed their ears when all they wanted to do was gripe. Kenny ended up number 5 in a line of 13, with Lyle just ahead of him. They were trying to listen and get a bead on what the toll might wind up being. Cash was useless. They wanted large volumes of food, ammunition, or weapons for a big, space-consuming item like a car or truck. Lyle turned at the hips enough to say a low sentence to his partner. I don't think my 10 boxes will get me and mine back home. The first man left the head of the line, cussing in anger. Kenny soon realized why the ferry crew was so big and so openly armed. He must not have enough, he whispered ahead to Lyle. It was hard to hear the negotiations. A crew member was holding the line back from the person bargaining with the leader. They'd learned the hard way one of the rules in haggling. If anyone gets cut slack, the rest will get ugly mad if they learn about it. One of the next two walked away looking disappointed. The man ahead of Lyle shook his hands with the leader after his turn. Take your truck right up onto the ferry, the leader said, much more loudly than his negotiations. The crew will guide you where to park. Next, the crew member checking the line said to Lyle. He pointed for him to walk 10 feet over for his attempt to barter. He's with me, Lyle said, pointing back to Kenny. The man simply nodded and let them both pass him. It pays to know people, Kenny thought. One at a time, the grumpy ferry crew leader said. Lyle said a few short sentences to the man in their native tongue. The man looked at Kenny for a long moment, then back to Lyle. Go on, then. I have 10 boxes of 270 I can offer. Not enough, the man said casually. There was enough yesterday, Lyle said. Yesterday is gone. Kenny was amazed at how calm the two men were with each other. Lyle became a bit more desperate, switching out of English. Kenny gathered he was telling the man about his daughter and grandchildren. Then, I have nothing else to offer. Kenny had had enough. Listen, he said, maybe we can work out a 2-car deal. The man looked at him. You probably won't even work out a 1-car deal, kid. For you, it'll take at least a gun. Kenny felt a pain in his stomach, the thought of something so expensive for one 5-minute trip. But he also knew the bridge in Kettle Falls was now commandeered by someone. He saw the man eyeing the rifle slung to his back. Not the rifle, he finally said, upset. He couldn't believe he was about to offer the sole reason he'd been able to defend his family. But now that Taylor had her own pistol, he knew keeping his newly acquired rifle was the right choice. I'll give you a brushed stainless Kimber 9mm. The man's face perked up. But Lyle gets on with his 10 boxes of ammo. Deal, the man said. Go get your trucks. The crew will guide you where to park. To the crowd, he yelled, No more vehicles until the next ferry. As Kenny and Lyle walked back up the road to their families, they could practically feel the knives of jealous stares cutting through them. The one saving grace was that there were no more rivers to cross. Can't wait until we get home in an hour or two, Kenny thought, happy for the first time in weeks. Chapter 53. East Okanagan County. The last of several actions were taking place in the mid-afternoon, late September shadows of the tall trees. The irreparable damage to the big Ram truck was a monkey wrench, the latest fiasco in a long train built out of disaster-themed boxcars. The group had spent hours juggling necessary tasks that had to happen in order to abandon the more valuable but now useless pickup. Fortunately, no other humans had presented themselves on the long dirt road northwest of Mount Moses. Kevin had zoomed back up the road to let the horse group know what had happened. He went back to ensure their Land Cruiser didn't get procured by anyone else. Once the horses caught up to Corny and the kids, Jamar took the second bike up to help. They crammed as much horse feed, water, and spare tack from the trailer as they could fit into the cruiser, including the one saddle they had remaining that would fit Duncan. Then they cinched Jamar's bike down to the top, and he drove back to the broken Ram. We're going to need to think this through one step at a time, Lydia said, a bit emotionally drained by the situation. Moving horses hundreds of miles was already tough work. Now they were going to have to ride them to Montana with no foreseeable way to feed them. Let's figure out who was riding where, Jamar suggested. Then we'll know how much we need to cram into the cruiser. Or tied to the top, Kevin said. Lydia pointed at the young men in concurrence. Jamar was starting to wonder if the ladies had gotten into a round of blame game while he and Kevin were up the mountain. We brought that big saddle with some feed and water jugs, Jamar said. Whatever doesn't fit, we can lock in the truck. Maybe once we get to Kevin's, we'll be able to figure out a way to come back. Lydia sighed. I suppose you're right. I'll ride Duncan. It made perfect sense, since the former professional barrel racer had a few decades more experience than the rest of them combined. Who was driving the cruiser? An awkward silence grew, and both women were refusing to look at each other. Feels like a loaded question, Jamar thought. I can. He looked at Kevin. You're a better fighter, Kevin said. I'll drive, 13-year-old Jackson said. Knock it off, Jackson, both irritated mothers said in unison. I'll do it, Kevin said. No, I'll do it, Corny said, angry it was a topic at all. Then she threw an oral spear at her wife. If that's okay with you, suit yourself. Kevin, Jamar, Jackson, and me on the horses. Jamar wanted to move the conversation along. Jalen's ankle seems to be healed up. Can you ride one of the bikes? Ooh, can I ride the other? Felicity nearly screamed. Both teens were more than eager. You two both better listen, Jamar warned his siblings. Stay with the group and do as we say. How are the bike's batteries? Corny asked. After this morning and just now, they probably won't last a whole mess of miles, Kevin said. He looked at his watch, then at the sky. Let me check my maps for a good goal for the rest of today while you all get the gear settled. Jamar had his siblings help him top off the fuel tank on the cruiser. Between the two trucks' usage and what they'd had to barter away, there was 2/3 of one barrel left, still a precious amount if they could get back before someone drove along. Then they unloaded the rest of the gear and food. Lady and Corny worked together to unload the Land Cruiser, which gave them a moment to cool off and talk to each other privately. With only Corny and Missy riding in it, they figured out they might be able to dedicate the rest of the mid-bench to their large rucksack-style backpacks of gear, plus food and stored water. Smaller backpacks and more food would be tethered to the horses and bikes. Bikes and the batteries to charge them would go on top of the cruiser, cinched with straps and bungees. The metal stretcher would too. And the small cargo area would keep as much feed as possible, as well as the RPG and a few weapons, ammunition, and tools. If something happened to one or both bikes, doubling up on Duncan and Coda was the only realistic plan B. More precious time had been lost on the necessary changes. Feels like 1 step forward and 2 steps back, Jamar thought. He felt badly for Kevin. So close. We've come so far, and he still can't put his worry aside until we get there and find out everything is fine. By the time all the work had been done, it was getting late. Lydia assigned the teens to scout the ram one last time for anything of value while the rest converged on Kevin at the hood of the cruiser. While you all were working, I checked out the bikes. We should have enough juice to get several miles into the next leg. I rode down the hill. It's only about a half mile until we get to Aeneas Valley Road. We go down it just a few hundred yards, then we go up another back road. It looks like it has a few scattered homesteads in these pics I printed at Ramona's. More exposure to people, but a smoother road, I'm sure. Will we find a good place to secure the horses tonight? Lydia asked. And avoid wolves, Jamar added. Kevin put his hand on his friend's shoulder and smiled. I'm not a miracle worker, buddy. He and the ladies had a good laugh. Jamar did not. Yes, about camping, Kevin said to Lydia. And a bonus. There's some connecting roads up there in the next mountains. Some of them lead to a huge ranch. They're well known in my county. That might just be a place you ladies can rest your horses while you find a new truck. Chapter 54. Bellevue. Something's wrong, Ramona said. She was sitting up on the couch, watching Diana change the dressing on her amputation stump near the bottom of her left femur. The closure had some pus, the skin pink but not overly alarming. They were running low on the supplies that the hospital had sent home with them in their rush to be done and evacuate. Ever since Axiom killed the power permanently, she'd not had the reliable power to run the vacuum healing equipment that Kevin and the others had scored when they raided the military field hospital. Even the few days of use prior had helped speed healing. Hold still, Diana scolded her patient. We don't have enough stuff left to waste any. She pulled off a piece of medical tape, continuing her work to keep the clean dressings in place. James was sitting on the love seat to put his boots on, Walt standing with crossed arms near the door to the garage. Sorry, but he should have been back hours ago. It was getting late, perhaps the end of afternoon rush hour by old standards. Something has happened to him, and I'm going out to look for him. She started moving her arms, pointing toward the garage door. Diana leaned up straight in her chair and glared. Lady, I'm trying to treat you like one of my own, but you're making it hard. Ramona let out the hard sigh of frustration. Sorry. James finished tying a lace. I'll go, Ramona. Or maybe none of us should, Walt added. Not an option, Ramona yelled. There was a code amongst soldiers and cops to leave nobody behind. The problems, though, were numerous. None of them knew where behind was, and the only one with any tactical experience was a healing amputee. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks at the front door. James reached down to the coffee table and picked up his .357 Magnum. "Grab my Mossberg," he said to Walt. He walked to the solid door. It reminded Ramona of the time less than a week earlier that Brian Sherman and his rookie themselves were the ones knocking. Everyone hoped it was Tanya Lockett again. James Franklin kept his revolver as ready as he could, with his lead foot just a few inches behind the door. He said nothing as he scanned around with eye to the peephole. In the living room, Ramona was holding her breath, hands shoved down into the couch cushions, holding her Glock. James cracked the door open 2 inches. Those in the living room heard only muffled words. "Ain't nobody out there with you?" the other 3 heard James ask. "Hold on." He closed the door, locking both the knob and the deadbolt. He then went back into the main family room across the house. "There's a kid out there. Says he's Brian Berkeley." Ramona was confused. "Like your height? Shaggy brown hair? About 16? "You know him, then," James said. Ramona pointed over her shoulder toward the backyard. "Lives in that house back there. I damn near shot him in my garage a couple of weeks ago." She looked past Diana, not at anything in particular other than searching her memory and her decision tree. She looked up in realization. "Let him in. We can ask if he knows anything about Brian." Slowly and with extreme caution, James allowed the teenager to come into the entry foyer. "That way," he pointed. The young man stepped into the open living and family room, looking around before settling his glance on Ramona. He shifted his eyes to the stump bandaging operation. "Whoa! Snap out of it, Brian," Ramona said. "What brought you by?" She wanted to know in the off chance that something immediately dangerous was afoot. His eyes had to shift back and forth from hers to her stump a few times as he spoke, clearly nervous. "Sorry about Mr. O'Hanrahan, Mrs. O." Ramona only went by Perez on the job. "My folks said I should come ask you something." "What?" "I don't see him here," the scared youth said, shifting his gaze to the 2 armed men behind him for a moment. Did you have a cop, a police friend going door to door today?" "Have you seen him?" Ramona yelled, a hair louder than she intended. "He is my friend, and we're afraid something has happened to him. Tell me everything." He came by mid-morning. My family thought it was odd, but he did mention you, so we decided it was okay, I guess." "Which way did he go?" Ramona asked. "Toward town," young Brian said, which was neighborhood speak for south. Ramona looked at the others. "That's about half the circle, which tells us what direction to look." "Or which direction your stalker is," Diana pointed out. She put a soft sleeve provided by the hospital over the latest round of care. "Have you seen anything else weird or out of the ordinary?" Ramona asked the lad. "Nothing I can think of." "Nothing? Think hard." It's not that weird. Lots of people are grouping up now." He looked around to prove his point. "What?" Ramona insisted. "Any detail helps." "Well, Mrs. G, next door to you," he pointed. "She went stone-cold silent for days." The neighborhood snoop could always be relied upon to have moving curtains and blinds, nearly non-stop some days. Nothing for a week or more. Now, suddenly, someone's been in there, spying out all day long. Chapter 55. Republic. Dallas had a fever, and he was sure the prescription was not more cowbell. He didn't know how it was related to the left ankle, now so purple and swollen it nearly looked like an eggplant. And knowing it wouldn't matter anyhow, things like that evaded the young man who'd only passed high school because the staff was afraid to see him back for another year. But in addition to the screaming pain where the bones and soft tissue had been shattered, there was a horrendous ache from tip to top of leg. His toes looked like rotting gumballs. One of his father's cronies had scrounged up a set of crutches from somewhere, though they were for a tall child at best and difficult to use. Another had donated a bottle of expired Vicodin. His father wouldn't allow him to stay in bed, not with the arrival of 36 men from nearby Kettle Falls. Hawk Thielen, Uncle Hawk, but of no blood relation, was once a school chum of Beatty's back in the late 70s. Like Beatty, he'd been in the infantry in the late 80s. Unlike BD, he'd managed to get through his 4-year stint without getting kicked out. Long-haul trucking had been his bread and butter until one fateful night in 2003 in Montana, when the meth in his blood and the doctored logbook had been more than enough to put him away for manslaughter. It turned out passing out behind the wheel on the interstate and killing an elderly couple on the way home from a church rally in southern Idaho was a real career-ender. 6 years of his 20-year sentence had passed before a class-action lawsuit against the manufacturer of the couple's exact model of car had provided the small nugget to potentially spread the blame. It might not have mattered if he'd owned his own semi, but since he was driving for one of the largest long-haul operations on the planet, the lawyers had had someone to keep billing while pursuing the opportunity. All of that had no bearing on the loss of his CDL, though, so he was forced to take up a new trade. Since the sentence had been commuted, as opposed to a reversed conviction, he still had a problem. When he tried to land a Department of Energy position as a laborer at one of the several small hydroelectric dams throughout northeast Washington, his application would get rejected before he even got to an interview. But not for the janitorial services. Those were run by Convents, a contractor who specifically hired rehabilitated felons. Over the course of years, Hawk had gone from janitor to a local manager to being a regional boss of those crews across several counties and into Idaho. It was one of the few programs in existence in which felons were officially allowed to commingle for work. And once Hawk had tenure and responsibility, using the fellow ex-cons and company trucks to move narcotics throughout those counties had been a logical next step. In less than 20 years from being released from prison, he'd become one of the key players in moving goods in the entirety of eastern Washington, all while collecting a legit paycheck and pension and paying zero for vehicles and fuel. And it was Hawk's most trusted and reliable Convents crews that had flocked to his homestead west of KF in the days since the mayhem had turned to chaos and then anarchy. He and his little private army had swelled to 60 strong, not counting the many spouses and kids who had come with them. They had their own little slice of heaven, and taking control of the bridge in town had been the logical first step. Unlike his old schoolmate in Republic, he had no desire to place himself on a throne. After all, kings get beheaded by starving mobs. He kept the power-needy Poles in place after bribing most of the local cops to quit coming to work. He simply needed a bridge. People would want to cross it, and his team would ensure their safety for a small fee. And on the morning that his old friend's oldest son, himself a brother convict, came to ask for help, Hawk knew they would answer the call. About half his crew already lived in the area, while the rest had worked at dams farther away. Their combined team was more than enough to staff the bridge around the clock, collecting food, guns, gas, and whatever else they wanted as payment. Hawk rearranged the schedule, and a little after 4 p.m., the 36 of them loaded into 6 Humvees, a Convents van, and one telescoping boom truck that used to belong to the dam electricians. Destination? BD's house. Through the pane, Dallas looked at the new arrivals with a new level of respect. Whereas BD's horde were mostly drunks and drug-addicted friends and distant relatives, Hawk's crew looked like they'd walked off an action movie set. Even the fat ones looked strong and tough. All wore a combo of Northwest logging attire, hunting gear, and tactical clothing. And though everyone was parked in one massive huddle around the warm fire pit, engaged in a buzz of conversation and beer drinking, Hawk's men just stood out. They had a more serious tone. Dallas was worried, recalling most of some phrase he'd heard about the devil you know. Even if the ranchers were able to kill his dad and Billy Ray and drive the rest out of town, how long until his Uncle Hawk's serious-looking army returned to take what was left? Would the strong taken from the rest be an issue for the rest of his life? Dallas looked on while his father and trusted circle led Hawk and 3 of his guys out of the house. The beer-drinking chatter continued, though slowly it died down, as the men moved toward the fire pit, high-fiving others as they went. "Time for all the women and kids to get," Beatty announced with a loud projection. Progressivism was gone. The handful of women who stayed behind did so simply because they were tough old bitches who had proven themselves to be dirty, strong fighters. After a few minutes, all that was left around the burning logs were the 3 dozen guests and nearly 60 Ferry County locals. The ages ran from 14 to 73. "Here's a plan," Beatty announced. "Those white-hat cowboys tried to set up our KF friends as the attackers from the east. They used the back roads to do that. They're going to figure out we didn't fall for that and expect us to attack from straight down 21, and Hawk'll have a team to keep them contained there. But the rest of his crew going to go find a route through the eastern mountains just like they did. They'll come up from the south. We Republicans are going to do the same thing, but west on 20. Just a few miles down, we can start heading south into the forestry land where we all go poaching anyway." That drew a few laughs and whistles. "And about 5 miles in, there's some old logging roads that connect to that ranch's property. And before I forget to say it, don't be stupid and start shooting their cattle. We're all setting up, sneaking in quiet-like. Attack will go off at 5 minutes after midnight. Any questions?" Not a man there was dumb enough to ask one. Except for one. Dallas raised his hand, drawing a severe look of annoyance from BD, and making his older half-brother laugh and roll his eyes. "Do you want me to go?" He looked at his wrapped foot in front of his chair. The nearly 100 men and women were mostly quiet, though 1 or 2 laughs at the ridiculousness of the question were heard from across the mob. BD stared at his son in disappointment, still not sure if he had somehow grown a set of balls and put a plan into motion with the enemy. "Do I want you to go?" Beatty repeated, as if he had to vomit every word. His face tightened as he suppressed losing his cool in front of everyone. "We're mounting up at sunset," Beatty yelled to the crowd, ignoring the question and shooting imaginary lasers into Dallas with his stare. As the crowd started to chatter and move about some more, Beatty walked past his son in disgust. But Billy Ray did stop, directly in front of him, looking down with a sly grin. "Now just what kind of question was that, kid? He's doing all this for you." He stared a bit longer, forcing Dallas to break his own stare and look away. Billy Ray shook his head and walked off, but stopped to say something else. "And them 2 little sex kittens are going too. One of 'em's your own sis—" Dallas cut himself off before he angered the killer. He sat in a chair, half upset and half putting on an act. His father and brother had taken the bait. There was no way he was staying home. He'd only said that to make them want to torture him all night, and to do that, they would have to keep him close. Chapter 56. Ferry County. "You want me to go with you?" Jamar asked Kevin. No, Kevin thought. I need some alone time. The group had found a 2-run trail into a clearing that let them set up camp about 100 yards uphill and into the forest off the logging road. They were mostly done with setting up the camp. Most of the area was hills and valleys, their little site not a level grade, but flat and clear enough to be able to sleep. Horses had been given feed and secured to their rope. Bikes were plugged into car batteries via their special charge controllers. Tarps had been hung, if not for rain, then for morning dew. Kevin had mentioned the 2 ruts in the grass meant the path most likely led to someone's tree stand. His goal was to take his maps, compass, and night vision to find a clearing or easy-to-climb tree and look for other roads. There were so many in the photos he'd printed, it would be quite easy to take one that dead-ended at a pond or old clear-cut area. He had loaded the shotgun with buckshot on the off chance he could take a doe. It was, after all, true hunting season by the rules of old. "Nah, you should stay," Kevin said, "in case there's any wolf attacks." "You freaking hilarious, bro," Jamar said, straight-faced. "Take Jackson," Lydia said, from where she was leading the pack of teens and getting the animals rubbed down and brushed after their ride. "Please?" Corny said, trying to teach Lewis the right way to tie the tarp knots. Once he had it down, he'd be like a tarp-hanging machine until they ran out of supplies. "I'm right here, Moms," the boy said, feigning hurt. "Go ahead," Jamar encouraged his friend. Kevin sighed in his mind, not wanting to offend the lad. "Grab yourself a coat and some water," he said, "and your bow." We really should run the teens through some firearms training, he thought. Missy ran over from her chore, where Corny had put her to work pouring water from plastic jugs to rubber bowls for the horses. "Can I come?" the 8-year-old nearly begged. She wrapped her arms around Kevin's high waist. "Not tonight. Once we're settled at my home, we'll go on fun hikes, I promise." She pulled her head back. "You're all I have left, Kevin," she said, and then buried her skull against his belly. Your mama will be along when she's healed up, Kevin said. You'll see. He looked over at Jamar, who simply smiled and looked at Kevin. Surrogate, Jamar mouthed silently, forcing Kevin to recall their previous conversation. Kevin broke the girl's grip and squatted into a stance. We're almost home, Missy. I promise to spend more time with you. I miss my mama and my daddy, but he's never coming home. Her eyes glistened with building tears. Please don't go into the dark. He grabbed the girl's tiny, soft hands into his giant, rough ones. We'll be back in an hour. If you're still awake, I'll tell you all about the farm animals you'll get to meet in a day or two. He stood, seeing Jackson was ready to go. Saying goodbye to Missy, Kevin led him farther uphill past where the two-track ended and became a game trail. Why is this trail here? Jackson asked at the same time Kevin stopped at a tall fir tree. Probably a stream or pond downhill the deer like to use, Kevin said. Or an area they like to bed down in. He pulled a roll of orange plastic ribbon from his pocket. Ripping off a piece, he tied a chunk around the tree. Jackson watched silently. Next, Kevin took a compass, notepad, and pencil from his cargo pocket, handing the pencil and pad to the teen. Though it was getting dark, he could still see the horses. He held the lens-added compass up to his face, spinning the bezel until the marking lines were set over the needle, and then aimed at the horses. This allowed him to look at the mirror, which made reading the compass possible when it was right under his eyes. Write down 264 and 46, he told the youth. What are you doing? Jackson finally asked. Just practicing, Kevin said. Since we're wandering off in the dark, this ribbon high up on the tree will be kind of easy to spot. You wrote down the compass bearing and number of my paces back to the horses. Another way to do it is to write the bearings down to the next tree or landmark you're walking to. I just find reverse bearings easier than doing math when I know I'm coming back the way I came, which I often did in my search and rescue training. Did you bring a flashlight? The kid wiggled his eyebrows and flashed his best Tom Cruise smile. A smoking hot star like me lights up whatever room he's in. Kevin wasn't impressed. So, no. Jackson straightened up. No, I didn't think about it. Kevin handed the teen his compass and a roll of tape, then took his backpack off. He opened one of the side pouches, retrieving his larger 6-LED spare flashlight. Don't lose it, he warned. What about you? I always have a small one on me, at least ever since all this started. I could kill a bear with this thing, Jackson said, touching the jagged bezel ring around the cone with a finger. He turned it on and swung it, making a lightsaber hum and slash effect. Hey, Kevin warned, suddenly knowing why his own older brothers never wanted him to tag along anywhere. Jackson clicked it off. Sorry. Save the battery until we really need it. Why are you always such a showboat? The teen stayed silent while Kevin closed his bag and put it back on. He tried to soften his tone. We've all had a rough 3 weeks, he reminded himself. I'm not the only one here who has lost nearly everything. Hold on to that stuff. Don't lose it. We'll be needing it back out in a minute or two. He looked for another good spot to navigate toward, a particular cedar near the crest of the hill they were on. On the way to it, Kevin continued one of the conversations he had had with Jackson in the previous days. He knew the boy's biological father lived in a southern state with his wife and younger kids. You said you had an older sister too? The small chat might not be the most tactically sound thing to do, but we are way out here in the woods, right? Yeah, she goes to college in Texas. Lives with my dad most of the time. The boy went quiet. Do you think all this is going on down there, too? Kevin paused. How do I say this? You're, what, 13? Uh-huh. Both were breathing a bit heavier as they climbed the forest hill. What do you think? Kevin challenged him. Do you really think that only Washington has digressed into some sort of dystopian, lawless world? Jackson was quiet all the way until the next tree, where he finally said, No, I guess I'm just afraid I'll never see my dad and sister again. Kevin had him set down his bow and hand over the pad and paper. He then walked him through taking the back shot of the ribbon. Isn't the ribbon kind of cheating? You wouldn't bother with the ribbon in most circumstances, no, Kevin agreed. He looked west, where the purple sky was rapidly fading. On the walk back, we'll trust the bearings. If we're wrong, then the bright orange tape will help us figure out why. Jackson nodded, getting it. He followed Kevin's gaze uphill. Wouldn't the drone have been easier? He asked with a sigh. 1 or 2 more legs, Kevin said. We can't recharge the drone or bikes after those car batteries are dead. It's nearly dark, Jackson complained. Which is why I was in a hurry, Kevin said as they resumed. You'll see, once we're at that small ledge of rocks, the sunset will still show us enough. All I need to do is see a few hilltops and ponds, and I'll know exactly where we are on the map. He picked up his stride and pace, forcing the teenager to keep up. They soon crested the hill, the stars shining east, reminding him how much brighter they were in that part of the state compared to the big cities. That's cool, Jackson said. The hills and forest still had a small distinction in the twilight sun and long tree shadows. Kevin started scanning, deciding not to pull out maps until they got back. Let me see the compass. Be ready to write these down. Jackson handed it to him, checking out the orange, pink, and red sunset to the left as they faced north. Once Kevin had taken azimuths to a few points, he called out the numbers for Jackson to record. What's that black spot? The boy asked. A pond or small trout lake. It's one of the points I took. It should be big enough to be on the maps. I'll be able to plot these on what I think are the right spots on the map. Luckily, I printed some pictures of all this off Ramona's computer. But it'll help us identify where we are. I'll show you all that later. We should be heading back down. What's that? Jackson said once more, pointing. Kevin looked at where his friend was pointing, mostly north with a hint of west. The sparkles through the trees a few miles away were bright but tiny. They aligned with one of the small slivers in the forest that he thought might be the road clearings. Looks sort of like headlights, Kevin said. Jackson said. Ready? He started to descend the slope they'd crested back into the forest. Hold up. Something isn't right, he didn't say to the kid. Why are so many trucks convoying up here at this time of night? That middle pouch on the top flap of my ruck. Hand me the binoculars. He took a knee so Jackson could reach in. A moment later, he stood and looked. As the night was nearly done transitioning to black, it became apparent it was a southerly traveling line of trucks. They were still miles away, though under magnification he could make out the headlights for what they were. He quit counting after 12 pair of them. He dropped the carry strap to the binoculars over his neck. You have the big flashlight. Lead us out, safe but quickly. Everyone stood around Kevin, shining flashlights down. Though Jamar and Lydia had started on a Dakota fire pit, there was no fire going yet. He had the main map spread out and was piercing a few of his printed pictures together on top. He had Jackson calling out the numbers from atop the hill. He was nearly certain about 3 of them, and sort of sure about 2 more, as to which feature those real-life ponds and hilltops were on the maps. He reversed the written azimuth by adding 180 to the smaller eastern bearings and subtracting it from the larger bearings he'd shot to the northwest. He laid out the map with the compass right on top to true north by spinning it on the ground and himself below it. Then he was able to take his new figures off each identified feature on the map. With a small ruler from his kit, Kevin drew a line from the feature to the small mark he'd made along the proper bearing. Soon the 3 lines he was sure about intersected, and the other 2 were off a bit. A quick scan of the map showed another pond and hilltop that could have resulted as being the correct feature. I just have to trust that this point, he stabbed at the map with his pencil, is a spot up where we hiked to. That makes this the road we came in on. He followed it down. Corny, do you recall which way we took at the small crossroads earlier today? Left, right, left, she said with assurance. I said it aloud each time, and I thought it started to sound like an army marching. Kevin made the adjustments on the map with his finger going south and came out where they entered from the paved road about 4 hours earlier. That's it. I'm nearly positive that this is us right here. He went north with his finger. This really is the only main thoroughfare. Unless these guys turn off, and there's plenty of forestry roads they could, they'll eventually pass right by there. He pointed down the 2-track trail to the road only a few dozen yards away. Right then, either on the hill above them or the valley to the east, a high-pitched squeal lasted for about 10 seconds, tapering off at the end. It started out like the sound of a rusty brake drum, transitioned to the noise a ghost might make, and ended with the hairs on everyone's arms standing up. Jamar's eyes widened like flying saucers. Oh, hell no! From a slightly different easterly direction, another one flared up, though a bit farther away. It had more of a warble from high pitch to low, like a pet dog howling at a passing siren. The horses grunted and whinnied, moving around, testing the tension on their tied-off leads. The group just looked around at each other, but eventually all eyes landed on Kevin. "I guess we have a wolf pack nearby." Jamar turned away from everyone with their lit flashlights. He tried to walk a few steps, but took one knee when his legs started to shake and put his head into his hands. "Is he praying?" Felicity asked. "Yo, you're supposed to be the one that takes care of us." "Yeah, Jay, for real," Jalen said. "It ain't nothing but a little noise." "Should we build the fire?" Lydia pressed Kevin. "Yes, and we left those torches in the ram. We should prep a few more." "What about those trucks?" Corny asked. "And I'm wondering if we should tie the horses up directly to the cruiser," Lydia said. "Might make them feel safer." Kevin strolled over to his pack and dug through it. "Lydia, can you take Coda back out?" He found a set of nods. "I don't think the e-bikes have had enough time to charge." "Why? What are you thinking?" He zipped back over to the map and got on his knees, pointing his own flashlight. "We're here. They were probably about there. They were cruising slow, but they could be here as soon as 15, 20 minutes. He looked to their north. "Most of these other little roads are just dead-end logging roads, but this one just north of us." Another stab with a finger. "It heads east through that valley." "Wait a minute." He looked at the map and then at his photos. He took a few more out of the plastic bag and shuffled them around until he'd laid out some more panels. "The ranch." "The one you had mentioned?" Lydia asked. Kevin nodded. "Either they're headed south to the last paved road we were on, or they have a camp up here somewhere. But if they head east here, they're likely headed for that ranch." Kevin was back into his full camo uniform, laying prone with his binoculars and nods. Next to him was a rifle, not a shotgun. He was in the crook of the intersection below. To his right, the back road to the ranch. To his left, the road that led back to his group. Just down a small draw behind him, Lydia held Coda and Crystal by the reins. She had Nelson's nods on, too. Her one objective, watch for Kevin to shine the little IR map reading light on his nods. If he did, it would shine like a beacon. She was to hop onto Crystal and make the speed run south to warn everyone. The sound of gas and diesel engines was unmistakable. The convoy was close. Kevin noticed the bright flares of light start to reflect on the tree canopies. He felt himself get warm under his coat, his heart rate bumping as his nerves became full of tension. Not knowing who they were spying on was the worst part. The noise grew noticeably when the first truck came over a crest and curve at the same moment, about 100 yards down but pointing almost directly into his piece of the forest. The headlights nearly blinded Kevin, forcing him to pull the nods off. Another truck appeared. By the time the fourth one had, the lead rig had stopped at the intersection. The angle they were aimed put the headlights due south on the road, and the following rigs were blocking any lights from farther back that might blind Kevin. He turned his device back on and could distinctly see 2 men in the front and 2 in the back seats. The rig lurched as it turned. At close range and with night vision, the faces were quite distinctive. The lead truck had turned east and was passing by. "That's old man Baker," he thought, "and Dallas sitting right behind him." Kevin kept scanning, recognizing many of the people riding in the passenger sides as the rigs passed him. "Is that my mom's car?" He did a double take, feeling the blood start to boil, his ears on fire after he decided his eyes weren't playing tricks. The very last one to pass wasn't a truck at all, but a muscle car. It looked and sounded like a war beast, and it had no glass in it at all. Then the world dropped out from under Kevin Richardson. A man he knew was supposed to be in prison was driving it, and a beaten, starving girl with a spiked dog collar sat low in the back. Kendra. Chapter 57. Colville Reservation, Ferry County. The day had been eye-opening for the Richardsons. Lyle had insisted that they follow him home. He wanted his wife to give some herbal medicine to the children, though Kenny felt he may be trying to feed the whole family in thanks for helping cover his ferry toll. He thought he would have made it home to his mom, sister, and grandparents in Republic. He knew it was more important then than ever to have allies and people one trusted. He and Taylor had agreed to a half-hour stop, following the old truck about 10 to 12 minutes from the ferry. They passed other travelers heading east, which made the couple discuss the cost of the fee. Taylor had felt horrible her husband had traded away his prized possession, but deep inside she was happy her husband was finally getting the world and stepping up to be the leader. Lyle had successfully retrieved that particular daughter, granddaughter, and grandson, much to the family's delight, and that was the pleasant, almost overwhelming surprise for Kenny and Taylor. They passed through Inchelium, which was barely big enough to be called a town. It had a store and gas station, both closed but lacking the signs of looting commonplace in Spokane. There were 3 small neighborhoods, perhaps 20 homes each, and a civic building, all passed by in nearly the blink of an eye as they drove north on the one main road. They turned west onto a 2-lane, unstriped road that eventually took a northwesterly route, passing a church before making one final turn. They followed the truck into a small postage-stamped neighborhood on the left, like a much smaller version of the one they'd abandoned days earlier. Basically a D-shaped loop with a couple of cul-de-sacs attached. It had 20 or so houses and a community center, and the entire development's residents were all family, they later learned. Lyle stopped not at his house, but pulled into the center's small lot. About twice the size of the modest homes, it had a community kitchen, a meeting room, a few smaller offices, and a schoolroom. Outside it had a playground, small basketball court, and several rows of vegetable gardens. Kenny parked. He and his wife sighed and shared bashful looks. She got out and checked on Sierra, while Kenny retrieved Dylan. The boy smiled a toothless grin and put his arms up the best he could in anticipation. He opted to carry his son rather than pull out the car seat for carrying him. "We'll only be here half an hour," he reminded himself. Father and son, soon followed by mother carrying cranky daughter, moved onto the concrete sidewalk and walked 2 spaces over to find their new friends waiting for them. At the same moment, a small group of mostly middle-aged and older women came out of the center, a generator humming in the background. The sounds of elation and joy as they moved with a purpose toward the young woman and her children reminded Kenny of the chickens back home when he brought them vegetable scraps. Obviously happy and cackling beyond comprehension, Amber and her children rushed toward the group, arms open and tears flowing. "You helped make this happen," Lyle said, putting his hand out once more to Kenny. "You would have done the same," Kenny said during the handshake. Without asking, the grandfather subtly took Dylan out of Kenny's arms. The baby tried to grab his glasses, which played well when Lyle moved his head toward his family in the center. "Come on, let's see if we can get my new granddaughter some medicine." With baby in arms, he walked along the sidewalk towards his elated, slow-moving wife. "I guess Sierra's his granddaughter now," Kenny said to Taylor. She smiled. "That makes you his adopted son." Kenny put his arm across her shoulders, and they slowly approached Lyle, who had already lost custody of Dylan to his sister and sister-in-law. "Mommy," Sierra said, head on her mother's shoulder. Taylor knew the tone of the girl's voice. She set her on her feet, and the toddler began to heave bile. "Poor thing," a matronly voice said. Lyle's wife had just finished giving her husband a kiss when she practically pushed him away to rush toward Taylor. "Let's get her inside. We have a quiet room with mats for them to sleep on." She pulled a napkin from under the cuff of her sleeve and held it out. "I always keep it clean when around when the family is gathered." Taylor took it, cleaned up her crying daughter's mouth, then picked Sierra up. She gave Kenny and Lyle a small smile as she passed them on the sidewalk, as if an invisible leash behind Lyle's wife was pulling her and the child inside. "Your kids may become members of the tribe before too long," Lyle joked. The men followed the huddle of women ogling and cooing Dylan, who was eating up all the attention, into the community center. "Look, Lyle, it's too late, City Slicker," the Indian said. "My missus will make you some dandelion tea and put your daughter down for a nap." He took a whiff. "Smells like chili, though I'm sure they can rustle up some crackers and applesauce for the kids. Most days the whole family eats down here." He winked at Kenny. "Saves on dishes." Kenny and family became absorbed into Lyle's extended family. Their half-hour time limit flew by like a Formula One race car, and by then little Sierra had been medicated, pampered, and put to sleep in a nap room for toddlers. Without any choice in the matter, Taylor had been mentored in vegetable preserving that the ladies were doing, which led to discussion on raising rabbits and how to tan the hides. When she found out they had a few ongoing medical concerns, she heard them out and provided some education and reassurances based on her time as a nurse. They had not only joined the bulk of Lyle Hawk's family for brunch, but they were also still there at dinner, trying their best to not take advantage of the hospitality. During the afternoon, Kenny had been introduced to a number of men, including others not from the Hawk family that lived elsewhere on the reservation. When Lyle told his friends about the pistol Kenny had offered, most of them were flabbergasted that the ferry toll had grown so high. He commented that the open carry of pistols and rifles amongst quite a few of them made him think that the problems of humanity weren't simply isolated to the cities. One of Lyle's cousins made a quip about nobody knowing better than the Native Americans the importance of citizens having access to the same firearms as those that would round them up. Hours passed, and the day turned to dark. As he ate rabbit stew and cornbread, Kenny found himself deep into conversation with an elder in a Vietnam veteran ball cap about ham radio, of all things. "My dad was an amateur operator," Kenny told him, "which I always found kind of peculiar for a title, considering how much they got to learn." Frank Redhill laughed, a grin missing 3 teeth. "Boy, you got that right. I noticed you said was a ham." The man's long black hair was streaked silver, though Kenny felt he still looked spry and youthful for a Vietnam vet. "He passed away 2 years ago." "Ah, and the bug never took with you, huh?" "I went off to college," Kenny said. "Before that, it was chores, school, sports, girls. You know." Frank laughed again. The pair were seated at one of the center's several tables, each with a built-in bench on each side. Around them, the room was filled with chatter. In addition to the normal community center business of feeding and protecting the family, the Richardsons' arrival had become somewhat of a fanfare moment, like they were a long-lost family. "And did I hear you were from Ferry County?" Frank asked. "Because I bet I used to have rag chews with your father." Frank let his good nature pour out once more. "That's radio lingo for a conversation," he smiled. "Hams make everything more complicated in the name of making them simpler." It was Kenny's turn to laugh out loud. "Grew up on a small farm north of Republic. My dad's name was Kendall Richardson. His friends started calling him Big Kenny once I was born." "Oh, I knew Big Kenny. I'd heard he passed from some of the other hams. I liked your dad." Suddenly, Frank's face turned to business. "Have you decided which route to take home yet?" "I was thinking of cruising up the river and taking 20 at KF." The old man shook his head, furrowing his brow in thought. He lowered his voice as if talking to himself or reading something in his head. "There's always Hall Creek Road. Nah, that won't work." "Something wrong?" Kenny asked. "I was checking the local nets just before I came down here for dinner," Frank said. "Someone reported a bunch of Army Humvees cruising toward Republic this afternoon. At least one had a Ma Deuce." "A what?" "An M250 cal machine gun," Frank explained. "Said they were driving like bats out of hell." "Huh," Kenny grunted. "I guess we'll head east and take 21 then. Or maybe we should take the forestry roads." "That might work, but the main run from here in that direction still puts you out on the 20 southeast of Republic." The old man's face perked up. "You got about an hour to stick around?" Kenny made a hesitant face. "We really should be getting going." The sudden report of Humvees set his teeth on edge a bit. Frank looked around. "The grandmothers are still feeding your baby." He slowly stood with a groan of aches and pains. "Come on, I live a couple of miles up the hill. I got something for you, but it'll take a little time to install it." The faded blue screen with dark blue digits and letters contrasted with the orange glow of the Armada's dashboard. Kenny was driving once more, Sierra and Dylan sleeping in their car seats. It was Taylor who had had the opportunity to play with their gift from Frank, a mobile dual-band radio receiver. There was no time to install a hole in the vehicle's cab. A wire to the magnet-mounted quarter-wavelength antenna on top of their SUV ran out a small opening in the passenger side window. In the recent past, operators would have reported the unlicensed Richardsons for transmitting on the radio in anything other than a true emergency, But the world had quickly devolved into one in which snitches got far worse than stitches. Plugged into the car's 12-volt charging port, the main power unit was under Taylor's seat, with two cords leading up to the items now resting in the truck's coin bay. One was a transmitter, the other was a faceplate with a screen, which showed two identical sets of numbers. The radio was able to monitor transmissions on what was called the 2-meter band and the 70-centimeter band at the same time. A simple button press would allow them to use either side of the radio in a near instant. Frank had chatted up Taylor as Kenny headed west along Bridge Creek Road for nearly 30 miles. She and Kenny were impressed they'd be able to keep conversation with him all that while, plus once they'd turned north on Highway 21. Frank explained they were benefiting from the fact that he had his home antenna for these bands located at the top of the highest tree on the highest hill near his property. Between that and operating on a large power rating, they would probably not lose signal with him until somewhere on their northern leg, when the mountains grew too much. The few repeaters in the area that enabled longer transmissions on these bands had gone offline shortly after Axiom killed the power grid for good. They were nearly halfway through their 40-mile north leg home when they'd lost Frank for good. "Kevin and I packed up some of Dad's radio stuff," Kenny said. They'd only seen the occasional campfire and the otherwise pitch-black driving. The lack of traffic and the huge increase in hunting by the hungry had inspired the game to become more daring. The only turmoil in the trip had been the rapid brakes needed to avoid two does on the road a few minutes earlier. The rest is still sitting out with the towels over it to keep the dust at bay. "I thought I'd never say this," Taylor said, "but I'm glad we're almost to your mom's place." "You mean home," Kenny said. Their hands met over the cup holder. The end of the tumultuous journey was nearly complete. Frank told me to get it operational and then listen for him. He gave a list of times and frequencies. When they were about 10 miles from town, the flickers of white lights penetrated the trees to the east. "Looks like headlights," Taylor said. "It's too dark to see the slopes, but I'm guessing they're on a logging road." "Kinda weird." "Not much weirder than us driving right now," she said. "We need to keep an eye on that," Kenny said, feeling a bit worried. They'd gone through too much to assume anything but the worst when it came to being ambushed. Just a few minutes later, the edges of the Armada's lights showed the field and lengthy wood fence of a wide-open ranch. It was too dark to see very far into the field. There were 0 lights on it where he knew the many buildings were, and the lights inside the big SUV made too much glare on their windows. "That's the Dude Ranch," he told Taylor. "Means we're like 6 or 8 miles from town." Just as they zipped by the main gate, Taylor called out, "What on earth is that?" She was leaning up, looking all over Kenny in the cab. "What?" Kenny asked, made nervous by her own nervous-racked hunt. "There was a laser flashing around in here. It was on you for a second or two. Did you not see it?" "I was just trying not to run off the road, Tay." "Someone was aiming a laser at you, honey. We need to get out of here." "We're almost there, babe," Kenny said. There was an awkward silence for the next 5 minutes, which meant about 3 miles with his dear cautious speed. Kenny rounded a curve and immediately slowed. "Who are they?" Taylor demanded, when the shapes of 2 Humvees and a large bucket truck filled the road at the far end of the high beams range. Kenny finished braking and rolled down the window, listening. He killed the lights and shut off the rig. The road grew quiet and black under the canopy of the trees and mountains to the left and right. All he heard was his engine clicking from being turned off. Then the noise of a diesel engine broke the silence. Taylor yelled for Kenny to leave, even as he was firing up the Armada. He turned on his lights and did a backwards 3-point turn. He gunned the gas and shot south back down the highway. The lights of the blockading trucks did not turn on. "Do you think they stayed put?" Taylor called, loudly and fearfully enough to wake up Sierra. "They could be using night vision," Kenny yelled back. A couple of minutes later, the Armada broke into a clearing, driving much faster this time. 3 red lasers began to bounce around their cab haphazardly. Taylor screamed, the fear that they were about to die in a hail of bullets overpowering her. Kenny hit the brakes and then careened to a stop in the ranch's main driveway. The welcoming archway and sign were less than friendly, as the lasers all came to a rest on Kenny Richardson. Chapter 58. Bellevue. "Would you believe I just figured out this bathtub thing the other day?" Wade Curry asked former officer Brian Sherman. His captive was front-facing, hog-tied, sitting in the bathtub, naked. There were several wraps of packaging tape holding most of a washcloth in his mouth. It took all effort to concentrate on breathing through the nostrils, the fabric touching his gag reflex for hours. The one time he threw up in his nose, he'd been forced to exhale it out just to breathe. Well, kind of, Wade explained. Before your pal Ramona and that bull-dyke partner of hers arrested me, I specialized in gang hits. But when those ran dry, I would occasionally take on more delicate contract work. I once had a prison shrink tell me I'd moved down the spectrum to full sociopath. Wade was sitting on the toilet, smiling as if recalling a fond memory. I ate his liver, he said in a poor British accent, with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. He broke himself up laughing at his cleverness. Brian stared at him, tied up, nostrils flaring, dried puke on his bare crotch, cowering in the corner of the tub. "Oh, come on, man," Wade yelled through his belly laughter. "That was a good setup, am I right?" After still getting nothing but shock and fear in return, he finally said, well, you're just a kid. Probably never seen that movie. Listen, I can't chance you with screaming, so really, we're going to have to work together on this. Just like the last time, I'm going to make it clear. If you call out, I'll just plunge a blade into the old aorta. Capiche? Brian nodded feverishly, eyes wide and terrorized. Wade pulled the packaging tape off and removed the rag. He then stood and went to the pill bottle near the bathroom sink. Warfarin, he said, just like earlier. These are 5 milligrams. I've been reading the stupid little stickers on this bottle. Pretty sure you had more than the max dose earlier, so we're going to give you 3 this time. Can't have you dying before we get started. Wade picked up a cup and 3 pills. He dunked the cup into the tank of the toilet to fill it. With a kitchen knife tip cutting into Brian's chest, he put the 3 pills in the frightened man's mouth, then grabbed the water and poured some in. Yep, keep chugging, pal. I know you must be thirsty. Let's give that belly a little water to dilute with. When the cup was drained, he stuffed the cloth back into Brian's mouth. He stood and put the cup on the counter, then picked up a steel honing file he'd found in a kitchen drawer. He ran the blade up and down it, making a high-pitched ting with each pass. I read this doomsday novel when I was in the joint. This dude paid back this other dude in what I thought was a creative, unique way. Of course, he had an IV blood thinner. All I have are these overpriced pills. Brian started to quiver, beads of sweat drenching his hair. And he hung the other dude upside down. I ain't gonna mess with all that. He looked up in recollection. I think he was paying the dude back for killing his sister. He shook it off. Doesn't matter. He set the honing steel down and sat on the toilet with a kitchen knife. Point is, he smiled handsomely, it wasn't an interrogation. It was just because. Wade set the side of the kitchen knife to rest on top of Brian's knee. Have you ever heard of death by 1,000 cuts? The little point where the knife had pointed into Brian's chest had barely broken the layers of skin. A red droplet of blood had formed and was starting to get bulbous enough that it would soon run down his sweaty, flush belly. I guess the pills from earlier are taking effect. He picked the blade back up. I think I'll give the second dose a chance to go to work. Brian felt a little relief, but not without a test cut. Wade picked the knife off his prey's knee and moved to slice him across the forearm. As Brian started to scream for mercy through the washcloth, the house shook. The back door exploded inward, and the front door kicked open from the force of a heavy steel battering ram. A moment after, 2 flashbang grenades exploded, sending out a deafening, loud, bright concussion. Wade dropped the knife in sheer surprise. He stood and spun, dodging out of the bathroom and into the master bedroom. Damn it, he thought. Realizing all his weapons and gear were out in the main living spaces, he went back into the bathroom. In the tub, Brian was scooting the dropped knife up to his groin area on the tub floor using his heels. Wade picked it up, completely ignoring the attempt because of the dire situation. In less than 3 seconds, he'd entered, retrieved the knife, and left. Wade barely opened a bedroom window to make his escape when a shotgun blast filled the room with more noise. A beanbag round hit Wade in the right shoulder blade, just 2 inches from where it was healing from the gunshot wound and surgery. He dropped the knife when he fell, 2 fully tactical cartel soldiers landing on him a second later. Writhing and moaning in pain, Wade's hands were zip-tied behind his back, and he was hauled to his feet to be dragged out of the house. Chapter 59. L Circle L Ranch. I think the pack has moved closer to us since we moved most of the herd to the east side of the highway, Jesse Statler told his wife. They'd just heard the fourth round of wolf calls in less than 90 minutes. The pair were on horseback, finishing a trip down in the dark to check on their youngest son and a ranch hand. The small cabin just near the southern border of the ranch property was occupied by the mother of a former hand who had died of brain cancer 5 years earlier. It had served as the station for a southerly lookout. "You thinking about going out to hunt again?" Dawn asked. "Because we should probably hunt that cougar that nearly killed Fred." "But—" She stopped in hesitation. The horses were steering themselves around a string of cedars that divided a small thinning of trees in the main field west of the highway. "But we can't spare anyone with this thing with Baker reaching a boiling point. I'm telling you, me and Will and about 8 guys should have just gone up there and dealt with him." Dawn pulled on her reins, forcing her husband to do the same and look at her. "You obviously been sipping on the tequila if you think you're bulletproof. What part of dozens of people in his gang didn't you understand?" Jesse shook his head. "Pawns, the lot of them. Most of them will fold like creased pants the moment real men shoot back." "Ahem." Dawn then clicked her mouth, and her horse started moving. "No offense taken. You know what I mean." Still riding side by side, they'd just broken into the expanse of their pasture when the radio crackled. It was their 18-year-old son, Douglas, who they'd left just a few minutes earlier. "This is location 4-4. We got headlights coming up the highway." And that was it for radio traffic. It was simply an awareness call to those with radios and at one of the 4 outposts. One of the advantages to the changing labels was that anyone spying on the transmissions might think there were a larger number of outposts. The couple went quiet as they rode and waited, quickly recognizing the hum of tires getting louder in the night air. Dawn noticed Jesse move the AR-10 rifle slung to his back around to his front with one pull on the sling. Soon, a dark SUV cut through the starlit black, its lights making it seem like an alien craft or a shooting star. "They're going like 25 or 30, Dawn noted. "Could be a scout team," Jesse said, cruising by harmlessly while checking us out with night scopes. 2 minutes later, they reached the maintenance shop and the pole barn they used to stow snowmobiles and other equipment. Another wolf howled a couple of valleys over. They were nearly back to the lodge when the radio sprang to life again. "Beard oil, umpire at post 9-1. Multiple vehicles approach, the west." Upon hearing how broken the transmission was, Dawn clicked her radio on. "That was Corey. Umpire," Jesse said into his own radio. "Bad signal. Say again." Just then, Will Statler broke through with his own report. "Wrangler here. That car's coming back at a very high rate of speed." Dawn keyed up before anyone else could. "Do not fire unless they shoot first. It could be the kid coming back to us." She looked at her husband. "What do you think?" "I think Corey said multiple vehicles. Let's wake everyone and split up. I'll take the west." Both Statlers quickly finished the ride to the lodge, then hopped off their horses and tied them to a fence rail near the back porch. They ran inside where one of the teens had been tasked with keeping a log and monitoring the radio. She'd already gone upstairs to roust people. Darlene was carrying her boots, coat, and hat as she ran down the stairs. "No way!" "Mom!" the young woman yelled back, her face a mix of anger and worry. Jesse waved off his daughter with a look. To Dawn, "Take 3 hands and your sister. Stay up near the front of the lodge and be prepared to back up the gate." He nudged his head over his shoulder toward his daughter. "Grab an AR, then tack up Nutmeg. I'll grab Carlito and Ethan and join you at the barn in a few." Chapter 60. Bellevue. Diana was sprinting back and forth around the house, moving across 3 locations: Noel's former office, the guest bedroom she'd been using on the back corner, and the garage. The obvious explosions and gunshot from next door had sprung them all into action. Pain be damned, Ramona assigned James to cover the front corner facing Mrs. Giraudeau's, and Walt to cover the back corner. She crouched out to the garage, where Walt reported to her 2 big SUVs in front of the house next door. He could see 2 men in black tactical gear guarding the trucks, but since Ramona's house was closer to the street, his line of sight to the other house blocked any view of how many had entered. His voice was shaky, full of fear. That was when Ramona sent him to the back corner. She was deep in her garage, one of her backup rifles on a shelf of paint cans and household oils, exactly where she'd had Jamar stationed before their group left days earlier. She plopped down on the rolling shop stool her husband sat on during the thousands of hours he had worked on his project car. The bullet-hole-riddled hulk now sat under a cover in the front yard. She used her foot to scoot herself toward the workbench, seeing the hand-built metal leg Walt had been working on for the first time. He'd been waiting for the glue that held the rubber to the bottom of the foot to dry before he gave it to her. Whoa, she thought. Lighter than I thought it would be. She rolled it over, getting a grasp of the concept. Next, she looked inside the lengthened metal mixing bowl and saw the layers of memory foam in there. There were other pieces on the bench for test fitting, though there was no time for that. She'd been wearing only sweatpants most days since the injury almost 2 weeks earlier, and Diana had been keeping the leg of the pants rolled and pinned up. Knowing there was no more time to deal with all that extra fabric, Ramona looked for and found a box cutter on the bench. A minute later, she was slipping her tender stump and its medical sock into the foam-filled bowl, which Walt had tapered down to meet her thigh before the wound met the bolt in the bottom. She wrapped the leather tool belt around her waist, which already had the leather straps from the leg attached. Here goes nothing. She winced in anticipation when she grabbed the workbench and used her one full leg to stand. She transferred weight and was pleasantly surprised. It hurt, but not nearly as badly as she expected. It was a bit tall, which forced her to keep more weight on her good leg, something she figured was a good thing. Then she took her first step. Ugh! She grunted as the pain grabbed her leg where the bull squeezed her skin like a big hand. She dared to take another and realized that it wasn't the bone at the end of the amputation, but just the overall tenderness of her flesh. I can deal with this. She moved over to the edge of the garage and looked out in time to see 4 additional tactically clad men in hoods escorting a captive out, also wearing a hood. Definitely darker-skinned, she thought. All of them. The 2 SUVs packed up the 7 men, taking off down the street in the opposite direction. Her head was spinning so much that the pain nearly disappeared. That couldn't have been Brian. It might have been Wade. James! Walt! She yelled and turned, seeing Diana at the door, which surprised her. I'll go get them, Diana said. A quick moment later, and Ramona was at the shelf. She moved the creepy mannequin scarecrow that they'd acquired out of the way and retrieved her rifle, slipping the sling over her neck. All 3 of her little group converged on her in the middle of the garage. What you thinking? James asked. We're going to check that house. Walt, you stay here. Okay. His voice and face showed the relief he felt. If you're sure. I don't need a bodyguard, Diana said. Give me one of your spare guns. It's not just for you, Ramona assured her. We don't dare leave our food and spare guns and gear alone, even for a minute. She studied Diana's face. I should have given you a piece days ago. I'm sorry. Grab my Glock from the couch cushion for now. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot it. Diana nodded and went inside. Walt had his hands wrapped around James's shotgun. You guys be safe, he said. Ready? Ramona asked James, who was holding his big revolver. Is a chicken beak a little pecker? James replied. Ramona couldn't help but grin and shake her head. She winced in pain as she led him out of the garage with her rifle up. We got some curious neighbors staring, James said as he trailed a mere foot or 2 behind her. I should have had my main rifle and SWAT gear ready to go, Ramona criticized herself under her breath. Walking was a nearly agonizing challenge, forcing her to mentally focus on the view through her sight for an immediate threat. We should hurry and look for Brian, James urged. Let me lead. You stay at that front door. Despite her obvious experience, Ramona nodded and let out a big breath in pain. James passed her and found the door wide open when he stepped on the porch. The acrid smoke of the stun grenades lingered, slowly drifting outside. With his heavy pistol up, the man entered and swung around the corners, reducing his exposure as much as possible. Ramona parked herself only a few feet inside the house, ready to hobble in if James called. He cleared the main spaces first, eventually moving down the bedroom hall. I got him, he yelled out. Just stay there. We'll be on in a second or 2. Almost 2 excruciating minutes later, James had Brian's arm around his own shoulders, the black man saving the white cop. The color barrier was dissolving in some groups in the New World effects. Brian was adorned in only an old lady's bathrobe, which covered his privates but did little to hide the torture he endured. After the beating, you forced me to OD on blood thinners, he mumbled with faltering words when they reached Ramona. Get him back to the house, she ordered James. Then come back. We need to find his gear at least. She moved aside for the 2 men to pass as a huddle, then began her own search. Not only did she find Brian's police gear, she found a bag. Ramona's heart became a lump in her throat when she unzipped it. A couple of weapons, some high-tech night vision, a big knife, a folder. None of the things mattered so much. It was the club that had taken her knee. The club she had built with her hands, a small piece of her rage over Noel's murder and Missy's kidnapping, seared into its grain as if it had a soul. Incisor, Ramona called its name, as if a phantom had appeared out of nowhere. She felt stunned, staring at it until James came back. "Ramona?" he said, seeing the look on her face. She shook herself back to the present. "Is that all the stuff?" "Looks like it." James reached to grab it when she waved him off. "Wait." She reached into a rib pocket on the right side of her tactical plate carrier's cummerbund. She smiled at James when she pulled out the little plastic bag with a couple of dummy rounds chambered in 5.56mm and 9mm. They were the perfect training aid for practicing misfeeds and other firearm failures. "Clear his guns. I have an idea." Chapter 61. Ferry County. Kevin slowed Coda to a trot before letting the horse take a breather on its second trip of the late night. It was taking all his will not to ride hard, but the memory of triggering the event that killed Keith was too fresh, too raw. He would not run off on his own until he'd made the time to give his peers a plan of action. Next to him was Jamar and Jalen on Crystal. Lydia had provided a set of saddlebags that had been attached to the saddle, which had a seat pad. In the bags was the headset, controller, and spare batteries to the folding drone, while the hard case and flying device itself was being worn by the team like a backpack, using paracord as straps. Each man was decked out with rifles and magazines and wearing a night vision device. Jamar had his pistol and was wearing his blue ballistic plate carrier, while Kevin had the RPG loaded with the last rocket resting on his back. They had ditched their bigger packs, though Kevin had grabbed the last good set of climbing rope and his bag with the climbing equipment and attached it to the saddle. "Should we launch the drone?" Jamar asked. "Not yet," Kevin said. "This road goes many miles and breaks off into many deeper, dead-end roads." 2 minutes later, Lydia rode up on Duncan, a much more muscular and slower horse. She also had no nods, so staying on the dark road was paramount for her. They'd left Coral tied to the cruiser, which Corny and the other kids were now seeking shelter inside of. Kevin handed Lydia the plastic bag of maps with his compass and the rest of his navigation tools inside. "You got a flashlight?" "Yep," she said, "and a bunch of chemical lights in my backpack." "I should have thought to grab some of those," Kevin said. "Hand me over a few. I'll drop one when we leave the road." Lydia did, and one by one, the men maneuvered their horses next to Lydia and gave her a strong hug. "Take care, boys," she said quietly. "I'm not much of a sentimentalist, but if we drag this out, I might start to cry." Kevin nodded and turned his night vision back on. "Ready?" "Just remember we won't ride nearly as good as you," Jamar warned. "They were only cruising about 5 miles per hour, so they're not too far yet. If I get ahead of you, the very first glow stick I drop is where I head into the valley. That's the only way we'll make ground on these guys, and it'll be easier on our hooves. Once in the valley, send the drone up. I'll leave a trail of breadcrumbs. My plan is to get ahead of them by bypassing all the small land features that force the road to curve. When I'm sure we've cut them off, I'll wait for you guys." He stuck his hand out. "Remember, my sister is in the old-school car at the back of the line. Good luck. And thank you." "Put that hand away, man," Jamar said. "We'll be right behind you." He turned on the night vision he inherited from Nelson. The men spurred their horses with their heels and let the magnificent beasts find their own stride. Kevin found he had to hold the reins with one hand on the saddle horn and squeeze a bit with his legs, but it freed up a hand to hold the nods from bouncing. He put his weight on the stirrups a bit, riding up on his inner thighs as Coda reached his peak gallop. Behind him, Krista was losing ground carrying a bigger load and less experienced riders. But try she did, the challenge of keeping Coda in her night sight a motivation for her. 2 miles later, Kevin pulled up, allowing Coda to slow his canter. Lydia's horses were used to trails, not riding for the Pony Express. He continued to slow the horse's gait, listening to Coda blow out heavy breaths through his nostrils. He scanned the trees to the right, which were thinning. He pulled one of the glow sticks out of a pocket, cracking and shaking it to life. Finally, he encountered a gentle enough slope and a thin lane between the trees. It was wide enough he could ride down it without fear of low branches smacking the horse in the face. They wound up almost 400 vertical feet lower, but now they were in a long, wide field of grass between two major slopes, a much straighter shot to the east around the winding roads, which often switched back to pass small gorges. He saw lights reflecting off the hills, hoping it was only 3 or 4 miles away. He cracked the last 2 chemical lights and dropped one. The last would be ready to drop when he headed out of the valley. An eerie wolf call broke the night, sending a shiver up Kevin's spine. "I need you, Coda," he said, a hand confidently rubbing the sweaty horse's neck. "I need your help." He clicked his mouth and bumped his heels. With rider bouncing on horse and weapons bouncing on rider, the pair sprinted down the dark valley looking for a fight with a far superior force. Chapter 62. El Circle El Ranch. Kenny had never raised the window in his haste to turn around and evade the roadblock, which meant multiple voices loudly commanding them to show their hands could be heard plain as day. Lasers were swinging mildly around both sides of the cab, a small reflection of scatter on the windshield, but most of the ominous red light making it through. Taylor was nearly hyperventilating just to keep herself from screaming. Behind them, Sierra started sobbing. There were 3 beams in total, though Kenny figured there were more rifles than that covering him. "Don't shoot us, please!" Kenny was grabbing the steering wheel, too afraid to move a finger and touch the overhead light button. "We have children in the car!" Taylor screeched in sheer desperation. "Don't move a muscle!" a loud voice called out. Like clockwork, the gate opened the other direction on the dark crushed stone driveway, and the 3 lasers began to shake as the people pointing them performed a tactical walk. They spread out with one on Taylor's side and the other 2 spreading out on the driver's side. Kenny saw a large cowboy looking all over the car, then spun and looked down the road to the south and north. The sound of engines idling was slowly drifting to them from both directions. He turned back to Kenny. "Who are you?" Will Statler demanded to know, on the borderline of rage. "Kenny Richardson. There was a blockade of Humvees to the north, and some trucks to the south, too," Taylor said, voice fluttering. "I think we disrupted their plans," Kenny added. Will had let go of the small pad that activated the laser on his rifle and clicked on the weapon-mounted flashlight. "There's kids in here." He looked to his nephew, Brett, who was Jesse and Dawn's oldest. "Call it in." While the young man made a radio report to his mother, Will directed Kenny. "Get out. Take the kids to the house." Kenny and Taylor opened their doors, blood pounding in their ears like water beating the rocks at the bottom of a waterfall. Each parent started to remove the child seated behind them. "Shouldn't we just drive up?" Kenny asked. "No way." Will had no idea if it was a car bomb, and he wasn't going to find out. Taylor came around the front with Sierra crying in her arms. Kenny had Dylan still in his carrier. "Can I just grab the baby stuff?" she pled. Will huffed, but nodded his concurrence. Kenny felt her shove the girl into a space, so he wrapped the arm not holding the baby seat around his daughter. Taylor ran back to the still-open door to grab the diaper and food bag. That's when the loud rumbling of tires and engines started buzzing like a chainsaw, piercing the asphalt channel more loudly each second. Lights were cutting through trees like a million bright butterflies. Just 2 seconds later, the trucks from both directions were now visible, screaming up the road. "Everyone, fall back!" Will yelled. Taylor ran up to Kenny and dropped the bag at his feet. "I love you," she said, eyes wide with terror as she gave him a fast kiss. Kenny was in shock, dumbfounded. Taylor? What are you doing?" he screamed. The Armada's driver's door closed, and the tires spun gravel as she cut a sharp turn backward out onto the highway. "Come on!" Will screamed at Kenny, not believing the man with the kids was still standing there. Chapter 63. El Circle El Ranch. The Armada was pointed south. Taylor pushed the dashboard button to enable 4-wheel drive and jammed the gas pedal down as far as it would go. Tires barked on asphalt. "I love you, Kenny!" she screamed to only her own crying face. She saw headlights on both lanes of the road coming at her rapidly. She saw more headlights from the north in her mirrors. The big SUV careened a bit, but she was aimed right for the gap between the 2 trucks directly ahead. She'd caught them off guard. The one in her lane did an evasive brake and dove back behind the leader. The one behind it hadn't even seen her coming. Literally no reaction time. The driver took the Humvee off the road on Taylor's side. It rolled stably down the shoulder to the drainage runoff and back up the small bank that separated the ranch's fence line from the easement. He plowed through the fence and into the field, coming to a stop. The one who had been in the proper lane next to that one tried to impact the armada as they passed each other after the first two rigs failed to react, in shock at what was happening. She cut right, slicing into the same shoulder along the fence line, but she was able to correct it once she passed the fourth and final rig. Taylor took a huge breath, not realizing she hadn't breathed for the entire worst seconds of her life until her body needed air. She eased off the gas a bit, knowing how dark the highway was, knowing she couldn't find help if she died hitting a tree. None of the vehicles turned to follow. "They're after the ranch," she thought. Emotion poured down her creased face, wondering if she'd just abandoned her children to die. She looked through salty eyes at the blue faceplate of their new, used ham radio. Then she grabbed the microphone. Frank, please tell me you can hear me," she screamed. Chapter 64. Bellevue. Through the agony of his pain where the high-powered beanbag had hit his back near the existing wound, it had not escaped Wade's attention that the car ride had lasted maybe 2 minutes. They were dragging him into a house on a short dead-end road, isolated from the other homes by a long driveway and a thick belt of trees. "We're still in the same neighborhood?" He was perplexed, assuming it wasn't a coincidental safe house, that, like himself, they were simply taking what they wanted at any level of force needed. He didn't bother to speak until they had set him in a dining chair in the middle of the living room's taupe carpet. The blinds and curtains were closed, but 2 lanterns were on, the stench of death and human waste drifting from some other part of the building. The 2 biggest captors, still in their tactical gear and black hoods, shoved him down onto the chair, not even tying him down before they ripped off his hood. All 6 men spread out around the room, with pistols drawn at the low ready. A familiar face was seated on the couch, sipping on a can of Coca-Cola. He lit a cigar, his off-white jungle shirt with floral patterns making him seem like he was on vacation. "Wade," the handler said calmly, "when we're done with you, we're going to eliminate those friends of yours in the woods. The next scarecrows to go up around here will be their dead babies and children." Wade smiled. "Oh, because I went after Ramona first." He shook his head. "Because you disobeyed," the Mexican man said, just before taking a puff on his cigar. "Rules are rules." "I'm not afraid to die," Wade said. The man laughed. "Afraid? You'll be begging to die by the time we're done. Surely you know what that can mean." The man nodded, and the 2 men behind Wade grabbed him under his arms. He tried to resist, but immediately felt the butt of a rifle slam the side of his head, stunning him. The men dragged Wade into one of the bedrooms. The house's mattresses had been leaned against the outer wall, which he knew was to deaden his screams to the outside world. A pair of chains had been bolted into the ceiling, presumably to the attic joists. They each ended about head-high with a handcuff. Still groggy, he could do little to fight it as he pulled off his shirt, boots, and socks and cuffed him. The handler walked in and ordered the 3 men who had dragged him into the room to leave. Once they had, a new cartel man Wade had never seen strolled in. Like the handler, he was dressed somewhat casually and carrying a tool roll. They exchanged silent glances, and the handler left, closing the door. The new man was old, his brown hands gnarled from arthritis, but it didn't stop him from doing his job. The torturer set the roll down and unsnapped the 2 straps that wrapped around it, allowing him to unroll it. Several pouches and small keepers held in a variety of blades, syringes, and vials. He picked up a surgical scalpel and stood. "You've got 1 shot at this, Wade," the contract killer thought. Wade had done this once before, when he got jumped by a group of neo-Nazis in prison. A front kick right to the chin would smash the jaw backward to stimulate a nerve, something boxers called the button. Done well, a man would drop like pants in a $3 whorehouse. Even done wrong, it could disable a man's will to fight due to intense pain. The old man stepped to just the right spot, and Wade Curry grunted as he swung a powerful right leg up. He braced his foot for impact, kicking the man directly in the jaw. He fell back in a hard daze and hit his head on the floor. With no wasted motion, Wade used his strong core to pull his legs up into the air, pointing his feet toward the ceiling. He did a row and curl type motion with his back and both arms, which brought his belt buckle area to his hands. Unlatching the cobra buckle, he was forced to hold the strength-zapping pose while he slowly pulled the belt out a few painful inches at a time. The cuff rings were digging into the meat of his hand, while the wounded shoulder was in agony. Finally, he had the belt in his hand. Wade lowered his body and moved the belt through his two hands until he found the special slot in the seam of the nylon. Yes. The handcuff key was exactly where he left it. It didn't take long to get free. The groggy old man was coming around, so Wade got on and choked the life out of him with an angry, powerful grip. "How do you keep finding me?" he hissed lowly while the man, still stunned, could barely resist. The torturer's eyes turned blood red, and his throat cartilage cracked sickeningly before he died. Wade put on his boots, grabbed his shirt and the biggest knife from the man's tool roll, and gently lowered the mattress in front of the bedroom window. Unlike a few minutes earlier, this time he was able to make a silent escape. The rain pelted Wade on his run. Earlier, when blindfolded, he had only one thing to think of, counting the turns and curves in the road. A process easily reversed, he figured he had a maximum of 8 to 10 minutes before the handler slipped into the bedroom to investigate the deafening silence of nobody being tortured. It was time. This was his chance to get to Ramona first. He couldn't believe his luck. He'd made it to the house, panting for air after a near full sprint of 4 minutes. He left the black rain and entered the old lady's house, nearly as dark. Kicking over a plant stand, he fumbled his way over to a rifle on the couch, followed by moving over to the bag of his remaining gear, which he didn't really need to know that the war club was still there. Still, fearing time was an enemy, he set down the rifle and picked up the pistol, stuffing it into the back of his pant waist. Next, he grabbed the club. Wade never bothered to check if his captured cop was still in the back bathroom. Had he done so, he might have reconsidered his next move. Chapter 65. West of the ranch. The field had disappeared, encroached on each side by forests of pine trees. The valley narrowed with the slopes nearly touching at the wide, trickling stream. It was low, small islands of rocks, dirt and grass exposed by the dry summer that had just ended. Kevin hopped off Coda, who was breathing heavily. He rubbed the Palomino's gold neck and white mane. Good job. As badly as he wanted to let the animal drink from the babbling water, he led Coda to a nearby tree and tied him to a branch. Kevin dropped the last cracked chemical light. Then he straightened his nods on his face and reset the rifle and RPG slings to a tidy spot before commencing his hike up the mountain. He could see the beams of headlights themselves coming southeast on the road above, where the cars were just driving around another gorge. He had no time to waste, running up the hill, zigging to the occasional rock outcropping, or zagging around a fallen tree. Like Coda, he'd worked up his sweat and heart rate by the time he neared the road. Kevin lowered himself to all fours on the slope for the last several yards, crawling up to a few feet shy of the thin, dirt forestry lane's edge. He pulled off the rocket launcher and looped the carry strap over a rock. He could hear the lead trucks passing by. By the time he crawled to the true edge, half the convoy had already passed. Damn, he chastised himself, missing the chance to get a better look at BD and his old pal Dallas in the front. Focus. Kenton needs you to keep your head in it. The thought of failing yet another sibling was unbearable to him. Even with his night vision, he was too low to get a great look inside the last car, the war beast obviously built to intimidate. The gas-guzzling engine rumbled loudly when it passed, the wide rear tires crunching gravel. Kevin sprang up and started to trail the convoy from about 50 feet back, one hand on his rifle grip, the other on his nods. Think. Kevin needed a plan in which he didn't die and get Kendra killed. It would be easy enough to kill the driver and rescue her. Not dying in a hail of return fire from a dozen or more other cars would be nearly impossible. Suddenly his vision began to glow brightly. Someone's hitting the brakes up front. Then they all did, rapidly. Suddenly gunfire erupted ahead on the road, a lot of it. The cars all immediately parked, dozens of armed men and women pouring onto the road. To the left of the convoy was a sheer rock face, one of the largest through-light fields Kevin had ever seen. To the right was another downhill of them. The road had been put in right over it with dynamite. Beatty's gang had nowhere to go. Most were taking cover behind the cars. No good, Richardson, Kevin growled at himself. He turned and ran several dozen yards back to where he crept up the slope to reach the road. Billy Ray Baker saw the evading figure as he sprang out of his hot rod. He pulled out a rifle and took 2 shots into the dark. Kevin jumped off the ledge, hearing them zip by as he did. He tucked and rolled, struggling to get his feet below himself to stop the slide. He banged a knee and elbow but was able to get back to his footing. He'd lost his night vision and scrambled back up the slope 10 feet to find them. He wasn't waiting to get shot from the high ground. Need to get back to Coda and get ahead, he thought. Kevin struggled to get the nods on and keep his balance as he ran down the slope, jumping off rocks and over logs. It wasn't until he reached his chemical light and horse that he realized he'd left the RPG near the top of the hill. Damn it! Chapter 66. The Valley. Look, Jamar said to his brother. As soon as you ditch the drone, let me know. Crystal was moving at a slower trot along the field. With his nods, Jamar could distinct the path in the grass Coda and Kevin had blazed earlier. Their pace was being controlled by Jalen, who was trying to keep on a VR headset and hold on to a controller without falling off. It was killing Jamar that they had to go so slow. The 16-year-old had shot the flying camera up to what his readout said was 700 feet above the ground level from where he'd turned it on. They were a few hundred feet below grade of the road in the valley, and he wanted to eliminate the chance of running into trees unless he strayed too far to the north well past the road. I got a string of cars up ahead on the road, Jalen said. That jives with the glow of my goggles, Jamar said. The boy went quiet as he flew. And some sort of roadblock ahead of that. I don't know how to zoom this camera, but it looks like gunshots are going both ways. The cars can't keep trucking until they kill the other group. Then fly lower, Jamar barked. Any sign of Kevin? Nuh-uh, but there's horses on the road too. I guess it was some sort of gate, and now the cars can't pass. Can you go farther? Jamar asked. I'm afraid to. I already got out of range once, and the thing tried to fly all the way back to where we'd launched it. Hang on, Jamar said. I'm going to make up some time. He felt the controller and goggles slide down to his back, and Jalen's hands grab hold of his plate carrier. Let's go, Crystal. He gave the chestnut mare a bump with his heels, and she picked up a bit of speed. After several minutes, they drifted into the tapered end of the field where a creek was prominent. Then Jamar saw it. I got Kevin's trail marker. I need to land this thing and swap batteries, Jalen said. Do it. Both men got down from the horse. Put that glow stick out here by the water so I can find us in the black, Jalen said. Jamar tied up the horse and moved the chem light for his brother so it was out in the open. The sounds of the gunfire were prominent above and just to the east, the flashes of light filtering down to his nods through 400 feet of hill and forest like shooting stars. An eerie howl erupted from their south, literally on the other side of a small hill. There's a good dry spot of rocks to land about 50 yards back down the creek, Jalen announced when he started walking back the way they came. Wait, Jamar said. He gave his brother his pistol. The sights glow in the dark. You see a wolf, scare him off. If I hear you shoot, I'll come running. I'm going up the hill. Chapter 67. The Road. Take the horses out of here, Jesse Statler yelled at Darling. The four from the ranch, he, his daughter, Ethan, and Carlito, had just joined three others at the west checkpoint when the cars showed up. They'd fired up a Honda generator to power the two pre-staged spotlights they'd set up, one on each side of the road. There were 3 huge hay rolls across the road for the ranch team to take cover behind. The shooting had started 10 seconds later. Take the quad! Darling fumed, though she knew better than to argue. I ain't leaving, she thought defiantly. She took the 4 horses' reins and tied them to the luggage rack on the quad the men used to arrive for their shift. The outpost was right at the edge of where pines and red dirt turned to a rock wall. She drove along the trees, pulling the horses behind, who were nervous due to the gunshots behind them. As soon as she got out of sight around a bend in the road, she stopped. One by one, she took her father's and the other horses and gave them a swat on the rump to send them back to the ranch on their own. Darling untied Nutmeg and mounted her favorite horse. She moved her rifle to her front. Come on, girl, she said, adding a command click with her mouth. The beautiful bay followed her human's instruction and moved up into the forest. Darling steered Nutmeg westerly, trying to get above the rock cliff and be able to snipe down to protect her father and her family. The gunshots grew louder. She had no doubt this attack had been brought on by Dallas's father, despite her friend's selfless efforts to deceive them. She soothed Nutmeg's mane. We have to get into this fight. Chapter 68. Bellevue. With the night vision on, Wade Curry slipped along the front of Ramona Perez's house. Despite the pain in his shoulder and the exhaustion of barely escaping the cartel, he had never felt more alive. He got to a smaller ground-floor window and pushed up on the sash. It slid up easily. This must be a trap, he thought with an adrenaline surge. He leaned his bludgeoning tool against the wall and pulled himself in, holding the blinds up with as much control as he could. Once in, the nods revealed he was in some sort of home office. There was a pile of blankets and pillows on the floor, and it carried the scent of someone who hadn't showered in weeks, as did they all. He pulled slowly on the blind cord to pull the window treatment up, which allowed in plenty of ambient light for his goggles to use. After reaching out to retrieve Ramona's custom bat, he walked silently for the door of the room. Gently, 1 inch at a time, he slid the pocket door into the wall. He stepped out into the living room, an arrangement of furniture. A big couch was across the room, facing inward, its back a few feet from the door to the porch. Ramona, he thought in elation, seeing her curled up under the blankets, fast asleep, a set of crutches leaning on the end of the sofa. He gripped the bat with both hands, heart about to smash its way out of his chest. He raised the dangerous tool with its embedded saw blade above his head, feeling the manila rope he'd wrapped around the handle as he squeezed tightly. Inside the grip was his coveted gold and human-toothed necklace. As he quietly stepped through a gap between an easy chair and a love seat, he wondered for the first time if he would collect a tooth from her. He had her favorite bat, after all. Wade stepped around the big coffee table, seeing it was covered in bandages, tape, medical packaging, a useless vacuum pump. Wade raised incisor over Ramona's head. "You should have killed me when you had the chance, Ramona," he yelled, swinging the bat down hard, smashing into the skull, which caved in too easily. He yanked the bat out and pulled the blanket off her, staring at a weird mannequin with a mohawk haircut and a caved-in plastic face. His nods went white with blinding intensity as a flashlight kicked on. "And you should have been using the heat mode on those goggles, asshole," Ramona said from directly behind him. Chapter 69. The Road. Jamar was puffing hard near the top of the hill. Along the way, he'd heard 2 huge explosions about a minute apart from each other. The last several feet, he squatted and climbed, trying to keep his head low as he neared the road. No good getting hit way back here, he thought. The last of the cars seemed to be 50 or more yards east, but he knew nothing would be predictable. He could easily get shot by someone retreating. Kevin, he worried when he found the RPG hanging by its strap to keep it from sliding down the slope. He looked at it, looking around. Seeing no sign that his friend had been hurt, he decided the only thing to do was to get up there and see if his friend needed backup. Jamar strapped the rocket launcher onto his back. He looked around the road. To the west, nothing was out of place, the starlight more than enough to make for good visibility. To the east, the string of cars and the flashes of a fight to the death. With rifle up and safety off, he crouch-walked, legs already toast from the hill climb. His knees shook. He could see men taking cover. Then he made the mistake of looking to his right. He was over a thulite deposit that dropped close to 25 feet, and in the nods it might as well have been 100. He felt a butterfly do a somersault in his belly. As he got closer to the old-school car at the rear of the pack, he realized the road had been built right into one of the deposits. Over half the convoy was parked right under a cantilevered overhang of the craggy rock. "Kevin," he stressed, "where are you, brother?" Jamar moved back to the center of the road and squat-walked up to the back of the last car. He saw movement inside, which gave him a jolt. He pulled himself into a tight ball, trying to use his ears to compensate. The combatant voices were no closer than several vehicles ahead. He moved to the car's left, which was less exposed due to the hill, and looked inside. 2 women cowering and holding each other sent a chill up his spine. "Please don't hurt us," Chloe Baker cried tearfully. She knew immediately her father would never have a black man in his gang. Both were wearing only filthy undergarments, Kendra Richardson decked out in studded leather, and Chloe in something red and nearly see-through. Both were chained around the neck and waists. Both were covered in bruises and cuts. Both were whimpering like dogs that have been beaten by a soulless monster. "Are you Kevin's sister?" Jamara asked her. "I am," the other one said, voice warbling. "Do you know my brother?" She begged, for the first time feeling a shadow of hope. Jamar looked ahead and could see bodies using the same side of the other cars for cover, waiting to be called to action. He looked back at the girls. "He's around here somewhere. Come on, let's get you ladies out of here." "No," Chloe said, looking her sister's slave in the eyes. "They'll kill us, or worse." "We have to," Kendra said through her own fear. "It's now or never." "Come on," Jamar urged. One by one, the 2 bound girls came through the windowless opening from the back area, which had no back seat. He pulled them out and rushed them to the back of the car. "Stay behind me." He ran straight down the road, trying to keep directly behind the car. The women were running barefoot but not making a peep as they stumbled along on the dirt and gravel. The only noise was the dull clinking of their chains and locks. When he reached the spot where he'd come up the hill, he got to one knee and pointed. "Hide down on this hill and wait." He watched the escapees follow his orders, still bothered by the type of men who could resort to this, despite having spent nearly 2 years guarding them. He ran back up to the car and cautiously peeked around its right side. Seeing that nobody was heading backward, Jamar went back over to the near drop-off along the thulite field the road was built across. It gave him a much better view of the line of vehicles. Jamar took the rocket launcher off and scanned it, looking for the safety clip and the fuse on the cone's front. He studied the old Russian hardware's handle and trigger. He took another scan of the fight ahead, knowing that any moment could be the one someone turned around and found him. Will this thing be able to cave that rock? Then he saw something that made it feel like he was watching old war footage. That must be the explosions I heard. About 2/3 of the way up the string of cars was a truck. The men behind it were opening a crate and pulled out what looked like a road flare. Jamar couldn't believe it. Dynamite? He lined up the steel sights on the tube launcher and grabbed each handle. Lord help me. Jamar squeezed the trigger, sending the motorized rocket right past the men and into the wheel well of the same truck. Designed to penetrate American tanks, the rocket detonated the truck, the men, the case of dynamite, and every car or truck minus the last 3 in the entire chain. The roar broke eardrums and shook the ground out from everyone's feet, who wasn't blown apart by it, leaving an 80-foot deep crater where the men had been lighting TNT fuses. Jamar and the now empty tube were thrown backward. He fought to keep from falling off the cliff to his right. A rain shower of stones started, forcing him to cover his head in a tight ball and pray for the best. What have I done? Chapter 70. The Road. The concussion knocked Darling off Nutmeg, slamming her into the trunk of a tree. The thulite wall crumbled, and east of that, so did the earth. What started as crumbling rock about 40 yards ahead turned into a hillslide of dirt, trees, 1 horse, and 1 woman. It covered the gap between B.D. Baker's truck and the remnants of the checkpoint, which had been turned into burning hay for 80 feet in every direction thanks to the dynamite. Darling took a huge branch to her face, which not only gashed her cheek and broke her nose, but left her feeling dizzy. Both she and Nutmeg wore looks of fright coupled with screams of extreme terror. Rocks slammed them both. The pile stopped its gravity-powered ski to the flat road below, burying the bulk of B.D.'s people in their advance. Once they stopped moving, Nutmeg shot back up to standing and ran down the road toward the ranch until the slope of the hill was soft enough for her to dart into the trees. Darling picked up her woozy noggin and saw that 2 people near the shredded hay were also alive. Beyond, 3 ranch hands lay dead and the others were barely moving. Her father was standing behind a tree, a confused look on his face as to how he just saw his daughter and her horse ride a landslide. His hands grabbed her and dragged her down to the road as a bloodied, snarling big dog Baker whipped the girl over and manhandled her upright in front of him. He had one hand crushing the back of her neck and the other holding a pistol to her head. "Not 1 more inch!" he yelled at the towering Jesse Statler, only 30 yards away. He backed up, tripping over rocks as he did, trying to drag his human shield with him over the huge mound of dirt and trees. Dallas's hand reached up from the dirt, the boy screaming in pain and rage. He punched straight up when B.D. inadvertently attempted to walk over him in the soil. He connected a fist with the balls that spawned him, sending a new wave of intestine-twisting torment into his father's groin. B.D. let go with both hands. Despite her dizziness, Darling spun to shove him off the road and down into a rocky gorge at the end of the lower thulite deposit. Dallas had managed to pull himself out of the earthslide, yelping in pain from his crushed, infected ankle. He grabbed his father, too, who was trying to shove back against the tall young lady. The 3 wounded ducks went over the edge in a clumped mass of torsos and flailing arms. Chapter 71. The Lodge. "We need to try and get the wounded to the vet clinic," Sherry yelled at Dawn. "Carrie doesn't have enough supplies here." Dawn took another shot out the window, her ears ringing from her rifle. She moved out of the window frame and looked at her sister, not fully hearing the message. They were in one of the upstairs bedrooms on the big log structure's north wing. "What?" "Neil's been killed," Sherry said. She was crying and in shock that somehow the world had transitioned to something that would rip open their home and murder their brother. "And we have others that are wounded." "No!" Dawn yelled back, stressed. The battle had been going on for most of an hour. It had evolved into a siege. In the field, the enemy trucks with bright spotlights had deployed men on foot, who quickly found light cover behind the rocks and a small statue in the landscaped park-like feature inside the circular driveway. One of the stolen Humvees had an M250 caliber machine gun firing at the ranch team, who were all in the lodge. The heavy log construction was the only reason they were still alive, providing thick wood ballistic protection. The wide-open lobby area was devastated. All the glass shot out. That many doors and windows meant a log-free death zone for anyone inside. The ranch family had quit using the radios. All coordination was done via yelling or running to talk in person. The main gate team had made it back with a stranger and 2 children just in the nick of time. Dawn had no idea what the North and South outposts were doing, fearing they were dead. But since her youngest son had been staffing one of those, she was forced to put it out of her mind. Her one report from Jesse was that the West was also being attacked. The smaller group of trucks that had rolled in from Republic to the north had a boom truck with a piece of quarter-inch plate steel added to one side of the basket. There was a man 30 feet in the air shooting Big Dog Baker's M60 machine gun whenever something dared to move. Their objective had been to secure the eastern perimeter and keep the ranch from bugging out. B.D. Baker had been clear that he wanted to conduct the primary sneak attack from the hill above the lodge, but the mystery car from nowhere had forced the helpers from Kettle Falls to speed up the timeline. "We can't protect anyone trying to run that far," Dawn screamed at her sister, overwhelmed by it all. "Not without some sort of miracle." Chapter 72. The Road. Kevin Richardson came out from behind the tree he used as refuge from the flying through-light ore. He turned and saw Coda pulling at his reins, where he'd tied him off about 50 feet downhill. Pieces of tree were on fire in multiple spots, so he shut off his night vision. The sky was beginning to purple in the east after the long, tiring night. With rifle raised, he stepped up onto the road. He'd overshot the battle a dozen or so yards. Just as he got his footing and assessed the bodies on the ground, he saw a cluster of people fall into a rocky crag on the same slope he'd just come from. Dallas? "No!" a tall man yelled from behind a tree across the road. He stepped out and saw Kevin. Though bleeding from the abdomen and arms and limping, the man spun his rifle at him. Kevin lowered his to point at the ground. "Friendly!" he yelled. "These guys kidnapped my sister!" He wasn't sure if what he said registered. The man was bleeding from his ears. But he lowered his own rifle and ran toward the spot the pack had fallen, limping badly. "No!" he repeated, nearly crying. "No, no, Darlene!" he yelled in anguish. Kevin followed him, the man looking at him when they both approached the edge. He'd never forget the tall man's face. It was just like his parents' faces the night Keisha was killed by the cougar. "Was that the Bakers?" he asked. "And my baby girl!" the man screamed. Kevin slid to the edge of the road as much as he dared. The ore deposit ended at a layer of rocks, split open and running downhill from millennia of snow and rain runoff. The small gorge was narrow and deep. He could almost visualize the bodies bouncing like pinballs down both walls. "I need to go find Kendra," he reminded himself. In his own stress, he looked at the desperate man who was getting ready to run for a ranch lasso laying on the ground back where he and his team had dropped their stuff. "I need to go find my sister," he told the man. "She's gone, son," Jesse said in desperation. "If she was that way, she's gone." He left Kevin for the rope. Kevin couldn't explain it, but a wave of peace washed over him. Not a voice, just a sense that he was where he should be. The Kendra would be saved, but he was needed here. He turned on his pocket flashlight and dropped it down the gorge, which enabled him to gauge the depth and see the shapes of the bodies. "Not the lasso!" he yelled at the man. He sprinted down the road until he returned to the softer slope of the hill below, then continued down until he reached the wide-eyed Coda. He calmed the horse with a couple of warm words and strokes on his neck, then untied him. Coda tried to resist, but Kevin pulled down on the reins. "Come on, Coda," he said. He mounted the horse, and the pair went back up the road, where he took the nervous animal west to the landslide and dismounted. "Come control him," he yelled at Jesse. Kevin pulled his climbing gear off Coda and slipped into his rappelling rig. "At least the fires are all the same this time," he mumbled to himself. He picked up the Kernmantle rope, glad they'd taken the extra lengths from the striker when they'd gone AWOL 2 weeks earlier. "Do you have any lights?" "They all got blasted by—" "Wait, we have a quad," Jesse said. "Go grab it." While the man limped up the road as fast as he could, Kevin tied a tight clove hitch around Coda's saddle horn and backed it up with a square knot. He found his hardware and connected it to his harness with carabiners, the same figure-8 descending device he'd used to save Missy, and an ascender as well. Kevin next clipped on a loop of rope he would be able to use for part of the operation. About the time he was done snapping on his climbing helmet, Jesse was riding back up, where he aimed the lights at the cliff. Kevin ran the rope around the 2 odd-sized sides of the figure-8 and set so that he would be near the edge. "I need you to keep Coda still," he advised. "He's a trail horse, not a roper." "Gotcha," Jesse said. He grunted through his injuries as he planted himself in front of the horse, facing the shoulders and pulling down on the bridle. "Can't believe this is happening again," Kevin thought. Once more, the feeling that it would be okay washed over his mind. Chapter 73. Bellevue. Ramona watched Wade through her own night vision, a split second after James Franklin turned the flashlight back off and pulled his hand back down behind the couch. She turned her head for the 2 seconds it was on, then turned back to look just in time to see her nemesis pulling his own device off due to the intense blinding he'd received. He was still holding Incisor. After his nods hit the floor, he gripped it with the additional hand and spun, swinging wildly. "You and I have a dinner date in hell, Ramona," Wade yelled. Out of the back porch, Charcoal started barking angrily. "I'll meet you there," Ramona said. She was nearly in front of him with how he'd spun around. She raised her Glock, but he made a fast, wild swing with the bat. But in her haste to step backward, she caught her metal leg's rough foot on the carpet and fell back, dropping the gun. She was clad in her full gear, so her bump helmet took the brunt of the force when her head hit the wall, but it knocked the wire out of the night vision battery pack on the back. Her vision went black. She and Wade were back to even in that department. "Over here, Martha Franklin," James yelled, turning the flashlight back on. Wade was ready that time, squinting his eyes when he turned his head that way. He swung wildly as he jumped onto the couch, Incisor catching not only the flashlight, but the pistol in James's other hand. James dove when the return swing and the killer both made it the rest of the way over the couch. Wade wound up landing on James's ankle, causing him to yell out in agony. "Too easy," Wade said, a huge smile on his face, Incisor over the top of his head, and ready to come down with a killing stroke. James pasted his palm on the glass door hard and pressed, pushing it open from the floor. Charcoal was snarling and practically broke the frame with his shoulders as the door slid open wide enough. Using the hole in the back fence, Diana and Walt had taken injured Brian to the house behind for safekeeping due to his danger of bleeding out. After Charcoal came back to find out where everyone else was, he jumped at Wade and nipped a piece of his left glove handle. "Arrgh!" he yelled in instinct, the memory of barely escaping the dog pack haunting him. He let go of Incisor with one hand to push the dog off his side. When he tried to bring the wieldy club back around to his front with his weaker right arm, the bulky blade caught itself on the bottom of the bar counter that divided the living space from the living and dining room. Forced to drop it, he kicked at the dog and pulled his own Glock out from his pants and pointed it right at Charcoal. The click of the striker trying to shoot a round in a chamber that was empty of ammo sounded as loud as thunder. He cycled the slide as fast as he could, dog coming back in, growling and snarling. The action closed with Ramona's dummy round in the chamber. Another deadly click sounded with no ensuing gunshot. Charcoal got a bite on Wade's hands, causing him to yell once more. He couldn't see Ramona in the dark room, but he could make out her shape. Ramona had gotten back up, slowly and clumsily. One of the improvised weapons Walt had shown off was leaning against a wine rack. She fumbled for and found the steel pipe and moved toward Wade. "I'm going to kill you for taking my little girl!" she screamed in rage. Wade had started backpedaling toward the front of the house, blocking attempts by Charcoal to land another bite. He kicked the dog, sending it back toward James with a series of wounded whelps. There were no flashbangs this time. The front door flew open with a bang, and a 4-man cartel entry team strode in. The point man put 2 rounds in Wade's left thigh, the shots filling the house with noise. First the gunpowder, then the man in torment from all his wounds. In 2 seconds, the light beams of 4 rifle-mounted flashlights cut around the living room and kitchen. "Don't move," they yelled in Spanish, which Ramona spoke perfectly. "Don't come after us. I only want to kill him," she screamed. Had she been thinking, and had she had her rifle in hand, she might just exact some revenge for Noel and the other prosecutors grisly hanging on the Seattle Great Wheel. But she hadn't wanted a rifle in the way when she went after Wade. It wasn't the first or last fight in the Axiom world to entail the regret of hindsight in battlefield decisions. "It will be handled. Do not try to follow," the voice behind the black balaclava repeated. He barked an order, and the 2 men scooped the wounded assassin up from the floor. They kept Ramona and James covered as they backed out and disappeared out the front door. Ramona ripped her helmet off and felt her way through the process of reconnecting the power cable to her nods. She put the helmet back on. "You okay?" she called to James as she went to the floor for her Glock. James found his flashlight and then his pistol. "Good to go." Ramona maneuvered the clunky lathe to get to the kitchen, where she'd staged her rifle on top of the stove. Ready to fight to the death, she headed out the front, the rubber pad on the metal plate making a distinctive thump on the floor as she moved. By the time she got to the front yard, the two rigs were leaving with Wade into the dark, wet night. She hobbled out to the street, not noticing her own pain. She was seething angrily. James caught up and shone the bright light down the street. "Who were those cats?" "Cartel," Ramona said angrily. "They've snatched him up twice tonight." She stared down the road in her night vision long after the two rigs had disappeared. Ramona?" James said, a certain air to his tone. He was moving the flashlight around the neighborhood. She turned to look at him, but the humanoid shape across the street, standing like a staring, creepy statue, startled her. She raised the rifle and flipped off the safety. "Show yourselves!" Another figure stepped out from the gap between Walt's house. Then two more from behind the houses down the other end of the street. Then three from the gap between her own house and Mrs. Giraudeau's house. She was spinning around, trying to keep up with their appearances. "Get back to the house!" she yelled at James. "Together," he said, much more calmly. "We come in peace," one man yelled out in a booming voice. Ramona pivoted at him. It was then she realized not a single one of them had raised a weapon toward her and James. "Don't move an inch closer," she hollered. "I'll kill every one of you." Hey, James urged. "Let the man speak." She could see the one yelling. He took his hockey mask off and dropped it. Then he took a very customized M4 off his shoulder and laid it on the ground with his mask. He put his hands up. "We should talk," he said. Ramona felt her sweat roll from her scalp down the back of her neck and join the rain. She stared, deliberated. Finally, she clicked the safety with her thumb and lowered the rifle. "Just you." The man walked over. James kept moving the flashlight around. "There must be 25 of them." Slowly, a shorter-than-average man was close enough that Ramona turned the nods off. James's light revealed him to be muscular, bald, with a red braided beard. "We want peace," the man said, "and to thrive in the new world. We'll kill anyone who tries to ruin that." "What's your point?" Ramona said. "My leg hurts, and I didn't get to send a bastard to hell tonight." "I gather you're in a bad mood," the stranger said. "Like PMS times 1,000, Ramona said. Both men suppressed the immature desire to snicker, knowing that it may lead to tooth decay should she take a rifle butt to their mouths. "Is this over, then?" the man asked, pointing down the road. "We have no intent to hurt the people of the neighborhood." "Then what's up with the goddamn scarecrows?" James blurted. "Why can't you weirdos just put up signs or something?" The man, who resembled a Celtic warrior, laughed out loud. "Signs are so last era. The new world could stand a little flair, don't you think?" Ramona grew tired of the visit, but deep inside she knew she'd want to speak to them again. "They won't be back tonight. Or any other night, probably. We need to go retrieve our friends from hiding so they don't come out here looking to shoot somebody." She was tired, and it showed. "Let's say we meet at the water tank, morning after tomorrow," James suggested. "We'll see you there," the man said. "What should we call you?" Ramona asked. "The outfits kind of make it hard to tell who is who." "They call me Four-Leaf," he said, "as in four-leaf clover. For good luck." Chapter 74. The Road. Billy Ray picked himself up, covered in rocks. He and a few others had managed to crawl under the lifted pickup truck as protection from the stone hail, but there was still dirt, rock, and fire everywhere. He stood, and the flash of a dark shadow caught his attention. "It was a rocket," he mumbled to himself. He picked up a rifle laying near him and shot at the retreating figure. "You're a dead man!" Billy Ray yelled as loud as he could. The gun ran out of ammo and locked the bolt back, so he dropped it. "Get into your cars," Billy Ray ordered the handful of men that were left. None were the true blood relatives. Most were simply local dirtbags his father had been partying with for 30 years, or their lazy offspring. One of the men cried out in anguish. "My brother and dad were up there. So are my son and stepson," another yelled. "What the hell did you guys get us into?" He screamed at Billy Ray. The man went to raise his shotgun when the convict beat him to the punch. Billy Ray already had his pistol pulled. He shot the man square in the forehead, his body landing on a small chunk of tree fire. He swung the Beretta toward the others. Most were still too dazed and in shock to have picked up weapons when they recovered from the explosion. "Why'd you shoot Brent, you?" Billy Ray opened up on them, killing all but one when he ran out of ammo. The man raised his own rifle and shot, but the barrel was full of gravel from digging out of the mound. It exploded the receiver in his hand when the bullet stopped in the packed barrel and the gases had nowhere to go but back. It shredded the man's right hand, ripping flesh and removing parts of 3 fingers, sending him to his knees, screaming. Billy Ray looked around him and realized that he'd just inherited the kingdom. "Need to go link up with the KF boys." He tossed the empty pistol and froze when it got to his Chevelle. He shook his head while screaming a flight of curse words that could freeze boiling water. He jumped through the window of the car and started it. Chapter 75. The Road. Jamar picked himself up, bruised from small rocks hitting him. The trees and earth on the hill over the thulite deposit had caved in to an extent to backfill where the rock had been crumbled and rolled down onto the burning hulks of trucks. West of the rock slide, the last few cars were intact. The hill had crumbled some, but not caved and slid like it did on the procession's front end. Some of Beatty's followers slowly came to their feet, small fires all around illuminating their dazed expressions. The thought that they'd all seen the rocket's launch point just occurred to him. Jamar stood and dropped the tube, his night vision goggles knocked off his face. He found them smashed under a 6-pound rock 3 feet away. Thankful the same rock hadn't found his head, it was still a major disappointment. He reached for the rifle slung around his body. Blood ran down his cheeks from taking flying pebbles. His coat shed dust and stone as he moved. Standing tree branches and broken limbs and trunks on the pile of rock and dirt held spot fires in several places. Smoke joined the heavy dust that blanketed the entire scene to make him cough a bit. Jamar sprinted back to where he'd moved the girls to and crawled over the lip of the road to the slope just as several shots kicked dirt around him in the dark. He heard rounds hitting nearby trees. "You're a dead man!" Billy Ray yelled. But Jamar wasn't having it. The correction officer didn't know who was who, just that when he peeked over the edge of the road, fires showed 7 figures, maybe more. "Get downhill," he hissed to the girls. "There's a horse and my brother down there." Chloe and Kendra stumbled, trying to ignore their physical abuse and injuries as they descended shoeless into the dark, cold valley. Jamar ran a bit farther west, just below the edge of the road, traversing the grass and pine needle slope. He got behind the tree that had taken bullets a moment earlier and peeked out. All he had to work with to see them were spot fires and a slowly brightening eastward sky behind them. He couldn't hear much more than muffled yelling, but it looked like an argument was brewing. "Sorry, fellas. Little old grenade change your plans?" Jamar mocked in his thoughts. A gunshot rang out, followed by several others. He thought he'd seen at least one figure fall, but the background was much too dark to tell. The very last car, the muscle car from hell, roared to life. Whoever was driving cut the wheels and backed the custom rear bumper into the hill on the car's left. He slowly turned around, the headlights forcing Jamar behind the tree as they swept over him. The car slowly drove to just a bit away, about where he had disappeared to head downhill. The man got out, big engine idling ominously. Still too dark for details, Jamar could only tell he was a big man after he climbed back out of the car window. He clicked on a powerful flashlight and shone the beam down the hill. Seeing nothing but nature, he turned the light toward the ground, studying the bare footprints in the dirt. "I'm gonna get you horse back," Billy Ray yelled. "And kill your little hero, too." He hopped back through the window hole and dropped it into gear. Jamar sprang up to the edge of the road as the car passed him. "We'll see about that," he yelled. He raised his rifle, flipped off the safety, and hit a hard wall when he pressed the trigger. Billy Ray gunned it, but the drag-style tires spun wildly in the gravel, forcing him to let off and try again gradually. What the hell, Jamar thought. He tried to cycle the bolt carrier, but it wouldn't travel but an inch or so. He ripped the magazine out and dropped it, then yanked on the charging handle several times, clearing out a double feed by letting them fall out the magwell. He pulled a fresh magazine from his plate carrier, sent the bolt home, and aimed. The black silhouette of the car was almost to the bend that would take him north around a larger ravine before it came out on the other side 300 yards away. Jamar pulled the stock in tight and started firing, letting the hungry gun eat some ammo. Billy Ray tried to swerve the Chevelle, but it lost its traction, and he lost control, putting the front end into 2 trees on the downhill side. Jamar sprinted toward the crash for most of the gap, then slowed to approach with a bit of caution and to keep the muzzle from bouncing. From the road directly above, he clicked on the weapon's flashlight, expecting to shoot. The car was empty. He ran down to it, moving around the back, sweeping to check inside it and on the other side. The sound of twigs breaking several yards downhill caught his ears, but with no more night vision, it was all he had to go on. Get back to the girls, he thought. Jamar caught up to the tormented women on the bottom of the slope near the horse, running and jumping over logs like a desperate free runner. He took off the rifle and handed it to Kendra. Stay here. Kevin is around somewhere on a horse, so don't just shoot at anything that moves. He slowly started to move toward the creek and his brother, who surely had the drone in the air again. Looking for the chemical light, he knew he should say something so he didn't get shot. As the sky lightened and his eyes had gotten used to not having the goggles assist him, the field and trees were more distinctive. He knew where the rocky creek bank was. Jalen, he said, not wanting to straight up yell it. Yo! His brother was in the foot-high field grass, lying flat, barely distinguishable. Jalen pulled the chem light out from under his body and waved it. Jamar ran the short distance and knelt next to him. There's a really bad dude running around out here, he said. Still too dark for the drone to see that well. Bring it down lower, Jamar said. Keep it over the field so the trees aren't an issue. There are 2 girls over by the horse. Give me a sec. The teen lay in the grass with the VR goggles on, hands on the controller, just like he was playing a video game. It's over us now. Jamar could make out the buzzing noise. The men they'd claimed it from in the bounties of war had taped over the red and green running lights. The noise thinned as Jalen flew it toward the horse in its new, much lower altitude. Yo, there's someone sneaking toward him from the west. He's almost there. You want the gat back? No. Jamar took off at a sprint back toward the girls. He heard them start to scream and Billy Ray yelling, Give me that gun, you skanky slut! He backhanded Kendra, but she held on to the rifle, knowing they would die if she didn't. Arg! Jamar let out a war cry, all out of cool catchphrases or anything else but raw emotion. He was still more than 50 yards away. Billy Ray saw the man in the dawn light coming at him and made a snap decision. He reached for the panicky horse and ripped the reins off the tree branch. He got a foot in a stirrup and yelled at the animal with his own loud battle cry. He just got a leg swung out when Crystal bolted in panic, scared of the new menacing presence. She ran west at an angle farther down the creek than Jalen was at. Jamar ran like a running back at the cut-off angle, which caused Crystal to balk in near panic. When she came to a full stop, Billy Ray lifted out of his seat and slammed back down. Jamar was right there, filled with the fight reflex. The correction officer yanked the convict's left arm down, pulling the man to the hard, rocky stream bank. The fight was on. Chapter 76. The Gorge. Kevin had failed to grab his gloves, and his hands were paying the price. Between the rope work and pushing off the slender, cracked rock walls, they were taking a beating. He estimated the descent was nearly 25 feet, and it was a bit harrowing. The rope moved and lurched above him twice due to using a live animal as an anchor, and though he might have had enough rope length to run above the landslide and find a solid tree, he needed Koda's help in getting up. The first half of the descent had been easy enough, but as the 2 walls converged to a common point, it became relevant to incorporate footwork to navigate the crevasse, which was only about twice his body width in the final 10 feet. His rifle was on his back, occasionally bouncing on small ledges. As he got closer, a woman's voice found his ears, then one a bit more familiar. I think I've done messed up, she said. He knew she was in intense pain and a bit woozy from the way she said it. My leg and shoulder are broken. What's a guy gotta do to die? Dallas Baker cried out, a bit farther away. I'm gonna kill you, he screamed. Kevin's feet hit the ground. Without detaching from the rope, he pulled the rifle around him and aimed it at the barely visible figure. No, Darlene yelled. Not him, his father. Kevin swung the rifle to scan down the small gorge, seeing the red dot fine, but not much else. The purple morning was slowly getting lighter and drifting down, but the trees, forest, and crevasse were nearly pitch black. Where'd your POS dad go, Dallas? Help me up, Kevin, Dallas begged. Ignoring him, Kevin lowered his gun and then pulled the long rope off his descender before unclipping it from his harness. He picked up the flashlight and quickly shone it over the young, bloodied woman before heading over to his former friend. "Why would I do that?" Kevin chided. He felt off-center, like the angry man in his head was winning. "After what you did in high school, I don't know you a damn thing." Dallas continued to hold out his hand. "Help me up, Kevin," he repeated, not angrily but almost apologetically, "and I'll deal with him." The young lady near the cliff wall, crying in pain, forced Kevin to think. He pulled on the redneck's hand and then shone the light down on the foot. "It feels like I'm on fire with every step." Kevin shone the light onto Dallas and could see plenty of bleeding gashes from head to broken toes. "He took the brunt of the fall," Dallas said. "It was more bouncing and rolling than straight falling. He'll get away if you don't let me go." "You're in no shape to fight a man," Kevin said, "especially him." He wanted Big Dog for his own bloodlust, but the uneasy feeling in his mind amplified. It made him want to punch something. It was nudging him backward toward the crying woman. Kevin did something he would have never guessed he would do. He unslung his rifle. "Here, make sure he never comes back." Chapter 77. Highway 21. Army veteran Lyle Hawk, 50 years old, never thought he'd see combat. The truck mechanic served his 3 years in the late 1990s. He'd taken his GI Bill and lived in Spokane, obtaining a 2-year degree in agriculture before figuring out that wasn't his passion. He'd found an apprenticeship as a lineman with the power company and enjoyed that job before a back injury had made his career path go full circle, working on the utility trucks for the same company until the Axiom hack hit. Yet here he was, 2 carloads of his relatives and friends, coming to the aid of a young family they'd accepted as their own only days earlier. Of the 10 total men, aged 17 to 64, only he had ever been in the military. Frank had heard Taylor's call, though he was not convinced she heard his reply on the tiny antenna. It had taken him a few minutes to get to Lyle's house, and a few more to wake Lyle up and make him understand what was going on. "Your new children were attacked. Taylor ran for us. The man and children are at the big ranch on 21. The groggy veteran had his sons go tell their uncles and cousins. They passed what he thought might be his adopted family's Nissan Armada 15 minutes earlier, a hunch solidified when he saw it turn around and start to follow them. None of them knew what lay ahead, but they knew the meaning of friendship, of family. He rounded a bend in the highway, the bright headlights and spotlights of several trucks illuminating the field where the forest had been cut away most of a mile ahead. He moved his old truck's lights down to just the amber parking bulbs by pushing the pull-out switch in one click. The car behind him did the same. He let off the gas to bleed speed and buy a little time. "Looks like a damn war zone," Lyle's oldest son Douglas said. He reached over the head of his younger cousin in the cramped middle seat and unlocked the plastic tab on a sliding window to the bed. His brother-in-law and 2 more cousins were lying down in the low camper top. "Get ready, looks hot." Lyle's family and friends had built up a hodgepodge supply of rifles over the years. Many of them were hunters, so hunting rifles were the most common, though 4 of the younger ones had purchased semi-autos, including cheap reproduction SKSs and AK-47s. "Is that a—" young Randall said. "I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." Lyle cut him off. He hit the brakes, causing the car behind him to have to jam on theirs too. "Time to get out." He shut the lights and car off right in the middle of the highway. When they opened the doors, the gunfire sounded controlled, timed, one side trying to keep the other at bay. The heavy M2 machine gun and the lighter M60 farther north were causing a staccato-like echo to bounce off the mountains to both east and west. The Armada had nearly caught up, but he wasn't waiting, using his arms to emphasize, "Kill your lights," to his other son driving. The clan gathered around him. "We need to take that machine gun. We're running in from here." It was a wide-open field. He couldn't even warn them to take cover. The one saving grace was that only one man was guarding the Humvee with a man sticking out of the turret and shooting across the field at the lodge's southeast quadrant. He led his family single file along the drainage ditch between the road and the fence until they came to the hole the Humvee made when it crashed through. He took a knee and looked. "Seems like most of those other trucks are empty," he thought. There were a few men taking cover around the other Humvees, but most were scattered amongst trees and garden features. He had no idea how many, but he could count parts of 5 or more of the military rigs. The elevated boom truck with the other machine gun looked to be at least 400 yards away. "Jimmy, Steve, you guys with the big game rifles, crawl up here." 4 of his relatives crawled up the ditch and moved up the slight slope right next to the fence hole. "I'm going to run for that machine gun." He pointed at the closer M2, perhaps a bit more than a football field away. "You two, each aim at one of those guys. You other two, take aim at that guy way up there in the tower rig. Don't shoot until you have to. I'll start my run after you're all set." The 4 older men, groaning with the creaks of age and the quarter-mile jog they'd just made, all crawled into the horse pasture and took a prone position. With the dark of night and all spotlights pointed at the lodge, they had the confidence to spread out a bit. A couple propped up on their elbows, while the others had fold-down bipods on their rifle stocks. With no other words, Lyle started sprinting across the low grass, occasionally stepping on a horse or cow pie as he ran. When he was about 50 yards away from the Humvee, he was running out of gas and slowing. The man on the ground turned his head after he picked up the motion. A rifle shot rang out, and the high-energy deer round ripped into the man's chest like it was hot butter. He dropped at the same moment the second round ripped through the machine gunner's neck, turning him into a jelly meat sack that fell lifelessly down into the rig. Soon all of Lyle's snipers went to work on the man in and near the boom truck. Lyle pulled open the Humvee's door and felt warm blood all over his bare hands when he reached for the man whose cervical spine had been severed. He dragged him out and climbed into the rig, over some ammo cans, and up into the big, hot Browning. He was too stressed and spent for organized thought, but the skills from basic training came right back. The barrel was radiating heat, but it wasn't glowing, which was a good sign. He scanned the charging handle on the right and the feeding bucket on the left, seeing it was mostly full. Scattered brass and links were all over the top of and inside of the rig. He grabbed 2 handles and put his thumbs on the butterfly trigger. The heavy jolt was worse than he remembered. It took concentration and strength to keep the rear leaf and front blade sights aligned. Lyle Hawk had no idea who he was saving, who he was killing, or even that he was smiling. The huge 660-grain bullets tore through the metal, flesh, tree, and rocks as he started raising anyone shooting at the ranch, just as it had torn out huge chunks of wood around the various windows the previous operator had been shooting at. Those in the little park-like area near the circular drive were closest, so Lyle started there. Men were ripped apart, screaming and bleeding as they fell. Limbs were nearly shot off when they hit the bone just right. He swung toward the nearest Humvee, but his snipers had already started going to work. A few rounds were shot at him, but he was able to keep behind the 2 metal plates on each side of the barrel. Across to the north, someone was lowering the bucket truck to try and get in. He swung and raised the barrel, filling the engine with copper-jacketed lead until it caught on fire. No power, no bucket, he thought. Lyle let off the trigger once he saw the barrel was hot. The gun kept firing, a hot run caused by the rounds getting hot enough to light the powder by simply entering the superheated barrel. He reached down to the belt and broke a round out of the links. As the last 10 rounds continued to shoot off a few seconds apart, it dawned on him that it was the very last gun firing. The Indians had saved the cowboys. Chapter 78. The Stream. The con and the CO squared off as the scared horse ran away. "Oh, you're some kind of cop," Billy Ray yelled. Jamar's uniform pants and tactical vest stuck out to the escaped convict like a sore thumb. But he wasn't the only one from that world. "God kept me alive to rid this new world of murderers like you." He had his stance wide, 1 foot set back, hands up. He was shorter but more athletic than his opponent, but the 2 powerful men were equally strong. The only conclusion? It would be a fatal brawl. Billy Ray shot in low and fast, slipping 1 arm and a shoulder around Jamar's trunk. His size overpowered Jamar, and both men went flying into the cold mountain stream. The water was a shock to Jamar's system, 1 more factor, 1 more distraction. He was on his back, and though not fully on top of Jamar, Billy Ray was on his knees faster, 1 arm pressing down on Jamar's shoulder. Jamar slammed the heel of his left palm into the side of Billy Ray's head. At the same moment, the con had tried to get his second hand on Jamar's throat. He repeated the blow a second time, a third, struggling to keep his core tight, refusing to breathe while the stream ran over his face. Billy Ray finally let go, needing to evade the strong slams to his right temple. As soon as he did, Jamar gave him a big shove and scrambled up. He spun and rapidly pulled the Velcro flaps on his chest rig, tossing it down just in time to partially sidestep another tackle attempt. He turned out at the hips, Billy Ray once more wrapped up with an arm around Jamar's midsection. Jamar struck down with his right heel strike this time, directly into the back of Billy Ray's neck. The man threw his arms down, falling face first into the stream. By this time, Jalen had run over, holding Jamar's pistol up, eyes wide with terror. He was too scared to shoot. He hid the gun in the grass and ran back to where he came from, an idea in his head. Jamar swung a leg over and got on Billy Ray's back, trying to get his arm around the throat for a chokehold. But the convict had pumped too much iron. He did a push-up from his knees, lifting the 190-pound CO up on his back. After the first one, Jamar got his right foot on the ground and tried to scoot a bit to work on the choke. That's when Billy Ray threw his own right leg under his raised torso and spun at the same moment, coming over. Jamar fell back into the stream on his back, completely submerged, with the big killer on top of him backward. Jamar was grabbing for anything to keep his opponent off balance, but he took in water, which rushed right into his throat. He started to hack and cough. Billy Ray slipped off, and Jamar lifted up, coughing. He tried to roll over and felt the convict get behind him. He got shoved down into the river face first, with his hands pinned down by his waist. Suddenly the drone flew straight into Billy Ray's head. Not an overly powerful collision, but enough of a distraction when something hit his eye. He hopped back off Jamar and swung at the flying gizmo, which was wobbly and trying to recover itself, but shaking badly from a bent rotor blade. He ran to it, grabbing it and smashing it down into the water. Billy Ray stared at it a second, looking around. He saw Jalen 50 yards upstream. "You're next." He turned back, and Jamar was trying to go from all 4 points to just his feet, still coughing from the near drowning. Billy Ray ran back over and shoved him down into the stream. He reached down into the water and pulled back up a rock a bit bigger than a softball. "No!" Jalen yelled in complete shock. The convict got down over Jamar, a knee on each side, pinning him once more. He raised the rock over his shoulder. "I fought sucked turds harder than you, turtle," he yelled, using the prison lingo for a guard. Then Murphy made his appearance, this time in Jamar's favor. The arrow pierced the nerve and muscle of Billy Ray's rear shoulder from a low angle behind and to his side. It came out of his chest through his right lung, the shaft disappearing into the water 10 feet away. The agony in the shoulder was instant, a searing, white-hot pain like he'd never felt. The chest pain followed about the time the rock he was holding fell back to the stream. He looked, eyes in shock. The biggest, blackest horse he'd ever seen was 40 yards away, a middle-aged woman still holding her follow-through to make sure her bolt flew true. Lydia dropped the bow and screamed like a banshee as she heeled the American-Belgian draft horse. She swung Duncan in an arch to make sure he didn't get over Jamar, who was struggling to get his face back out of the water. Billy Ray, bleeding profusely, stood. He was in shock, unsteady. He tried to run back toward the stream bank. Duncan, at close to 2,500 pounds, plowed through the man like he was a blade of grass. Lydia let the horse run up on the bank. The man was face first in the water, barely moving, but barely was enough for the man who'd tried to kill her friend. "Again, Duncan!" she screamed, spurring the horse into action. Duncan saw his friend Jamar get to his knees and knew. The horse knew that the predator ahead deserved what he could give it. Duncan sprang back onto his rear legs, Lydia holding on. The horse used the forward momentum from his trunk falling back down to pick up speed, pick up power. Duncan shot a forceful knee into Billy Ray's head, then came to a stop. With both plate-sized rear hooves on the man's torso, he reared on hind legs once more until he felt the human's chest implode. Chapter 79. The Gorge. Kevin watched Dallas hobble out of the small gorge about 50 feet down where it tapered into the hillside. He spun and stepped over broken branches and stones to get back to the woman. He shone the light over her to see how bad it was. "I have to hurt you to help you. Sorry." In his head, he was wishing he'd brought his full pack now. He had a medical kit specifically for treating the likely injuries he'd find after a search and rescue, splints, slings, a neck brace. But his kit was miles away. He'd have to make do with what he had. As gingerly as he could, he looked all around the woman. Her self-reported leg break wasn't grotesque or obvious, but the dislocated shoulder was. He also noticed a gash on her face. "Unzipping your coat to look for bleeding." "Okay," she moaned. "What's your name?" Some distraction for her mind while he worked. She winced and made a small moan of closed-mouthed scream occasionally. Darling. That's a beautiful name. Darling, I need to improvise a couple of things to stabilize you. Which leg is the hurt one? The right one, below the knee. All right, hang tight. How's it going down there? A voice yelled. Daddy! Darling started to cry. I'm sorry, Daddy. While father and daughter consoled each other through the dark space, Kevin stood and looked around, pulling out his pocket knife at the same time. Moving back past his loose rappelling rope on the ground, he found a broken branch as thick as a child's arm and not particularly rotten. He used the knife to quickly scrape the small pine sub-branches from the bark, clearing a few feet. Looking, he found a crack big enough to take it, so he shoved it in and pulled on the wood to snap it off. After repeating the process, he soon had 2 clean pieces of wood. Next, he carved off 3 pieces of the rope. With one, he tethered the wood next to Darlene's lower leg, securing the pieces from her knee down to the heel of her boot. With the second, he made a sling for her left arm. He needed to save the last one for the climb. He couldn't spare to cut any more rope. He pulled his tourniquet out of his cargo pocket. I'm not trying to get fresh, I promise. The rope sling went from her neck to her wrist, but it wasn't enough. After unbuckling and stretching the tourniquet to full length, he reached under her arms all the way around her, right up in her space. He ran the strap around the outside of her wounded arm and around the ribs on the unwounded side, cinching it. It would help keep her arm and shoulder a bit more stable. How are we going to get out of here? She asked, still in intense pain. Can we just go out like they did? Kevin shook his head. It'll be worse to drag you all the way out and then all the way up the slope. Again, I'm not trying to be naughty, he said. He showed her the last piece of rope. He laid it across her waist and tucked the ends under the small of her back. Next, Kevin reached down under her crotch and up her rump until he found the ends and pulled them with all the slack back up to the front. He ran them in a round turn around the cross-waist portion over the pelvis. He'd essentially made a tight loop around the top of each leg. Then he ran it up and around her armpits, crossing it over and tying it off with a knot and loop right where her cleavage was. I'm making a rescue harness to clip you to me and the climbing rope, just in case I lose my control. I'll be holding you with only the tops of my thighs for the first bit, so I need you to squeeze around my trunk as tight as you can with your right arm. Okay? Okay, Darling nodded. Kevin took the extra gear he'd brought out of the carabiner, holding it to his harness, and attached his ascender to the rope running up to the anchor, nearly at the top of his reach. Attached to it were 2 additional components. He ran the rope through the brake and attached it to his front carabiner near his belt buckle. He then opened a small zipped pouch and pulled out a long length of nylon strapping, which had loops for him to step into sewn every foot or so. That was clipped to the ascender. Lastly, he added a small redirect device to the ascender, taking the rope near his waist and running it back up to it to pass it through it. It would make the pull-the-rope part of his movements much easier. Here we go, he said, squatting next to the woman. He clipped his front carabiner to her improvised harness and scooped her with his long arms. Darling let out a howl. Kevin stood and planted a foot on the rock wall. Hold on tight. He let her butt rest on his raised thigh so that he could finish the setup. He helped her sit up with his left hand and took the small, clipped rope that would normally be his reserve attachment to the ascender, instead hooking it to the improvised loop at her chest. If anything happens, this'll hold us, okay? She nodded, the worry in her eyes soothed by his calm confidence. Thank you. Get the horse ready up there, he yelled. Kevin took the slack out of the system by pulling down on the rope hanging out of the redirect. With Darling's butt still resting on his right leg, he picked his left off the ground, transferring weight to Coda. There was a small movement, but he didn't wait to get to work. His left foot found a loop as high up as it could, and he stepped up, straightening his leg while holding the ascender. Once he was standing, he was able to shove the device up as far as his reach and the tether to Darling would allow, about 2 feet. He repeated the process. Kevin was nearly spent and breathless by the time they'd made it back up to the wider part of the gorge. Okay, he yelled. Walk him backward. With Jesse steering the horse, Kevin was able to transition his feet to just keeping them from dragging the wall. They swayed quite a bit from side to side, making him glad he'd opted to use the ascender in the narrow part of the ascent. The heavy nylon sheath on the climbing rope would take some damage, but most of its strength was designed to be held by the inner core to allow for such friction, wear, and tear in a one-time emergency usage. Kevin was able to walk right up and over the rocky drop-off, carrying Darling in his arms. He moved halfway to the horse before squatting and setting her down. Jesse limped over and knelt, cradling his daughter's bloody face with a rough palm. "Baby girl." The mountain of a cowboy was starting to cry. He moved the same big paw from his daughter to Kevin's shoulder, a look of relief like Kevin had never seen on the man's face. "Who'd you say you are again?" Kevin Richardson." Chapter 80. The Stream. Farther east, Dallas hobbled toward the scared horse that he knew was Nutmeg. "Shh," he soothed. "It's okay." His body was racked with pain from one end to the other. He was fueled only by the desire to see his father pay for all he'd done. Unlike Big Dog, nobody had ever accused Dallas of being charismatic, but having met Dallas once, the horse trusted him. They were near the mountain stream, east of the big field, where both banks shot out of it in a tree-lined angle. He'd tracked his father's blood drops. He'd never know if the horse was not there when Beatty had headed south across the stream, or if Nutmeg wouldn't let him get near. It don't matter, he knew. Nothing matters anymore. He grunted intently when he transferred weight to the bad ankle, holding on to the saddle with a death grip. He got his right foot into the stirrup and pushed himself up. As he did, he lost his hand on the rifle, and it fell to the ground. He took a series of deep breaths in frustration. In so much pain, he wasn't sure he could make it back up. "Come on, horse," he said, rubbing her neck. He'd decided to leave the rifle. "It'll be over soon." He went to the last blood drops he knew of on the north bank, then crossed over and picked the trail back up. The splatters were getting rounder, closer, tighter. He's slowing down. Horse and rider strode out of the frigid water and up the hills, the pines, cedars, and firs thin enough for them not to need to duck or dodge too much. It was smaller than the hill the road had been cut into. They'd only gone maybe 200 feet when they crested to the short, flat spot. He paused and looked around, then down the next slope. The dawn was starting to trickle through the trees enough to be of use. It was quiet. Too quiet. BD came from behind a tree, swinging a big branch right into his son's crushed ankle. Nutmeg reared and bolted back down toward the stream, leaving Dallas in the leaves and needles on the hard ground. He felt his dad grab him by the neck and hair. "Boy, you are done. Hear me? The best part of you ran down your mama's leg the night I planted a load in her." Dallas spun around, a fist-sized rock in his hand, which he crashed into Beatty's nose. It erupted in bright red blood, causing the man to nearly howl. Dallas struggled to stand, and as he did, two bloody hands and a face right out of a horror movie grabbed him by the front of the shirt. Dallas was adjacent to the edge of the slope down to the next valley. He spun out, causing him and Beatty to both start sliding down the steep, pine-needle surface. Both men struggled and failed to find a tree to hang on to. They came to a thulite ledge, Beatty grabbing on to Dallas's waist. At the last moment, Dallas got a hand around a sapling trunk. Beatty's body went over the drop, the rocks below about 15 feet down, and quickly giving way to another small, flat valley. "Pull us up, boy. I can't take another fall." Dallas could barely breathe, the strain of holding both of them up with one hand too intense. He felt his grip weaken. The thumb slipped. He was down to 4 fingertips. "Why are you so evil?" Dallas screamed. "All we wanted was for you to love us." He was crying. "Pull us up, boy," Beatty begged calmly, "and I'll love you to the day I die." Dallas knew the truth then. His father would never, could never, love anyone, because he hated himself the most. "That's today, Pa." Dallas let go of the thin tree. Time slowed down for the younger Baker. His father's grip released as the evil man flailed his arms in the freefall. Dallas felt all the pain go away. He closed his eyes, and the fall, though only a second, felt like a soothing nap which lasted a lifetime. It felt like peace. He pivoted in the air, his hair splitting open on a rock and killing him instantly. BD's experience was far different. He felt both ankles snap, and heard it too. He rolled back, screaming in fierce suffering. He heard growling and snarling. BD opened his terrified eyes and looked right. 8 feet away, a light brown wolf was baring its teeth, its eyes like deep black caves of hate and focus. Another noise. He spun his head to the left. This wolf was gray, only 10 feet away. Saliva was drooling out of its mouth. Beatty spun over to his side, but the broken ankles made it too painful to do anything else. He scanned around. A third wolf picked itself up from its bed on the forest floor. A fourth. A fifth. Soon, there were 8. Nutmeg was running up the slope past the stream, back to find her people, when the horrendous scream pierced the entire valley. The natural predators tore the unnatural one to 100 pieces, one sour bite at a time. Chapter 81. West of the Ranch. The sun rose, turning the dark sky into a brilliant aqua blue. After helping Jesse assess the status of his wounded men and load Darling onto the quad, he climbed to the top of the rock pile. It smoldered with the vapors from burning vehicles and men, the smoke drifting up from the rock pile that covered the road for 150 feet. It brought with it the smell of burned plastic and death. Rather than risk a broken leg on the unstable mess, he went back down to where Jesse had tied off Coda. He gathered his climbing gear, including the compromised rope, and packed Coda for a ride down to the valley. The beaten, bloody trail was easy to follow, and halfway down he came up to Nutmeg. He tied her reins to a saddle horn and used Coda to lead her to the valley floor. Seeing the blood and hoof prints, he decided he would come back later, needing to know what had happened to Damar, how his friend had made the decision to blow up the entire road. A couple of 100 yards had taken him back out into the field, where he felt his heart gush. Kevin got off Coda like his pants were on fire, sprinting to his sister. She and Chloe were huddled under a mylar blanket Lydia had in her backpack. The horsewoman had gotten the fire going near the riverbank, where Damar was sitting under a second blanket, its chrome lining reflecting the fire's flicker like a second sunrise in the grass. Jalen was hugging his brother like the smaller version of a big spoon. Kevin held his younger sister tight, pulling in Chloe too, simply because his heart was overflowing. The group was surprised to learn that he hadn't heard the grisly screams or the wolf pack howling nearby a short while later. Damar announced he was feeling better, and the conversation for a plan surfaced. Kevin told them about meeting some of the ranchers, which answered the question Lydia had been waiting to ask. Where'd that horse come from? Kevin traded Coda for Nutmeg, which gave the 5 others 3 horses to head west on. None of them were in great shape. They'd quenched their thirst with the filtering water bottle Lydia had thought to bring, but famished and exhausted barely sufficed to describe how they felt. Damar had had quite an adrenaline dump to recover from, and the girls were in deep shock. Kevin had to kiss and hug his sister repeatedly to convince her it was okay for them to go separate directions. She broke down once more, telling him she thought their mother had been killed. He told her he'd just learned otherwise a half hour later. The group would go back and rest. He promised to be along before nightfall, buying himself time to go find his mother and ascertain the status of Republic and their home. The last order of business was promising Chloe that he would find out about Seth and Dallas. She nearly vomited when he asked if she wanted to know about her father. Once he'd gotten the group traveling west, he and Nutmeg moved back to where he could pick up the trail. He'd found his rifle just a few feet south of the stream. Within 5 minutes, he'd found his childhood friend in a pool of his own blood at the bottom of the rock wall, but otherwise undisturbed. He nearly retched when he figured out the odd thing he was looking at was a human rib cage, neck, and half of one arm. Big Dog Baker had, apparently, a pile of big dog poop. Despite the gore, the woods were otherwise peaceful, calming. I'm finally home, Kevin thought, letting Nutmeg take them back to the road. It had been 19 days since the hack had started the demise of America, and maybe the world. It had felt like a lifetime ago since he parked his silver Toyota Tacoma near the armory in Spokane. His mind drifted to the State Guard, the good ones, the particularly bad officer, and now Nelson Butterton and Sean Folan, who had died protecting others. Please, Lord, no more surprises today. Are you surprised to see us? Taylor asked Kevin from inside the human huddle that she, Kenny, and their children had squashed into all around him behind the lodge's back patio. Nearby, one of the Statler children was walking Nutmeg away back to the barn. Close to the small family group, Jesse and Dawn were sharing their own embrace. The best surprise I've had today, Kevin joked. He kissed Kenny, Taylor, and Sierra all on the cheek, then picked up baby Dylan and held the baby close enough to smell him. How's he smell so clean? "These nice natives that took us in yesterday." Taylor beamed. "And saved our bacon in the middle of the night," Kenny said. "Thanks to you, honey bear." He gave his wife a kiss for the umpteenth time. "I heard Mom's here," Kevin said. Before he could wait for an answer, a giant cowboy palm slipped onto his shoulder. His own wounds be damned, Jesse Statler wanted Kevin's attention. "Son, I'd like you to meet Darlene's mother," Jesse said. Kevin turned right into a warm embrace from a beautiful older woman. Dawn Statler put her ear right next to his. She was so tightly wrapped onto him. Her voice cracked in an uncharacteristic whisper. "Thank you." She started to cry. It's all right," Kevin said. "I mean, you're welcome. And you promised I could take a look at you," Taylor told Jessie. She pulled him into the lodge. "She's been helping their medics," Kenny said, diffusing Kevin's confused look. "You should go check in on Darlene, if you get the chance," Dawn said. "I will, ma'am," Kevin said. "After I see my mother." Kevin handed her the baby and made a polite exit, pulling Kenny several feet over to talk near a corral fence. He brought his brother up to speed on Keith's journey and death, and to Mar and the group, still miles to the west. Kevin briefed him on the battle they had, and the confrontation that both BD and Billy Ray Baker were gone, and never coming back, as was their entire horde. In turn, Kenny explained to Kevin their own battle, and to be prepared for what the inside of the lodge looked like after the siege it had endured. He promised to scrounge up a few capable people in trucks for when Kevin was ready to head out and find his group. A short while later, Kevin was in a guest room with his mother, holding her hand. Liz Richardson was overwhelmed with joy. Kenny and his troop had made it, and now Kevin had helped rescue Kendra, who was now under trusted protection. Kevin was crying. I'm sorry I left the note I did, Mom. I'm just glad you're home, sweetie. If we could just get Keith back, it would be a perfect world." He squeezed his mother's hand tightly and blew out a deep breath, and sobbed when he sucked in more air. "Keith's at peace now, Mom." Kevin had spent nearly 2 hours with his mother, and she had cried herself to exhaustion. He caught himself yawning and craving waffles. When he departed, he heard a friendly voice drifting up the hall, so he chased it. He rapped with 2 knuckles on the doorframe. A young cowboy about Kevin's age or a bit older stood from a chair when Kevin showed up. "Love you, sis." He gave Kevin a quiet smile as he passed through the door. "I was beginning to wonder if you were avoiding me," Darlene said. It was clear to Kevin that the ranch had stocked up on human pain meds. "No, not at all." Kevin sat in the warm chair her brother had just vacated. "Scoot over here," Darlene said, waving her unharmed hand. Kevin stared at the girl his age. Despite the stitches in her scalp and the large, padded gauze on her gashed cheek, she was still jaw-droppingly gorgeous, just like her mother. He complied, bringing the chair closer, and she took his hand, sending a spark to his brain and making his guts tickle just a bit. "I hear you found Nutmeg," she said, smiling. "She's a beautiful horse," Kevin said. "I got a question," she said. Darlene yawned from her medication, and Kevin yawned, wondering what a guy had to do to find some waffles. "Would you want to go to church with me?" Chapter 82. Olympia. Wade shot to an awake state, the ammonia-based smelling salts assaulting his sense of smell like a tart punch to the nose. He no sooner tried to flinch but found his wrists and ankles bound, a somewhat looser strap on his forehead. It allowed for a small amount of motion, but not enough to pull his head up and look around. He was nude and lying on cold metal. He peeled his eyelids apart, and the bright light over him made the fuzzy shapes look like angels or demons. "You know," the handler said, "we weren't intending on killing you the last time." "I know a sadist when I see one." Wade coughed through a dry throat. "Where am I?" "Sergio was only going to remind you there's a price for disobedience," the handler said. He sighed heavily. "That was your last chance." Wade's voice cracked an iota. "Then why'd you bother to wake me?" he demanded testily. The man stood and walked over, standing next to the two figures in full surgical protective equipment. It was for their protection, not Wade's. "Because I wanted you to know." He left it hanging there. Wade tried to crane his neck with the small motion the strap would allow, eyes darting frantically. "Where am I?" he demanded. "Olympia. Just a few blocks from the governor's mansion. He's gone now, no thanks to you. We just didn't see a reason to keep running things from his little emergency base." Wade was confused, fear creeping across his face. "What's with all the theatrics?" he screamed. "Just kill me already." "Like I said," the handler looked at his surgical team and nodded before stepping out of the splatter zone. "I wanted you to know." "Wait!" Wade Curry screamed. "Wait!" His eyes widened, flexing every muscle against the straps that were impossible to budge. The figure on his right side moved a scalpel to the front of his shoulder, plunging the laser-sharpened blade into the skin, the fat, the muscle. Wade clenched his teeth and grunted, which lasted for the first 2 seconds. After that, he screamed. The same surgeon who had repaired the shoulder nearly 2 weeks earlier was now opening it up with no anesthesia. After 2 5-inch perpendicular cuts, he clamped off an artery that was shooting a steady spray. He then pulled muscle out with his bare hand, like a butcher carving a rump roast. Wade was screaming and watching it all, the pain nearly unbearable. The man pulled out a battery pack and a small GPS transmitter, about the size of a coin, and placed it into a stainless container. Blood from the cut flesh was running down Wade's body in all directions. The surgical team stepped back, and the handler stepped up. "You didn't think we'd turn you loose on the world without a leash, did you?" Tears were streaming from Wade's eyes, a mix of pain and severe dread. Even his nose was running. "Please, don't. We can still—" The gunshot from the handler's gold-plated .38 revolver was the last sound Wade Albert Curry ever heard. Chapter 83. Republic. The small fire station was filled with townspeople. In the 2 days since the huge battle, a lot had happened. Word had spread like wildfire about all of it. The ranch owners and their hands, their Indian tribal friends to the south, and a group led by one of their own youth. Good folks had stood their ground, had said, "Enough's enough." They'd not only quashed the Baker Gang uprising, they'd even wiped out an allied swarm from Kettle Falls. Jesse and Will Statler carried a lot of weight in the town. Their call for people to come out of hiding and have a meeting was answered. They, along with Kevin and Kenny, had sat at a table like a town council might have had they shown. While the fate of the former mayor had been well known, what wasn't as public was what had happened to the sparsely populated county's commissioners. Kevin had insisted Jamar be brought up too. He didn't want his black friend or siblings to be viewed as anything other than family. "I've set up a small agenda," Will Statler said. He was using a wheelchair parked at the end of the table to aid in his battle injuries. "I'd like to talk about replacing the police chief and sheriff with only a sheriff. This town was barely big enough to be incorporated as it was, but now a sheriff and one posse is really all we need." "What about health care?" an older woman yelled. "Screw that," a younger man replied. "We're practically starving. When are we going to divide up all the stuff Baker was hoarding?" In an instant, there was at least 6 more people making similar statements. "Hold up a damn second," Will Statler said, standing. The room hushed rapidly when the big man stood and took his cowboy hat off. "This is why that jackass was able to take over to begin with. Get it together, people." He sat back down when the crowd had hushed completely. Jesse continued. "But first, I know that one of the things I'd wished the L Circle L had prepared better was communications. I've asked Lorne Andrews to give us a brief on the things he's been picking up on the shortwave." Kevin saw a man of probably 80 stand and reach back to a folder the person seated next to him was holding. He shuffled his feet, which echoed off the fire station's concrete floor and metal walls. "Afternoon, everybody," the old man said. "I imagine this'll rile a lot of you up pretty good. Here goes." An hour later, Jesse Statler had finally taken the floor back from the old gentleman. After the dismay of the unbelievable occurrences had finally waned, Kenny volunteered to be the radio operator's first student in a volunteer comms team. Issues of reliable power, food as they headed into winter, water, and the Cummings sheriff's posse dictated that they have a meeting daily until some leadership could surface. They had learned that the hack had indeed sent the major militaries of the world on a path of self-destruction. Chinese warplanes had attacked all their dams and nuclear power plants. In France, the Eiffel Tower had been brought down by a cluster of armed drones. In Australia, submarines and surface Navy missiles had destroyed the Australian Securities Exchange and all major shipping ports. In Russia, their high-tech autonomous infantry robots had been unleashed on the facility building them before hypersonic rounds shot from space and destroyed every base. The world was out of power, and only navigation satellites were still operating. Governments were still trying to pretend to be in charge, but the cities were overrun with anarchy. A massive mob from Chicago drove to Peoria and burned the capital to the ground. The CDC in Atlanta was burned down too. Someone had taken out the vice president's plane with a rocket on the runway in Dallas, and rumor was that the president and Air Force One had grown tired of circling the East Coast for weeks, finally heading to a retreat in American Samoa. The meeting refused to break up, the people wanting to know for sure that Big Dog Baker was gone forever. Will and Jesse had told their portion of the story. After some urging, Kenny did too. He wanted the folks in town to understand as bad as Beatty had been, it was worse out there. Finally, it was Kevin's turn. "Your father was a respected man in this town, Kevin," one of the crowd said. "It did us proud to see you serving in the state guard in his place. But tell us, how did you come to be home? Did they release you? Did you go AWOL? What happened in Seattle?" Kevin stood and cleared his throat. I obviously am just one person, one man with his own story. For me, the writing on the wall was early. It started at Husky Stadium, and then Safeway. "What do you mean?" a different woman yelled from the back. "I mean, law and order was just an illusion. I think it always was. There weren't enough of us." He looked at Jamar. "There weren't enough cops. We were never going to be able to round up the escapees." He let the murmur start and then die before proceeding. They knew all along their plan was to simply lock down the entire city, the entire urban area. For their protection, I think I remember my leading officer say. But then, one day... He paused and put his hand on Jamar's shoulder. "I saw the cops hijack a gas station and start a gun battle." The crowd was in disbelief, many of them agreeing with Kevin, others failing to see how it could happen. "I wouldn't be here if it weren't for another man who believed in his oath saving me. We, and a few others, had figured it out. There was no coming back." "What about justice?" a woman called out, clearly crying, as if what Kevin was telling her was allowing her to finally admit the truth. "What about society?" "The old world is gone," Kevin said. "It won't ever be back, unless, truly, just folks stand up, like we did." He waved his hands along the table. "Society will die in the shadows. It'll fade with the echoes of the just, as they die trying to keep the evil from taking over." "Then what's left?" a man said, also upset and emotional. Kevin thought about it all. His best buddy Jamar, saving Ramona, and then the two of them saving her again. A little girl he would always treasure. EMT Sean Folan dying saving Lydia and her family. Nelson dying for simply talking to an angry man with the wrong tone. The fight to save his brother and Jalen from drowning, but coming up short. The fight to save his sister, and saving the girl of his dreams because something had told him to. The answer was so painfully obvious to him that he felt sorry for the person asking. What's left? Why, love, of course. Epilogue. A little over 5 months later. "Look clear on that side?" James asked from his side of the Ford Mustang wagon, if that was what one could call it. Its existence was as unique as the motley crew riding it. Over winter, the violence in Bellevue matched that in any other populated center. Close to starving, several families from the neighborhood used their loose alliance with the Scarecrows to strike a barter deal with a large stable and horse training facilities on the park's north side. The odd anarchists acted as a disinterested third party, asking only for some donated food as the fee. That was the easy part. The stables had traded off a horse for 8 llamas and a dozen rabbits. What they needed was a way to protect all their animals until they headed east come spring. That's exactly what we want to do too, Ramona told them. Over time, the alliance turned from shaky to keep a close eye to, yes, we can trust these guys. At stake was a custom metalworking project none of them would have ever thought possible before that fateful September day. Walt had the skills, but he didn't have the materials. Cars had become a death sentence for anything less than a 3-rig and 12-person team to travel in. Of all valuable things in the New World, fuel was king. Water was easily collected in the Puget Sound region, and water filters, initially ignored when the camping and hardware stores had been raided in the early days, became a close second. But it took teams and fuel to go fetch the other necessities, which were often acquired through trading at the local parking lot markets that sprang up. After all, it wasn't the black market if it was the only one around. They were looking for welding supplies and things with enough amperage to run welding machines, generators, fuel, wire and wire feeding gear, sticks for carbon arcing. The mission was simple: turn cars and trucks that would never run again into wagons that the stable's horses could pull once the passes were clear of most of the snow. Of course, getting that gear took currency, of which the third and fourth most needed items usually reigned: food and ammunition. To earn currency, side missions were performed, usually via trading security services, just like the stables needed to start with. It became a conflated, confusing system of favors and trades, and people had to sharpen their survival skills if they wanted to live. Listening and watching for a setup or ambush and lie detecting were as important to the currency earners as heat control was to Walt's welding or good soil was to Diana's winter tomato plants in the garage. Over the winter, though, as Ramona became comfortable with her leg and the neighbors became comfortable with their lent firearms, things took shape. Walt, assisted by a few others, cranked out wagon after wagon, using car frames and body panels for material. The cars were stripped down to a rolling chassis. Everyone's yards started to fill with body parts, engines, transmissions, and seats. They discovered hoods filled with sand made for great ballistic shields for the houses they lived in, and cargo vans or box trucks had the best bodies for converting into the wagon's hold. By the end of February, the convoy had grown to 14 rigs, each 1 horse-powered. The oldest horses had been slaughtered and smoked into jerky over the winter. It was going to happen anyway, as feeding them had become a huge chore in itself. Ramona and her group always rode the back of the pack, watching for a sneak attack and always keeping the escape routes planned as they slowly moved east. Brian would join them in a journey to the central state before heading south to his family's hunting cabin in Oregon. Walt had no reason to stay and die some unseen horrible death in Bellevue, so he opted for the full trip to Kevin's and then Ramona's parents after that. And Diana and James had rekindled. They'd found former church members who confirmed for them that their extended families had either perished or bugged out of the metro area. Progress was going to be slow. People upset with the lack of speed quickly figured out which items to toss first. The only ones allowed to ride all day were the few elderly or truly infirm. Everyone took turns walking. Right now, it was Ramona's turn. I said, "Does it look clear on that side?" James repeated, snapping her out of dreaming about the day she would see her daughter again. "Yeah," Ramona said. "All clear." About the same time of winter, Kevin moved along the line of people under the L Circle L's covered drive-through entry, trying not to get emotional. The old school wagon was loaded to the gills, over half of it as feed and forage for Lydia's 4 horses. They would eat what they could scrounge on the trip to Montana, of course, but contrary to popular belief, they couldn't just eat any bush they found. The wagon even had its own tow-behind cart. It was made from the bed of a truck that had been partially intact after the back road was cleared. With enough brakes and a slow pace, the estimated 4,000 pounds would be steady exercise for Duncan. They could always put Coda into harness, too, if it came to be needed on a steep hill. Lydia, Corny, and their kids had all proved they were worth well over the cost of feeding them to Dawn. By the time the departure had come around, the ranch owner felt sorry they were going and provided as much food and supplies as she could spare. Jamar was adamant about escorting them, and Jalen and Felicity were agreeable to stay with the Richardsons, on the chance that their mama and Jamar's father would show up someday. Lydia made a valid argument about saving Jamar's butt back in fall, but she lost the battle nonetheless. However, Jamar agreed it would be unwise to come back alone, so Brett Statler agreed to go. He would have his own horse, and Jamar would earn ownership of Coda or Crystal in exchange. Kevin set his rifle in the lumber rack in front of the lodge. They were a common sight in Republic, whether on the ranch or on the main drag through town. Watering troughs and hitching posts had made a comeback too. He moved over to the last in line, watching the Johnsons move through and hug or high-five everyone. When they got to Jamar, both teens tried to play it cool, but the real sadness seeped out, and soon the entire line was feeling the melancholy. Missy held Kevin's hand as often as she could, moving along ahead of him when she was taking too long with his goodbyes. "Goodbye, Kevin," Corny said, the short half-Asian barely able to get her hands around his neck for the hug. "I'll never forget some of our chats in the cruiser." Oh boy, Kevin thought, feeling the moisture build up. Don't be such a pansy. You're a great driver, Corny. Just don't wreck the wagon. That elicited a laugh from her and a chuckling eye roll from Lydia. He stepped in front of her next. "Don't remind me about her driving," Lydia cracked about her wife. "Goodbye, Elle," Kevin said. "Please keep Tamar from doing anything stupid." The normally stoic woman cracked her voice. "I will." They hugged, and he stepped in front of Lewis. "Keep reading, Lewis. I hope you like those fishing and fashion magazines I found." On par, the autistic teen didn't look Kevin in the eye. "3 of them don't have the subscription card in them, and perfume stinks." Kevin looked at Lydia, confused. "The sample packets in the fashion mags," she explained. "And thanks for that," she added. "He won't stop looking at the lingerie sections." Kevin stepped in front of Jackson next. "Take care, Jackson. Just remember, you don't always have to be weird." He shook the boy's hand. Without letting go of the handshake, Jackson said, "You ever pick your nose and can't get the booger off, and then someone shakes your hand?" Kevin locked eyes with the teen for a moment, then let go of the shake and moved on without another word. He wiped his hand on his pants and wound up in front of his best friend. The 2 young men had forged a bond with a perfect stranger under duress and come out on the other side better people. They stared at each other for a minute, each afraid that talking would make them emotional. "Just rip the Band-Aid off, Kev," Jamar said. Kevin hugged his friend. "Nothing stupid. We're all out of rockets, you know." "Yeah," Jamar smiled. "But we both know who wound up with the bigger RPG kill score, don't we?" 2 months later. The romance having been nearly as whirlwind as the Axiom hack, Kevin married Darling on Christmas Day before she'd even been able to stop wearing the old-school plaster cast on her right leg. The winter was spent using the ranch snowmobiles to start gathering data. It began with a serious need to know who had died in the small county, whether naturally, starving, or in violence. Beatty and his followers had spread their bounty out around multiple properties, most of them on his long country road. So figuring out what belonged to who was the next big task. Once he'd been unanimously named sheriff by every adult in attendance, Jesse Statler had set up an outpost at BD's, staffed by 6 of his own men and women in 24-hour shifts. Other volunteer posse members were slowly integrated, with moral fiber being the most desired category. Religious views and abilities were a non-issue. Everyone could contribute in some way. It came down to respect and the golden rule. The goal was simply to keep the peace and keep scavengers from trying to inherit the king's ransom. In late winter, teams of horses with carts and wagons started hauling everything that couldn't be tied to a specific person down to the fire station for distribution by family size. Once there wasn't one scrap left of usable goods left on the Baker property, it was burned down, except for the workshop. It would serve as the maintenance shed for the 2 donated tractors. In the ashes of evil would rise a large community farm. Kenny and Taylor opted to bid on one of the now vacant homes from a family that had fallen victim to the Baker gang. They took Liz and Kendra in, and Taylor was one of the most experienced nurses at the town's small healthcare center. Liz only set foot on her own property one last time, which was to properly bury the scattered remains of her parents. She became physically ill at the thought of entering her own house. Jamar's siblings had taken a keen interest in ranch work and were allowed to wait for his return before a decision about their future would be made. Kevin had tried to convince his brother they should overhaul and keep their own farm, but the arguments of the Statlers and his own family slowly won him over. Someday soon, more soulless people would show up. No one can stay awake 24/7. You can't guard that entire property forever. With all he'd been through in the western part of the state, normalcy bias had started to affect Kevin's mindset, the desire for life to be normal clouding his judgment a bit. Their property, like the Baker facility and other homesteaders that decided to move closer to the community, was eventually cleared of goods with the wagon trains. Kevin, Darlene, Missy, and the bundle of joy due in early fall would all live and work as part of the larger ranch family. It was late spring. The sun was low evening over the mountains and hills, warming the cedars and pines enough for them to release their beautiful scents. The sky was nearly royal blue, dotted with high, puffy, white cumulus clouds. Darlene and Missy had just finished loading the custom metal wheeled litter that had traveled across the state. It was ready to be hitched behind Kevin's horse. "Sweetest, you about ready to go?" Darlene asked. Her bones had healed. The facial scar had not, but Kevin never noticed it because he was always lost in her eyes. Missy giggled. Darlene's nickname for Kevin always tickling her funny bone. Darlene explained that it was when she thought she would die. Kevin showing up was the sweetest thing she had ever seen. "Just wanted to check on the sign real quick," he said, "since we won't be coming out here anymore." He jogged from the near house to the end of the driveway to make sure the spray paint was still legible. It read, SPD Perez at the L Circle L. Good to go. Kevin cut himself off, seeing 4 figures and a dog crest the hill in the road a couple of 100 yards down. "What is it?" "Missy, can you bring me the binoculars? Hurry." Darlene reached into Kevin's saddlebags and found the small case. She gave it to Missy, then unhooked the bungee holding the AR-15 to the side of his horse. She walked it down the driveway while Kevin began his scan of the threat. "Well, I'll be," he said in shock and increasing delight as he messed with the focus on the optics. He ran back up the driveway. "Not gonna need that," he told his wife. "Come on, Missy." He plopped the girl on his horse and climbed on behind her. "Let's go, Biscuit." The horse took off with both riders and followed the rein tug.